in a world transformed, the entirety of humanity, numbering in the billions, has simultaneously traversed into an alternate realm dominated by cold weaponry. As one awakens to the manifestation of a personal weapon, how might one endure in this perilous new existence? While others wield blades, spears, swords, and clubs, Nan Feng discovers that his personal weapon manifests as an arsenal. Desert eagles, barrets, Gatling guns, rocket launchers, everything is at his disposal. When celestial beings descend and the populace trembles in fear, Nan Feng emerges, bearing a planet-destroying cannon. Nan Feng declares, all dread emanates from a deficiency in firepower. Esteemed fellows, prepare to receive a shot from your benefactor Nan. Chapter 1. Personal Weapon, the Arsenal. Greetings, chosen ones. I am the Genesis system. Welcome to the primordial world. This realm teems with ferocious beasts, fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunity. In this land, there are no rules, no laws. Your sole task is to enhance your power and survive for as long as possible. Best of luck to you all. Within a humble wooden cabin, Nan Feng stirred from a hazy slumber. His mind was flooded with a wealth of information regarding the primordial world, imparted by the Genesis system. It took him a full 10 minutes to digest this influx of knowledge. Truly, this is absurd beyond measure. 100 billion from Blue Star have all traversed simultaneously? Gazing around the modest 5-square-meter cabin, he could scarcely believe it. According to the information he absorbed, every individual transported to this realm received a tactical wristwatch as a novice piece of equipment. Nan Feng activated the wristwatch, revealing a semi-transparent interface. The panel was divided into 2 sections, personal information and chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel flickered rhythmically, indicating that the earlier beep, beep, beep sound originated from here. Upon opening the chat channel, he found many fellow travelers engaged in animated discussions. Wow, I can't believe I've truly crossed over. I'm soaring. Hold on, my friend. Might you be celebrating too soon? This world is perilous. Perilous? What do I have to fear? I was diagnosed with cancer before I crossed over and had little time left anyway. Am I to fear death? Why am I trapped in this small cabin? It's terrifying. Is there anyone to rescue me? I'm also in a cabin, and I just tried the door, it won't budge. Am I dreaming? Is this really an alternate world? After observing for a while, Nan Feng noted that everyone seemed equally bewildered, exchanging largely inconsequential information. After pondering for a moment, Nan Feng suddenly chuckled mischievously, preparing to play a prank. Brothers, he said, I have an astonishing secret to share. He continued, I was in excruciating pain just now and ended up relieving myself in my little wooden cabin. Nan Feng added, and guess what? The system declared me the first person to do so and rewarded me with a beginner's gift package. Wu Yuanqing exclaimed, damn, brother, you are quite lucky. Ma Yong inquired, what treasures does your beginner's gift package contain? Huang Yuanming chimed in. So the first to relieve themselves gets a gift package? What about the first to urinate? The chat channel fell into a sudden silence. Nan Feng smirked, knowing that these individuals were likely concocting some mischievous schemes. Shaking his head, he closed the chat panel and opened his personal information screen. Name, Nan Feng. Level, 100 health points. 80 stamina, 10 mana points. 60 energy, 10. Attack power, 45 strength, 5 defense power. 21 stamina, energy, 1.5 strength, 9. Agility, 12 stamina, 8 energy, 6 destined weapon, not yet awakened. Skills, none equipment, worn shirt, tattered jeans, old sneakers, beginner's tactical watch, and utterly ordinary attribute panel. Based on the information provided by the Genesis God system, Nan Feng was aware that the average values for adult attributes were 10 points. He noted that only his agility slightly surpassed the average, while his strength, stamina, and energy were all below it. What is this destined weapon? He wondered. It seems the Genesis God system did not implant any information regarding this at that moment. A crisp, electronic, synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Announcement. All chosen ones have awakened. The system will commence the awakening ceremony for the destined weapon in 5 minutes. Destined weapon awakening ceremony. The system will randomly provide 5 different types of weapons for your selection. The destined weapon will be your greatest reliance for survival in the primitive world. Please choose wisely. Note, some weapons possess uniqueness. Good luck to you all. Destined weapon awakening ceremony. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the chat channel. What does this awakening of the destined weapon entail? Are we to receive a weapon? In this game, aren't weapons typically acquired by defeating monsters? Brothers above, this is a real world, not a game to the onset, a mere knife, a single strike at $9.99. Damn it, I was just urinating in the room and didn't receive any novice gift pack. The chat channel was a cacophony of voices discussing various topics, with many believing this was merely a game. Yet, there were some level-headed individuals engaging in discussions about their respective stats. Mad, my strength is only 5 points, and my attack power is merely 25 points. That is incredibly low. Have you overindulged? My strength is 13 points. Did you notice? Each person's statistics were closely tied to their original physical condition. As a sprinter, I've boasted an agility of 18 points and a stamina of 15 points. Wow, your stats are so high. Oh, great one. Please guide me. Upon reading this, Nan Feng nodded in agreement. He was just an ordinary worker with the sole hobby of running, so it was quite normal for his attributes to be relatively low. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for not having exercised more diligently in this perilous primordial world. Possessing a robust physique undoubtedly ensured a longer survival. Nan Feng had no desire to meet an early demise. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the exhilarating awakening ceremony for one's destined weapon was imminent. Nan Feng mused, I wonder what weapon I will awaken. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before him, revealing a translucent screen. Initiating the awakening ceremony for your destined weapon. Randomly generating your destined weapon. Generation successful. Please select your destined weapon. Caution. Once chosen, this weapon will accompany you for life and cannot be exchanged or discarded. Choose wisely. Before Nan Feng, 5 cards appeared, all facing away from him. Should I turn one over? He extended his finger and tapped one of the cards. It flipped, revealing a long sword. Decayed wooden sword. Grade, destined weapon. Grade? This must be the most inferior level, right? No. Without even a glance, Nan Feng immediately opened the second card. It flipped, revealing a longbow. Wooden bow without arrows. Grade, destined weapon. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A bow, a ranged weapon. This is rather good, given my poor physique. I certainly cannot engage in close combat. A bow is a reasonable choice, but still grade, that's terribly weak. I should examine the others. He proceeded to reveal 2 more cards. Unsharpened wooden knife. Grade, destined weapon. Nearly collapsed oiled paper umbrella. Grade, destined weapon. Nan Feng was a loss for words. What are these? Does a wooden knife even require sharpening? Can a nearly collapsed umbrella truly be classified as a weapon? After unveiling 4 cards, Nan Feng's expression grew grim. All 4 were grade destined weapons. How was he expected to proceed? Is today an inauspicious day for awakening one's destined weapon? Nan Feng attempted to calculate, but soon realized he lacked the ability to divine, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the thought. Only 1 card remains. I hope for something extraordinary. I would trade a decade of my balding years for an unparalleled weapon. Nan Feng took a deep breath and clicked on the final card. Dilapidated armory. F-class destiny weapon. Nan Feng exclaimed, alas, how could it be F-class again? Wait, what exactly is an armory? Chapter 2. The hunt for beasts. To South Wind's astonishment, among the options for his destined weapon was a weapons cache. He had long believed that this was a realm dominated by cold weapons, only to discover the existence of firearms. Perplexed, South Wind pondered the implications. Moreover, all of his destined weapons were of a lower grade. Was this a reflection of his own inadequacies, or was it a universal truth for all? At that moment, South Wind could not seek validation for his concerns, as the chat channel was inaccessible during the awakening ritual of his destined weapon, rendering him unable to communicate with others. This was clearly distinct from the 4 other destined weapons he had encountered. If not a weapons cache, what else could he choose? To be truly remarkable, one must dare to be different. You are about to choose the dilapidated weapons cache as your destined weapon. Do you confirm? Note, once a destined weapon is selected, it cannot be changed or discarded. Please choose wisely. Without further deliberation, South Wind nodded affirmatively. Confirmed. Ding. As South Wind confirmed his choice, the remaining 4 cards transformed into specks of starlight, slowly dissipating into the ether. Only the dilapidated weapons cache remained, gracefully soaring towards South Wind before merging into his mind. The awakening ritual of your destined weapon has been completed. Please familiarize yourself with your weapon promptly to confront the impending dangers. Good luck. Suddenly, South Wind felt a sharp pang in his head, akin to being pricked by a needle. Yet, the sensation was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had come. He quickly regained his composure. The awakening was complete. Curious to discover the nature of his destined weapon, South Wind reopened his tactical watch. The tactical panel now displayed a 3rd option: personal information, chat channel, destined weapon. At that moment, the chat channel was vibrating with activity, indicating that many had successfully awakened and were now engaging in conversation. Disregarding the chat channel, South Wind selected destined weapon. Destined weapon, weapon name, dilapidated weapons cache, current grade, low grade type, backpack, attributes, 10 backpack slots, materials required for upgrade, 3 wood, 5 stone, unlocked equipment from the cache. Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of his destined weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. South Wind meticulously examined each attribute. Materials needed for upgrades? It appeared that this destined weapon required enhancement, which explained its initial low grade. His earlier concerns about possessing a lackluster weapon were alleviated. It seemed that all individuals began with a weapon of similar grade. South Wind then directed his attention to the last line of the panel. Unlocked weapons from the cache? Desert Eagle, wooden dagger? Where might these items be located? With a thought, he glanced at his backpack. This backpack resembled a spatial artifact. not the type one would wear on their back. Within, 2 slots were already occupied, one by a pistol and the other by a dagger. Remarkably, the pistol bore the unmistakable design of a desert eagle. Southwind was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? They truly bestowed upon me a firearm? Is this not a realm of cold weapons?" He promptly retrieved a desert eagle and a wooden dagger. Desert eagle, current grade, low grade, upgrades with dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 3, stamina 2. Each attack consumes 5 mana points, inflicting 100 attack power damage on the struck adversary. Originates from the dilapidated armory. Wooden dagger, current grade, low grade, upgrades with dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 5. Each attack can deal 70 to 90 attack power damage to enemies, slightly enhancing bleeding effects. Originates from the dilapidated armory. Is this truly all their attributes? They seem rather lackluster, Southwind mused, observing the desert eagle and wooden dagger with a sense of mediocrity. Subsequently, he glanced at his personal information and discovered that the equipment section was clickable. Equipment, backpack, dilapidated armory. Weapon, desert eagle. Top, tattered shirt. Pants, worn out jeans. Shoes, old sneakers. Necklace, none. Bracelet, novice tactical watch. Ring, none. Hat, none. Other, none. The equipment section revealed nothing particularly remarkable. After further contemplation, Southwind opened the chat channel. The discussions within the chat channel were already fervent. "Brothers, what weapon did you choose as your fateful artifact?" "I deliberated for quite a while before selecting a wooden sword. I chose a sword as well. My fateful artifact is the rotten wooden sword, strength 2, stamina 3. Do your attributes match mine?" "To the brother above, mine is identical to yours. It seems our fateful artifacts are the same. I opted for a dull wooden knife. Strength 3, stamina 2. My attributes are not far off from yours." Upon reading this, Southwind nodded. The collective equipment conferred a mere 5 points in basic attributes, with little distinction among them. However, compared to the others, Southwind possessed a slight advantage. He wielded 2 weapons, allowing for versatile use. Moreover, the Desert Eagle enabled ranged attacks, undoubtedly enhancing his chances of survival in this perilous world. Just as Southwind contemplated further, the system's voice echoed once more. Announcement: all chosen ones have completed the awakening ritual of their faithful artifacts. From this moment forth, you may leave the cabin and hunt the ferocious beasts of this world to acquire resources. Note: in 30 days, this world will face its first beast tide. Please expedite the enhancement of your abilities to survive the onslaught. Warning: this is a reality. Upon death, one will be irrevocably lost and cannot be resurrected. Good luck to you all. The beast tide in 30 days loomed ominously. A sense of urgency surged within Nan Feng, compelling him to enhance his abilities swiftly in order to confront the calamity looming in 30 days. He closed the interface and, grasping the Desert Eagle, cautiously pried open the wooden door just a crack. As for the wooden dagger, he had no intention of utilizing it for the time being. Close combat was far too perilous. Outside the humble cabin lay a dense forest, devoid of any other souls apart from Nan Feng. It appeared that the starting locations of the others were not in proximity to his own. Concealing himself behind the door for a moment, he observed his surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of danger, he stealthily stepped outside. The sky was clear and the air invigorating, with the sun perched high above, indicating it was likely midday. Imminently collapsing cabin. Grade, level, health points, 5,000 defense, 100 traits, 5 health per minute, 5 mana per minute. Materials required for upgrade, 100 wood, 60 stone. Upon gazing at the cabin's attributes, Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. This modest wooden structure required such an abundance of materials for an upgrade. Moreover, it boasted 5,000 health points and 100 defense. It seemed that when faced with formidable beasts, he could seek refuge within the cabin. Realizing its significance, Nan Feng decided not to linger and began his trek into the distance. He was determined to hunt nearby fierce creatures to swiftly bolster his strength, lest he perish amidst the beast tide in 30 days. After merely a few minutes of walking, Nan Feng encountered his first adversary, a palm-sized rat. The rodent was gnawing on a tree nearby, blissfully unaware of Nan Feng's presence. With stealth, he raised the Desert Eagle and slowly aimed at the unsuspecting creature. Armed with the Desert Eagle, his strength had surged to 12, and his attack power reached 60. Surely, with such power, dispatching a small rat would pose no challenge. After a brief moment of focusing his aim, Nan Feng decisively pulled the trigger. 5 points of mana surged from his right hand into the Desert Eagle, and a magical bullet was unleashed, striking the rat with precision. The rat, startled by the gunfire, attempted to evade, but the bullet's velocity was too swift, instantly hitting one of its hind legs. 45. A semi-transparent red numeral appeared above the rat's head. This shot had inflicted 45 points of damage. The rat squeaked in distress, dragging its injured leg as it charged towards Nan Feng. So fast. Taken aback, Nan Feng hurriedly retreated a few steps and fired again. Chapter 3. Eye of Insight. Witnessing the rat barreling towards him, Nan Feng hastily fired once more. Whoosh. The bullet flew just above the rat's head, missing its mark. This was hardly surprising. Nan Feng had never handled firearms before, and the fact that he had hit the target with his first shot felt like sheer luck. Now, with the rat in motion, it had transformed into a moving target, making it all the more difficult to hit. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng forced himself to regain his composure and recalibrated his aim at the rat. As the little mouse drew within a mere 5 meters of the south wind, he once again pulled the trigger. Bang! Fortune favored him this time, as the bullet struck the mouse's head, obliterating half of its tiny visage. Weak point attack, 67. Squeak. The mouse emitted a horrific cry, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy of convulsions. From what remained of its head, translucent crimson numbers continued to emerge. Bleeding 2, bleeding 3, bleeding 3. Remarkably, despite its head being nearly destroyed, this little creature clung to life with tenacity. Observing the iron claw mouse, as it continued to lose blood, the south wind silently set down his desert eagle, conserving some magical energy. 2 seconds later, the mouse trembled violently and breathed its last. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary ferocious beast, Iron Claw Mouse, earning 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill accomplishment, earning the reward, Skill Inside Eye. Inside Eye allows viewing the attributes of ferocious beasts up to 3 levels below your own, with no magical energy consumption. The Inside Eye? What a splendid skill. To his surprise, there was a reward for the first kill, which filled the south wind with delight as he began to examine the corpse of the Iron Claw Mouse. Ding! You have obtained Iron Claw Mouse Meat, X1. Ding! You have obtained Iron Claw Mouse Claws, X2. Iron Claw Mouse Meat. A peculiar texture, somewhat sour and astringent, but can barely replenish some stamina. Iron Claw Mouse Claws. Exceptionally hard claws, containing trace amounts of iron. Can one truly obtain items from a mouse's carcass? It feels just like playing a game. Moments ago, the Creator God system claimed this was a wholly authentic world. Is this real? It seems far too contrived. With a thought, the south wind discovered that these 2 items had already been added to his backpack. Every individual starts with 20 slots in their backpack, and his divine weapon granted an additional 10 slots. After accounting for the wooden dagger, Iron Claw Mouse Meat, and claws, the south wind found he still had 27 slots available. Glancing at the lifeless Iron Claw Mouse, he raised an eyebrow and activated Inside Eye. After all, this skill incurs no cost and can be used freely. Iron Claw Mouse. Level 1 health points, 0-120 deceased. Magic points, 20 attack power, 35 defense power, 15 skill, Sharp Claws goodness. A mere mouse possesses an attack power of 35? Upon seeing the attributes of the Iron Claw Mouse, the south wind felt a twinge of displeasure. This seemed rather disrespectful to his desert eagle. Though this Iron Claw Mouse was only level 1, it boasted a commendable attack power and exceptional speed. Had it not been for the south wind's stroke of luck in landing the first shot on its hind leg, which slowed its movement, he would most certainly have endured a few claw strikes. It appears that the ferocious beasts of this world are not to be trifled with. A single level 1 beast consumed 15 points of my magical energy. If 2 or 3 were to come at once, would I not meet my demise here? With the desert eagle equipped, the south wind's stamina reached 8 points, and his magical energy stood at 80 points. However, the desert eagle consumes 5 magic points per shot, totaling 80 magic points, which allows Nan Feng to fire only 16 shots. Given that it takes an average of 3 shots to slay a ferocious beast, he could only defeat 5 creatures, and that is without encountering a level 2 beast. Aside from the desert eagle, Nan Feng possesses a wooden dagger, which does not require magic points for its attacks. Yet, for Nan Feng, engaging in close combat may not deplete his magic, but it does drain his vitality. In such a vast forest, who knows how many ferocious beasts lurk within? It is indeed perilous. A sense of crisis began to creep into Nan Feng's mind. He regretted straying too far from the cabin, wishing he had waited until reaching level 2 before venturing out. With this thought, Nan Feng hurried back to the cabin. This time, armed with experience, he dispatched the Iron Claw rat in just 2 shots, earning himself 10 experience points, a portion of rat meat, and 2 rat claws. Fortunately, similar items can stack, thus not occupying additional space in his backpack, which is a relief for Nan Feng. In this perilous primitive world, a touch of caution is certainly wise. Within the cabin, he could recover 5 magic points per minute. It wouldn't be long before his magic was fully replenished. With his magic restored, Nan Feng would feel emboldened, less likely to panic when facing ferocious beasts. However, the wait for his magic to regenerate felt rather tedious. Thus, he decided to check the chat channel. I wonder how others are faring. Upon opening the chat channel, he discovered many individuals engaged in conversation. Huang Yuanming, where are you all located? There's a small stream beside my cabin, and a mountain in the distance. Is anyone nearby? Wu Yuansheng, I should be quite far from you. I'm situated in a vast plain. Yuran, I find myself within a forest. Upon reading this, Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, for he too was in a forest. This Yuran might be relatively close to him. He glanced at Yuran's avatar and noted that she was quite an attractive girl. All avatars in the chat channel reflected true appearances, devoid of any online imagery. My goodness, it's terrifying out here. A rat scratched me and took away 15 points of health. I only have 90 health points in total. Ningwu, that is nothing. A rabbit bit me, and the pain is unbearable. I'm even bleeding out. I'm continuously losing health. Wu Yuanxing, brother above. Quickly cover your wound. That will mitigate some loss of health. Ningwu, is that true? This game is so realistic. It can even detect whether I'm covering my wound. Wu Yuanxing. This is a genuine world, merely represented through data. Just now, I shot a red-eyed rabbit with an arrow, and it has been bleeding profusely before eventually succumbing. Upon reading this, Nan Feng suddenly comprehended. No wonder the Iron Claw rat had entered a bleeding state. He had thought it was a hidden effect of the desert eagle. It turned out that the Iron Claw rat was indeed bleeding. In this light, it appears that the world possesses a semblance of authenticity, existing somewhere between the realms of reality and the virtual. At this moment, the other participants in the chat channel discerned a particular piece of information from Wu Yuanxing's statement. Ningwu, what on earth? Wu Yuanxing, have you truly slain a ferocious beast? My impressive indeed. I can scarcely defeat a mere mouse. Bao Jian, indeed. My speed is insufficient. I cannot land a hit. Wu Yuanxing, it was merely luck. I happened to strike a critical point with a single arrow. Otherwise, I would not have triumphed over that red-eyed rabbit. My you hit it with just one arrow? Wu, you must be a master archer in Blue Star. Ningwu, Wu, having vanquished a ferocious beast, did you acquire any equipment? Wu Yuanxing, no equipment, only 10 experience points. I also completed the first kill achievement, earning a skill called Insightful Eye. Nan Feng, oh, you obtained that skill as well? Huang Yuanming, what does that mean? So everyone possesses this skill? I thought it was my unique advantage. Wu Yuanxing, did you two brothers above also accomplish the first kill? Huang Yuanming, he just by chance. I defeated a water arrow fish. Wu Yuanxing, impressive, impressive. Let's add each other as friends. Add as friends? It was at this moment that Nan Feng realized the chat channel was divided into regional chat channel and friend chat channel. The friend chat channel trembled slightly, revealing friend requests from Wu Yuanxing and Huang Yuanming. The ability to hunt the first ferocious beast in such a short span of time indicated that these two individuals possessed considerable strength. Nan Feng casually accepted the requests and then turned his attention to the regional chat channel. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, a small line of text read, 932 people out of 1,000. Is this the number of individuals in our region? If so, does that mean that within less than half an hour, 68 people have already perished at the hands of ferocious beasts? Nan Feng's expression tightened. It seemed he had previously underestimated the perilous nature of this world. My Desert Eagle has an extensive attack range, although its accuracy is not high. It allows me to maintain a relatively safe distance from the beasts. Those who have awakened their innate weapons like the wooden sword and wooden knife must face far greater dangers than I do. Of course, among the 10 billion inhabitants of Blue Star, there are undoubtedly some masters of the blade who can effortlessly conquer these level 1 beasts, but they are a mere minority. In these early stages, with everyone's attributes being low and combat experience scarce, those who awaken long-range weapons like bows and crossbows will have a higher probability of survival. I must hasten my leveling up, otherwise, encountering higher-level ferocious beasts will render my firearm useless. Closing the chat channel, Nan Feng stepped out of the small wooden cabin once more. Having just slain 2 iron claw mice, he gained 20 experience points. He needed to defeat 8 more to level up twice. It seemed that leveling up was not an insurmountable task. As Nan Feng contemplated this, he searched for traces of ferocious beasts around the cabin. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he entered a state of heightened alertness. In the distance, a dozen iron claw rats charged towards Nan Feng with menacing ferocity. Goodness, these creatures are social. Nan Feng spat and turned to flee. Chapter 4, Level 2 Beast. The iron claw rats were remarkably swift, but Nan Feng was not sluggish either, boasting an initial agility of 12, which was above average. However, amidst the swarm, one rat, slightly larger in size, exhibited a speed that surpassed even Nan Feng's. In no time, this particular iron claw rat had closed the distance behind him. What on earth? Has this rat mutated? How can it run so fast? Insightful gaze. Iron claw rat. Level 2 health. 300 mana. 30 attack power. 64 defense. 26 skill. Rending claws. Blast. This rat is level 2. Upon seeing the attributes of the level 2 iron claw rat, Nan Feng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Its attack power exceeded his by 4 points. If it landed a blow, he would be in dire straits. At that moment, the iron claw rat behind him suddenly accelerated, leaping high to strike Nan Feng's back with its claws. 44. Nan Feng nearly cried out in pain. It must be noted that he only had 80 health points at this moment. That single strike had taken away more than half of his health. Another blow, and he would surely perish. Bleeding. 3. Bleeding. 2. As if calamity were not enough. The iron claw rat's claw had torn a small chunk of flesh from Nan Feng, blood gushing from the wound. This is bad. Nan Feng's expression darkened. In his frantic sprint, he had no time to staunch the bleeding, leaving the wound to heal on its own. Fortunately, he was not far from the small cabin. And after running for a while, it finally came into view. Even this rudimentary method of halting blood loss proved effective. Bleeding, 1. Bleeding, 0. Bleeding, 1. After a few more seconds, the wound on Nan Feng's back ceased to bleed. The blood has stopped. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, it was merely a rat. And the wound was not extensive. Had it been a tiger or leopard, I would surely have met my end today. Glancing at his personal information, Nan Feng noted he was left with only 13 health points and gasped in shock. What a narrow escape. Luckily, while in the cabin, he could recover 5 health points per minute. As long as he drew breath, it wouldn't be long before he was back to full health. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the cabin, the pack of iron claw rats had gathered, circling the cabin as if attempting to gain entry. However, a white barrier surrounded the cabin, preventing the rats from approaching. Ding. The iron claw rats wish to enter your cabin. Do you consent? Suddenly, the voice of the creator god system echoed in Nan Feng's ears. No way. Nan Feng rolled his eyes and promptly declined. Are they insane? Why would he let those iron claw rats in? To devour him? However, this also conveyed an important message to Nan Feng. Without his consent, the ferocious beasts could not enter his humble abode. With this thought in mind, Nan Feng cautiously opened a crack in the door, his muscles taut and ready to slam it shut at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, no untoward incident occurred. The iron-clawed rats truly could not breach his sanctuary. As he observed the scene, the level 2 iron-clawed rat, feeling the imminent loss of its prey, directed the others to assault the wooden cabin. A horde of iron-clawed rats began to claw at the structure. A series of numbers indicating damage appeared. 0, 0. Weak point attack, 1. A cascade of 0 floated into view, interspersed with a couple of weak point attack. My cabin's defense is at 100 points. How can it still lose health? Nan Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the weak point attack only deducted a single point of health, the sheer number of iron-clawed rats meant that, in a short span of time, his cabin had already lost 8 points of health. If the assault continued, his abode would surely be doomed. No, he had to counterattack. Nan Feng swung the door open and retrieved his Desert Eagle. After all, the iron-clawed rats could not enter, so whether the door was open or closed made little difference. Keeping it closed would only obstruct his view. He decided to take down the level 2 iron-clawed rat first, capturing the leader before dealing with the rest. Scanning the throng, he soon spotted the level 2 rat, busily gnawing on a piece of wood. It was the one he sought. Nan Feng refrained from firing immediately, instead taking careful aim. His first shot must incapacitate it. If it managed to flee, his life could be in peril once he reached level 2. Before he attained that level, this iron-clawed rat posed a significant threat. If it escaped now, he might not dare to leave the cabin for days to come. Focusing intently, he took a deep breath and aimed. The level 2 iron-clawed rat, noticing Nan Feng's unusual behavior, seemed oblivious to the danger of the gun. Instead of fleeing, it bared its teeth and screeched at him. Seeing this, Nan Feng silently adjusted his aim to the rat's head. Not afraid, are you? Here goes. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a magical bullet that swiftly struck the level 2 iron-clawed rat squarely on its head. Weak point attack, 45. Bleeding, 7. Bleeding, 8. Bleeding, 5. His shot shattered the rat's left eye, but due to its formidable defense, the magical bullet dissipated before it could penetrate deep enough to reach its brain. The shot had only deducted 45 points of health, but the subsequent bleeding effects were quite effective, inflicting several points of damage every second. It seemed he had indeed struck a vital area. Such a perfect shot only managed to inflict 45 points of damage. My attack power is truly lacking. Nan Feng felt a pang of disappointment. He had anticipated at least 70 or 80 points of damage. The level 2 iron-clawed rat screeched in agony, rolling on the ground and frantically darting about in a frenzy. Upon witnessing the scene, Nan Feng was immediately taken aback. Goodness, you aren't planning to flee, are you? Don't be so cowardly, my friend. Fortunately, the iron claw rat had no intention of escaping. It merely circled around the small wooden cabin, seemingly attempting to divert attention and alleviate its pain. The other iron claw rats, upon seeing this, bared their teeth at Nan Feng, eager to leap forward and take a bite. However, Nan Feng remained safely inside the cabin, rendering the iron claw rats unable to enter. Whoosh. 31. The first shot struck the iron claw rat's back. Another shot. 31. With the third shot, Nan Feng finally hit the rat's leg. Its speed diminished significantly, leaving it completely at Nan Feng's mercy, ripe for the taking. Nice, 3 shots. All on target. I'm quite formidable. Nan Feng silently praised himself, his finger never ceasing to pull the trigger. One by one, bullets struck the level 2 iron claw rat. Despite its 300 hit points, it was gradually worn down by Nan Feng's relentless assault. Ding! You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, iron claw rat, earning 22 experience points. With the system's notification echoing in his ears, Nan Feng let out a sigh of relief. This threat had finally been neutralized. Only 22 experience points for a level 2 beast? That's rather meager, he scoffed, his gaze drifting to the remaining dozen or so level 1 iron claw rats. These creatures, lacking in intellect, had no inclination to flee in this scenario and continued to gnaw at the wooden cabin. Quickly, Nan Feng glanced at the cabin's health. Health, 49, 775. 000. You little pests dare to dismantle my home? You clearly do not hold me, Nan, in high regard. Raising his desert eagle, he aimed at the horde of iron claw rats. Delicious experience points were surely within reach. Chapter 5. Venturing out, chopping trees. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. For these level 1 iron claw rats, it took Nan Feng merely 23 shots to dispatch one. In fact, with one shot, he penetrated the rat's skull, triggering a critical hit that resulted in an instant kill. The sole factor affecting Nan Feng's efficiency in exterminating the rats was his mana. Each shot from the Desert Eagle consumed 5 points of mana, which was a significant expenditure for him. Fortunately, while resting inside the cabin, he could replenish 5 points of mana per minute. Thus, when his mana dwindled, a brief respite was all that was needed. After spending several minutes in this manner, Nan Feng successfully reached level 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 2. Ding. Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. A cascade of system notifications filled the air, bringing a broad smile to Nan Feng's face. Leveling up had granted him a 5-point increase across all attributes. Moreover, there are 5 additional attributes to allocate freely. This marks a significant enhancement. After reaching level 2, Nan Feng's attack power has soared to 85. With a formidable defense of 39, the level 1 iron claw rats no longer pose a threat to him. With the increase in vitality, my magical capacity has also risen to an impressive limit of 130. Now, each venture outside allows me to fire 26 shots, sufficient to confront most ferocious beasts. This issue has thus been somewhat alleviated. As for the remaining 5 attribute points, I shall not rush to allocate them. I will first eliminate the remaining iron claw rats. After a brief intermission, Nan Feng's magical energy has replenished somewhat, allowing him to continue his assault. He raises his hand, aims, and shoots. Over these few hours, Nan Feng's marksmanship has improved considerably. At such close range, his accuracy has become quite commendable. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, iron claw rat, earning 5 experience points. After reaching level 2, slaying a level 1 iron claw rat yields only 5 experience? Nan Feng glanced at his personal information. Level 2, 7,400. Good gracious, leveling up requires 400 experience points, meaning I must eliminate 80 level 1 iron claw rats? If I were to target level 2 beasts, around 40 would suffice. Nan Feng recalled the earlier encounter with a level 2 iron claw rat, which granted him 22 experience points. It seems that as long as one hunts beasts of the same level, progressing from level 2 to 3 is not overly arduous. Nodding in affirmation, Nan Feng dismissed further thoughts and began systematically dispatching the iron claw rats before him. After reaching level 2, regardless of whether he triggered a weak point attack, Nan Feng consistently dispatched each iron claw rat with 2 shots, missing not counting. After approximately 10 minutes, he had eradicated the entire group of iron claw rats. Level 2, 42,400. Glancing at his level, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. This leveling efficiency is quite commendable. After clearing away the bodies of the iron claw rats, he collected a total of iron claw rat meat, 15, and iron claw rat claws, 8. This particular group consisted of 15 rats, 14 of which were level 1, and 1 was level 2, providing Nan Feng with 122 experience points. However, not every iron claw rat dropped iron claw rat claws. With the battle concluded, Nan Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death just moments before. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, a line of small text flickered. 857 out of 1,000 people. In this brief interval, dozens more had fallen to the ferocious beasts, meeting their demise. Brothers, these beasts are far too formidable. I can't defeat even one. Is there anyone willing to assist me? Who knows where you are? Who dares to help you? Hello, everyone. Is there anyone who can rescue me? I am so frightened all alone. Fellow brothers, allow me to share a strategy. Lure the beasts to the small cabin, and then gradually whittle them down. I have already slain 2 red-eyed rabbits using this method. My goodness, brother, had you mentioned this sooner, I wouldn't have exerted myself so recklessly. I nearly fell victim to a beast bite just now, beyond the gentle breeze of the southern winds. Others too had unearthed the clandestine secret of the wooden cabin. This was hardly surprising. After all, when faced with peril, the instinctive response is to seek refuge within the small abode. It was at this moment that a particular message in the chat channel caught the attention of Nan Feng. Xiao Fei Hong. Haha, I have finally gathered 8 units of timber. I am about to upgrade my cherished weapon, my own. Wow, are you really that formidable? Where did you acquire all that timber? I haven't found a single piece. Xiao Fei Hong, just go chop some trees. There are 3 large trees right at the entrance of my cabin, blocking my exit. I spent ages just trying to fell them. Nan Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. Blocked by trees at the entrance. What a dismal starting point. However, he gleaned valuable information from this exchange. The realization that timber could indeed be harvested from trees. Previously, Nan Feng had contemplated whether to chop down a couple of trees in hopes of acquiring timber, but hesitated, fearing that he might only obtain branches or trunks, among other materials. Furthermore, the labor of tree felling posed a risk. Should he be ambushed by a ferocious beast mid-swing, it could spell disaster. Thus, he abandoned the notion. Now armed with accurate information, he resolved to venture forth and gather timber. His treasured weapon, the dilapidated arsenal, required 3 units of timber and 5 units of stone for its upgrade. Timber could be procured from chopping trees, while the matter of stone remained to be addressed. Nan Feng decided he would collect a few stones later to see if they could be of use. As he pondered, Qiu Feihong had already completed the upgrade of his cherished weapon. Qiu Feihong, what is this rubbish? It only added a few attributes, and the name hasn't even changed. Huang Yuanming, bro, why not share the upgraded attributes with everyone? Qiu Feihong, without hesitation, disclosed the attributes. Cherished weapon, weapon name, the decayed wooden sword. Current grade, medium. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 4, stamina 6. Materials required for upgrade, 20 units of timber. Though the sword was indeed decayed, it still possessed the capacity to sever one's head. Nan Feng scrutinized the attributes of this cherished weapon. After the upgrade, the weapon had risen from a lowly grade to a medium grade, with a slight overall enhancement in attributes, escalating from a strength of 2 and stamina of 3 to a strength of 4 and stamina of 6. This represented an increase of 5 points in attributes. In these critical early stages, such an augmentation was immensely significant, potentially preserving the user's life. Yet for Nan Feng, this enhancement felt rather modest. After all, he had just leveled up, gaining not only 5 points across all attributes, but also 5 additional free attribute points. This was considerably more formidable than merely upgrading a cherished weapon. Nan Feng mused. I wonder if advancing from grade to grade will result in a qualitative transformation for the cherished weapon? After glancing once more at the chat channel, and finding it filled with meaningless banter, he decisively closed the panel and stepped out of the wooden cabin. He was determined to chop some trees and collect a few stones to facilitate the upgrade of his cherished weapon. Though the enhancement of these 5 attributes may seem modest, even the smallest sparrow constitutes meat. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, Nan Feng prefers to fell trees, as it is a safer endeavor. However, to ensure his safety, he brandished a desert eagle, patrolling the vicinity of the cabin. Once he ascertained that no other beasts lurked nearby, he sheathed the desert eagle and drew forth a wooden dagger, commencing the slow task of tree felling. The irony of using wood to chop wood was not lost on him. In Chapter 6, The 5-Flower Snake, the lumberjack's spirit thrived. For those who wielded an axe were indeed the elite among men. Armed with a wooden dagger, Nan Feng relentlessly struck at a tree as thick as his thigh. Initially, he estimated that it would take at least an hour or 2 to sever such a modest tree, especially considering his tool was merely a dagger fashioned from wood. Who could say which would yield first in this contest of nature? Yet, in reality, Nan Feng underestimated the situation. The wooden dagger was remarkably sharp, yielding excellent results in his endeavor. He speculated that the dagger must be classified as a weapon, likely imbued with the power of the Creator God system, which accounted for its impressive sharpness. Of course, his own attack power could also play a role. Having leveled up to level 2, Nan Feng now boasted an attack power of 85 points, with 5 additional attribute points yet to be allocated. Should he invest all 5 points into strength, his attack power would soar to an impressive 110 points. Nonetheless, he was in no rush to assign his points, preferring to hold on to them for potential future use. After approximately half an hour of effort, Nan Feng successfully felled a tree as thick as his thigh. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, sending up a cloud of dust. Placing his hand upon the trunk, the tree rapidly disintegrated, transforming into timber and entering his backpack. Ding! You have acquired wood X4. Oh, it directly entered my backpack? Quite convenient, indeed. Just moments ago, he had pondered how he would manage to store the tree. Now, the dilemma had resolved itself. A tree of such girth yielded merely 4 units of wood, which felt somewhat insufficient. However, it was just enough for his needs. Upgrading his divine weapon required only 3 units of wood. Nan Feng clapped his hands, casting a glance around as he prepared to gather some stones. This area was enveloped in a dense forest, strewn with numerous fragments of rock, so he was unconcerned about a lack of materials. He was merely uncertain about the size of stone required to be classified as a unit. Before long, he discovered a stone about the size of his head and promptly reached out to touch it. With a mere thought, the stone was drawn into his backpack. Ding! You have acquired stone X1. Hearing the notification, Nan Feng exhaled with relief. Now, he needed only 4 more stones of a similar size to upgrade his divine weapon. This was indeed favorable news. Suddenly, a hissing sound reached his ears, the unmistakable flick of a snake's tongue. A vividly colored venomous snake had stealthily slithered up behind him. Nan Feng's heart raced as he slowly turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the venomous serpent behind him lifting its head and coiling its body, poised to launch an attack on Nan Feng at any moment. Insightful gaze. 5 flower snake. Level 1. Health points 80-80. Mana points 30-30. Attack power 55. Defense power 5. Skill hallucination. Nan Feng activated the skill Insightful Gaze, instantly reading the attributes of the 5 flower snake. It was a level 1 venomous snake, with high attack, low defense, and minimal health, posing little threat to Nan Feng. With this thought, the tension within him eased slightly as he slowly pointed his desert eagle at the 5 flower snake. Swish! Seemingly sensing Nan Feng's momentary relaxation, the 5 flower snake lunged forward, sinking its fangs into his calf. The tattered denim pants provided no protection against the snake's sharp, venomous fangs. 14. With a defense power of 39, the bite inflicted only 14 points of damage, relatively minor, yet the pain was undeniably real. "You wretched beast, seeking death," Nan Feng shouted, furiously kicking his leg to fling the snake away, simultaneously raising his desert eagle and firing 3 shots. All 3 missed. The snake, no thicker than 2 fingers and approximately half a meter long, moved with remarkable speed. Given Nan Feng's current marksmanship, hitting the elusive creature was already a challenge, let alone in this frantic situation. Swish! 14. Another 14 points of health were deducted, leaving Nan Feng with just 102 health points. No need to panic. This creature's defense was merely 5, making it exceedingly fragile. If he could land a single shot, it would be vanquished. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng endeavored to regain his composure and aimed his handgun at the 5 flower snake. However, he found his vision blurring, the serpent appearing as multiple overlapping images. This was the effect of the snake's skill, hallucination. This was troublesome, as it obscured his aim. Before him, the 5 flower snake transformed from 1 into 3, 2 of which were mere illusions. Swish! 14. The snake launched a third attack, successfully bringing Nan Feng's health below 100. His expression grew grave. If this continued, he could very well be bitten to death by the 5 flower snake. Swish! 14. The fourth attack struck. Got you. Nan Feng swiftly sheathed his desert eagle and drew a wooden dagger from his backpack. Whoosh! Acting on instinct, he plunged the dagger toward the snake's vital point. Yet, due to the effects of hallucination, his aim faltered, and he only managed to strike the serpent's tail. 68. Even without hitting the critical area, his strike still inflicted 68 points of damage. Hiss! With the blow, the 5 flower snake writhed in agony, attempting to escape Nan Feng's grasp. But how could Nan Feng allow it to succeed? With his left hand gripping the snake tightly, he raised the dagger once more and drove it down forcefully. Swish! Critical hit, 80. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, the spotted snake, and earned 5 experience points. Ding! You have obtained spotted snake meat, X1. Ding! You have acquired hallucinogenic fangs, X1. Spotted snake meat. Tastes like chicken, crisp and crunchy. Hallucinogenic fangs. The venomous fangs of the spotted snake. Containing a few drops of venom with hallucinogenic effects, applying it to a weapon yields extraordinary results. Note: do not lick weapons coated with venom. After a brief examination of the acquired items, Nan Feng staggered toward the small wooden cabin. His vision was blurred, and remaining in the wilderness was perilous. A level 1 beast nearly bit him to death. From now on, he must be far more cautious. Nan Feng resolved that he could not underestimate any beast, for only in this way could he survive longer. As he approached the cabin, his senses heightened suddenly. A flicker of light caught his attention behind his small wooden house. He distinctly remembered that there was nothing reflective near his dwelling. Rubbing his eyes, Nan Feng squinted and discerned that the source of the reflection was a bald head. Chapter 7. A murderous encounter. Someone was hiding behind Nan Feng's cabin. This marked the first encounter with another human since his arrival in this primitive world. However, he felt no joy or excitement. In a realm devoid of rules and legal constraints, Nan Feng harbored no illusions about the malevolence of human nature. Furthermore, his current state was precarious. Under the influence of the hallucinogenic effect, his vision was clouded, making it difficult to differentiate between illusion and reality. He halted in place, refraining from advancing toward the cabin. Maintaining distance was prudent when the other's intentions were unclear. Who was this person? What did they want? He recalled a girl named Yu Ran from the Warzone channel, who seemed to be nearby. Yet, the figure behind the cabin appeared to be a bald individual. While he could not ascertain the gender of the figure, it was improbable that a girl would have a shaved head. Wouldn't that make her a network tough girl? As Nan Feng's mind wandered, he remained vigilant. Observing that Nan Feng had stopped, Huang Peng realized he had been discovered and ceased his concealment. Swaggering out from behind the cabin, Huang Peng, brother, impressive skills. You managed to slay a spotted snake with just 2 strikes. Nan Feng glanced at his weapon. This is a dagger, not a sword. Huang Peng paused, chuckling lightly. It's all the same. Nan Feng shook his head, feeling the shadows before him lessen, likely due to the diminishing effects of the hallucinogenic influence. This was good news for him. Noticing Nan Feng's silence, Huang Peng continued, Brother, I spotted that spotted snake first and chased it here. only to find you had killed it. So, what do you plan to do to compensate me? Nan Feng scoffed coldly. Compensate you? Shall I catch another five-striped snake for you? Huang Peng's words were met with skepticism by Nan Feng. If he had indeed been pursuing the snake all this way, then Huang Peng must have seen Nan Feng wielding the desert eagle, knowing that Nan Feng possessed a firearm. How could Huang Peng dare to leave his cover and swagger out from behind the wooden cabin? Wasn't that akin to searching for excrement while lit by a lantern? Huang Peng detected the hostility in Nan Feng's tone and immediately darkened his expression. Brother, I was trying to have a reasonable discussion with you. Don't be ungrateful. You were just bitten by that snake multiple times. You can't have much blood left, can you? Do you still dare to act arrogant before me? Do you believe I could cleave you in two with my axe? With that, Huang Peng brandished his wooden axe, advancing towards Nan Feng. In response, Nan Feng swiftly concealed his right hand behind his back, placing the wooden dagger into his backpack and retrieving the desert eagle instead. What do you intend to do? I advise you to stay back. I, Nan, am not easily intimidated. Were it not for his impaired vision, Nan Feng would have fired 2 shots to incapacitate Huang Peng without hesitation. However, he needed to wait for Huang Peng to draw closer and lower his guard. Otherwise, should his first shot miss, Nan Feng would find himself at a disadvantage. Seeing Nan Feng soften his tone, Huang Peng mistakenly assumed that Nan Feng was frightened. He chuckled lightly. I am a civilized person, capable of reasoning. I certainly won't resort to violence. Here's the deal. You give me everything that the 5-striped snake dropped. Nan Feng rubbed his eyes and nodded casually. Sure, no problem. Upon hearing Nan Feng's eager agreement, Huang Peng immediately raised his demands. By the way, you killed my prey, costing me 10 experience points. That's unacceptable. With those 10 points, I could have leveled up to 2. How about this? You follow me from now on, acting as bait to lure ferocious beasts while I take care of eliminating them. Rest assured, once I kill another beast and reach level 2, your safety will be guaranteed. Or better yet, why not become my servant? You can lure beasts during the day and massage my feet at night. Nan Feng rolled his eyes at Huang Peng's increasingly grandiose notions. After rubbing his eyes once more, he noticed that the double vision had significantly diminished. At this distance, he had 100% confidence in hitting Huang Peng with a single shot. With this thought in mind, he interrupted Huang Peng's incessant chatter. Brother, heed my advice and leave. Huang Peng, clearing his ears, asked in disbelief. What did you say? Nan Feng repeated. I said, you should leave. My strength is far beyond your grasp. Huang Peng scoffed, his expression growing increasingly menacing. Beyond my grasp? With you being so frail, I could crush you with one hand. Do you think this is a game? That you can respawn after dying? Let me tell you. I just dispatched an impertinent fool half an hour ago and turned him into chunks to attract the beasts. In this world, death is final. Hearing this, Nan Feng slowly furrowed his brow. You've killed someone? Huang Peng laughed heartily, raising his wooden axe as he slowly approached Nan Feng. Not only have I killed before, but I am, by nature, a murderer. Today, I am to be executed, yet thanks to this so-called creator god system, I have come to this world and regained my freedom. This lawless realm is truly my paradise. At this moment, Nan Feng was struck by realization. No wonder this bald man dared to wander alone in a forest teeming with ferocious beasts. He was, after all, a brazen and deeply sinful killer. As Huang Peng drew nearer, Nan Feng could sense the palpable aura of death emanating from him. He could not allow him to close the distance any further. Resolute in his decision, Nan Feng swiftly drew his desert eagle and aimed it at Huang Peng. Whoosh. Weak point strike. 91. At such a close range, Huang Peng had not even discerned what Nan Feng held in his hand before a bullet pierced through his skull, obliterating half of his face. Huang Peng screamed in agony, stumbling backward, clutching his ruined visage. Nan Feng was taken aback. He had aimed for the leg, yet the bullet had struck the head instead. What a perplexing marksmanship I possess. Moreover, another shocking realization dawned upon Nan Feng. Goodness, he lost 91 health points and is still alive? This bald man has over 100 health points at level 1. Such formidable vitality. Nan Feng aimed his weapon at Huang Peng once more, yet hesitated, contemplating whether to pull the trigger. The act of killing was still an alien concept to him. Growing up in modern society, he held a fundamental respect for life. Seeing Nan Feng's indecision, Huang Peng gritted his teeth and swung his wooden axe toward him. While Nan Feng hesitated to take a life, Huang Peng did not share that reluctance. His hands were already stained with blood. He had no need for Nan Feng's life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nan Feng exhaled deeply. If you insist on this, I shall be free of any moral burden. Today, let me execute you. With that, Nan Feng raised his hand and fired again. The magical bullet surged forth from the desert eagle, striking Huang Peng in the abdomen. Boom. 60. Huang Peng's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. He had thought his arrival in this world was a new beginning. Yet fate had played its cruel hand. He could not escape the destiny of execution. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Nan Feng's wooden dagger had suddenly transformed into a gun. Clatter. A myriad of items erupted around Huang Peng's lifeless form. Among them, 2 small wooden plaques caught Nan Feng's attention. Ding. You have obtained demolition permit, Huang Peng, X1. Ding. You have obtained demolition permit, Qinping, X1. In essence, with these items, Nan Feng could demolish Huang Peng's small cabin. He murmured to himself, I wonder how much what I could acquire from tearing down a cabin. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Huang Peng's little dwelling and dismantle it. Huang Peng had dropped 2 demolition permits, one of which belonged to Qinping. This fortunate individual, Qinping, was presumably the poor soul Huang Peng had slain half an hour prior. In addition to the demolition permits, Huang Peng had also dropped a plethora of other items. Chapter 8, A World of Cannibalism. A series of notifications echoed in the air. Ding. You have obtained red-eyed rabbit meat, X3. Ding. You have obtained iron-clawed rat meat, X5. Ding. You have obtained wood, X4. Ding. You have obtained goo-goo bird meat, X1. Ding. You have obtained stone, X2. The items dropped by Huang Peng were promptly collected by Nan Feng into his backpack. Aside from the food, only some wood and stones remained. No equipment had been acquired. After some contemplation, Nan Feng deemed this quite reasonable. After all, they had only arrived in this world a mere few hours ago, and had scarcely slain any ferocious beasts. Where would the equipment come from? As for the fated weapon, Nan Feng suspected it was highly unlikely to be obtained at this stage. After tallying his spoils, Nan Feng glanced at the fallen Huang Peng. At this moment, the lingering effects of the illusion had completely faded, and the disorienting double vision was gone. It was indeed an ill omen to find oneself at death's door. Suppressing a faint sense of dread, Nan Feng dragged Huang Peng's legs and discarded him into the distant woods. The pervasive stench of blood could easily attract ferocious beasts, and Nan Feng wished to avoid having his humble abode surrounded by such predators. The sky was darkening. Raising his gaze, Nan Feng observed the sun, which was nearing the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent approximately 4 to 5 hours in this primitive world. The first night was fast approaching. Would the nights in this world prove to be even more perilous? This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. He needed to find 2 more stones before darkness enveloped the land, to elevate his fated weapon to a mid-tier level. He already possessed sufficient wood, but still required 2 more units of stone. These would be easily found. As he walked, Nan Feng remained vigilant, and before long, he discovered 2 sizable stones. Ding. You have obtained stone X2. Mission accomplished. By this time, the sky had begun to darken, and nightfall was upon him. The experiences of the day had been fraught with danger. Within the safety of his little wooden cabin, Nan Feng finally relaxed and prepared to upgrade his fated weapon. He opened his tactical watch and selected the fated weapon panel. The materials required for upgrading his fated weapon were wood, 83, stone, 55. The materials were ample, and he even had 5 surplus units of wood, 4 of which had been acquired from Huang Peng's demise. Without hesitation, Nan Feng decisively chose to upgrade. As a radiant golden light enveloped him, the panel for his fated weapon underwent a subtle transformation. Fated weapon, weapon name, dilapidated armory. Current tier, mid-tier. Type, backpack. Attributes, 15 backpack slots. Materials required for upgrade, wood 10, stone 20. Unlocked equipment from armory, desert eagle, wooden dagger. With the elevation of his fated weapons tier, more equipment would be unlocked. Nan Feng scrutinized the details and nearly cursed aloud. What is this? Just an additional 5 slots in the backpack? Without adding any attributes or mentioning unlocking additional equipment, Southwind immediately clicked on the Equipment tab, directing his gaze towards his Desert Eagle and Wooden Dagger. Desert Eagle, current grade, medium, upgraded alongside the dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 6, stamina 4. Each attack consumes 4 mana points, inflicting 100 damage on the struck enemy. Originating from the dilapidated armory. Wooden Dagger, current grade, medium, upgraded alongside the dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 8, agility 2. Each attack can deal 80 to 100 damage to enemies, slightly enhancing bleeding effects. Originating from the dilapidated armory. After reviewing the attributes of these 2 weapons, Southwind finally exhaled in relief. In addition to the enhanced attributes, the mana cost for the Desert Eagle had decreased. Previously, firing a shot required 5 mana points, now it only required 4. The Wooden Dagger also saw a minor improvement, with damage per strike increasing from 70 to 90 to 80 to 100. Southwind felt fairly satisfied with these attributes, considering he had only utilized 3 units of wood and 5 units of stone to achieve such results. Equipping the Desert Eagle, Southwind's strength reached 20 points, bringing his attack power to a precise 100 points, a significant milestone crossing into triple digits. Should he choose to wield the Wooden Dagger, his strength would increase by another 2 points, totaling 22, and his attack power could rise to 110 points. However, Southwind preferred not to engage in close combat with ferocious beasts wielding a wooden dagger. He would much rather strike from a distance. After pondering for a while, Southwind heard the rumbling of his stomach. After battling for hours without sustenance, his body was now voicing its discontent. Oh, I have plenty of beast meat in my backpack. I can prepare some to eat. Yet, he lacked a fire. Would he have to eat it raw? Reflecting on this, Southwind retrieved a piece of wood from his backpack and, raising the Desert Eagle, fired a shot at the wood. Whoosh! The mana bullet instantly penetrated the wood, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Useful. Southwind gave himself a thumbs up, then hurriedly gathered some wood shavings to start a fire. In the previously dark little cabin, a flicker of light and warmth finally emerged. Opening his backpack, Southwind surveyed the food within: rat meat, snake meat, goo-goo bird meat, and rabbit meat. Well, I must eat the rabbit meat. Bunnies are so adorable. How could I not? He took out a portion of rabbit meat and began roasting it over the flames. Taking advantage of the cooking time, Southwind opened the chat channel, ready to engage in some banter with others. The chat channel remained abuzz with fervent discussions, and as Nan Feng glanced at the upper left corner, he noted that the population of this area had dwindled, 691 out of 1,000. In merely half a day's time, 309 souls had perished in this region. With a sigh, Nan Feng turned his attention to the conversations unfolding around him. I'm so hungry. Today, I only managed to kill a rat. It hardly fills the belly. Those of you upstairs, at least you have something to eat. I have nothing. Please, stop complaining. I haven't even managed to light a fire yet. Does wood friction even work? Is there anyone out there who can come to my aid? I'm so scared. Stop spamming already. Girl upstairs, you've been at it all day? These exchanges were devoid of substance, and Nan Feng skimmed through them without finding anything noteworthy. Just then, a voice resonated in his ear from the Creator God system. Ding. The system has detected that a chosen one has upgraded their wooden house. The trading system will be activated in 5 minutes. This announcement set the chat channel ablaze. Who is this remarkable individual who managed to upgrade their wooden house in such a short span? The wooden house doesn't have varying levels. It can be upgraded directly. Even so, that's quite extraordinary. Indeed, upgrading a wooden house requires 100 units of wood and 60 stones. It takes me nearly half an hour to chop down a tree, yielding only 36 units of wood. How on earth did this individual acquire 100 units? Nan Feng observed their chatter silently, refraining from interjecting. He recalled an item nestled within his backpack, the demolition permit. If his instincts were correct, the chosen one who had upgraded the wooden house must have eliminated many other chosen ones. Only through such actions could one achieve an upgrade in such a brief period. Nan Feng peered through the crevices of the wooden house at the cold moonlight outside, a shiver of fear creeping over him. This world was not merely one plagued by ferocious beasts. It was also a realm where humanity turned upon itself. Chapter 9. Trade in a world devoid of order. The darkness within people's hearts swells uncontrollably. Compared to the savage beasts, the cunning of humankind poses an even greater threat. Nan Feng resolved, from this day forth, to trust no human lightly, for one could never know when a dagger might find its way to one's back. Shaking off his thoughts, he focused on the rabbit meat before him, sizzling over the flames and releasing a tantalizing aroma. The scent made him swallow hard. But a grave concern suddenly dawned upon him. There was no fresh water. Nan Feng had not had a sip in half a day. During the hunt for ferocious beasts, his mind had been taught, his attention wholly devoted to his surroundings. Now, as he relaxed, he realized his lips had begun to crack. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he pondered. There were no rivers or ponds near his wooden house. Where could he find fresh water? Ding. The trading system is now active. Dear chosen ones, you may freely trade items within the trading system. There are no middlemen profiting from the transaction. The trading system has been activated. With renewed vigor, Nan Feng promptly opened the panel and accessed the trading system page. Within mere seconds, numerous individuals began listing their items on the platform. Nan Feng perused the trading offerings. 1 unit of wood for a portion of food? Only a fool would agree to such terms. 1 unit of tequila for a barrel of fresh water. What even is this tequila? An herb? 5 units of stone for any portion of food? This seems somewhat reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng chose not to rush into trades. Instead, he resolved to explore the chat channel to gauge market prices. In the chat channel, is there a benevolent soul willing to trade me a portion of food? I am on the brink of starvation. I can offer 2 units of wood in exchange. 2 units of wood for food? What a fanciful dream you have. Indeed, wood can be easily obtained by chopping down trees, whereas food requires hunting ferocious beasts. There's a vast disparity in value. Is there anyone who can lend me a hand? I can offer warmth in return. Where is the lovely lady above? I shall come find you tomorrow. Damn, it's already night, and I've yet to slay a single beast. I am nearly starving. Is there a generous soul who could spare me some food? I am purchasing food at a high price. 10 units of wood for 1 portion of food. Who's interested? Upon reading this, Nan Feng had a sudden realization. In these early stages, 10 units of wood were quite substantial. His destined weapon required only 10 units of wood and 20 units of stone to upgrade. With these 10 units of wood, he could venture out tomorrow to seek stone and once again elevate his weapon. As for food, aside from the rabbit meat he was currently roasting, Nan Feng had in his backpack 2 red-eyed rabbit meats, 22 iron claw rat meats, 1 goo-goo bird meat, and 1 5-striped snake meat. This abundance of rat meat was primarily due to Nan Feng's successful hunt of a nest of iron claw rats. Given the presence of rabbit meat, he had no desire to consume the rat meat. However, while Nan Feng was uninterested, many others were eager for it. With this thought in mind, Nan Feng swiftly navigated the trading system, and quickly located the chosen one, offering food in exchange for 10 units of wood. He placed 1 iron claw rat meat on the trading table and confirmed the transaction. Yet, the trade did not complete immediately, as it required the other party's confirmation as well. In less than 2 seconds, Nan Feng's friend chat channel began to light up. Upon checking, he found a chosen one named Lu Daqiang wishing to add him as a friend. This Lu Daqiang was indeed the one proposing to trade food for wood. Without hesitation, Nan Feng accepted the friend request. Soon, Lu Daqiang sent a message. Brother, your rat meat is a bit small. It won't fill me up. Could you spare me another piece? Nan Feng replied. On this first night, food is far more crucial than wood. If you won't trade, I will seek others. Nan Feng was acutely aware of the peril posed by the beasts outside. For the vast majority, the past half-day likely resulted in no successful hunts for ferocious beasts. If these individuals fail to procure food, they will have to endure hunger until tomorrow. Lu Daqiang remarked. Indeed, my trade has lingered for so long, and you are the only one willing to engage with me. However, a single portion of rat meat is hardly sufficient. He continued, Brother, how about this? I shall exchange 15 units of wood for 2 portions of rat meat. What do you think? Nan Feng furrowed his brow. Do you possess that much wood? Where did it come from? Lu Daqiang replied. There are trees all around my little cabin. I spent the entire afternoon chopping them down. Understanding the situation, Lu Daqiang quickly agreed. Brother, splendid. It's settled then. He added, I may not excel at much, but I am the best at chopping wood. Tomorrow, I will prepare at least 30 units for you. Nan Feng responded. All right, proceed with the trade. Lu Daqiang canceled the original transaction and opted to trade exclusively with Nan Feng. 15 units of wood for 3 portions of iron claw rat meat. After placing the iron claw rat meat in the trade window and confirming its accuracy, Nan Feng clicked to finalize the transaction. The trade completed, and Nan Feng's inventory now boasted 19 units of wood. With Lu Daqiang's wood supply, I can save time tomorrow and focus on hunting ferocious beasts. Now at level 2. Coupled with the desert eagle, hunting level 1 and level 2 beasts should pose little challenge. This will not only elevate my level, but also yield more food. Nonetheless, caution remains paramount. After completing the trade, Nan Feng turned his attention to the trading system, for he needed to acquire some water. One can survive 7 days without food, yet only 3 days without water. This highlights the critical importance of water. Regrettably, there were currently no vendors in the trading system selling water resources. Compared to food, fresh water seems far more elusive. The chat channel was bustling with numerous chosen ones seeking to exchange various goods for fresh water, yet finding a trade proved difficult. Where shall I find water? Nan Feng pondered, suddenly recalling that someone had mentioned a small stream near their cabin. It was Huang Yuanming. After completing the first kill achievement, he had added Huang Yuanming and Wu Yuanqing as friends. Without hesitation, Nan Feng opened the friend chat channel and messaged Huang Yuanming. Brother, do you have a stream nearby? Huang Yuanming replied, so many people need fresh water. I am preparing to distribute it. No wonder he hadn't listed fresh water in the trading system. He hadn't found a suitable container. At that moment, Huang Yuanming sent another message. Brother, what is your destined weapon? Nan Feng frowned slightly. Why do you ask? Huang Yuanming explained. I just thought of a method. We could carve a hole in a piece of wood to create a wooden cup as a container for water. However, my destined weapon is a worm-eaten stick, which cannot be carved. He lamented. What a blunder. I should have chosen a knife or a sword. Upon reading this, Nan Feng's spirits lifted. He replied, Good brother, my destined weapon is a dagger. Making a wooden cup is certainly feasible. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, Great brother. Then what are we waiting for? Chapter 10, A Windfall. Huang Yuanming. Brother, at this moment, we are akin to family. Let us set aside other matters and divide the profits from tonight's freshwater exchange equally. Huang Yuanming. Of course, you shall provide the timber for crafting the wooden cups. Half of the profits? Nan Feng was taken aback. He had initially envisioned claiming only a modest share of 1 or 2/10 of the earnings. After all, Huang Yuanming could easily enlist others for the task of creating containers, while Nan Feng faced considerable difficulty in sourcing alternative freshwater. Sensing Nan Feng's uncertainty, Huang Yuanming promptly elaborated. The small stream beside us is extensive, extending far into the distance. And it is quite possible that other chosen ones are aware of its existence as well. Huang Yuanming. Thus, we must act swiftly, selling at a premium before they arrive, and secure a substantial profit. Huang Yuanming. My good brother, time is indeed money. Upon hearing Huang Yuanming's explanation, Nan Feng comprehended the situation. Nan Feng, my good brother, let us speak no more. I shall commence my work immediately. As the saying goes, diligence leads to prosperity. Nan Feng quickly retrieved a portion of timber and began to examine it. This piece of wood measured 1/2 meter in length, sufficient for crafting 5 cups. With swift precision, Nan Feng wielded his wooden dagger, slicing the timber into 5 equal parts. He then selected one of the segments and began to carve out a cavity in its center, perhaps due to the impressive sharpness of his tool. The process proved less arduous than Nan Feng had anticipated. Before long, he successfully fashioned his first wooden cup, capable of holding approximately 200 milliliters of fresh water. Quite commendable. Nan Feng opened his friend's list and initiated a trade for this wooden cup with Huang Yuanming to ascertain its practicality. Huang Yuanming, perfect brother. Continue crafting the wooden cups while I head out to sell the water. Soon after, Nan Feng observed Huang Yuanming making an announcement in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, fresh water for sale, approximately 200 milliliters. Trade it for any food item worth 4 or any materials totaling 20. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Bao Jian, wow, there's an expert selling water, but isn't this a bit pricey? Ma Yong, esteemed seller, could you lower the price a tad? It has only been half a day. Where shall we find so many resources? Wu Yuanxing, brother, save me a portion of that fresh water. I'll trade with you right now. It appeared that while the fresh water was indeed costly, many were still willing to purchase it. Before long, the first portion of fresh water was sold, prompting Huang Yuanming to send a trade request to Nan Feng. As for whether the price was fair or exorbitant, Nan Feng could not ascertain, as it was merely the first day, and there was no established market price for comparison. Huang Yuanming, good brother, the first cup of water has been exchanged for 4 pieces of red-eyed rabbit meat. According to our agreement, I shall share 2 portions with you. Nan Feng, my good brother, your integrity is commendable. Huang Yuanming, we are family, my brother. Why must we speak of such things? Without further ado, Huang Yuanming placed 2 pieces of red-eyed rabbit meat in the trade window. Nan Feng also set forth the second wooden cup he had crafted. The transaction was completed. For Nan Feng, utilizing only 1/5 of his timber, he had procured 2 portions of rabbit meat. This was an extraordinary bargain. With this in mind, Nan Feng eagerly began to create his third wooden cup, all the while savoring the delicious roasted rabbit meat he had just acquired. At present, Huang Yuanming appears to be quite trustworthy, a friend worthy of companionship. However, Nan Feng remains vigilant, offering Huang only a single wooden cup each time. Thus, Nan Feng crafts wooden cups while Huang Yuanming sells fresh water. After selling more than 20 portions, the supply dwindles to the point that few can afford it. At this juncture, Huang Yuanming sends a message. Good brother, our pricing is too high. Most people cannot afford it. Nan Feng replies, indeed. The chosen ones capable of gathering such resources on the first day are exceedingly rare. Huang Yuanming continues. As time passes, the value of fresh water will only decline. I have decided to lower the price to sell more, and we shall harvest this wave of profits first. Nan Feng responds, I have no objections. Huang Yuanming then states, however, if I reduce the price now, it may displease those who recently purchased water. Therefore, I wish to transfer the fresh water to you for sale, and we can split the proceeds. What do you think? Nan Feng agrees. As he would never refuse a profitable venture, Huang Yuanming swiftly trades a cup of fresh water to him. With the assistance of the inside eye, Nan Feng examines the description of this cup of water. Slightly unclean stream water. As the saying goes, what is not entirely clean does not cause illness. This is drinkable fresh water, safe for consumption. However, do be cautious of potential stomach issues. Gulp. Nan Feng swallows hard. It has been quite a while since he last drank, and having just consumed roasted rabbit meat, he is now parched. Just as he prepares to purchase the cup himself, a sudden roar of a beast reverberates from outside the cabin. A series of growls echo relentlessly. What is happening? Alarmed, Nan Feng cautiously opens a crack in the door to peer outside. Through the trees, he glimpses a multitude of ferocious beasts charging forth. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Nan Feng's friend chat channel erupts with notifications. Upon checking, he finds a message from Huang Yuanming. Huang Yuanming, good brother, quickly provide me with several more cups. Understanding Huang Yuanming's intent, Nan Feng does not hesitate and trades all 8 prepared wooden cups to him. Shortly thereafter, Huang Yuanming returns the cups to Nan Feng, now filled with slightly unclean stream water. Huang Yuanming exclaims, damn, that was terrifying. Thankfully, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have perished outside. Nan Feng inquires, what is the situation outside? Huang Yuanming replies, I don't know. It seems like the beasts have gone berserk. Regardless, I dare not venture out. He adds, you should find a way to sell the remaining fresh water. Set your own price, and we will split the profits. I trust you won't deceive me. I need to start a fire and cook now. Nan Feng agrees. After observing the outdoor situation a while longer, he notices that the ferocious beasts do not seem inclined to attack the cabin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It appears that the nights in this primal world are not as tranquil as one might imagine. Subsequently, Nan Feng gazes at the water in his hand. Including the cup initially traded by Huang Yuanming, he now possesses a total of 9 portions of fresh water. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decides to drink one of them. Not long ago, Huang Yuanming sold 21 portions of fresh water, and after dividing the profits, Nan Feng also received 20 portions of various food and a total of 110 portions of assorted materials. Nan Feng has now become quite affluent, able to afford a cup of water. Earlier, Nan Feng hesitated primarily out of fear of an upset stomach. With ferocious beasts rampaging outside, should Nan Feng indeed experience such discomfort, it would be quite unpleasant to resolve it within the confines of the small wooden cabin. Fortunately, the stream's water is relatively clean, and Nan Feng does not feel any abdominal pain. After drinking a cup of water, Nan Feng felt refreshed and invigorated. Opening the chat channel, Nan Feng resolved to sell the remaining freshwater as quickly as possible, willing to accept any price. By tomorrow, it was certain that more chosen ones would discover the freshwater resource, and its value would diminish. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, I'm done for. I was planning to chop down a couple of trees for a cup of water, but almost met my demise outside. Ma Yong, the beasts out there have gone completely berserk. It's terrifying. Ling Qi, does anyone have a little food to spare? I'm so hungry. Nan Feng, selling freshwater, 8 portions left, highest bidder wins. Make your offers. Chapter 11, upgrading my divine weapon. Nan Feng, selling freshwater, 8 portions left, highest bidder wins. Make your offers. Qiu Feihong, damn, another big shot is selling freshwater. Bao Jian, Nan Feng, I offer. Wood, 4, can you sell me a portion? Ma Yong, I offer. Stone, 5, please sell me a portion. Bao Jian, I offer. Wood, 8, sell it to me. Nan Feng did not rush to complete the transactions, but chose to wait a while longer, allowing them to raise their bids. After about 5 minutes, Nan Feng noted the highest offers and began adding friends to finalize the trades. Among them was a girl named Yu Ran, who Nan Feng recalled. Once Yu Ran accepted the friend request, Nan Feng promptly initiated a trade, presenting a portion of not-so-clean stream water. Earlier, Yu Ran had quoted a price of wood, 8, and stone, 6 in the chat channel. However, she did not proceed with the trade directly. Instead, she sent Nan Feng a message. Hello, can I exchange this cup of water for a medicinal herb? Nan Feng furrowed his brow. Herb? What effect does it have? Without elaboration, Yu Ran sent the details of the herb to Nan Feng. Power herb. Consuming it grants the chosen one an increase of 2 in strength. Note, each chosen one can consume a maximum of 2 power herbs. Additional consumption is ineffective. A herb that can enhance strength by 2 points. In comparison, this is far more valuable than wood and stone. After all, wood and stone are abundant, but herbs are not so easily found. Nan Feng had not encountered any herbs today at all. Curiously, Nan Feng inquired, you want to trade this for freshwater? Are you certain? This is worth much more than wood and stone. Yu Ran replied, the wood and stone can upgrade my divine weapon to an intermediate level, effectively increasing my attributes by 5 points. At present, I require wood and stone more. Nan Feng suddenly understood. Indeed, as the most prevalent materials, wood and stone play a significant role. They can be utilized not only to enhance one's primary weapon, but also to upgrade a modest dwelling, proving to be exceedingly useful. Yu Yan, what will it be? Do you prefer the mighty herb or the wood and stone? Nan Feng, I shall take the mighty herb. Nan Feng has amassed a considerable amount of wood and stone, sufficient for the time being. Should he find himself in need, he can easily procure these materials tomorrow. In comparison, the mighty herb proves to be far more advantageous for him. Yu Yan, very well, the transaction is complete. Thank you, esteemed patron. Transaction completed. Holding the herb, which resembled wild grass, Nan Feng took a deep breath and swallowed it whole. Ding. Consumption of the mighty herb successful. Your strength has increased by 2. Though the name of this herb may seem rather informal, its effects are quite remarkable. With an additional 2 points of strength, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he counted the supplies acquired from the 9 portions of fresh water, distributing half to Huang Yuanming for the cup he consumed and the one sold to Yu Yan. He calculated their worth based on the price for 20 portions. Upholding integrity, Nan Feng had no intention of deceiving Huang Yuanming, as their previous collaborations had been rather pleasant. Once these trivial matters were settled, Nan Feng finally had the opportunity to assess his harvest from the night. Opening his backpack, he found it brimming with a plethora of resources: red-eyed rabbit meat, 8 iron-clawed rat meat, 21 iron-clawed rat claws, 12 cuckoo bird meat, 13 five-flower snake meat, 3 wood, 77 stone, 85 hallucinogenic fangs, 1 with an ample supply of wood and stone. He was poised to upgrade his primary weapon once more. Alternatively, he could wait until he amassed 100 units of wood to first upgrade the small dwelling. The materials required for upgrading the small house are 100 wood and 60 stone. Nan Feng was nearly prepared for that. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to upgrade his primary weapon first. The materials needed for this upgrade were minimal, requiring only 10 wood and 20 stone, a negligible expense for Nan Feng. Furthermore, enhancing his primary weapon would significantly bolster his prowess in hunting ferocious beasts. This, in turn, would yield more food, allowing for greater resource exchange and an increased chance of survival. Without further hesitation, Nan Feng decisively upgraded his primary weapon. Primary weapon, weapon name, Ramshackle Arsenal, current grade, upper middle class type, backpack attributes, 20 backpack slots, materials required for upgrade, 50 wood, 100 stone, 10 iron blocks, unlocked equipment in arsenal, Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of his primary weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. Nan Feng swiftly reviewed the attributes post-upgrade. Following the enhancement, his backpack size expanded by 5 slots, while other attributes remained unchanged and no new equipment was unlocked. For the next upgrade, would iron blocks be required? Unsure of where to find it, Nan Feng shook his head and promptly opened his equipment menu to examine the changes. Desert Eagle, current grade, upper tier, increases with dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 12, stamina 8. Each attack consumes 4 mana points, inflicting 100 points of damage on the struck enemy. Acquired from the dilapidated armory. Wooden dagger, current grade, upper tier, increases with dilapidated armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 14, agility 3, endurance 3. Each attack can deal 90 to 110 points of damage to the enemy, slightly enhancing bleeding effects. Acquired from the dilapidated armory. Upon reviewing the attributes of his equipment, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. This upgrade of his signature weapon significantly enhanced his capabilities. The Desert Eagle alone granted him an additional 20 points to his attributes. It is worth noting that leveling up traditionally only adds 25 points to his attributes. With the Desert Eagle equipped, Nan Feng experienced a remarkable boost in his stats. Name, Nan Feng. Level, 2, 47, 400. Health points, 130, endurance 10. Mana points, 190, stamina 10. Attack power, 140, strength 5. Defense power, 48, endurance, stamina 15. Strength, 28. Agility, 17. Endurance, 13. Stamina, 19. Signature weapon, dilapidated armory. Skills, none. Equipment, Desert Eagle, worn shirt, torn jeans, worn sneakers, beginner's tactical watch. Backpack, 830. Now, with strength soaring to 28 points and attack power reaching 140, Nan Feng felt confident. Should he encounter another level 2 beast, he would not find himself in the same dire predicament as before. Tomorrow, he could venture further afield to hunt more formidable beasts and elevate his level. My little cabin must also be upgraded swiftly. It seems I am still lacking in wood and stone. Glancing at the food in his backpack, Nan Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that his surplus provisions could be exchanged for materials. Chapter 12, The Arrow Bee. Nan Feng's backpack was brimming with food, particularly abundant in ironclaw rat meat and gugu bird meat. Given the availability of red-eyed rabbit meat, he would not consider these two types of food for now. Utilizing them to procure resources was a commendable option. After pondering for a moment, Nan Feng decided to list these two food items on the trading channel. Ironclaw rat meat 1, for any material 8. Gugu bird meat 1, for any material 8. With a total of 21 portions of ironclaw rat meat and 13 portions of gugu bird meat, he placed all of his surplus food items on the market at once. A significant portion of this transaction was facilitated through the sale of freshwater. Nan Feng did not inflate the prices excessively, as most individuals currently lacked sufficient materials. In the chat channel, it soon became apparent that many had discovered the food items listed by Nan Feng. Given that the trading channel had only just opened its first day with limited offerings, Nan Feng's listing of 34 food portions caused quite a stir. Where did the esteemed Nan Feng acquire such an abundance of food? Exclaimed one participant. I am famished. With so much food available, could he not spare us a morsel? We are all compatriots here. Is he so unwilling to share even a bit of rat meat without demanding materials in return? If this were before my transmigration, Nan Feng would undoubtedly be a walking fortune of 500,000. Profiting from disaster is truly distasteful. Esteemed Nan Feng, might you consider lowering the prices? How can we possibly gather so many materials? Lowering the prices is out of the question. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, gathering wood and stones is far safer. Nan Feng mused. As for sharing with others, that is even less likely. I am no benevolent saint, nor am I their benefactor. In this perilous, primordial world, a compassionate heart would only hasten one's demise. At this moment, Lu Daqiang also chimed in within the chat channel. Logically speaking, 8 units of materials can be exchanged for 1 portion of food. This is quite a bargain. If you feel it is not worth it, you are free to attempt hunting the ferocious beasts yourselves. Huang Yuanming added, indeed. I am beginning to suspect that this Nan Feng is engaged in charitable acts. Tian Jiping interjected. But where are we to find such abundant materials? This exorbitantly priced food is simply tormenting us. Your inability to exchange does not concern others. Replied Bao Jian. Exactly. If you cannot trade this evening, you may collect materials tomorrow, cannot you? Lu Daqiang countered. Wu Yuansheng noted, for those unskilled in combat, this at least provides a source of food. Moreover, requiring only 8 units of materials is genuinely reasonable. While Nan Feng remained silent, many began to advocate on his behalf. After a moment of reflection, Nan Feng discerned the underlying motives. To others, possessing such a vast quantity of food on the very first day marked him as a prominent figure. Establishing a favorable relationship with such an individual could prove advantageous. Of course, Huang Yuanming was aware of how Nan Feng had acquired the food, but he refrained from disclosing this information. Their recent collaboration had forged a fragile friendship. At this juncture, bolstered by Huang Yuanming, Lu Daqiang, and others, the sentiment within the chat channel began to shift. Indeed, at the very least, this presents a source of food, sparing me from battling ferocious beasts. Yes, I have never even killed a chicken in my life. How could I possibly hunt ferocious beasts? Gathering stones and chopping wood seems much safer. Precisely. Tomorrow morning, I shall venture forth to chop wood, aiming to secure a portion of food by noon. Oh dear. There are only 34 portions in total. This is insufficient. I must retire early tonight to rise at dawn for woodcutting. Ah, the competition has ignited, has it? Then I too shall sleep. Farewell. In an instant, the voices in the chat channel dwindled significantly. Nan Feng closed the panel and gazed at the campfire before him. The stack of firewood would burn for quite some time. Assured that he would not perish from the cold during the night, he stifled a yawn, collapsed onto the wooden floor, and succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke the next day, Nan Feng awoke with the first light of day. It must be said that his sleep had been rather uncomfortable. The absence of a proper bed proved to be quite challenging. Stretching lazily, he took a moment to gather himself before slowly opening the door of the small wooden cabin. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting a serene atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. The ferocious beasts that had rampaged the night before had vanished. Surely it was safe now? With caution, Nan Feng stepped out of the cabin, surveying his surroundings. He found no sign of danger. However, a faint metallic scent wafted through the air, causing him to frown. That was he turned his gaze toward the spot where Huang Peng's body had lain. The corpse had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood as evidence of its existence. Such a thorough cleanup? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. His objectives for the day were clear: level up to at least level 3. Upgrade his cabin, and ideally, discover the whereabouts of iron blocks. Furthermore, he needed to search for a water source nearby. The lack of potable freshwater was undoubtedly the greatest challenge he faced at present. It was hardly feasible to spend 20 units of materials each time to exchange for freshwater from Huang Yuanming. That was far too extravagant. Currently, he found himself in a primeval forest teeming with beasts. There must surely be a water source nearby. Nan Feng resolved to seek out water first, while simultaneously hunting ferocious beasts and gathering stones. Choosing a random direction, he ventured forth. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, he finally spotted his first target, a jungle fowl. Jungle fowl, level 1 health points, 120 mana points, 15 attack power, 35 defense power, 20 utilizing insightful gaze to assess the jungle fowl's attributes. Nan Feng raised his weapon and fired. A shot rang out, 132 damage. With an impressive attack power of 140, Nan Feng dispatched the jungle fowl with ease. Killing you is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. As he holstered his desert eagle, the chime of the creation god's system resonated in his ears. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, jungle fowl, earning 5 experience points. Ding! You have obtained jungle fowl meat, X1. Chicken meat? That should taste delightful. He could try it at noon. This marked the second day since his arrival in this world, while many other chosen ones had yet to successfully hunt even a single beast. Yet, Nan Feng could effortlessly dispatch level 1 creatures. Now, 1 portion of food equated to 8 units of materials. Was this not far easier than chopping wood? Nan Feng continued onward, soon drawn by a buzzing sound. Not far away, a bee the size of a fist hovered over a flower, diligently collecting nectar. Arrow bee, level 2, health points, 380 mana points, 60 attack power, 95, defense power, 25, skill, arrow launch. This is a level 2 ferocious beast. Seizing the moment before the arrow bee became aware of him, Nan Feng slowly raised his desert eagle and aimed at the creature. Boom! The gunfire echoed. 115. Despite the beast's immobility, Nan Feng's accuracy proved commendable. This shot precisely struck the arrow bee, inflicting 115 points of damage. Just 4 shots would suffice to slay it. However, the wounded arrow bee began to flit about erratically, making it difficult for Nan Feng to take aim. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sharp stinger at the arrow bee's rear shot out, piercing Nan Feng's abdomen. 47. This was the arrow bee's skill, arrow launch. Chapter 13, Elite Ferocious Beasts. Struck by the arrow bee's projectile, Nan Feng immediately lost 47 points of health. Damn! Nan Feng grunted in pain and quickly sought refuge behind a large tree. With only 130 health points in total, 3 attacks from the arrow bee could spell his doom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The arrow bee flapped its wings, attempting to maneuver around and continue its assault on Nan Feng. Yet, Nan Feng was cunning, circling the tree, occasionally peeking out to fire a shot at the arrow bee. The creature's intelligence was lacking, and it soon fell victim to Nan Feng's marksmanship. Ding! You have slain the level 2 ordinary ferocious beast, arrow bee, gaining 20 experience points. Thankfully, he had escaped unscathed. Upon witnessing the arrow bee's demise, Nan Feng finally exhaled in relief. The beast's attack power had reached an alarming 95 points. Had he been the slightest bit careless, he could have met his end here. Perhaps it was not merely the arrow bee's might, but rather his own low health that posed the greater threat. Nan Feng's base attributes were rather poor. Even at level 2, he possessed only 130 health points. Some chosen ones boasted higher health even at level 1. I still have 5 free attribute points. Should I allocate them to stamina? Health is influenced by stamina, with each point providing an additional 10 points to the health cap. Yet, in truth, Nan Feng was inclined to invest his free attribute points into strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In contemplation, Nan Feng once again heard the buzzing of bees. More arrow bees lurked nearby. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached the direction from whence the sound emanated. After advancing approximately 20 meters, he discovered a massive hive nestled in a large tree. Countless arrow bees swarmed around it, a truly daunting sight. So many. Nan Feng swallowed hard, slowly retreating until the buzzing faded from earshot, before dashing in the opposite direction. Fortunately, the arrow bees had not detected him. My goodness, there are far too many arrow bees. Moreover, this hive is alarmingly close to my little wooden cabin. A grave expression crossed Nan Feng's face. He dreaded the day he would step outside only to find his cabin besieged by arrow bees. Given his current strength, he could barely contend with a single arrow bee. However, such a formidable swarm of wasps left Nan Feng hesitant to even cast a glance. Despite possessing considerable experience, he found himself outmatched. With a sigh, he dismissed these thoughts and cautiously ventured in another direction. As he progressed, he occasionally encountered ferocious beasts, mostly of the first level, with a rare few being of the second level, all of which he dispatched with precise shots from his desert eagle, significantly enhancing his efficiency in hunting. Ding! Due to the presence of a chosen one who has reached level 3 in this area, the leaderboard system is now activated. Someone has already ascended to level 3. Nan Feng was taken aback and promptly opened the panel to review the rankings. Leaderboard. First, Xiao Luo, level 3. Second, Wu Yuansheng, level 2. Third, Su Zuran, level 2. Fourth, Shinpan, level 2. Fifth, Yu Ran, level 2. 23rd, Nan Feng, level 2. Nan Feng felt he had made decent progress in leveling up. Yet he was surprised to find himself in 23rd place. The top contender, Xiao Luo, had not spoken a word in the chat channel. Indeed, true experts seldom engage in idle chatter. He was somewhat astonished by the presence of Yu Ran, the sole female to break into the top 10. Her prowess should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the chosen ones in the chat channel were engaging in lively discussions. What the heck? I just woke up, and the system tells me someone has already reached level 3? Is this a joke? Good heavens, I've only hunted one beast, and am far from level 2. Yet there are already experts at level 3. Xiao Luo, are you there? Please, I need assistance. My word, 55 experts have already leveled up to 2? Do you all progress this swiftly? Enough talk. I must venture out to hunt beasts. Nan Feng glanced briefly and quickly closed the chat channel. He needed to focus on hunting and leveling up. Ding. Your Iron Claw Rat Meat has been successfully sold. You have gained 8 stones. Ding. Your Goo Bird Meat has been successfully sold. You have gained 8 pieces of wood. Just as he prepared to depart, a series of system notifications caught his attention. It turned out that several portions of food he had listed the previous night had been sold, yielding a substantial amount of materials. A quick glance at the panel revealed that the buyer was none other than the top-ranked Xiao Luo. Curious, Nan Feng pondered why someone who had reached level 3, presumably having slain numerous beasts, would still require food. What purpose could they have for such provisions? Unable to fathom it, he chose to set aside his musings and continue on his path to advancement. Throughout his journey, Nan Feng made a concerted effort to traverse low-lying areas and valleys, as these locations were more likely to yield water sources. Since rising that morning, he had not consumed a single drop of water. If he did not locate a source by midday, he would have no choice but to purchase fresh water from Huang Yuanming. Quack, quack. At that moment, Nan Feng heard the croaking of frogs. The presence of frogs indicated a strong likelihood of a water source nearby. Following the sound, Nan Feng soon discovered a pool of water, approximately the size of a basketball court. Unfortunately, the water in the pool showed no signs of motion. It was stagnant. This pool likely formed from accumulated rainwater, but one could only wonder if drinking from it would lead to an upset stomach. Nan Feng felt somewhat dissatisfied with this water source, as consuming stagnant water could be detrimental to one's health. Nevertheless, this was a remarkable world. There existed a more direct method to determine the potability of the water, using the skill, Insightful Gaze. It must be said that this skill, a reward for his first kill, proved to be quite practical. Approaching the edge of the pool, Nan Feng activated Insightful Gaze. Polluted water pool. Accumulated rainwater over time has formed this pool, which contains various excretions from fierce beasts. Please drink with caution. Indeed, the result from Insightful Gaze aligned with Nan Feng's suspicions. The water was utterly undrinkable. Alas, it was a moment of false hope. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed Nan Feng's face, he quickly regained his composure. At the very least, his approach to finding a water source was not in vain. Discovering one source could lead to another. It might only require a bit more time. Ribbit, ribbit. At that moment, the croaking of frogs echoed once more in Nan Feng's ears. He glanced around and soon spotted a frog lurking in the pool. Its eyes were as large as ping-pong balls. The frog's bulging eyes fixated on Nan Feng, startling him momentarily. Insightful Gaze. Nan Feng once again activated the skill to examine the frog's attributes. Toxic Marsh Frog. Level 2 Elite Beast. Health points 500,500. Mana points 160160. Attack power 135. Defense 80. Skills Toxic Arrow Spray, Toxic Mist. Upon observing the attributes of this toad, Nan Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This was an elite creature. The statistics of the toxic marsh frog were alarmingly high. With a staggering 500 health points and 135 attack power, it could easily dispatch Nan Feng in an instant. Although he had yet to encounter a level 3 beast, he surmised that this level 2 elite beast would certainly not be weaker than an ordinary level 3 beast. Cautiously, Nan Feng began to retreat, his gaze fixed firmly on the toxic marsh frog, wary that it might leap forth to attack. With only 140 health points, he could not withstand the frog's assault. After retreating several paces, Nan Feng found himself beside a large tree. This tree, standing approximately 5 to 6 meters tall and as thick as a person could embrace, sparked a thought in Nan Feng's mind. If he could climb the tree and attack from above, would it be possible to defeat this elite beast? After all, it was a formidable foe. Perhaps I might acquire some splendid equipment. With this thought in mind, Nan Feng swiftly opened his interface and glanced at his status bar. Throughout his journey, he had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts, and now he found his magical energy reduced to a mere 90 points. Each assault of the desert eagle consumed 4 points of magic, which meant he could still unleash 22 attacks, sufficient to slay this level 2 elite beast. As the saying goes, greed leads to demise. Nan Feng cast a glance at the motionless toxic marsh frog, gritted his teeth, and ascended the tree. Having grown up in the countryside, Nan Feng was quite adept at climbing, and he swiftly scaled the trunk. Perched upon a branch as thick as an arm, he leaned forward to gaze at the pond below, where the toxic marsh frog remained submerged, occasionally croaking. Raising the desert eagle, Nan Feng carefully aimed at the frog. Bang! 60. His first shot struck true, inflicting 60 points of damage. Alas, he had miscalculated slightly. Originally aiming for the frog's eye, nerves got the better of him, causing his hand to tremble at the last moment, resulting in a hit to the frog's body instead. Nevertheless, the damage dealt infused him with confidence. If each shot landed, he would require only 9 shots to bring down the toxic marsh frog, and he would still have ample magic left. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng swiftly steadied his emotions and re-aimed at the toxic marsh frog below. However, after sustaining his first shot, the frog let out a pained croak and submerged entirely, thrashing about beneath the surface. Soon, the pond returned to calm, but Nan Feng had lost sight of the creature. This was problematic. The elusive beast could conceal itself. For Nan Feng, this was hardly fortuitous. He was aware of its presence while the toxic marsh frog lurked in the shadows, leaving him precariously perched in the tree. No need to rush. Patience is key. He remained vigilant, observing the movements below with bated breath. Before long, he noticed a small bubble forming in the pond. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. This was likely the toxic marsh frog taking a breath. Bang! Nan Feng aimed at the spot where the bubble had emerged and fired decisively. 60. A faint red numeral appeared from the depths, and he could not suppress his joy. A hit. Croak. Another shot struck home, and the toxic marsh frog, evidently incensed, surged from the water. In its limited intellect, it must have reasoned that hiding beneath the surface would not spare it from harm, so it chose to confront him directly. With the target now exposed, Nan Feng was elated. He raised the desert eagle and unleashed a rapid volley. 60. Weak point attack. 90. 2 of the 3 shots found their mark, one of which triggered a weak point attack. The frog now had 230 points of health remaining. Nan Feng quickly calculated the frog's vitality, feeling a surge of confidence. Its health had been reduced by half. Croak. At that moment, the toxic marsh frog leaped violently from the water. Its body was as large as a basketball, covered with a multitude of small, grotesque bumps that made Nan Feng feel a wave of nausea. This toxic marsh toad leapt over 2 meters high, spitting forth a mouthful of dark green phlegm towards Nan Feng. No, it was not phlegm. It was the toxic marsh toad's skill, toxic arrow spray. Nan Feng had anticipated this and swiftly grabbed another branch, swinging like a monkey to evade the attack. However, his speed proved insufficient, and the toxic arrow struck his left calf. 87. Poisoned. 5. Poisoned. 3. The toxic arrow pierced his calf, allowing venom to seep into his bloodstream. Soon, his calf began to blacken and decay, causing him to grimace in pain. More alarmingly, Nan Feng was still in the poisoned state, losing health at regular intervals. It's over. Clenching his left hand tightly around his calf to slow the blood flow, Nan Feng looked down at the toxic marsh toad, noticing its jaw swelling as if it were gathering power for a second strike. Upon realizing this, Nan Feng's expression hardened, and he quickly ascended higher into the tree. He did not stop until he was nearly at the top. Through the gaps in the leaves, Nan Feng observed the toxic marsh toad bouncing below, seemingly unable to reach him at the treetop. For the moment, he was safe. Without hesitation, Nan Feng hastily removed his tattered shirt and bound it tightly around his calf. This tactic proved somewhat effective, although he remained poisoned. The rate at which he lost health had significantly decreased to about 3 points every 10 seconds. However, the terrifying reality was that Nan Feng was now left with only 35 health points. If he could not dispel the poison, he would perish within 2 minutes. Coming to this conclusion, Nan Feng experienced an unusual calm. His mind raced, swiftly formulating a decision. He must eliminate the toxic marsh toad first. Better to drag it down with him. Raising his Desert Eagle, Nan Feng fired several shots from his elevated position. The distance between them was merely a few meters, and the basketball-sized bulk of the toxic marsh toad ensured a high accuracy rate. Weak point attack, 90, 60, 60, 60. In a mere 10 seconds, Nan Feng fired 6 shots, 4 of which struck true. Quack. The toxic marsh toad let out a final, anguished cry before expiring. Ding. You have slain the level 2 elite beast, toxic marsh toad, earning 40 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Nan Feng exhaled in relief. Finally, it was dealt with. At that moment, a small gray orb floated out from the toad's body and fell onto the muddy ground, quickly transforming into the shape of a treasure chest. Equipment drop. Glancing at his health, which stood at 29 points, enough to last approximately 100 seconds, he hoped fervently that the treasure chest contained an antidote. Time was of the essence, and without daring to hesitate, Nan Feng leapt swiftly from the tree. Chapter 15, A Narrow Escape. Swish. The southern wind swiftly leapt from the tree, landing gracefully upon the ground. Before him lay an ancient, gray treasure chest, its contents a mystery. Without hesitation, he decisively opened the chest. Ding. You have opened a gray treasure chest, obtaining blueprint for an excellent water purification device, X1. The water purification device. The southern wind felt a pang of frustration. Had he acquired this blueprint just minutes earlier, he would have been elated, perhaps even leaping with joy. However, in his current state, with less than 30 health points and suffering from poison, he could barely survive for another minute. With death looming, what use was this water purification device to him? His peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse of a poisoned swamp toad nearby. He had yet to loot it. This creature might yield an antidote. With that thought igniting his resolve, the southern wind reached out, touching the poisoned swamp toad. Ding. You have obtained toxic gland of the poisoned swamp toad, X1. Ding. You have obtained meat of the poisoned swamp toad, X1. The toxic gland of the swamp toad? Without delay, he activated Insightful Gaze to examine the attributes of this item. Toxic gland of the poisoned swamp toad. This is the organ wherein the swamp toad stores its venom, brimming with toxicity. Note, consuming it directly may yield unforeseen effects. Consuming it directly. The southern wind hesitated. This item was evidently laced with deadly poison, and ingesting it could very well result in his immediate demise. Yet, as his health dwindled, his complexion turned pale, blood trickled from his nostrils, and a dizzying sensation washed over him. Even if he refrained from eating, his time was limited. What did a mere few seconds matter? With this thought, the southern wind resolved to take a gamble, hoping that consuming the toxic gland would lead to unexpected results. Gulp. He swallowed it whole. The bitter and astringent taste made him grimace. But the good news was that his poisoned status had been lifted. Ding. You have consumed toxic gland of the poisoned swamp toad, gaining 5 poison resistance, and simultaneously removing the poisoned effect. By the heavens, incredible. Is this the legendary method of using poison against poison? The southern wind nearly leapt for joy. He was left with a mere 11 health points. He had come perilously close to death. What a close call. Leaning against the tree, he exhaled deeply, a wave of dread washing over him. How reckless. Faced with a level 2 elite beast, he had charged forth without a second thought. Truly foolish. From now on, he vowed to be cautious, infinitely cautious. This world was fraught with danger. Rising to his feet, he admonished himself once more, a reminder he had repeated countless times over the past 2 days. Caw, caw. The sound of a chicken crowing startled him. With only 11 health points remaining, even a level 1 beast could potentially spell his end. Climb the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, the southern wind swiftly ascended the nearby tree, keenly observing his surroundings. Nearby, a jungle chicken hopped merrily to the water's edge, lowering its head to drink. Nan Feng drew out his Desert Eagle, slowly aiming at the jungle fowl. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to pull the trigger. His magical energy was nearly depleted. While his mana might still be barely sufficient, his health points were alarmingly low, with only 11 health points remaining. Any brush with a ferocious beast could lead to his untimely demise. Nan Feng expressed his frustration. This was utterly unreasonable. With a sigh, he opened the chat channel, intending to engage with the group for a while, hoping to discover a solution to his predicament. It was utterly absurd. It wasn't even noon yet, and all 30+ food items he had listed in the trading system had sold out. He had spent the entire morning chopping wood, only to find it all in vain. Hey bro, you're too slow. I swapped for a piece of iron claw rat meat ages ago, and it's delicious. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to see someone discussing him as soon as he entered the chat channel. Had all the food really sold out? He had previously set his materials to auto-trade, so selling these items didn't require him to confirm each transaction individually, saving him a great deal of time. Glancing into his backpack, he discovered an abundance of materials, 231 wood and 171 stones. Remarkably, he had more than enough materials to upgrade his small cabin. It was a cruel irony, earning money but having no means to spend it. Sighing once more, Nan Feng checked his transaction log and noticed that the top-ranked player, Xiao Luo, had purchased 12 food items from him. No wonder the food had sold so quickly. What could this prominent player possibly need with so much food? Where had he acquired all those materials? Shaking his head, Nan Feng didn't dwell on it and browsed through the trading system, hoping to find something worthwhile to purchase. His primary objective was to seek items that could restore his health. Aside from some food and freshwater trades, several items caught his attention. Sturdy grass. Consuming it increases constitution by 2. Trade for 5 cups of potable water. You're on. Was it her again? Just last night. He had exchanged for a strong grass from her, and today she was selling sturdy grass. It seemed there were abundant herbs near her birthplace. Nan Feng felt a wave of envy. Flame fruit. Consuming it grants 5 fire resistance. Trade for any materials worth 40. This was rather early game. Who needed such a meager amount of fire resistance? Who would trade for that? Surely, 40 units of materials were far more appealing. What use was 5 fire resistance? Could one drink magma? Shaking his head, Nan Feng continued to peruse the other items. Suddenly, he was elated, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a lifesaver for him. Let me see. Trade for any materials worth 50? So expensive? In comparison to life, what does 50 units of materials amount to? After all, Nan Feng was not lacking in materials at the moment. He made the trade decisively. The other party had clearly set up automatic trading. And Nan Feng immediately received the delicious bird meat. The other party is Xiao Luo? At this moment, Nan Feng finally realized that the individual selling the food was none other than the top-ranked Xiao Luo. Wait a moment. Xiao Luo has purchased a considerable amount of food from me, including gugu bird meat. Oh no, could this bird meat be the very same that I sold to him? Chapter 16, The Exquisite Water Purification Device. It was at this juncture that Nan Feng understood the purpose behind Xiao Luo's bulk purchases of food. I exchanged 1 portion of food for 8 units of materials, while Xiao Luo required 50 units of materials for a single portion of high-end food. Indeed, only those with a heart of darkness can amass wealth. Nan Feng couldn't help but exclaim. After consuming the delicious bird meat, Nan Feng's health points began to gradually recover. The crisis had been temporarily averted. The chat channel was as bustling as ever, with numerous chosen ones opting to remain indoors, engaging in conversation within their cozy wooden cabins. Ling Qi, is there a pigeon to come to my rescue? Bao Jian, is it possible to block someone on this chat channel? This girl upstairs is incessantly calling out like a ghost. Mayong, she certainly knows how to call out. Haha. Huang Yuanming, could you all refrain from squabbling? The price of fresh water has plummeted to 4 portions of materials per cup. Tian Jiping, you sold so many portions of fresh water last night. Haven't you already made a fortune? What's wrong with us making a little profit too? Nan Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at the trading system. Sure enough. Besides Huang Yuanming, several other chosen ones were also selling fresh water. It seemed that many had discovered sources of fresh water. Consequently, the price of fresh water would only continue to decline. However, Nan Feng was unconcerned, having already earned a substantial sum last night. The drop in fresh water prices did not bother him. Moreover, he had just acquired a blueprint for an exquisite water purification device. And the decrease in fresh water prices would actually work to his advantage. With this thought in mind, Nan Feng ceased to worry about water prices and continued to observe the chat. Although it was termed a water group, Nan Feng was primarily eavesdropping, hoping to glean any useful information. Wu Yuanxing, is there any brother in the group who hails from the plains? Wu Yuansheng, I just saw someone from a distance. Not sure if they are an indigenous person or a chosen one. Bao Jian, me, does this world even have indigenous people? Isn't this a primitive world? Qiu Feihong, perhaps there are primitive people, you know, the kind that screams. Funny. Su Ming, boss, I'm right here on a plane. Wu Yuanxing, were you just standing on a giant rock taking a leak? Su Ming, damn, you saw that. Wu Yuanxing, brother, just stay put. I'll buy some oranges and come find you. Huang Yuanming, buying oranges sounds reasonable. Nan Feng, are you two planning to meet? Stay safe. Ling Qi, brothers, once you meet up, could you come rescue me first? I'm so hungry. As 2 individuals prepared to meet, the chat channel grew even more animated. This indicated that the distances between everyone were not particularly far. In this unfamiliar world, being able to unite with one's kind was uplifting news for many. Yet, Nan Feng harbored no such sentiments. As early as yesterday evening, he had encountered other chosen ones and even slain one of them. Some humans can be more terrifying than ferocious beasts, especially in this lawless world. After quietly observing the screen for a while, Nan Feng glanced at his status and found that his health had recovered to 61 points. He unwrapped the shirt that was wound around his thigh and donned it again before leaping down from the tree. The jungle fowl that had come to drink from the pond earlier had vanished without a trace. Nan Feng did not seek it out. Instead, he hurried towards the small wooden cabin. Fortunately, he had enjoyed a serving of fragrant roasted meat. Otherwise, he would have perished outside. After taking a brief 2-minute respite, Nan Feng rose once more and began upgrading the cabin. Upgrading the cabin required 100 units of wood and 60 units of stone, resources that were not too burdensome for him. Upgrade. Old wooden cabin. Level 1. Health points. 20,000 defense. 300 traits. 15 health per minute. 15 mana per minute. Materials required for upgrade. 300 wood. 200 stone. 20 iron. Upon upgrading, the attributes of the cabin surged dramatically. Its health increased from the original 5,000 points to 20,000 points. And its defense rose from 100 points to 300 points, with a significant boost in the regeneration rate of health and mana. Unfortunately, upgrading the cabin did not confer any enhancement to Nan Feng's own attributes. Nonetheless, it was still commendable. 20,000 health points and 300 defense would suffice to withstand numerous beastly attacks. Not only did the attributes improve, but the interior of the cabin also underwent a transformation. The previous cramped cabin, which barely spanned 5 square meters and required one to curl up to sleep, had now expanded to approximately 20 square meters. It now boasted a rickety little bed and a rudimentary campfire setup. There was not only a place to sleep, but also a space for roasting meat. Perfect. Oh, I also possessed the blueprint for a water purification device. Nan Feng opened his backpack and retrieved the blueprint. Fine water purification device blueprint, capable of crafting a fine water purification device. Required materials: 10 wood, 20 gravel, 200 fine sand, 5 charcoal. As he examined the required materials, Nan Feng furrowed his brow. I have the wood, but is gravel merely crushed stone? And where am I to procure fine sand and charcoal? After pondering for a moment, he glanced at the remnants of the campfire from the previous night. There were plenty of charcoals left, as he casually picked one up. He heard the prompt indicating he had obtained charcoal, X1. The charcoal issue was resolved. Next, Nan Feng retrieved 2 pieces of stone from his backpack and struck them together, quickly creating a pile of gravel. The gravel problem was also resolved. Now only fine sand remained. Everything was nearly in order. Nan Feng couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. The fine water purification device could now be crafted. Returning to the cabin, Nan Feng once again took out the blueprint to confirm the crafting process. After a flicker of light, a water purification device materialized within Nan Feng's quaint wooden cabin. Superior water purification device. Pour in water from a source with minimal contamination, and the device will automatically purify it. First, purchase a cup of water to test the efficacy of this purification. Nan Feng accessed the trading channel, expending 4 units of materials to acquire a cup of fresh water. Subsequently, he poured the fresh water into the superior water purification device and patiently awaited its completion. Approximately 10 minutes later, a cup of pristine water emerged from the collector beneath the device. Nan Feng retrieved the collector and employed Inside Eye for examination. Clean fresh water. This is an exceptionally pure form of fresh water. In this perilous world, discovering such a clean water source is an exceedingly rare feat. Consuming it restores 5 mana points per minute for a duration of 10 minutes. Nan Feng was elated. Chapter 17. Continuing to tempt fate. This is indeed a remarkable find. For instance, bows, crossbows, slingshots, and even Nan Feng's Desert Eagle. Even a spear, should one wish to throw it, requires a consumption of 5 mana points. This is quite reasonable, as the chosen ones wielding melee weapons face far greater dangers in these early stages. If ranged weapons were not subject to some limitations, it would lead to an imbalance. But this is not merely a game. Why must there be balance? Nan Feng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He resolved to purify more fresh water for sale in the trading system. As for the price, it would be akin to Xiao Luo's food, 1 portion for every 50 units of materials. He purchased 10 cups of fresh water from the trading system, totaling 40 units of materials. Following this, Nan Feng poured all the slightly contaminated fresh water into the purification device. It took approximately 10 minutes to purify 200 milliliters of water. Thus, in an hour, he could purify around 1,000 milliliters, which was quite satisfactory. After some contemplation, he retrieved several empty wooden cups for further experimentation. Anything less than 100 milliliters could only be consumed as water. Remarkably, if 100 milliliters could be exchanged for 50 units of materials, then the 2,000 milliliters he had just purchased could yield an astonishing 1,000 units of materials. This was excessively lucrative. The profit was outrageous. Nan Feng gleefully patted his belly. By now, it was nearing noon, and after wandering outside all morning, his stomach was growling. First, he would eat something, then venture out in the afternoon to hunt ferocious beasts. Lighting a fire to cook, Nan Feng took out a portion of red-eyed rabbit meat and began to roast it slowly. The aroma of the grilled meat was delightful, though the smoke was quite thick, making it difficult for Nan Feng to keep his eyes open. Fortunately, after the cabin's upgrade, a new window had appeared, allowing him to open it for ventilation. The water purification device continued its diligent work, and Nan Feng took a couple of sips of the purified water, finding it indeed remarkably refreshing. Drip, drip, drip. While waiting for the rabbit meat to finish cooking, Nan Feng's tactical watch chimed. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang, South Wind. I have harvested another 30 units of timber this morning. Will you purchase it? South Wind, certainly. Upon glancing at the transaction system, South Wind noted that a single portion of food was currently valued at 8 units of material. He had previously assured Lu Daqiang that he would buy his timber at a price slightly above the market rate, provided that Lu Daqiang prioritized selling to him. South Wind, how about this? I will offer you 5 portions of food in exchange for your 30 units of timber. Does that sound agreeable? Lu Daqiang, absolutely. You are generous, boss. Under normal circumstances, 30 units of timber would fetch no more than 4 portions of food. Southwind was indeed offering a substantial deal. The demand for timber was considerable in the early stages, and Southwind was eager to acquire as much as possible. After all, upgrading the small cabin to the next level required 300 units of timber. Southwind, let's proceed with the transaction. Lu Daqiang, all right. Southwind rummaged through his backpack, retrieving 2 portions of iron claw rat meat and 3 portions of 5-striped snake meat to trade with Lu Daqiang. He decided to keep the rabbit meat and jungle chicken meat for himself. Lu Daqiang, thank you, boss. Wishing you great fortune. Southwind, no need for formality. May our cooperation be fruitful. Harvesting 30 units of timber in a single morning demonstrated that Lu Daqiang was quite a formidable character. He might very well become a timber tycoon in the future. Southwind resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him. The food soon released a delightful aroma, prompting Southwind to eagerly partake. The rabbit meat was remarkably chewy. He looked forward to trying the jungle chicken meat in the evening to assess its flavor. Halfway through his meal, Southwind sipped purified fresh water, relishing the refreshing sensation. After finishing his lunch, he took a moment to rest, waiting for the water purification system to complete its process before rising. Southwind, only 10 portions remain. Once they're gone, they're gone. Bao Jian, who can afford 50 units of material? That's more than my entire savings. Wu Yuansheng, this is a fine product, my friend. Could you possibly lower the price? Lu Daqiang, boss, how is your situation with the remote weapons? You ran, brother, upstairs. You simply do not understand the plight of those of us wielding ranged weapons. Ma Yong, let us not trivialize the struggles of ranged weapons. The real pain lies with those of us who engage in close combat. Ma Yong, do you have any idea how terrifying it is to let those ferocious beasts get close? The chat channel buzzed with lively conversation, covering a myriad of topics. This was quite natural, as magic could regenerate within the small cabin, but once materials were depleted, they were truly gone. After some contemplation, Southwind realized that he had set his price a tad too high. However, it mattered little, as he was not in a rush to sell. If he could sell, that would be wonderful, but if not, he could simply keep it for himself. After all, Southwind's Desert Eagle also consumed a significant amount of mana. After tidying up, he prepared to venture out. Southwind extinguished the fire and exited the small cabin. With the cabin now upgraded and a water source located, he had 2 remaining objectives for the day: to reach level 3 and to find iron blocks, as upgrading the cabin also required them. Uncertain whether iron ore exists in this vicinity, Nan Feng mused that if he could locate iron blocks before others, it would yield considerable profit. However, he acknowledged the impracticality of this notion and resolved to prioritize leveling up first. During the morning, he discovered a nest of arrow wasps to the south of his cabin. Nan Feng now set his sights on this formidable swarm. If he could eliminate the entire group of these ferocious beasts, it might very well be sufficient to elevate him to level 4. Although it posed some danger, he deemed it worth the attempt. Having learned from the morning's experience, Nan Feng decided to devise a thorough strategy this time. Chapter 18. The Lordly Beast. An ordinary arrow wasp possesses an attack power of 95. Each strike inflicts 47 points of damage, not accounting for critical hits. Currently, I have 130 health points. 3 hits would spell my demise. Alas, why is my health so abysmally low? This is quite disheartening. As he made his way toward the arrow wasp nest, Nan Feng pondered strategies to annihilate the entire swarm. With an attack power of 140, I can deal 115 points of damage to each wasp. Yet, with each wasp boasting 380 health points, it would take 4 shots to bring one down. How absurd is it that a mere bee possesses more health than I do? Is this even reasonable? From a purely statistical standpoint, Nan Feng found it challenging to confront a single arrow wasp. However, given that they are merely level 2 beasts, their intelligence pales in comparison to that of humans. Nan Feng could outsmart them. If this horde of arrow wasps remained oblivious to his presence, success would be assured. Earlier, while roasting meat, the smoke had clouded his vision, which sparked a brilliant idea. He could create smoke by deploying a smoke bomb. He could envelop the entire nest in obscurity and launch a stealthy assault from the periphery. How delightful. With a firm resolve, Nan Feng cautiously approached the vicinity of the arrow wasp nest, gauging the wind direction before selecting a prime location to ignite a fire. The flames gradually grew, sending tendrils of smoke wafting toward the nest. However, for the sake of caution, he had positioned the fire a considerable distance from the nest. As the smoke drifted closer, it dissipated significantly. No, he needed to advance further. Under the cover of smoke, Nan Feng inched the fire forward. Nearby, the arrow wasps began to flutter about, clearly displeased with the odor of the smoke. Since he had already kindled a fire, why not simply incinerate the nest? After a brief contemplation, Nan Feng ultimately abandoned the idea of a fiery assault. Fire would only destroy the nest, but the wasps could fly away. He suspected they would not perish alongside their hive. That would be exceedingly foolish. Arrow wasps are not moths, drawn to flames. Moreover, Nan Feng was uncertain whether deceased wasps would yield experience points. If they did not, all his efforts would be in vain. After moving a few more meters, Nan Feng felt he was nearly in position. advancing any further risk detection. Under the cover of smoke, South Wind cautiously retreated, patiently awaiting the gentle breeze to carry the haze into the hornet's nest. Before long, the entire nest was enveloped in a shroud of smoke. Concealed behind a tree, South Wind could faintly discern a dozen hornets buzzing about, seemingly bewildered, unaware of the source of the smoke. It was time. From behind the tree, South Wind raised the Desert Eagle. A distance of approximately 30 meters lay between him and the hornet's nest, and given his lackluster marksmanship, hitting a hornet the size of a fist would prove challenging. However, it mattered little. There were at least 70 to 80 hornets flitting around the vicinity of the nest. A few errant shots in that direction might yield some success. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. South Wind fired a quick 3-round burst, and, regardless of whether he hit his mark, hastily concealed himself behind the tree. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds, he cautiously peeked out again, only to find that the hornets had not approached. He couldn't help but commend himself. This strategy was indeed effective. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another trio of shots, and this time, he noticed a faint crimson number rising from the direction of the nest. 115. He had hit only once. Furthermore, he remained oblivious as to which hornet had been struck. Nor could he ascertain if he would hit the same one again with his next shot. At this rate, even if he expended all his magical energy, it would be an arduous task to slay a few hornets. It seemed rather inefficient. Glancing at his remaining 5 attribute points, South Wind decisively allocated them all to strength. Who needs health? South Wind demanded sheer offensive power. Upon completing his adjustments, his strength surged to 33 points, and his attack power soared to 165 points. With this shot, he could inflict 140 points of damage. Though this enhancement appeared modest, it represented a significant increase given South Wind's current circumstances. Previously, 4 shots were necessary to slay a single hornet, but now only 3 would suffice. He now felt as if he were playing a game of chance. Within the smoke, dozens of hornets swarmed. He needed to strike the same one 3 times to gain experience. To put it into perspective, that equated to approximately 125 shots. Thus, South Wind commenced a series of precise shots, ensuring each bullet struck near the nest, avoiding stray shots. Naturally, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he maintained his magical energy above 50 points. Fortunately, these hornets were not particularly astute, inadvertently allowing South Wind to engage in a monster farming spree. Bang, 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 shot after shot. Finally, after an indeterminate number of shots, he heard the sound he had longed for. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, hornet, gaining 20 experience points. Excellent. This strategy was indeed viable. South Wind joyfully clenched his fist and continued his assault. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, hornet, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, hornet, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, hornet, gaining 20 experience points. Having slain 11 arrow wasps in succession, Nan Feng encountered a new dilemma. His magical energy was nearly depleted. This was perplexing. How could he have exhausted his mana after vanquishing merely 11 foes? He was certain that he had struck over 80 times. Glancing at the faint red numbers sporadically emerging in the distance, he calculated his accuracy. Could it be that most of his shots merely weakened the creatures without delivering the final blow? The thick smoke obscured his view of the surroundings near the wasp nest. A glance at his status bar left him somewhat speechless. Level 2, 387400, health 130,130 mana, 48190, just one more kill, and he could ascend to level 3. With a mere 48 points of mana remaining, should he take another 2 shots? This dwindling reserve of magical energy was originally intended for unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the temptation was overwhelming, as he was only 13 experience points shy of leveling up. A true man, he mused, should fight to the bitter end, leaving nothing behind. With this thought in mind, Nan Feng once again raised his Desert Eagle. 2 shots. No, 3. Whoosh. The first shot. 140. A hit. But the creature did not perish. Without hesitation, he fired again. Weak point attack. 280. Another hit. Yet still, the wasp remained alive. The distant swarm of arrow wasps seemed to spiral into a frenzy, darting about in a fit of rage. Undeterred, Nan Feng aimed at the nest based on instinct and fired once more. Weak point attack. 280. Ding. You have slain the level 2 boss beast, Queen Arrow Wasp, and gained 80 experience points. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 19. Top 10 Rankings. Ding. You have slain the level 2 boss beast, Queen Arrow Wasp, and gained 80 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3. Ding. Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your vitality has increased by 5 points. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Announcement. The Chosen One, Nan Feng, has successfully slain the level 2 boss beast, Queen Arrow Wasp. As the first Chosen One in this area to achieve such a feat, your reward is Reputation 1. Stamina 4. The sudden barrage of notifications left Nan Feng momentarily stunned. Was there truly a boss-level beast within that nest, and had he been the one to defeat it? This particular boss level, Queen Arrow Wasp, was likely a specialized variant devoid of combat prowess, existing solely to reproduce. Under normal circumstances, with a swarm of arrow wasps guarding it, the queen would not have been so easily dispatched. Nan Feng speculated that one would need to be at least level 45 to tackle such a formidable nest alone. However, through a stroke of fortune and by exploiting the low intelligence of the arrow wasps, combined with the smokescreen tactic, he had successfully ground down the queen. This could indeed be considered a stroke of luck. Perhaps stepping in some dog excrement before leaving had granted him such fortune. Nan Feng nearly laughed aloud, but quickly stifled the mirth as he cast his gaze towards the nest once more, his amusement fading swiftly. After the demise of the arrow queen, the hive of arrow bees found itself leaderless, swirling around the nest momentarily before scattering in all directions. Among them, a dozen or so flew towards the direction of Nan Feng. Alas, Nan Feng had just been lost in thought, and in that moment, the arrow bees had already approached within 10 meters of him, having detected his presence. The buzzing crescendoed as the arrow bees, having identified the culprit, flapped their wings in a frenzy. Soon, those that had initially ventured elsewhere were all converging towards Nan Feng. No time to hesitate. With a swift turn, Nan Feng fled. With so many arrow bees, even a single dart from each would suffice to turn him into a hedgehog. Phew, that was close. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Nan Feng quickly removed the stingers lodged in his back and cast a fleeting glance at his status bar. Level 3, 67,800. Health 62220. Mana 86240. He had merely 62 points of health remaining. A few more stings, and he would meet his end outside. Buzzing. Outside the cabin, dozens of arrow bees circled incessantly, occasionally launching a stinger or two. This time, the relentless pursuers had transformed from iron claw rats to arrow bees. Regrettably, he was currently dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Otherwise, he could have amassed a substantial amount of experience. The stingers of the arrow bees possessed a daze effect, conjuring a multitude of overlapping phantoms before Nan Feng's eyes, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to strike the airborne foes. Rather than squander his mana, it would be wiser to rest for a moment. The upgraded wooden cabin allowed for a recovery of 15 health and mana points per minute. In just a few minutes, Nan Feng was fully restored. Time to grind. At this point, the daze effect had worn off. Nan Feng seized the Desert Eagle and opened the decrepit door of the cabin. Outside, a significant number of arrow bees had dispersed after losing their target, which left Nan Feng somewhat disheartened. What a pity, he had lost a considerable amount of experience. With a sigh, he methodically dispatched the remaining 10 or so arrow bees. After leveling up, Nan Feng could inflict 182 points of damage with a single shot. Yet this proved futile. Each arrow bee boasted 380 health points, necessitating 3 shots to bring one down. The arrow bee he had just slain was a formidable beast of the leader class, and it was highly likely to yield equipment upon inspection. Without hesitation, Nan Feng hastened towards the hive. It appeared there was treasure. Another chest. From a distance, he spotted the corpse of the arrow queen, a sizable figure, alongside a shimmering gray chest. With the demise of the arrow queen, her guardian bees scattered in a panic, leaving only a handful to challenge Nan Feng's determination to loot the body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nan Feng swiftly dispatched the few remaining arrow bees and quickly opened the chest. Ding. You have opened a gray chest and received Worn Beast Skin Tunic, X1. Upon hearing the system notification chime by his ear, Nan Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He had acquired equipment. Worn Beast Skin Tunic. Grade. Low tier. Type. Upper garment. Attribute. Stamina 2. Crafted from the hide of a red-eyed rabbit. This tunic is a unique product of the primordial world. Gazing at the succinct attributes, Nan Feng's expression darkened. Is this it? Just this? This equipment boasts such meager stats? Even a dog would shake its head in disdain. Cursing under his breath, Nan Feng donned the beast skin tunic. Surprisingly, it fit quite well. 2 points of stamina, though modest, are better than nothing. After all, this tunic does possess attributes far superior to the plain shirt he had been wearing. 2 points of stamina equate to 20 points of health, which is rather advantageous. After opening the chest, Nan Feng casually tidied up the battlefield. The arrow bees do not drop any items, not even meat. But he did manage to extract 5 units of honey from the carcass of the arrow bee. Ding! You have acquired Honey X5. Honey, when diluted with water and consumed, it grants the chosen 1-2 energy 0-1. This honey is effective only on the first use. Subsequent consumption will not increase energy. Nan Feng decided to keep a portion for himself, intending to sell the remainder in the trading system. Naturally, it would be even better if he could exchange a portion for a piece of strength grass with Yuran. After organizing his backpack, Nan Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to continue hunting ferocious beasts to level up. With plenty of time before nightfall, he thought to explore the vicinity and familiarize himself with the terrain surrounding the small wooden cabin while slaying monsters to gain experience. This morning, Nan Feng had set 4 small objectives for himself. Reach level 3, upgrade the small cabin, locate a water source, and find iron ore. He had already accomplished 3 of these goals. Only the search for iron ore remained elusive. However, Nan Feng was not in a hurry. Iron ore is not as readily available as wood and stone. If he couldn't find it, neither would the other chosen ones likely succeed any faster. Throughout that afternoon, Nan Feng traversed the territory within 500 meters of his small cabin, eliminating numerous fierce beasts, and his experience had reached level 3, 352,800. Currently, Nan Feng ranked 9th on the leaderboard, just entering the top 10. That wave of arrow bees had yielded substantial experience, causing his rank to soar. His leveling efficiency was commendable. As of now, no other chosen one had reached level 4, indicating that Nan Feng's experience gap with the front-runners was not insurmountable. Of course, unless he encountered another swarm of arrow bees, catching up to those ahead would not be an easy task. Not far ahead, nestled between 2 towering trees, stood a small wooden cabin. Chapter 20, A Wave of Transactions. The position Nan Feng occupied was no more than 500 meters in a straight line from his own small cabin. This suggested that the distance between chosen ones was, in fact, quite negligible. In Nan Feng's view, the treachery among humans was far more terrifying than hunting ferocious beasts. This small wooden cabin must belong to Huang Peng, he surmised. Yesterday evening, a bald murderer attempted to take the life of Nan Feng, only to be met with a swift counterattack that resulted in his own demise. At that moment, Huang Peng was merely at level 1. Yet he traversed over 500 meters through the woods, miraculously avoiding the jaws of ferocious beasts. One could only speculate whether it was sheer luck or remarkable prowess that allowed him to escape unscathed. Nan Feng, after a brief observation, cautiously made his way towards the small cabin. As he approached, he peered through the cracks of the cabin and found it empty. At this hour, it appeared there was no one around, suggesting that this was indeed Huang Peng's humble abode. Retrieving the demolition permit, Huang Peng, from his backpack, Nan Feng affixed it to the cabin, yet there was no response. Is this how it works? He pondered for a moment before recalling that he also possessed a demolition permit, Qinping. This unfortunate soul had fallen victim to Huang Peng, a chosen one. Upon presenting the demolition permit, Qinping, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding, do you wish to demolish this building? Without hesitation, Nan Feng replied, yes. With a dramatic sound, the small cabin began to collapse, transforming within 5 seconds into a neatly arranged pile of wood and a collection of stones. These materials were precisely what the chosen ones currently required. Elated, Nan Feng hurriedly stowed the materials in his backpack. Ding, you have acquired wood 50. Ding, you have acquired stone 30. A total of 80 units of materials, neither too plentiful nor too scarce, considering it was merely a level 1 cabin. Today's haul was considerable, and Nan Feng intended to organize his findings, sell off what was necessary, and perhaps visit the trading channel to purchase items that would further enhance his abilities. While in the wilderness, he had remained in a state of heightened alertness, ever wary of the sounds around him, fearful that a ferocious beast might suddenly launch a surprise attack. Upon returning to the cabin, Nan Feng finally allowed himself a moment of relaxation. He set about kindling a fire and roasting a piece of jungle chicken. During the cooking process, he opened the chat channel to engage with fellow netizens. Shinpan, just as the moment arrived, in this critical juncture, I unleashed my latent potential, delivering an altruism glorious fist straight into the snout of a bloodthirsty wolf. Shinpan, it is well known that the nose is a particularly vulnerable organ, even though the bloodthirsty wolf is a level 5 beast. It was sent reeling several steps back, howling in agony. Shinpan, such an opportunity was not to be missed. Shinpan, I immediately followed up with a Lagrangian flying kick, executed a fatal slide tackle, and then unleashed an outer circle sweep. As soon as he opened the chat channel, Nan Feng was greeted by a chosen one named Shinpan, inundating the chat with his narrative. The entire chat channel was flooded with his messages. My goodness, a level 5 beast, the bloodthirsty wolf? Nan Feng was taken aback. This Shinpan had slain a level 5 beast? Impressive indeed. In the chat channel, Shinpan, I witnessed it howl at the sky, summoning a pack of wolf comrades. Shinpan, a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Reluctantly, I must grant it a reprieve and return victorious. After a moment of silence in the chat channel, other chosen ones finally spoke up. Wu Yuanxing, goodness, I thought you genuinely hunted a level 5 ferocious beast. I dared not breathe a word, fearing it might disrupt your actions. Tian Jiping, haha, do you really believe this nonsense? What is this radiant fist of autocracy and Lagrange's skyward kick? It's plainly fabricated. ISNT it. Nan Feng, impressive, big shot. Just a moment ago, Nan Feng glanced at the level leaderboard and noticed that Shinpan ranked 3rd, indicating formidable strength. It was indeed plausible for him to have encountered a level 5 beast, the bloodthirsty wolf. However, whether he slayed the wolf or the wolf claimed him remained debatable. Lu Daqiang, wow, Nan Feng has finally logged in. Huang Yuanming, Nan Feng, my friend, I heard you dispatched a level 2 Lord-class beast. Did you acquire any divine artifacts? Wu Yuanxing, is the Lord-class beast truly powerful? Moreover, What is the purpose of the prestige you gained? You ran. Nan Feng, dear, could you possibly lower the price of your mana potions? As soon as Nan Feng uttered a word, a flurry of inquiries bombarded him. What is this? How do they know I defeated a Lord-class beast? When I vanquished the Arrow Queen, the system issued a regional announcement that all chosen ones heard. The chat channel erupted then. A throng gathered around Nan Feng, yet he was oblivious to it all. Alas, I was so preoccupied with leveling up that I neglected to check the chat channel, missing a chance to flaunt. Nan Feng, Huang Yuanming, I obtained a Dragon Slayer sword, dealing 999 damage per strike. Quite delightful. Nan Feng, Wu Yuanshang, the Lord-class beast is indeed formidable. I suggest everyone steer clear and leave them for me to slay, humorously. I am still uncertain about the utility of prestige. I'll investigate it when I have time. Nan Feng, you ran. Dear sister, let us converse privately. Nan Feng, esteemed patrons, I have restocked numerous food items at reasonable prices, fair and just. Hurry to seize them. Additionally, there is a single portion of honey that boosts energy by 2 points. The highest bidder gets it. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Nan Feng was inundated with private messages. Lu Daqiang, Nan Feng, do you still need wood? I chopped a lot this afternoon. Nan Feng, yes, I will acquire it without limit. Huang Yuanming, brother, save me a portion of honey. I know you must have more than one. Nan Feng, you've caught me. Huang Yuanming, could you lower the price a bit? I'm rather broke at the moment. Nan Feng, let me see what others are offering, then I'll give you a 2 discount. Huang Yuanming, Wu Yuanxing, brother, are you selling 50 portions of honey materials? Nan Feng, generous boss, let us trade right now. Nan Feng glanced at the other private messages. 50 portions were the highest price offered, and he promptly chose to proceed with the transaction. Today marks the 2nd day since my arrival in this world. The chosen ones have accumulated a considerable amount of materials in their backpacks. However, most of them plan to reserve these for upgrading their innate divine weapons, enhancing their humble abodes, or exchanging for sustenance. Few chosen ones would choose to trade their materials for honey, as honey merely enhances vitality, not strength. In these early stages, vitality certainly pales in importance compared to strength. Yu Yan, dear brother, would you trade sturdy grass for honey? Nan Feng felt a surge of joy, thinking that this sister indeed possessed sturdy grass. Sturdy grass is a valuable item that boosts strength by 2 points, far more precious than honey. Nan Feng, dear sister, I have refused offers of 100 materials from others, saving them exclusively for you. Yu Yan, hee, a man's words are but deceiving ghosts. Yu Yan, Wu Yuansheng is currently boasting in the chat channel, having acquired the only honey for 50 materials. Nan Feng awkwardly scratched his nose. Chapter 21, The Jungle Trant. The transaction was swiftly completed. Ding. You have acquired sturdy grass, X1. Without hesitation, Nan Feng immediately consumed the sturdy grass. Ding. Consumption of sturdy grass, successful. Your strength increases by 2. You have developed a tolerance to sturdy grass. Further consumption will no longer enhance your attributes. Regrettably, this item has a tolerance effect. Otherwise, I would consume it daily and ascend to divinity. Nan Feng fancifully mused. Yu Yan, dear brother, could you lower the price of your magic potions? 50 materials is rather steep. Nan Feng glanced at the trading channel and noted that his afternoon listing of 10 units of clean fresh water had only sold 5. Among them, Shenpan purchased 1, Wu Yuansheng acquired 1, and Yu Yan bought 3. My goodness, this sister is quite the affluent spender. Yu Yan, rather than letting it gather dust, why not sell it to me at a discount? Nan Feng, call me brother. Yu Yan, all right, dear brother. Nan Feng, 5 units of magic potions for 2 stalks of sturdy grass. Yu Yan appeared somewhat surprised, unsure how Nan Feng knew she possessed sturdy grass. Without hesitation, Nan Feng removed 5 units of clean fresh water from the market and completed the transaction with Yu Yan, securing 2 stalks of sturdy grass. Sturdy grass. Consuming it grants the chosen one an increase of 2 in stamina. Note, each chosen one may consume a maximum of 2. Excess consumption is ineffective. After the transaction concluded, Yu Yan curiously inquired, how did you know I had sturdy grass? Nan Feng chuckled, I installed surveillance in your humble abode. Nan Feng, no need for that. However, when we meet again, you may perform in person. Yu Yan, disgusting. Engaging in conversation with this sister can truly uplift one's spirits. 5 minutes later, Nan Feng sold 2 units of honey, acquiring a fire fruit and 40 units of materials in return. The Queen of Arrow Bees yielded a total of 5 units of honey. Nan Feng sold 4 and kept 1 for himself. In the trading channel, the food he had listed also exchanged hands satisfactorily. Nan Feng glanced at his backpack. Wood 396, stone 414, psychedelic venom Fong 3, honey 1, strength grass 2, flame fruit 1, various meats from ferocious beasts in abundance. The total of wood and stone amounts to 810 units, allowing Nan Feng to be regarded as quite affluent. Upgrading the small cabin requires 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 20 units of iron, while enhancing the innate divine weapon demands 50 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 10 units of iron. For the time being, my wood and stone are sufficient, yet I remain at a loss regarding iron. I shall ponder a solution tomorrow. Nan Feng closed the attributes panel. The roasted meat before him was sizzling, exuding an enticing aroma. It was time to feast. He devoured the meat heartily, simultaneously mixing the last portion of honey with water, which replenished 2 points of energy. After finishing the roasted meat, he retrieved the recently traded flame fruit and savored it with satisfaction. A delightful fruit post-meal. The flame fruit provides a boost of 5 to fire resistance. Though for Nan Feng at present, it holds little significance. However, it will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, Nan Feng engaged in a lively conversation with netizens in the chat channel before purchasing 1,000 units of fresh water in the trading system to purify in his refined purification device, thus commencing the arrangement of his plans for the following day. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day since my arrival in this realm, where 613 inhabitants remain, 387 having perished. Today witnessed only a few fatalities, indicating that everyone has become considerably more cautious. Nan Feng took out his wooden dagger and began to sketch on the ground. In the leaderboard, the top 10 chosen ones warrant particular attention, especially the enigmatic Euron. Euron exhibits a substantial demand for mana potions, suggesting that she intends to venture far from the small cabin to hunt ferocious beasts in distant locales. Moreover, such places must be rich in herbs. The ease with which Euron trades numerous attribute-enhancing herbs indicates that she has likely developed a resistance to them. Strength grass enhances strength, and robust grass boosts stamina. I wonder if there are any herbs that increase agility? I should inquire with her tomorrow. By the way, what of Wuyuan Sheng's meet up with netizens today? I have scarcely paid attention to it. Indeed, my primary objective for tomorrow is to seek iron, for I cannot remain stagnant in this predicament. Having organized my thoughts, Nan Feng meticulously crafted his plans for the morrow. Outside, the roars of ferocious beasts resounded relentlessly. It has begun anew. Nan Feng gazed out the window into the shadowy woods, where dark shapes flitted by, the terrifying aura of the beasts constricting his breath. The nights in this primal world are exceedingly daunting. Nan Feng closed the window and, accompanied by the howls of the beasts, drifted into a deep slumber. On the following morning, he rose, consumed a light meal, and once more embarked upon his journey. Before departing, he listed 5 portions of the purified, clean fresh water in the trading system, while personally carrying 5 additional portions. Yesterday, the southern wind had thoroughly explored the vicinity of the small wooden cabin. Today, it was certain that a more distant destination awaited, with some magical potions in hand, providing a sense of assurance. First, he intended to revisit the location where he had discovered a beehive the previous day, uncertain if the ferocious beasts would respawn. With great enthusiasm, the southern wind arrived at the spot where the monsters had manifested yesterday. However, it was desolate. Even the remains of the slain arrow bee had vanished. It appeared that the wild beasts did not respawn, which was unfortunate. Shaking his head, he continued to explore further in this direction. As he ventured deeper, the southern wind hunted down 5 or 6 level 1 and 2 ferocious beasts, gradually making his way into the heart of the jungle. Suddenly, an urge to relieve himself overcame him. With no one around, he sought a relatively safe and open area to begin his business. However, as he did so, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. The surrounding trees were exceptionally towering, each thick enough to require 2 people to encircle, their lush foliage blocking out nearly all sunlight. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the numerous skeletal remains of ferocious beasts scattered about. It seemed a formidable beast claimed this territory as its own. In a flash, the southern wind made a swift judgment in his mind, shaking himself and hastily pulling up his trousers to escape. Just as he was about to flee the area, the vines concealed beneath the fallen leaves suddenly began to constrict, attempting to ensnare him. A tree spirit? Startled, the southern wind leapt into the air, narrowly evading several attacking vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The southern wind unleashed a barrage of magical bullets in all directions. Approximately 40 to 50 meters away, a faintly red figure emerged from a colossal tree. And it was hit. Eye of Insight. From a distance, the southern wind tentatively activated Eye of Insight, and to his astonishment, it succeeded. Jungle Tree Spirit. Level. Health points. Magic points. Skills. The series of question marks left the southern wind utterly bewildered. Encountering a beast composed entirely of question marks on his first outing, how was he to proceed? Thankfully, his quick reflexes had allowed him to escape just in time. Otherwise, he would have already been fertilizer. Nevertheless, he felt a sharp sting as one of the vines struck him across the face, causing a loss of 185 health points. The immense pain surged through him. Clutching his bloodied face with one hand, he sprinted ahead. The jungle spirit's vines extended only about 50 or 60 meters, and he quickly evaded its reach. Behind him, the vines flailed wildly, slicing through the air with a series of sharp, whooshing sounds. The duck that was nearly caught had flown away, and the jungle tree spirit appeared furious. Cursing under his breath, it seemed the jungle tree spirit sensed his disdain, and its branches began to tremble violently, A trunk several meters thick slowly emerged from the earth. Heavens, the tree even moved on its own, not daring to linger. The southern wind hastily fled for his life. The jungle treant is situated no more than 2 kilometers from my quaint wooden cabin, far too close for comfort. South wind perceives an air of danger surrounding his abode and wonders if the other chosen ones feel the same. To the south lies the area where the venomous swamp frog was previously discovered, prompting South Wind to decide to explore that direction in hopes of uncovering something worthwhile. During his respite, he opens the chat channel. At this moment, the chosen ones are either hunting ferocious beasts or gathering resources. Consequently, the channel is rather quiet. Ling Chi, is there a kind-hearted dove who could come to my rescue? I'm so hungry, sob sob sob. This girl named Ling Chi has been calling out in the chat channel for 3 days, and Southwind can't help but admire her perseverance. She truly knows how to make herself heard. After resting for another 10 minutes, the injuries on Southwind's face have completely healed, leaving no scars behind. It is nearly time to venture out. On the leaderboard, Southwind has slipped from the top 10, now ranking 12th, which instills a sense of urgency within him. He must hasten to level up. This time, Southwind chooses a different route, heading south until he arrives at the small pond favored by the venomous swamp frog. After clearing the surrounding area of ferocious beasts, his experience points have risen to 455,800. Most of the creatures nearby are level 1 or 2, yielding insufficient experience. He must venture further afield. Announcement: the chosen one, Xiao Luo, is the first to reach level 4, earning 1 prestige. Ding. It has been detected that a chosen one in this area has reached level 4. The map function is now unlocked for all chosen ones in this area. Map function. Southwind opens the panel and discovers a new map feature. Upon examining the map, he finds that most areas remain shrouded in darkness, illuminated only where he has previously explored. Chat channel. Qiu Feihong. Goodness, has the great Xiao Luo already reached level 4? That leveling speed is astonishing. Bao Jian. I refuse to accept this. I want to level up too. Wu Yuanxing. What is the use of prestige? Could a senior elaborate? This sudden announcement has enlivened the chat channel. However, after a while without Xiao Luo making an appearance, the chatter subsides as everyone returns to their pursuits. The first to reach level 4 receives a reward. Southwind murmurs to himself, I must accelerate my efforts to be the first to achieve level 5. Continuing onward, Southwind hunts tirelessly until he encounters a previously unseen ferocious beast, the heavy armored beetle. Level 3. Health points, 430430. Mana points, 150150. Attack power, 110. Defense power, 120. Skills, bite, super defense. The level 3 heavy armored beetle is roughly the size of 2 fists, its back adorned with intricate patterns carved into its heavy shell. Its formidable pincers are razor sharp, and a single bite could sever a finger. This creature possesses quite a high defense. This is the first level 3 ferocious beast encountered by Nan Feng. Compared to the previously faced level 2 elite, toxic swamp frog, the armored beetle possesses slightly higher defense. Yet its attack power and health points fall short of those of the toxic swamp frog. Thus, this beast does not pose a significant threat to Nan Feng. With this thought in mind, he decisively fired his gun. Whoosh. Super defense, 40. The bullet struck the shell of the armored beetle, causing sparks to fly. Veering off to the side, this shot inflicted a mere 40 points of damage. Such a low figure? Nan Feng was secretly astonished. At this rate, he would need 11 shots to slay a single armored beetle, an exceedingly low efficiency. Swish. The armored beetle, having been hit, immediately spread its wings and lunged at Nan Feng. Most beetles are capable of flight, yet Nan Feng remained unperturbed, resolutely firing 2 more shots. Both missed. However, he had anticipated this outcome. He was well aware of his marksmanship. While he could hit a stationary target with ease, striking a moving one was a different matter entirely. Relying solely on luck, the armored beetle pounced onto Nan Feng's arm, its large pincers biting down fiercely. Bite. 29. This attack caused only 29 points of damage to Nan Feng, a minor inconvenience. His current defense stood at an impressive 81 points. He was quite resilient, after all. Stamina and energy influenced the defense attribute. The previous day, Nan Feng had consumed strength grass and honey, coupled with a level up and the reward of 4 stamina points for slaying the Arrow Queen, all contributing to a significant boost in his defense. Holstering his Desert Eagle, Nan Feng pinned the armored beetle against a nearby tree trunk, then drew forth his wooden dagger, thrusting it into the crevice of the beetle's shell. Weak point attack, 150. Upon seeing the faint red 150 floating upwards, Nan Feng was instantly elated. Just as he suspected, the rear shell of the armored beetle boasted exceptionally high defense, augmented by the super defense effect, which halved incoming damage. However, the absence of rear shell protection revealed the beetle's vulnerability. Nan Feng struck twice more, each thrust triggering a weak point attack, effortlessly dispatching the armored beetle. Ding. You have slain the level 3 ordinary beast, armored beetle, earning 30 experience points. In this battle, Nan Feng expended 29 points of health and 12 points of magic power. The cost was somewhat steep, yet the experience gained was undeniably rewarding. Nan Feng needed to hunt 3 level 2 beasts to acquire 30 experience points. Glancing at his health, which still stood at 208 points, Nan Feng gritted his teeth and resolved to level up to 4 right here. The further he strayed from the small cabin, the more perilous it would become. Leveling up was undoubtedly the right choice. Without hesitation, he proceeded. Nan Feng used his left arm as bait, enticing the armored beetle to bite him, seizing the opportunity to pierce it with his wooden dagger. "My dear left hand, you shall bear the brunt of the labor today," he thought as he surveyed the wounds adorning his left arm. Chapter 23. The pig collides with the tree. Although the armored beetle is a level 3 fierce beast, its size is relatively small, allowing Nan Feng to easily pin it against the trunk, rendering it immobile. However, this maneuver comes at the cost of 29 health points and the painful grip of its pincers. To achieve an upgrade, he must slay 9 more armored beetles, but his health is insufficient to sustain such efforts. It seems he must procure some snacks online. After methodically dispatching another armored beetle, Nan Feng accessed the trading system and gazed longingly at the savory grilled meat. It required 50 units of materials to procure a single serving, which would restore 5 health points per minute for a duration of 10 minutes, totaling 50 health points. What a cunning merchant! Nan Feng spat in disdain, opting not to purchase it outright. Instead, he decided to add Xiao Luo as a friend, hoping to negotiate a better price. In his youth, Nan Feng often accompanied his mother to the market, where her exceptional bargaining skills earned her the title of King of Bargainers. The vendors would gladly concede to her. Having observed her techniques for many years, Nan Feng had acquired some insight into the art of negotiation, despite never employing it himself when making purchases. After all, who among the youth today haggles? His friend's request was swiftly accepted, and before Nan Feng could utter a word, Xiao Luo sent a message. Xiao Luo. Nan Feng thought to himself, this guy seems like a cool and aloof character. Let me unleash my charm. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message. Big shot. Let us be friends. Xiao Luo, speak your mind. Astounded by Xiao Luo's nonchalant demeanor in response to his overtures, Nan Feng realized he was dealing with a formidable individual. Abandoning his initial approach, he dove straight into the matter at hand. Big shot. I wish to purchase some savory grilled meat. Could you offer a discount? Xiao Luo, how much do you need? Nan Feng, perhaps 65 servings. Nan Feng added, I can offer 200 units of materials for 5 servings of grilled meat. What do you think? Xiao Luo, no deal. I require 100 units of materials and 3 servings of clean water. Xiao Luo decisively rejected Nan Feng's attempt to haggle, presenting his own asking price. Nan Feng calculated the offer and found himself incredulous. Not a single cent had been knocked off. As the son of the king of bargainers, being unable to negotiate even a fraction was quite a blow to his pride. How dare they look down upon him? Nan Feng, I attempted to bargain, yet you wouldn't budge even a little, leaving me quite embarrassed. Nan Feng, big shot, let us proceed with the trade. Utilizing 95 units of materials along with 3 servings of clean water, he successfully exchanged for 5 servings of savory grilled meat. With mere words, he had reduced his materials to just 5 units, which seemed rather inconsequential. The 5 servings of grilled meat would restore 250 health points, ample to elevate him to level 4. This region, populated predominantly by level 1 and 2 beasts, offered a plethora of level 3 armored beetles, making it an excellent locale for leveling up. Unfortunately, the desert eagle was ill-suited against the armored beetle's tough exoskeleton, compelling Nan Feng to rely on his wooden dagger, significantly diminishing his hunting efficiency. This is the territory of the armored beetle. One wonders if the insect king might make an appearance. While hunting the armored beetles, Nan Feng remained vigilant, keenly aware of his surroundings to avoid any sudden encounters with elite or lord-level beasts that might spring upon him. However, his apprehensions seemed somewhat unwarranted. Over the course of half an hour, he successfully dispatched 7 armored beetles without a sight of the insect king. Experience points, 755,800. With the demise of 2 more, he would ascend to level 4. Instead of becoming overly zealous, Nan Feng sought a relatively safe spot to patiently await the regeneration of his health. He currently possessed a mere 153 health points, a precarious situation indeed. Rankings: 1. Xiao Luo, level 4, 2. Wu Yuansheng, level 4, 3. Shen Pan, level 4, 4. Su Yihan, level 4, 5. Su Zuran, level 3, 6. Su Ming, level 3, 7. Yu Ran, level 3, 8. Nan Feng, level 3. The top 5 on the leaderboard had already reached level 4. Nan Feng realized he had little time to familiarize himself with the group, as it was natural to encounter unfamiliar faces. These 2 individuals advanced rapidly, surpassing him. They must have stumbled upon a nest of fierce beasts. Previously, Nan Feng had discovered a nest of arrow wasps and had profited greatly from hunting them, accruing substantial experience. It was likely these 2 had done something similar. Nonetheless, Nan Feng remained unfazed. His own pace of hunting armored beetles was commendable, having gained 210 experience points in half an hour, albeit at a considerable cost to his health. After a few more minutes, he glanced at his health, which had risen to 203 points. A couple more kills would elevate him to level 4, after which he planned to relocate for further progression. In his mind, he resolved that engaging in close combat with ferocious beasts was too perilous. He preferred to maintain distance and utilize his desert eagle for ranged attacks. Continuing forward, Nan Feng sought out the armored beetles once more. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. It seemed a beast was rampaging through the forest. Such commotion could only be caused by a formidable creature. Without hesitation, he ascended a large tree, concealing himself with its leaves. The ground continued to shake, and Nan Feng held his breath, peering through the gaps in the foliage to discern the beast's location. Having consumed 5 pieces of roasted meat over the last half hour, he found the thought of it somewhat nauseating. Yet, with a furrowed brow, he forced the delectable meat into his mouth, savoring its flavor. The tremors intensified, even causing the tree he occupied to sway slightly. A buzzing sound caught his attention, invigorating him. He swiftly looked down. A beetle, the size of a basketball, approached from afar and landed on the trunk of the very tree he was perched upon. Eye of Insight. With a swift thought, Nan Feng activated his skill. Armored Beetle, Level 4, Elite Beast. Health points, 260,980 magic points, 190250, attack power, 190 defense power, 180 skills, bite, super defense. A level 4 elite beast. Good heavens. With 180 points of defense and 980 points of health, I wouldn't stand a chance against 10 of them. Wait a moment. Nan Feng suddenly paused, glancing once more at the attributes of the iron beetle. It had only 260 points of health left. There are other beasts here. Nan Feng quickly pieced together the situation. Indeed, the iron beetle was merely the size of a basketball, incapable of causing the earth to tremble. The only plausible explanation was that the iron beetle was engaged in a fierce battle with another beast. The cracks adorning its shell corroborated this theory. Boom. Nan Feng's conjecture was soon validated. A gigantic wild boar, exceeding 3 meters in length, charged forth with reckless abandon. The creature was covered in gruesome wounds, spraying blood as it ran, an utterly terrifying sight. These injuries were inflicted by the iron beetle's formidable pincers. Snorting loudly, the massive wild boar spotted the iron beetle perched upon a tree trunk. Its eyes turned red with fury as it gathered all its strength for a collision. Brutal charge. Boom. The tree trembled violently. The boar crashed into the trunk. Chapter 24, Inferior Decomposer. The giant wild boar collided with the tree, causing it to shudder violently. Nan Feng clung desperately to a branch to avoid being shaken loose. Such immense power. Nan Feng estimated that this colossal boar weighed at least a ton. A single hit from it would be unbearable. Insightful gaze. Nan Feng fixed his gaze upon the boar below and swiftly activated his skill. Bloodfang Boar. Level 5. Health 365. 900. Mana 60, 180. Attack 210. Defense 160. Skills. Boar Charge Bite. This was a level 5 beast. Yet, astonishingly, the attributes of the Bloodfang Boar were inferior to those of the level 4 Iron Beetle. Truly, the Iron Beetle was an elite beast capable of challenging foes beyond its level. Yesterday, Nan Feng had encountered a level 2 elite beast, the venomous Swamp Toad, whose attributes were equivalent to those of a level 3 beast, showcasing its formidable strength. Speaking of which, what about that Iron Beetle? Nan Feng quickly refocused on the battle below. The Bloodfang Boar, having just crashed into the tree, was now disoriented and staggering, struggling to maintain its footing. Meanwhile, the Iron Beetle had clamped its powerful pincers around the boar's neck with ferocity. Bite. Arc. The Bloodfang Boar emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, thrashing about like a headless fly. Dust billowed, and leaves danced chaotically. The Iron Beetle clung tightly to the boar's neck, tearing the flesh as blood gushed forth. The Bloodfang Boar entered a state of blood loss. This boar was on the brink of demise. The Iron Beetle was truly impressive, capable of overcoming opponents beyond its tier. Perched atop the tree, Nan Feng retrieved his desert eagle, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for a boar's head. The Iron Beetle possesses over 200 health points. Its formidable offense and defense lead me to believe that I cannot defeat it. Having stolen this boar's head, I fear I may perish here. The danger is too great. Nan Feng is unwilling to risk his safety for such meager experience points unless this Bloodfang Boar drops equipment. Perched upon a branch as thick as a man's arm, Nan Feng intently observes the battle below. The fierce duel between the beasts is nearing its climax. The Bloodfang Boar is utterly powerless against the Iron Beetle, resorting only to a fit of impotent rage, rolling about in frustration. Yet, at that moment, the tide of battle dramatically shifts. The Bloodfang Boar, in a frenzy upon the ground, somehow manages to dislodge the Iron Beetle. A substantial piece of flesh, torn from the boar's neck, is caught in the Iron Beetle's pincers. With a snort, the Bloodfang Boar reacts swiftly, opening its maw to deliver a vicious bite with its blood-red tusks aimed squarely at the Iron Beetle. This is the Bloodfang Boar's special ability. From his vantage point in the tree, Nan Feng hears a sharp crack. The iron beetle's sturdy shell shatters. Nan Feng is taken aback. Has the tide turned? The iron beetle, already weakened, succumbs to the blood-fang boar's attack, triggering a critical hit that seals its fate. A gray treasure chest materializes beside the fallen iron beetle. Nan Feng's eyes sparkle with excitement as he raises his desert eagle. While he feels hesitant to confront the iron beetle, he steels himself to strike the blood-fang boar with confidence. The iron beetle's shell boasts a super defense effect, mitigating 50 points of damage, rendering Nan Feng's current attack insufficient to breach its defenses. Of course, he could attempt to stab the unprotected areas of the iron beetle with a wooden dagger, but that would require close proximity, a perilous endeavor. As he wishes to avoid the crushing grip of its pincers, the blood-fang boar, however, proves far more manageable. Its large size ensures that, from such a close distance, Nan Feng's shots will easily find their mark. Moreover, the boar's health is critically low and it is afflicted by bleeding, its strength nearly depleted. Lastly, Nan Feng is safely ensconced in the tree. It is well known that pigs do not climb trees. With this thought, Nan Feng resolves to act without hesitation. Unleashing a rapid succession of shots, bang, 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 13, 14, 14. All 3 shots strike true. Although the damage is minimal, Nan Feng remains unperturbed, as he possesses ample magical energy. Suddenly, the blood-fang boar, enraged by the unexpected assault, quickly directs its ire towards Nan Feng, charging with renewed vigor. Crash! The blood-fang boar collides with the tree once more, the ferocity of the impact reopening its wounds, causing blood to flow freely. As foolish as a pig, Nan Feng is elated, astonished that the wild boar does not flee but instead continues to cooperate. Health points, 125,900. Glancing down at the blood-fang boar's health, he sees it reduced to a mere 100 points. He continues to fire. 14. Weak point attack, 21. Weak point attack, 21. The blood-toothed wild boar bore grievous wounds. Even with his eyes shut, Nan Feng could strike its weakness with random shots. Bang, bang. The blood-toothed wild boar refused to succumb, rampaging against the trees in a frenzied attempt to bite down Nan Feng. Yet its health was too low to endure. Whoosh. 14. As Nan Feng fired his final shot, the blood-toothed wild boar let out a reluctant roar before falling silent. Ding. You have slain a level 5 ordinary beast, blood-toothed wild boar, earning 60 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding. Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Finally, he had reached level 4. Upon hearing the system notification, Nan Feng exhaled in relief. The tree upon which he perched began to sway. Should the blood-toothed wild boar ram into it a few more times, it would surely topple. Fortunately, the danger had passed. Nan Feng leaped down from the tree, hastening to inspect the corpse. Ding. You have acquired wild boar meat, X5. Ding. You have acquired worn beast skin leggings, X1. Ding. You have acquired broken iron shell, X1. The level 3 heavy armored beetle would not drop items, but the level 4 iron beetle had surprisingly yielded an equipment piece for Nan Feng. Indeed, elite level beasts were formidable and rewarding. Worn beast skin leggings, grade, low quality. Type, pants. Attribute, stamina 2. This attribute matched precisely with the worn beast skin tunic Nan Feng wore, indicating they belonged to the same set. He swiftly donned the beast skin leggings, and from a distance, he resembled a wild man, an exclusive edition of the wild man, Nan Feng. With an additional 2 points of stamina, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the treasure chest dropped by the iron beetle. Time to open the chest. While looting a corpse was merely for amusement, true delight lay in opening treasure chests. Nan Feng rubbed his hands together and approached the chest, which emanated a faint gray glow. Open the chest. Ding. You have opened a level grade chest, acquiring inferior decomposer, X1. A decomposer? Nan Feng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the device in his backpack. This little gadget piqued his interest. Chapter 25, Discovery of Iron Ore. Inferior decomposer. Place any item inside to decompose it into corresponding materials. Note, this decomposer is of poor quality, with a resource conversion rate of 10. This device could decompose items. Nan Feng looked at the broken iron shell, just dropped by the iron beetle, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. Could this decomposer break down the iron shell into iron blocks? He retrieved the decomposer from his backpack and placed the broken iron shell inside. The machine began to vibrate incessantly, producing a creaking sound. Nan Feng was startled and immediately gripped his desert eagle, taking cover behind a tree. The cacophony of noise could very well attract the nearby ferocious beasts. If another iron beetle or blood-fang wild boar were to arrive, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, the disassembler swiftly completed the breakdown of the broken iron shell, silencing the clamor. Is it finished? Nan Feng hurried over and discovered a plethora of small iron chunks, each the thickness of a thumb, had emerged from the box beneath the disassembler. These were the byproducts of disassembling the broken iron shell. These small iron chunks, given a sufficient quantity, they can serve as iron blocks. Indeed, Nan Feng exclaimed with delight. This presented an opportunity for his fated weapon to upgrade. After extracting all the small iron pieces, he realized they amounted to only the equivalent of 3 iron blocks. Alas, he mused. The upgrade for my fated weapon requires 10 iron blocks. I'm quite short. Did that mean he would have to hunt iron beetles? Comparatively, the level 5 Bloodfang wild boar was far easier to deal with. At the very least, Nan Feng could breach its defenses. Wait, I remember there's another item that contains iron elements. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Nan Feng's mind as he recalled a particular object. That item might also yield iron chunks upon disassembly. With renewed enthusiasm, he stowed the disassembler and hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the little wooden cabin. At the edge of the forest where Nan Feng resided, there stood a grand mountain. At the foot of this mountain lay a natural cave, teeming with cave spiders, each the size of a piglet. Not far from the cave, 2 chosen ones, a man and a woman, patiently lured the spiders one by one, seizing the opportunity to hunt them. These 2 chosen ones were Su Yihan, ranked 4th, and Su Zurin, ranked 5th. Any man who had encountered Su Yihan would instinctively exclaim in his heart, "My goodness, how stunning." At that moment, Su Yihan wielded her staff, sending a nearby cave spider soaring through the air. Whoosh! The cave spider traced a parabolic arc before landing at Su Zurin's feet. With a deadpan expression, Su Zurin calmly thrust his dagger, slaying the spider. Gazing at the cave in the distance, Su Zurin spoke coolly. This cave must harbor a substantial amount of iron ore, and it is likely the only iron mining site in this area. His words were not mere speculation. He had already collected several iron blocks nearby. This cave was occupied by level 4 cave spiders, and it was initially estimated that there were at least 200 within. Su Yihan slightly shook her head, realizing that to clear it out would require several days. The cave spiders were formidable foes. Even the 2 siblings, when teaming up against one, needed 3 to 5 minutes to prevail. If they were besieged by 3 simultaneously, their only option would be to flee. If confronted by more than 5, their demise would be inevitable. What? Su Yihan looked at her aloof brother in astonishment. Iron blocks are a crucial resource. Are you simply relinquishing them to others? We cannot monopolize this iron mine. Su Zurin was not swayed by the immense profit before him. He understood that relinquishing a portion of the gains could ultimately yield greater rewards. Furthermore, there was a matter of utmost significance. On the very first day of our arrival, the Genesis God system had proclaimed that a tidal wave of beasts would descend in 30 days. Now, only 27 remained. The term beast tide itself suggests a challenge far beyond the capabilities of just 1 or 2 individuals. Should the chosen ones of our region lack sufficient strength, we could face total annihilation. It was imperative for the stronger among us to acquire iron blocks to upgrade their divine weapons, enabling them to slay more formidable beasts and enhance their powers swiftly. Only when the overall strength of our region was fortified would we stand a chance of surviving the impending beast tide. Having articulated his thoughts with fervor, Su Yihan nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. All right, I'll follow your lead. Aware of her brother's keen sense of the bigger picture, she chose not to elaborate further, trusting his judgment implicitly. As the 2 departed from their previous location, a conversation unfolded within the chat channel. Shinpan. What? You've discovered a cave that might harbor iron ore? Tian Jiping. If there's iron ore, why would you divulge this to us? There must be a catch. Huang Yuanming. Let us rush there tomorrow to mine. His inferior decomposer suddenly seemed less appealing. In the chat channel, Su Zurin. That cave is overrun by hundreds of burrowing spiders. Eliminating them 1TB an easy task. Bao Jian. Burrowing spiders? What level of beast are they? Xiao Feihong. This cave is splendid. We can level up while mining. What a delightful prospect. Su Yihan. Burrowing spiders are level 4 beasts, possessing an attack power of 150, and their strikes inflict poison. They are quite formidable. Su Zurin. Brothers in the top 20 of the rankings. Would you be interested in collaborating? Su Zurin. If we clear out these burrowing spiders, everyone's divine weapons can be upgraded, significantly enhancing our efficiency in hunting beasts. Wu Yuansheng. That sounds quite enticing. Nan Feng. Being too trusting of others can lead to swift demise. Nan Feng. I suspect he wants to lure us in and then betray us. You ran. Su Zurin. What do you mean by the top 20 brothers? Do you hold our female companions in disdain? You ran. When will women rise up? This is infuriating. Nan Feng. The sister above is championing feminism, duly noted. You ran. Get lost. Ning Wu. Do we, the handsome and beautiful beyond the top 20, not deserve to be acknowledged? This is infuriating. Nan Feng. Indeed, this is infuriating. As the lively conversation in the chat channel continued, Su Zurin suddenly sent a friend request. Upon acceptance, he promptly messaged, Brother, are you interested in joining? I'll send you the coordinates of the cave. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. Did you truly discover iron ore? Su Zurin. I cannot be entirely certain yet, but I have already collected several iron blocks around the cave. He proceeded to share the attributes of the iron blocks with Nan Feng. At the juncture of the plains and the forest, there lies a vast mountain range. With an iron mine nestled at the foot of one of its peaks, coordinates 275713. The intersection of the plains and the forest. Nan Feng, guided by the southern wind, consulted the map and discovered that the coordinates of his quaint cabin were 388, 511. The iron mine lay to the northwest of him. Suzerain, I await your arrival. After concluding his conversation with Suzerain, Nan Feng deactivated the interface and retrieved a decomposer from his backpack, placing it in a corner of his cabin. Now, he was eager to test the notion that had just occurred to him. From his bag, he extracted a collection of items. Iron claw mouse claws, exceptionally sturdy claws, infused with trace amounts of iron. Nan Feng possessed 40 iron claw mouse claws, previously unaware of their utility, but now their purpose had revealed itself. 40 claws. How many small iron blocks could he possibly extract from them? Licking his lips, he activated the decomposer. Chapter 26. The ingenious use of iron claw mouse claws. Within the confines of Nan Feng's cabin, the inferior decomposer began to tremble slightly, emitting a sound akin to that of a tractor. The decomposition of the 40 iron claw mouse claws was soon complete. The good news was that these claws indeed yielded iron elements. However, the bad news was that the resulting product was neither iron blocks nor small iron blocks, but a new item known as iron sand. Iron sand. When amassed in sufficient quantities, iron sand can serve the purpose of small iron blocks. This item was, regrettably, a tier below the small iron block. Nan Feng grimaced. Approximately 50 units of iron sand were needed to forge a single small iron block, and 10 small iron blocks were required to create one iron block. After performing a quick mental calculation, Nan Feng realized he would need a staggering 460 iron claw mouse claws to amass 10 iron blocks to upgrade his cherished weapon. This was indeed a predicament. Each iron claw mouse dropped 2 claws, necessitating the demise of 730 such creatures. Would he be engaged in this endeavor until the next lunar year? It seemed more prudent to mine alongside them. Wait, a thought struck him. Iron claw mice were seemingly ubiquitous, and undoubtedly, other chosen ones possessed iron claw mouse claws in their inventories. Without decomposers, these claws held little value to them. Perhaps he could trade a few materials for a substantial haul. With this revelation, Nan Feng hastily opened the trading channel. Indeed, numerous iron claw mouse claws were listed for exchange. Someone was offering 50 claws for a single freshwater. Another was trading 10 claws for 1 unit of wood. Yet another sought 20 claws in exchange for any 1 item of food. The price of these iron claw mouse claws was astonishingly low, and they seemed to elicit no interest. After all, no one comprehended the utility of the iron claw mouse claws. They merely occupied space in their bags, making it more sensible to list them in the trading channel in hopes of acquiring something useful. Nan Feng could hardly contain his excitement, entering into a buying frenzy and acquiring the majority of the iron claw mouse claws. In total, he amassed 306 claws. The southern wind has only exchanged wood 8, stones 14, mountain chicken meat 2, and rather unclean freshwater 1. What a bargain. However, this quantity remains insufficient for the southern wind's needs. Within the chat channel, the fervent shopping spree of the southern wind has already attracted the attention of other chosen ones. My 50 iron claw rat claws have actually sold? Is there really someone who desires this item? Su Ming, mine sold as well, traded for stones 2, quite a profit. Ning Wu, mine sold too. Wu Yuanxing, is someone collecting iron claw rat claws? Are they truly useful? Bao Jian, it seems that the esteemed southern wind is the buyer. Noticing this, the southern wind hurriedly edited a message to send out. Southern wind, I am purchasing iron claw rat claws in bulk. Any material 1 in exchange for iron claw rat claws 10 at an astonishing speed. Southern wind deemed the price of rat claws and materials at a ratio of 101 to be reasonable, considering that retaining rat claws would serve no purpose for others. Huang Yuanming, southern wind, brother, do share with me in secret, what is the use of iron claw rat claws? Southern wind, it's of no consequence to tell you. I plan to forge a dragon-slaying sword. Huang Yuanming, haha, I believe you not. Tian Jiping, southern wind, since you are aware of the iron claw rat claws purpose, you should selflessly inform everyone. Southern wind, as I slowly type a question mark, it is not I who am at fault, but rather you. Tian Jiping, what fault do I possess? Am I mistaken in my words? Tian Jiping, iron claw rat claws must certainly hold great significance. It is merely that we are yet unaware. As the first to know, you should share with everyone. Yet you secretly purchased all the iron claw rat claws in the trading channel. How selfish of you. Tian Jiping, I believe you should freely share the purpose of the iron claw rat claws and return all those you just bought to others. Southern wind found the situation laughable, pondering whether Tian Jiping had some sort of mental deficiency. Southern wind, the buyers have remained silent, as have the sellers, yet you, foolish one, continue to chatter. Southern wind, If you are not selfish, then might you kindly donate all the items in your backpack to me? Silly fool. Tian Jiping disregarded Southern Wind's retort and turned to persuade other chosen ones. Everyone, refrain from trading with him. Iron Claw Rat Claws must undoubtedly hold great significance. We just do not yet know. Even if one wishes to sell, the price must be raised tenfold. Lu Daqiang, your reasoning is quite sound. Can I sell my Iron Claw Rat Claws to you at 10 times the price? Bao Jian, tenfold. Tian Jiping, if you are willing to buy at 10 times the price, I shall go out and kill as many as you desire. Southern Wind, tenfold. I will sell you all that I just acquired. Huang Yuanming, tenfold. I shall eradicate the iron rats today. As Tian Jiping became the subject of ridicule, he could only sulk and retreat into the shadows. Southern Wind, slightly disappointed, shook his head, lamenting that Tian Jiping was rather feeble. As a former pianist from the canyon, the Zuan hunter, Nan Feng found himself somewhat unfulfilled, having barely unleashed a fraction of his potential before his adversary succumbed. Nan Feng addressed his companions, stating, indeed, the Iron Claw Rat's Claw possesses utility, yet its conditions for usage are rather stringent, rendering it likely unusable for most of you. He continued, keeping it in your inventory is merely a waste. It would be far more prudent to exchange it for some materials, would it not? Upon contemplation, the other chosen ones recognized the validity of his argument. Given that the Iron Claw Rat's Claw was currently of no use, they reasoned it better to trade for materials to enhance their divine weapons and upgrade their humble abodes, thereby bolstering their combat prowess. After all, survival remained the utmost priority. Moreover, even if they later discovered the Iron Claw Rat's Claw to be invaluable, it would matter little. Levels 1 and 2 of the Iron Claw Rat could easily be dispatched. The Iron Claw Rat's Claw was abundant. There was no scarcity whatsoever. In a world where death loomed perpetually, immediate gains took precedence. The future? It could be addressed if they lived to see it. Qiu Feihong remarked, coincidentally. I need to reach level 3 this afternoon. I shall hunt the Iron Claw Rat. Bai Jian added, the Iron Claw Rat is weak and easy to slay. I have been hunting them for the past few days. Ma Yong chimed in, with both rat meat and claws dropping, you're tempting me. Many of the chosen ones, still at levels 1 and 2, turned their sights on the formidable Iron Claw Rat. This was precisely the effect Nan Feng desired, and he nodded in satisfaction before closing the chat channel. He then listed 200 units of materials on the trade channel, offering a trade of 1 unit for 10 Iron Claw Rat's claws. After completing these transactions, Nan Feng began to prepare food. It was time for lunch. Chapter 27. How vast. Nan Feng roasted a piece of wild boar meat for lunch, savoring it with delight. However, he soon sensed a dilemma. Consuming roasted meat daily would surely lead to health issues. He needed to find some fruits and vegetables to replenish his vitamins. But now that his body had become partially digitized, did he still require these trace elements? Was he truly a virtual entity, or a being of tangible existence? Nan Feng himself was uncertain. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, concluding, as long as my health points are full, there should be no problem. By slightly reducing his prices, he could earn even more. After accomplishing these tasks, he glanced into his inventory, where he found he had amassed 1,084 Iron Claw Rat's Claws. Within the span of a lunch break, he had garnered an additional 700 Iron Claw Rat's Claws. Indeed, the strength of the masses was boundless. In the area where Nan Feng resided, only 591 chosen ones remained. On average, if each one killed 3 Iron Claw Rats, he would be able to gather 10 iron blocks. This calculation indicated that the process would indeed be swift. Wiping his mouth, Nan Feng departed from his humble cabin. In the afternoon, he planned to venture northwest, seeking to reach the iron mine spoken of by Su Zuren. The acquisition of iron blocks would undoubtedly be essential in the future. Nan Feng could not rely solely on the decomposition of Iron Claw Rat's claws. Moreover, Nan Feng yearned to encounter other chosen ones, perhaps to befriend a few like-minded companions in this perilous world. An additional ally could bolster the hope of survival, provided that ally does not harbor treachery. Upon exiting the small wooden cabin, Nan Feng journeyed westward, casually dispatching 7 or 8 Iron Claw Rats along the way, collecting a handful of their claws. Soon, he arrived at Chen Ping's cabin, which he had dismantled the previous day. He wondered if Huang Peng's cabin lay in the same direction. Continuing onward, Nan Feng noted that the ferocious beasts in the vicinity were predominantly of lower levels, mostly level 1 and 2, with very few at level 3. This path was relatively safe, yet it was not conducive for leveling up. Now at level 4, hunting level 2 beasts yielded a meager 7 experience points, scarcely enough to be deemed worthwhile. Upon consulting his map, Nan Feng observed that his current coordinates were 321528. At his present pace, he estimated he would reach the iron mine in just over an hour. Located at the boundary of the plains and the forest, Su Zuren pointed toward a distant cave, speaking in a calm tone. I shall name this place Iron Mine Mountain. What do you think? Behind him, 2 chosen ones shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Yuanqing remarked, it's not my wife. You may call it whatever you wish. Su Ming queried, is there truly an iron mine here? Do not deceive me. We are not easily trifled with. Su Ming, wielding a shield nearly his height, eyed Su Zuren warily. The shield, made of wood, bore evident signs of insect damage, pockmarked and uneven. Su Zuren maintained a cool demeanor. Indeed, there is an iron mine. But to partake in its bounty, you must first demonstrate your prowess. Behind Su Ming, Wu Yuanxing drew his longbow and released an arrow toward the distance. Whoosh. 115. The arrow struck a solitary cave spider, inflicting 115 points of damage. The 8 eyes of the cave spider turned toward Wu Yuanxing, who remained unperturbed, knocking a second arrow. 115. 2 magical arrows lodged into the spider's head, yet its speed remained unaffected as it swiftly approached Wu Yuanxing. Now, Su Ming barked, and as the cave spider closed in, he thrust the shield forward. Shield bash. 65. The cave spider froze, entering a state of daze. Whoosh. Wu Yuanxing calmly released a 3rd arrow, effortlessly dispatching the cave spider. Su Ming, brimming with pride, looked at Su Zuren. What do you think? Aren't we quite the formidable duo? Su Zuren nodded slightly. However, the consumption of magic is rather considerable, is it not? Su Ming's smile faltered slightly. Su Zuren's assessment was accurate. His magic was only sufficient for 5 uses of shield bash, while each arrow Wu Yuanxing fired consumed 5 points of magic, often leaving him drained. Setting aside the facts, just tell me, are we impressive or not? Su Zuren replied, impressive. Su Zuren acknowledged the prowess of Wu Yuanxing and Su Ming. Well, let us wait here for a while. Others should be arriving soon. He found a shaded spot to sit and rest. By the way, you all came rather swiftly. Our little cabin is just on the plain nearby, so we thought we would come early to take a look. Wu Yuanxing and Su Ming also settled down at a distance, and Wu Yuanxing asked, by the way, brother, what is your fated weapon? What is its strength? What abilities does it possess? When Su Zuren mentioned the number 710, he did not imply facing 710 cave spiders simultaneously. Rather, he meant that, without any supplies, he could hunt them one by one, ultimately slaying 710. Wu Yuanxing mused to himself. Su Ming can unleash shield bash 5 times. If we coordinate, we could eliminate 5 cave spiders without taking damage. After that, we would have to endure some health loss, allowing us to kill only around 10 more. In this comparison, the hunting efficiency of Wu Yuanxing and Su Ming was nearly on par with that of Su Zuren. Su Ming, however, was not overly concerned with such matters. His attention was captivated by the mention of a sister. You have a sister? Oh, right, you mean Su Yihan, don't you? I haven't seen any other chosen ones around. Where is she? Su Zuren glanced at the chat information on his panel. She'll be here shortly. Indeed. Within a couple of minutes, Su Yihan approached with her long legs gracefully striding forward. As she came closer, both Wu Yuanxing and Su Ming were taken aback. They exchanged glances, internally exclaiming, goodness, how impressive. Su Yihan cast a cold glance at the 2 lecherous onlookers before turning her attention back to Su Zuren. Brother, are just these 2 here? Where are the others? Su Zuren replied nonchalantly, they should still be on their way. Once we have about 10 people, we can commence. The allure of iron ore was immensely compelling for the top 20 chosen ones. Su Zuren was certain that very few would forsake the opportunity to acquire iron blocks. As anticipated, within the next hour, chosen ones began to arrive one after another. These were all formidable individuals ranking in the top 20. And only such elites were given the coordinates to this location. Nan Feng arrived as the 9th. Hello, everyone. Upon his arrival, Nan Feng cheerfully greeted the assembly while discreetly assessing the group. The one with the bow is Wu Yuanxing. The one with the shield is Su Ming. Wait, why is there someone without a weapon? Oh, and there's a lovely lady. Nan Feng's gaze fell upon Su Yihan's figure, and he gasped in surprise, unable to restrain himself, exclaiming, goodness, how impressive. Chapter 28. Are you a healer? Su Yihan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a cold glare at Nan Feng. The other chosen ones couldn't help but give Nan Feng a thumbs up. How bold to voice such a remark in person. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nan Feng rubbed his nose and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wu Yuanxing quickly spoke up to change the subject. It seems that most of us have arrived. Shall we prepare to get started? The individual in question is Huang Yuanming, with whom Nan Feng has collaborated on several occasions, thus making him a somewhat familiar acquaintance. To put it succinctly, the group shall pair up, and today we shall endeavor to slay approximately 30 to 50 cave spiders. We can return for another round tomorrow, and that should suffice. A small, chubby fellow wielding a machete squatted on the ground, his face alight with a grin as he strategized. This individual is named Wu Li, currently ranked 9th, with his signature weapon being a machete. Nan Feng cast a few more glances at the small rotund figure and took note of his details. Sensing Nan Feng's gaze, the chubby one turned around with an innocent smile, asking, brother, why are you staring at me? Are you perhaps fond of me? As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, declaring, actually, I'm quite sizable myself. Nan Feng rolled his eyes, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces. He mused that this chubby fellow might be a bit peculiar and resolved to maintain some distance. The efficiency of pairing up was called into question. Su Zuren voiced his dissent regarding Wu Li's perspective, noting that the number of cave spiders at the cave entrance was rather limited. We can engage in close combat at the forefront, taking turns to absorb damage, while the ranged fighters can stay behind to deal damage. We should push forward decisively and venture into the cave to assess the situation. Su Ming immediately interjected. Hey, I'm the only tank here. If you want me to absorb damage, just say so. Huang Yuanming countered. The attack power of the cave spiders is not to be underestimated. If more than 5 surround us, no matter how resilient, we would be in peril. I cannot agree to this plan. Nan Feng shook his head in agreement. Neither can I. In an effort to conceal his true capabilities, Nan Feng refrained from drawing his Desert Eagle, opting instead for a wooden dagger. While a dagger qualifies as a melee weapon, under Su Zuren's proposed tactics, Nan Feng would still have to take the front line and absorb damage. A perilous position that could easily lead to his demise, hence his descent. A rather slender young man spoke up. So, are you trying to deceive us into doing your bidding? His countenance was grim, and he appeared somewhat frail. This individual seemed to be named Yun Fei and held the 17th rank. What is his signature weapon? Why have I not seen it? This time, Nan Feng had learned his lesson and refrained from staring directly, instead discreetly assessing the slender young man from the corner of his eye. Su Zuren defended himself. I mentioned from the outset that we cannot be 100% certain there is iron or here. How can you claim I am deceiving you? Yun Fei shot him a cold glare. Are you implying that I am wrongfully accusing you? The atmosphere grew tense as the prospect of a confrontation loomed. Nan Feng took a few more steps back, internally cheering for a resolution. Let us communicate amicably. Huang Yuanming stepped forward to mediate, asserting that, as the saying goes, fate brings people together from afar. We share a connection and need not quarrel over trivial matters, correct? Seeing someone extend an olive branch, both Su Zuren and Yun Fei retreated from their argument, choosing not to pursue the matter further. To be fair, Su Dalao's earlier points do bear some merit. Wu Li stood up, declaring, we must first ascertain whether there is indeed iron or here before deciding how to occupy it. He then patted his round belly and continued, I am a melee fighter. I agree to take the front line. What about you all? Wu Yuanxing shrugged. I wield a bow, so I am indifferent. Let the melee fighters decide. Su Ming cast a glance at the plump fellow and reluctantly nodded. If the brothers wielding short blades have consented, what right do I, who bear a large shield, have to refuse? Huang Yuanming and Nan Feng exchanged glances, sensing the predicament. Huang Yuanming inquired, Brother, what do you say? Nan Feng replied, What can I say? As someone wielding a dagger, I can hardly withstand anything. The other melee-selected individuals could at least rely on the length of their weapons to fend off the attacks of the cave spider. However, for Nan Feng, the dagger was too short. When he was able to strike the cave spider, the creature could just as easily bite him. Wasn't that essentially a death sentence? Su Zuren pondered for a moment. How about this? We 5 melee-selected individuals will form a fan shape at the front, gradually advancing. Let our ranged brothers stay behind and focus on dealing damage. Nan Feng felt there was something amiss with this statement, yet the strategy was feasible and worth attempting. The group quickly reached a consensus. Frontline, Su Zuren, short blade, Huang Yuanming, wooden stick, Su Ming, large shield, Nan Feng, dagger, and Wu Li, short blade. The 5 melee fighters positioned themselves in a fan formation, creating a favorable environment for the ranged professions behind them. Rear line, Wu Yuanshang, longbow, Su Yihan, staff, Yun Fei, slingshot, and Wu Chainan, shortbow. Previously, Nan Feng had not seen Yun Fei's fated weapon, as he had concealed the slingshot in his pants pocket. As for Wu Chainan, he was a quiet young man. During Nan Feng's time there, he had not uttered a single word, merely listening silently to others. With the formation established, the group began to advance slowly towards the cave. When they were still 50 meters away from the cave, the first cave spider detected their small party and came scuttling towards them on its 8 legs. Attack! Wu Yuanxing commanded, raising his hand to release an arrow. Beside him, Yun Fei and Wu Chainan did not hesitate, each launching their own assaults. 2 magical feather arrows struck the cave spider's rear, while Yun Fei's magical pellet hit one of its eyes. How precise! Nan Feng was secretly astonished. From a distance of over 10 meters, the rapidly moving spider was struck in the eye by Yun Fei. If that wasn't mere luck, it was indeed impressive. Nan Feng believed he could not achieve such accuracy. Why couldn't he see the damage they inflicted? He wondered about the potency of their attacks. No faint crimson numbers appeared above the cave spider's head, which left Nan Feng feeling somewhat regretful. However, the trio's simultaneous assault did not succeed in slaying the cave spider. Seeing this, Su Zuren hurriedly stepped forward to deliver a finishing blow, thus securing the kill. Wu Yuanxing scoffed, only 10 experience points? That's rather low. Su Ming chuckled, please, you should be grateful. We didn't even strike a blow and gain no experience. Nan Feng lamented, damn, all the experience goes to you ranged types. What a loss. All right, let us press on. Su Zuren directed the team to advance further. Many more cave spiders awaited ahead, and experience points would be plentiful. Hooray? Miss, you can speak. I thought you were a mute bride. This was the first time Nan Feng heard Su Yihan's voice, and it was quite pleasant. You're the mute. Su Yihan shot Nan Feng a glare, deciding not to heal him later. Suddenly, apart from Su Zuren, the other chosen ones reacted in astonishment, looking at Su Ihan with wide eyes. You're a healer? Chapter 29, The Cave Spider King. The group gazed at Su Ihan in disbelief. You're a healer? No wonder you're so formidable. Su Ihan rolled her eyes at them. I merely learned a healing skill. Nan Feng was even more astonished. What? You actually have a skill? Why don't I have one? That's quite normal. I don't have one either, Wu Yuanqing explained. It seems that certain unique destined weapons come with skills. For instance, Su Ming's wooden shield has a skill called Shield Bash. Su Ihan nodded, coldly stating, my rapid healing is also a skill that comes with my destined weapon. Nan Feng exclaimed in frustration, that's not fair. Why do I have no skills? There must be some hidden agenda. Wu Chunin, who had been silent, inquired, rapid healing? What effect does that skill have? Su Ihan hesitated momentarily before replying. It restores 5 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Impressive. Suddenly, Xiao Luo's roasted meat doesn't seem appealing anymore. Nan Feng remarked, giving a thumbs up. This skill is equivalent to a portion of delicious roasted meat, and its recovery rate is even swifter. Nan Feng expressed his envy. Su Zurin interjected, all right, enough chit-chat. Let us continue moving forward. With a healer in the party, everyone felt a renewed sense of security, and their pace quickened considerably. They were now within 20 meters of the cave's entrance. The cave spiders had begun to multiply, but Nan Feng and his companions were no pushovers. They effortlessly dispatched the approaching spiders. Seizing this opportunity, Nan Feng decided to hone his melee skills. However, he was bitten twice by a cave spider, grimacing in pain. 69. 69. With those 2 bites, Nan Feng's health plummeted by half. Huang Yuanming and Wu Li quickly rushed to shield Nan Feng, eliminating the spider. Wu Li shook off the excess weight on his body. Looking at Nan Feng with surprise, bro, your combat strength is a bit lacking, isn't it? What else with your poor maneuvering? Why did you just stand there and let the cave spider bite you? I usually just bully little rabbits and rarely fight such ferocious beasts. Nan Feng casually offered an excuse. Deflecting the criticism, he didn't want to reveal his trump card, the Desert Eagle, in front of everyone if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Rapid healing. Suddenly,
Su Ihan's cool voice echoed in Nan Feng's ear. Ah, that feels good. Nan Feng felt warmth enveloping him and turned to Su Ihan. Thanks, miss. Ugh, a profiteer.
Nan Feng mumbled under his breath. As the group continued forward, several members subtly positioned themselves to shield Nan Feng from the cave spider's attacks. Upon witnessing the scene, Nan Feng couldn't help but express his belief that there are still many good-hearted individuals in the world. However, in reality, they were merely eager to garner additional experience points. After approximately half an hour, the group finally eradicated all the cave spiders near the entrance. Poor Nan Feng managed to acquire a meager 40 experience points. Everyone's health remained robust, so let us proceed, announced Su Zurin as Su Ming, bearing the large shield, led the way into the cave. Su Zurin and Wu Li followed closely, with Nan Feng and Huang Yuanming trailing behind, and finally, the 4-range professionals brought up the rear. Huang Yuanming glanced around and noticed that the number of cave spiders within the cave had significantly diminished. Nan Feng, why do you think the spiders in this cave have decreased? He inquired. How would I know? Perhaps it's too stifling in here. And they've gone out for some fresh air, Nan Feng replied, also surveying the cave. The cavern was deep yet narrow, and they occasionally encountered 1 or 2 cave spiders, swiftly dealt with by the group. It appeared to pose little danger. Yet, Nan Feng harbored a different sentiment, based on his experiences from the past 3 days. Such locations were highly likely to harbor elite or boss-level beasts. In such a confined space, they could easily meet their demise. Brother, why the serious expression? Huang Yuanming inquired, noticing Nan Feng's grave demeanor. By the way, why are you dressed in animal pelts? You look like a wild man. Nan Feng scoffed. You wouldn't understand. This is a limited edition wild man outfit, granting a total attribute boost of 99. There's only 1 set available in the entire region. Do you comprehend? Huang Yuanming raised his middle finger in jest. I believe you, sure. As the two engaged in light banter, the group advanced another 20 meters. The light from outside the cave could no longer reach this point, plunging them into darkness. Su Zurin, leading the way, raised a hand to signal everyone to halt. It's too perilous to proceed in the dark. We should light a fire. Allow me, the usually reticent Wu Chan said as he retrieved a fire starter from his backpack. Quickly fashioning a torch. Before long, each of the 5 melee champions wielded a torch, illuminating the path ahead. The cave was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of dripping water breaking the silence. As they moved forward for several more meters, a fork in the path emerged, one to the left and one to the right. Wu Yuanqing shrugged. I'm indifferent. It's up to you all to decide. Huang Yuanming suggested. Men to the left, women to the right. I think we should take the left path. Su Ihan chimed in. So where do I go? Su Zurin crouched down, examining the traces around them, attempting to glean any useful information. Nan Feng was also scanning the environment when he suddenly noticed something glimmering beneath his feet. It appeared to be an iron block. Discreetly, Nan Feng stepped on the reflective object, using his peripheral vision to keep an eye on the others. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice his subtle maneuver. At this moment, Su Zurin had completed his examination of the surroundings and remarked, "Let us head left. There are fewer spider tracks on that side, which should be safer." Cough cough. Nan Feng cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed. You all go ahead. I need to relieve myself. I'll catch up shortly." The crowd fell silent, yet no further words were exchanged as they arranged themselves and advanced to the left. At the rear of the group, Su Yihan cast a disdainful glance at Nan Feng as he passed by. Once the others had moved on, Nan Feng quickly bent down to retrieve a reflective object, tucking it into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained Iron Block X1. Upon hearing the system notification, Nan Feng maintained a stoic expression, though internally, he reveled in joy. Without the need for excavation, he had acquired an iron block, effortlessly. What a delightful find. This cave might indeed harbor iron ore. He hurriedly decided to catch up, certain that more iron blocks awaited ahead. Nan Feng clapped his hands and raised his torch, ready to pursue his companions. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the right passage. Startled, Nan Feng turned to see 8 basketball-sized eyes fixated upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Swallowing hard, Nan Feng activated his skill, Insightful Gaze. Burrow Spider King. Level 6, Lord Level Beast. Health points, 2,800 2,800. Magic points, 500 and 4,900. Skills, Venom Spray, Silk Spinning, Offspring Generation. Level 6 Lord Level Beast. The sight of those basketball-sized eyes coupled with 2,800 health points left Nan Feng feeling utterly unnerved. At that moment, the only thought that echoed in his mind was the phrase, "so terrifying." The Burrow Spider King met Nan Feng's gaze for a brief second before emitting a piercing shriek. Nan Feng realized, to his astonishment, that spiders could indeed scream. Retreating, he drew his gun. With his Desert Eagle in hand, Nan Feng executed a precise triple shot, striking the massive beast with little chance of missing. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots reduced the Burrow Spider King's health by a mere 3 points. To his dismay, Nan Feng's 200 attack power had failed to breach its defenses. "Run," he shouted towards the left passage, turning to flee toward the cave's entrance. As the saying goes, a friend may perish, but I shall survive. In this dire situation, Nan Feng prioritized his own safety above all else. Hearing Nan Feng's frantic call, the remaining 8 chosen ones turned to face him. Simultaneously, the Burrow Spider King's 8 basketball-sized eyes shifted their attention to them. Wu Yuanxing appeared bewildered. "What on earth is that?" Huang Yuanming recoiled several steps, his scalp prickling. "I used Insightful Gaze. That's the Burrow Spider King. A level 6 Lord level beast with an attack power of 420. Su Ming gasped in shock. "Goodness, 420 attack power? It could take me out in an instant. What do we do now?" Su Yihan's delicate features betrayed her fear as she cowered behind Su Zurin. Among the 8, only Su Zurin remained relatively composed. "Fear not. Its size is too great for it to approach us." Earlier, at the fork in the path, Su Zurin had noted signs of a large beast's activity on the right, while the left passage showed no such indications. As the narrow passage on the left became evident, Su Zurin swiftly deduced that the formidable beast could not traverse it. Hence, he led the group in that direction. Indeed, the cave Spider King refrained from launching an assault, instead rotating its numerous eyes before gradually retreating. This Lord-level beast had withdrawn. Huang Yuanming could scarcely believe his eyes. "It left? It won't kill us?" Su Zurin furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an epiphany. "Quickly, let us seize this opportunity to escape." Yun Fei paused, bewildered. "Escape? The cave Spider King surely has not strayed far. Rushing out now would be akin to tempting fate." Without further ado, Su Zurin grasped his sister Su Yihan's hand and dashed toward the exit. "If you wish to survive, follow me. Delay any longer, and it will be too late." The remaining few hesitated, paralyzed by the overwhelming dread instilled by the earlier encounter with the cave Spider King. With an attack power of 420, even the sturdiest among them, Su Ming, would shatter upon contact. In those fleeting seconds, Su Zurin and Su Yihan reached the fork in the cavern. A rare look of panic crossed Su Zurin's face. "Brother, what now?" Su Yihan, beside him, was already ashen with fear. The sight of the multitude of spiders sent the others into a state of alarm. Su Ming erupted in a fit of curses. "Damn it. Is this not certain death?" The jovial expression on Fat Dun's face vanished. "What on earth are we to do?" Without a moment's hesitation, the group followed the siblings deeper into the cave, pursued by the horde of spiders. After what felt like an eternity of frantic running, Su Zurin suddenly halted, illuminating the nearby stone wall with a torch. There was a narrow opening, just small enough for 2 to defend. Su Zurin rushed into the cave to investigate, discovering it devoid of beasts, save for an abundance of spider silk. This cavern was safe. He promptly devised a strategy. 45 ranged fighters inside, melee combatants guarding the entrance. Su Ming and Huang Yuanming form one team, while I and Wu Li will take the other. We shall alternate in absorbing damage. Sister, be vigilant in healing everyone. If we can hold this position, there remains a glimmer of hope. If we falter, we perish together. The group swiftly adhered to Su Zurin's tactical plan. Time was of the essence. The spider horde was closing in, and none dared to ponder the viability of Su Zurin's strategy. At the very least, it sounded plausible enough, perhaps offering a genuine chance at survival. Rustling sounds approached from a distance. The army of spiders was advancing. They are coming. Prepare for battle. Su Ming gritted his teeth and knelt, bracing himself at the forefront, his large shield firmly pressed against the cave's entrance. The others held their breath, steeling themselves for the impending conflict. As the first spider crawled into view, Huang Yuanming rushed forward, striking it with a blow that sent it flying. Su Zurin observed the flung spider, momentarily taken aback, before unleashing Eye of Insight. Spider hatchling. Level 2. Health 150280. Mana 110110. Attack power 90. Defense 65. Upon observing the attributes of this spider, Su Zurin let out a sigh of relief. This was not the cave spider, but rather a level 2 spider hatchling, which gave them a glimmer of hope. This was indeed good news, yet it came with a caveat. The favorable aspect was that the spider hatchling possessed feeble strength, allowing the group to vanquish it with relative ease. However, the downside was the overwhelming number of these creatures, coupled with their diminutive size, making it increasingly arduous for the group to defend the cave entrance. Su Zurin turned to the 4 ranged class chosen ones behind him, Wu Yuansheng and Wu Chenin. Direct your attacks towards the spiders outside to alleviate the pressure on our frontline melee fighters. Yun Fei, you are tasked with dispatching any that manage to breach our defenses. Do not allow these beasts to assault you. The 3 nodded in unison and initiated their counteroffensive according to the plan. Fat Dun wielded his short blade, cleaving a nearby spider hatchling in 2. Su Ming, if you can't hold up, just let me know. I'll take the brunt for a while. Su Ming was completely hunched behind his large shield, grinning. No worries. These little spiders lack significant attack power, and with the healer providing support, I can withstand for at least 10 minutes. As he spoke, Su Ming pulled out a piece of delicious roasted meat from his backpack and began to eat heartily. Su Zurin surveyed the situation, his expression grave. The group had managed to temporarily secure the cave with their commendable teamwork. However, as time passed and their supplies dwindled, their doom would soon approach. The spider hatchlings continued to surge forth, and Su Zurin was not convinced they could eradicate them all. A strategy needed to be devised. Su Zurin's mind raced, striving to grasp any potential chance of survival. At that moment, he unexpectedly received a private message. Nan Feng, are you guys still alive? Do you need assistance? At that time, Nan Feng had already exited the cave, finding a safe vantage point from which to observe the situation at the entrance. He noted that the cave spider king had not pursued, and neither had Su Zurin and the others emerged, prompting him to send a message to check on their status. Surprisingly, they were still alive. Nan Feng was somewhat astonished. Given the terrifying attack power of the cave spider king, it was improbable that they could withstand its onslaught. Thus, it could only mean one thing. The cave spider king had not personally engaged but had summoned a horde of minions. Understanding dawned upon Nan Feng as he initiated a trade, offering 10 portions of clean freshwater to Su Zurin without requesting payment. This constituted the entirety of his inventory. Su Zurin, is there more? This won't last long. The clean water device had been left in a small cabin and was not carried with him. Nan Feng typed out numerous words of encouragement, but ultimately deleted them all, momentarily at a loss for what to express. This group of comrades, whom he had only just met today, were on the brink of perishing within the cave, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. This world, rife with peril, was truly a cruel place. How delightful that girl was, and yet he had not even mustered the courage to approach her. Now, she might be lost forever. Yet, Nan Feng found himself at a loss, for his strength was insufficient to rescue the group, and he risked endangering himself in the process. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He opened his backpack. Iron Claw Rat Claw, 2481. All the materials Nan Feng had listed in the trading channel had been transformed into Iron Claw Rat Claws. Disassemble. The inferior disassembly device was conveniently stowed in his backpack, now proving to be quite useful. Coupled with the 40 Iron Claw Rat Claws he had disassembled earlier, this amounted to 5 iron blocks. The broken iron shell yielded a heap of small iron blocks, roughly equivalent to 3 iron blocks. He had also picked up one more iron block in the cave. Just one more iron block was needed for Nan Feng to upgrade his fated weapon. Damn it, time to take a gamble. Nan Feng immediately sent a message to Su Zurin. Brother, lend me one iron block. Su Zurin had previously found iron blocks and had mentioned it to Nan Feng. Without hesitation, Su Zurin initiated the trade. Ding, you have received one iron block. The electronic synthesizing sound echoed in Nan Feng's ears as he completed his collection of 10 iron blocks. Without delay, Nan Feng chose to upgrade his fated weapon. Fated weapon, weapon name, the Ramshackle Armory. Current grade, pinnacle level. Type, backpack. Attributes, 20 backpack slots. Materials required for upgrade, 200 wood, 300 stone, 100 iron blocks, 1 copper block. Unlocked equipment from Armory, Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of his fated weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. Ding. As your fated weapon grows, you have mastered a new skill, Penetrating Shot. Nan Feng was overjoyed. Hell yeah, I finally have a skill. Chapter 31. The Power of the Penetrating Shot. Ding. As your fated weapon grows, you have mastered a new skill, Penetrating Shot. Penetrating Shot consumes 20 mana points. Firing a magical bullet with penetrating effects that deals 150 attack power damage to multiple targets. The damage of this bullet diminishes with distance and the number of targets hit. With a cooldown of 10 seconds. Note, can only be used when equipped with firearms. Wow, I finally have a skill. Nan Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. The Penetrating Shot could be deemed a group attack skill, significantly enhancing Nan Feng's efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Nan Feng turned his gaze to the weapons in his possession. His Desert Eagle and Wooden Dagger could also be upgraded alongside the Ramshackle Armory. Desert Eagle, current grade, pinnacle level, upgrades in accordance with Ramshackle Armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 20, stamina 16. Each attack consumes 3 mana points and deals 120 attack power damage to the targeted enemy. Equipment from Ramshackle Armory. Wooden Dagger, current grade, pinnacle level, increased with Dilapidated Armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 24, agility 6, stamina 6. Each attack inflicts 110 to 130 of attack power as damage. Slightly enhances bleeding effects. Equipment derived from the Dilapidated Armory. These two pieces of equipment have not undergone significant changes, merely augmenting some fundamental attributes. Notably, the Desert Eagle's normal attack damage has risen to 120, equating to a staggering 12-fold damage with each strike from Nan Feng, while each attack consumes only 3 mana points. This represents a substantial enhancement. Feeling elated, Nan Feng glanced at his attributes and nodded in satisfaction. His strength had reached 48 points, and his attack power soared to 240 points, a truly formidable figure. Name, Nan Feng. Level 4, 162, 1800. Health points, 280280. Mana points, 340340. Attack power, 240. Defense, 93. Strength, 48. Agility, 22. Stamina, 28. Energy, 34. While his health points were somewhat low, all other attributes were impressively high. He still possessed 10 free attribute points. Perhaps it was prudent to allocate them all? Upon advancing from level 2 to 3, and then from 3 to 4, he had accrued 5 free attribute points each time, which he had been saving. Now, Nan Feng resolved to invest them all into strength, maximizing his output. Strength, 58. Attack power, 290. With the expenditure of 10 free attribute points, Nan Feng's attack power surged to 290 points instantly. Exhilarated, he felt as though he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Earlier, Nan Feng had utilized Eye of Insight to examine the attributes of the Cavern Spider King, a formidable creature boasting 210 defense points, rendering him ineffective against it before. However, his current attack power was now sufficient to breach its defenses. At the cave entrance, Nan Feng cautiously peered around for any sign of the Cavern Spider King, but instead, he observed numerous small spiders lazily making their way out. Spider spawn. Nan Feng activated Eye of Insight to discern the attributes of these small spiders. Level 3, 280 health points, 65 defense points. He quickly calculated 290 to 12, 65 4. Nan Feng could eliminate a single spider spawn with one shot. In that moment, the spider spawn transformed into adorable creatures in his eyes. This was a bountiful source of experience. Without hesitation, Nan Feng raised his weapon and fired. 311. Notification. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast, spider spawn, earning 15 experience points. Nan Feng paused in surprise. Why was the damage so high? This differed from his earlier calculations. Had it increased by approximately 10? He currently possesses 300 mana points, sufficient to vanquish at least 100 spiderlings, which translates to an impressive 1,500 experience points. Nan Feng even sensed a glimmer of hope that he might ascend to level 5 today. Work, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nan Feng raised his Desert Eagle, methodically taking down the spiderlings, one by one. Occasionally, 1 or 2 shots would miss, but this had little impact. Ding. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, earning 15 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, earning 15 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, earning 15 experience points. While dispatching monsters, Nan Feng advanced forward, soon approaching the earlier fork in the path. Cautiously, he cast a glance down the right corridor, finding no trace of the Cavern Spider King, and he let out a sigh of relief. Opening his panel, Nan Feng sent a message to Suzerain. Brother, how is the situation on your end? Can you hold on? The mana potion takes 10 minutes to restore 50 mana points, and in such an intense battle, 50 mana points would likely be depleted in 30 seconds. Far from sufficient. Currently, Wu Yuansheng and the others had already commenced close combat. Nan Feng glanced to the left corridor, spotting a dense swarm of spiderlings. It was the perfect opportunity to test my new skill. Nan Feng crouched low, raising the desert eagle about 5 centimeters off the ground. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh. 20 mana points surged from within Nan Feng into the desert eagle, propelling an 8-centimeter-long, spiraled mana bullet forth. Piercing bullet. The piercing bullet raced along the ground, piercing through 17 spiderlings, before finally coming to rest. Incredible. The power of this piercing bullet exceeded Nan Feng's expectations, especially in such a densely packed scenario. The piercing bullet was nothing short of miraculous, although it consumed quite a bit of mana. Checking his status bar, Nan Feng noted he still had 127 mana points remaining, allowing for 6 more shots. Beyond mana, he also observed his experience points, 10, 921, 800. He needed just 708 more experience points to level up, which meant he had to slay 48 more spiderlings. For Nan Feng, armed with the piercing bullet, defeating 48 spiderlings was hardly a daunting task. Without hesitation, he fired another piercing bullet. This time, fortune was not in his favor, as he only managed to slay 9 spiderlings before the bullet lodged itself into the wall, vanishing from sight. Just 39 more to go. Chapter 32. Hurry. Heal me. After slaying 39 more spiderlings, Nan Feng would ascend to level 5. Swish, swish. The remaining spiderlings, witnessing their companions ruthlessly slaughtered, were instantly consumed with rage, charging at Nan Feng with their 8 legs thrashing. In an instant, at least 50 to 60 spiderlings surrounded him. Relying on his superior attributes, Nan Feng did not flee immediately. Instead, he awaited the cooldown of the piercing bullet before taking aim at the swarm of spiders once more. With a single shot, 13 spiderlings were obliterated. Swiftly, Nan Feng rose to his feet, brushing off the arachnids that had begun to clamber over him, and retreated hastily. The situation had shifted. He could no longer remain stationary to assault level 5. In but a brief moment, his health had already diminished by half. If he lingered for a few more seconds, Nan Feng would become the evening meal for this swarm of diminutive spiders, leaving not a trace behind. Upon witnessing Nan Feng's flight, a greater number of spiderlings turned to pursue him. In an instant, a dense mass of spiderlings surged after Nan Feng, racing toward the cave's entrance. Bursting forth from the cave, Nan Feng activated the chat channel and swiftly sent a message to Suzerain. I have drawn away a large batch of spiderlings. The rest is up to you. Whether they should remain steadfast or risk their lives to escape was a decision he could not make for them. The choice lay in their own hands. Deep within the cave, upon receiving Nan Feng's message, Suzerain decisively proclaimed, Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall charge out. Wu Yuansheng, taken aback, exclaimed, How can we possibly break through with so many spiders? This is madness. Huang Yuanming glanced at the densely packed spiders, his expression resolute. Staying here is a slow death. Charging out offers a glimmer of hope. With a swift strike, Wu Li severed a spiderling in two, his jowls shaking. Charge, damn it. The stout Wu Li led the way, his 200-pound frame akin to a human tank, barreling forward with reckless abandon. Sister, give him a healing boost, then follow me. Suzerain stood before Su Yihan, clearing a path for her, while the others hastily followed suit. All right, Su Yihan replied, clutching her staff tightly as she hurried after Suzerain. With 3 breaking through, the remaining members dared not linger in their demise. Old Witch, stand behind me. Su Ming gritted his teeth, pushing forward with his shield, flanking Wu Li as they forged a path. Swish, swish. Spiderlings encircled them from all directions, launching a fierce assault. Yet, these individuals were not to be trifled with. All had reached level 4, and they dispatched the swarm of spiderlings with remarkable speed and brutality, quickly leaving a multitude of the diminutive creatures lifeless. However, their health points were plummeting as well, and signs of weakness and exhaustion soon manifested, the effects of diminished vitality. Su Ming felt a wave of despair. We can't break through. Gazing at the swarming spiderlings, Yun Fei slowly lowered his slingshot. This is it, the next one. Wu Yuansheng also felt disheartened. Ah, it's over. Su Yihan's icy gaze held a hint of melancholy as she murmured, Is this how it ends? Without ever having experienced love? What a pity. Among them, only Suzerain and Wu Chainan had not given up, relentlessly pushing forward. Suddenly, Suzerain glanced ahead and exhaled in relief. Everyone. I believe we can still salvage this. Hearing his words, the group, illuminated by the dim firelight, looked ahead. The number of spiderlings had drastically decreased, insufficient to impede their small squad. Huang Yuanming rejoiced. Could this be that flower village? Su Yihan cast a bewildered glance at him. Are you suggesting that there is light at the end of the tunnel? Huang Yuanming nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. With newfound hope for survival, the group surged forth like a rush of adrenaline, breaking free from their encirclement. The path ahead was clear. Suzerain turned around and quietly positioned himself at the back of the line. Wu Yuansheng raised his thumb in approval. Brother, you are quite something. I've decided to befriend you. Behind them, a swarm of spider hatchlings pursued the group, posing a significant threat to the 4 ranged chosen ones. However, Suzerain's defense had soared to 82 points, rendering the hatchlings' attacks barely consequential, inflicting only single-digit damage as long as he avoided being surrounded. Moreover, There were no more hatchlings obstructing their way ahead, making it difficult for those behind to catch up. The group soon arrived at a fork in the path, astonished by the multitude of hatchling corpses strewn about. Nearly 100 had perished here. Who could have accomplished such a feat? No wonder there were so few spiders around. It seemed they had been exterminated. Had other chosen ones arrived? Suddenly, they recalled the missing individual, Nan Feng. In the heat of battle, they had nearly forgotten about him. Now, seeing the ground littered with hatchling carcasses, they began to piece things together. Brother, did Nan Feng slay all these spiders? Su Yihan's cold visage betrayed a hint of disbelief. It's highly probable, Su Zairan affirmed. Nan Feng just messaged me, saying he lured away a large group of hatchlings, which is why I chose to charge out. After a brief pause, he added, somewhat astonished. I didn't realize he had concealed such formidable strength. In the span of their conversation, they had already dashed out of the cave. The warm sunlight bathed them, instilling a sense of rebirth. That was close, Su Ming gasped, lowering his large shield. With a defense rating surpassing 90 points. Attacks from the hatchlings merely deducted 1 point of health from him, making him the most resilient among them, though he bore numerous bite marks. Su Yihan cast a worried glance back at the cave. Let us keep our distance. There's still a burrow spider king inside. The group hurriedly distanced themselves from the cave. What shall we do next? Wu Yuanqing queried, pulling out a piece of tantalizing roasted meat. I noticed quite a few iron blocks, but they're embedded in the rock face. We'll need to dig them out. Fat Dun tended to his wounds and spoke up. We can't dig until we deal with the burrow spider king. Su Zairan nodded thoughtfully. We'll need to reach at least level 6 before we can hope to hunt this formidable beast. Then shall we disperse? Yun Fei shrugged. Let us return once we're level 6 to tackle this dungeon. Sounds good, they all agreed. With that, they prepared to part ways. Su Yihan stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance. Wait a moment, isn't that Nan Feng over there? Huh. The group followed her gaze and spotted Nan Feng sprinting towards them with fervor. As Nan Feng beheld Su Yihan, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. Nurse, quickly aid me. Behind Nan Feng loomed a horde of spiderlings. Chapter 33, Level 5. Hurry, assist me. Clutching a wooden dagger, he sprinted while shouting. The spiderlings pursued him relentlessly, and he found himself unable to shake them off. Rapid healing, Su Yihan murmured, expending her last bit of magical energy to provide him with a healing touch. Suzerain, kite them. With the terrain open and spacious, unlike the confined cave, the group could strategically fight while retreating, gradually wearing down the swarm of spiderlings. With the assistance of Suzerain and others, Nan Feng finally caught his breath. He had led the swarm of small spiders in a wide circle, discovering that they were in relentless pursuit, and he couldn't seem to escape them. Moreover, he dared not venture into the forest, fearing an encounter with more ferocious beasts that could surround him from all sides. Left with no choice, he circled in the open area until he spotted Suzerain and the others charging out of the cave, prompting him to rush over for help. Nurse, you are my savior. Nan Feng expressed his gratitude with a nod to Su Yihan. His health had plummeted below 50 points, placing him in a precarious situation. Upon hearing the term nurse, Su Yihan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, could you not be so uncivilized? Call me priest. Very well, nurse. Nan Feng chuckled heartily before turning to confront the spiderlings. He needed to eliminate just 21 more to reach level 5, and he could not allow the others to steal his experience. With swift strides, he approached one of the spiderlings and plunged the wooden dagger down with force. 371. A single strike dispatched the creature instantly. The wooden dagger boasted a strength enhancement of 24 points, surpassing that of the desert eagle by 4 points, thus delivering greater damage. The spiderling could not withstand even a single blow from the desert eagle, let alone endure the impact of Nan Feng's wooden dagger. The others watched in astonishment. The attributes of the spiderlings were not particularly high. Both their defense and health were merely average for level 3 beasts. Yet even the most powerful among them, the witch Yuanqing, needed to trigger a weak point strike to take down a spiderling in one hit. Was Nan Feng's attack power truly so formidable? Oblivious to the expressions of those around him, Nan Feng remained singularly focused on annihilating the swarm of spiders to reach level 5, paying no heed to anyone else. After a grueling 15 minutes, the group finally eradicated the spiderlings without suffering significant losses in health. Damn it, I'm still 28 experience points short. Those scoundrels stole my experience. Nan Feng lamented inwardly, cursing his misfortune. It was a pity, as he was so close to achieving level 5. As the battle concluded, the group gradually gathered around him. The burly figure of Pao Dun casually approached Nan Feng, clapping him on the shoulder. Brother, I truly thank you today. Huang Yuanming chimed in, indeed. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out. The others also expressed their gratitude towards Nan Feng. It is now widely acknowledged that it was the gentle breeze of Nan Feng that led a multitude of spiderlings to escape from their cavernous confinement. Indeed, one could consider Nan Feng a veritable savior to many. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nan Feng remarked, you are all far too courteous. What more could you possibly want? We are friends, after all. Is this not merely a matter of saving lives? How could I possibly accept any form of recompense? A few exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed, as they had not even broached the subject. Nan Feng, with a playful lick of his lips, continued, "Is there truly any need for such feelings of indebtedness? It was merely a matter of saving a life. However, if you insist on offering something, perhaps 100 units of materials would suffice, just a token of appreciation." He deliberately emphasized the notion of saving lives twice. As Nan Feng engaged in his comedic monologue, Su Yihan stifled a laugh behind her hand, amused by his antics. Su Zurin, with a nonchalant tone, interjected, "Exchanging 100 units of materials for a life seems perfectly reasonable to me. Indeed, my brother Nan Feng is a man of integrity, not one to deceive." Huang Yuanming, who had previously collaborated with Nan Feng, chimed in, stepping forward in support. "Come, brother, let us commence our transaction." In front of the gathering, Huang Yuanming promptly presented Nan Feng with 100 units of materials, which Nan Feng reluctantly accepted. Of course, he did not forget to send Huang Yuanming a private message. Private message, Nan Feng. "My good brother, I shall return it all to you shortly." Private message, Huang Yuanming. Hee, a delightful collaboration. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Subsequently, the others also contributed 100 units of materials to Nan Feng. These individuals, all formidable figures ranked among the top 20, found such an offering trivial. After all, Nan Feng had risked his life to rescue them. Before long, Nan Feng had amassed 800 units of materials, his labor's worth for the afternoon, remaining in their midst. He feared that someone might harbor ill intentions and attempt to seize his newfound wealth, although such a possibility seemed unlikely. Given that they had just faced a life-and-death ordeal together, the integrity of this group appeared commendable. Yun Fei remarked, "Very well, let us reconvene next time. Do take care not to be slain by ferocious beasts." Wu Yuanxing added, "What nonsense are you spouting, old Su? Let us depart." Before parting ways, Nan Feng flashed a cheerful smile at Su Yihan, saying, "Good healer, until we meet again." She retorted with a playful scoff, "Get lost." With laughter echoing, they bid farewell. On the road, Huang Yuanming wore a mischievous grin, asking, "Brother, what do you think of Su Yihan?" "Your assessment is indeed incisive," replied Nan Feng. "What are you implying?" He countered, "I was referring to her skill of rapid healing, which is quite generous." "Indeed, I was thinking the same," Huang Yuanming responded. As Nan Feng gazed at the flowing stream, a sudden thought struck him. "Brother Huang, could you fetch me 2 barrels of water this evening?" Huang Yuanming, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? How did you know I've been tinkering with wooden barrels recently?" "I know nothing," Nan Feng replied, somewhat exasperated by Huang Yuanming's astonishment. "I merely mentioned it offhand." Of course, they exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Upon entering the forest, South Wind became increasingly cautious. The woods were rife with ferocious beasts, many of which were seasoned adversaries, formidable and unpredictable. With a mere 20 points of magical energy and just over 100 health points, his condition was far from robust. "Ding. You have slain a level 2 beast, Great Squirrel, earning 7 experience points." "Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 5. "Ding. You are the first chosen one in this area to reach level 5, earning 1 reputation." "Ding. It has been detected that a chosen one in this area has attained level 5. A cross-regional chat channel is now open for all chosen ones in this area." South Wind was momentarily taken aback. Another new feature had been unlocked. Chapter 34. Come and strike me through the network cable. The cross-regional chat channel has been activated. Curiously, South Wind opened the panel to explore this newly available feature. "Ding. Successfully entered the cross-regional chat channel." "Ding. Only chosen ones above level May 5th speak in the cross-regional chat channel, and each message must be spaced at least 30 seconds apart." "Ding. The area you are in is the 527th region on this planet to have a chosen one at level 5. This area is now officially designated as Primitive World Zone 527. Primitive World Zone 527? South Wind was astonished by the voice of the Creator God system. Had at least 526 chosen ones reached level 5 before him? Such rapid progress was remarkable. Shaking his head, he once again focused on the cross-regional chat channel. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kizuna. Another newcomer has arrived, reaching level 5 on the 3rd day. How pathetic. Zone 288, Amelia. This should be the last newcomer of the day, right? Zone 17, Xiao Angran. South Wind. Brother, are you from the Dragon Country? Glancing at Xiao Angran's avatar, South Wind surmised that he too was from the Dragon Country. The cross-regional chat channel seemed to possess a built-in translation feature, as he noticed many messages from chosen ones of other nations were also in the language of the Dragon Country. Zone 527, South Wind. Xiao Angran, yes. I am from the Dragon Country. What is the situation with this cross-regional chat channel? Why are there so many foreign friends? Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kizuna. Who is your friend? All you Dragon Country folks are trash, and you are the worst of the lot. My warriors from the Great Cherry Blossom Empire never befriend trash. South Wind was bewildered. He had been inexplicably insulted without provocation. It was utterly bewildering, especially since he had done nothing to deserve such treatment. Licking his lips, South Wind began typing furiously. Zone 527, South Wind. Cherry Blossom Kizuna. You pathetic creature. Did your mother neglect you today, leaving you with such a foul mouth? I'm sorry, but I cannot offer you maternal love. I can only provide you paternal love. For I am your true father, omitting 2,000 words. Send. In the cross-regional chat channel, messages could only be sent every 30 seconds. A frustrating delay that hindered Nan Feng from expressing himself freely. The opposing player could scarcely grasp the true prowess of the canyon pianist, leaving Nan Feng with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, his humble composition was laden with references to his parents, wielding considerable impact. As the prodigious swordsman from the Sakura family, Sakura Kojiro had never been subjected to such scathing remarks, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Area 132, Sakura Kojiro. Nan Feng, you are doomed. Area 527, Nan Feng. Huh? Are you really going to come through the internet to strike me? Area 132, Sakura Kojiro. As you wish. Nan Feng paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Surely this fellow couldn't actually traverse the internet to confront him. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he found no one nearby. Thankfully. However, the encroaching dusk reminded him that he was still here, hurling insults. The prospect of spending the night outdoors was as good as courting death. Little did Nan Feng know that his tirade against Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel would reverberate throughout the entire 527 area. Finally, respite arrived as he settled into the cozy cabin, allowing himself to unwind completely. The earlier expedition into the mine had been perilous yet rewarding, propelling him from level 4 to level 5, thus claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Additionally, he had earned a point of prestige, though he remained unaware of its significance. Moreover, his fabled weapon had once again ascended to its pinnacle level, a substantial enhancement. After a brief respite, Nan Feng lit a campfire and commenced roasting meat. During this time, he retrieved his Desert Eagle and aimed it at a large tree over 40 meters away. Practicing his marksmanship, after firing over 200 rounds, he felt his shooting skills had improved. Resolving to practice for half an hour each night, he aimed to enhance his accuracy. With this modest goal in mind, Nan Feng stowed away the Desert Eagle and closed the cabin door. Based on his experiences from the previous days, he anticipated an influx of nocturnal beasts within the next half hour, and he had no desire to provoke those fearsome creatures. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the cabin, yet after 3 consecutive days of feasting on it, Nan Feng found himself somewhat repulsed. Unfortunately, in this primitive world, various meats were readily available, while fruits and vegetables were a rarity. Regardless of his aversion, he had to eat. Prolonged fasting would incur a weakness status debuff, reducing all attributes by 550, a dire consequence, as he had learned from the chat channel, though he had yet to experience hunger firsthand. Time to eat, he declared, taking a deep breath as he began to consume the roasted meat, while simultaneously opening his interface to engage with the group. Upon opening the panel, he was greeted by a deluge of private messages, and the chat channel was ablaze with activity. Chat channel, Bao Jian, why is the great Nan Feng still lurking? Come out and say a few words. Tian Jiping. Humph, in my opinion, he is simply afraid and has chosen to hide away. Why must the entire district bear the consequences of Nan Feng's actions alone? Wool, enough of this meaningless talk. We should focus on how to address the situation. Nan Feng was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events. What on earth is going on? As he opened private messages from other friends, he gradually pieced together the puzzle. It turned out that after Nan Feng had thoroughly berated Sakura Kojiro in the inter-regional chat channel, Sakura Kojiro had become infuriated and promptly declared his intention to challenge District 527. This so-called inter-regional challenge was, in fact, a type of item. Inter-regional challenge order. Designate a region and engage in a fair duel with the highest level chosen one of that region. The victor's region will enjoy a 10 increase in all resources, while the loser's region will suffer a 10 decrease. Note, if either chosen one's health drops to 1 point, it is considered a defeat. With this inter-regional challenge order, Sakura Kojiro could directly challenge Nan Feng, and if victorious, could plunder 10 of District 527's resources. This was a matter of great significance for the entire region, which explained the uproar in the chat channel. Having unraveled the situation, Nan Feng took a sharp breath. Goodness, that fool actually dares to come through the internet to confront me. Chapter 35. Inter-regional challenge. Goodness, that fool truly believes he can confront me through the internet. Nan Feng was astonished. This primitive world had such capabilities. How could keyboard warriors possibly survive in such an unfriendly environment? At that moment, a new notification suddenly appeared on Nan Feng's interface. Su Zurin has invited you to join the Handsome Guy group. Do you accept? What? How can one still join groups? When did this new feature come about? Nan Feng scratched his head and clicked to accept. Ding. Nan Feng has joined the group chat. Glancing at the group members, Nan Feng recognized them as the very individuals who had participated in the cave expedition that afternoon. Huang Yuanming. Nan Feng. Brother, you finally made it. I thought you might have perished along the way. Nan Feng. Bah, you're the one who would perish along the way. Nan Feng. I just got home. I haven't even settled down yet. Nan Feng. What is going on right now? Can someone explain? I'm still a bit dazed. Su Zurin. Allow me to explain. As Nan Feng devoured the skewered meat in his hand, he attentively read the messages in the group. Suzerain, are you aware of Sakura Kojiro's challenge against you? Nan Feng, I have a vague idea. By the way, how did you all find out about my outburst against him? ISNT, the inter-regional chat channel, accessible only to level 5 players? Wu Yuanxing, only level 5 players can speak, but we can still enter to observe others' conversations. Oh, I see now, Nan Feng realized. Suzerain, I heard from a Dragon Kingdom player named Chung Mo in District 68 that the inter-regional challenge order exists in every region but can only be obtained by defeating a level 5 or higher Lord-level ferocious beast. Suzerain, today, Sakura Kojiro fortuitously acquired a cross-regional challenge order, spending the entire afternoon seeking out softer targets. Just now, you provoked him, which has drawn his attention. Nan Feng, damn, am I really that unlucky? Suzerain, in truth, your provocation was not the primary reason. According to the chosen ones from other regions, regardless of whether we have instigated him or not, Sakura Kojiro will challenge the final region today. Suzerain, the last region essentially signifies the weakest strength, making it easier for him to secure a victory and acquire resources. Nan Feng comprehended that he needed to reach level 5 before nightfall, a timing that was rather unfortunate. Should he delay until tomorrow to achieve level 5, Sakura Kojiro would undoubtedly challenge District 526 tonight. Su Ming, I was lurking in the cross-regional chat channel and acquired a few valuable pieces of information. 1. Sakura Kojiro hails from District 132, having entered the cross-regional arena yesterday afternoon, more than a day ahead of us. 2. Sakura Kojiro is already at level 6, wielding a destined divine weapon in the form of a katana, which presumably possesses a formidable offensive skill, though its nature remains unknown. 3. This morning, Sakura Kojiro single-handedly vanquished a level 5 Lord-class ferocious beast. Upon absorbing this information, Nan Feng's brow furrowed. Sakura Kojiro's prowess was indeed formidable. The ability to slay a level 5 Lord-class beast was no small feat. Although Nan Feng had never encountered a level 5 Lord-class beast, he had witnessed the might of a level 6 Lord-class beast, the Cavern Spider King. While a level 5 Lord-class beast may not compare to the Cavern Spider King, the disparity was marginal. In light of this comparison, it seemed that Nan Feng had little chance of victory. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng sent a message. When does he intend to challenge me? Suzerain, the cross-regional challenge order can only be utilized during the day. He should challenge you first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. This meant that Nan Feng had no time left to bolster his strength. He would have to confront Sakura Kojiro in his current state. Suihan, Nan Feng, do you have confidence? Nan Feng, oh, you're here too, healer? ISNT, this the handsome guys group. What brings you to join the fray? Suihan, do not refer to me as healer. Nan Feng, then how about dad? Suihan, scram. Nan Feng possessed a measure of confidence, albeit not much. In his impending duel with Sakura Kojiro, his only advantage lay in the Desert Eagle. The extraordinarily long attack range of the Desert Eagle would be crucial to his potential victory. The first shot was paramount. It must hit. After contemplating his battle strategy for tomorrow, Nan Feng felt reassured. Handsome guys group. Nan Feng, rest assured, my friends, I will do my utmost tomorrow. Wu Li, go for it, damn it. Wu Yuansheng, exactly, let us smash that little cherry blossom-s skull. Suihan, good luck. The members of the group rallied around Nan Feng, offering support rather than complaints regarding the situation. They all understood that the circumstances were not Nan Feng's fault. Had anyone else reached level 5 today, they too would have faced Sakura Kojiro's challenge. Rather than lament, it was far better to lend support. Nan Feng closed the handsome guys group and took a glance at the chat channel. The atmosphere was rife with discord. Some voices rallied in support of Nan Feng, while others hurled curses in his direction. The majority, however, cast blame upon him, convinced that his personal shortcomings were the root cause of the current predicament. Those capable of discerning the essence behind the surface were, after all, few and far between. Nan Feng chose to disregard their clamor, shutting down the chat channel and perusing his private messages instead. Among them, Shallow had gifted him 5 portions of delicious roast meat, accompanied by a brief note, for you. Additionally, he received a giant strength herb from Yu Ran, who cheerfully remarked, isn't it still a puppy? This felt like a case of forcible trade, rather brazen indeed. Nan Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he accepted the giant strength herb from Yu Ran. She was a girl fond of using emoticons, exuding a certain charm. The giant strength herb promised to enhance the chosen one's strength by 4 upon consumption. Note, each chosen one may consume a maximum of 2, as additional intake proves ineffective. Remarkably, this was the progenitor of the strength herb. Without hesitation, Nan Feng consumed the giant strength herb, raw, boosting his strength by 4 points. Reflecting on his attributes, he decided to allocate the 5 free attribute points awarded for reaching level 5 entirely to strength. What he sought was sheer destructive power. Upon reviewing his stats, Nan Feng's strength had surged to 77 points, with an attack power of 385, nearly rivaling that of the Cave Spider King. If he could land the first 12 shots, even if Sakura Kojiro was level 6, victory would still be within reach. This remarkable attack power bolstered Nan Feng's confidence further. Roar, roar. As with the previous nights, the ominous growls of ferocious beasts echoed outside the cabin. Nan Feng approached the window cautiously, observing for a moment. Shadows flitted about outside, moving with ghostly speed, rendering it impossible for him to discern the nature of these beasts. The cabin was not invincible. It possessed its own health points. And Nan Feng had no doubt that the beasts outside could dismantle his sanctuary. Closing the window, he poured 2 large barrels of fresh water delivered by Huang Yuanming into the purification device, allowing it to cleanse the water gradually. As night deepened, Nan Feng succumbed to slumber, accompanied by the distant roars of the beasts. Tomorrow awaited him with another fierce battle. Chapter 36. This is a sure thing. Morning arrived. Nan Feng abruptly opened his eyes, springing up like a carp leaping from water. Glancing at the tactical watch on his wrist, he noted the time. 6:10 a.m. Was Sakurahara Kojiro still asleep? Nan Feng had yet to receive any challenge notifications. This was fortuitous. He had time to prepare. After hastily consuming a morsel, he pushed open the door of the cabin. Beyond lay a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The ferocious beasts that had rampaged throughout the night were now nowhere to be seen. Standing at the threshold of the cabin, Nan Feng began to practice his marksmanship. He intended to seize this precious time to enhance his accuracy further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nan Feng specifically targets the iron-claw rats surrounding the small wooden cabin for hunting, as these creatures are relatively small in size, making them ideal for practicing marksmanship. Additionally, they drop iron-claw rat claws, a valuable material, while also providing an opportunity for level advancement. It is a trifecta of benefits. Why not seize the chance? However, to prepare for any potential challenges that may arise at any moment, Nan Feng diligently maintains his magical energy above 80, wary of excessive consumption. After practicing for over 2 hours, just as impatience began to creep in, he finally received a system notification. Ding! The Chosen One, Sakura Katsuru from Original World Zone 132, has initiated a cross-regional challenge against you. Please prepare yourself. Announcement. The Original World Zone 132 has launched a cross-regional challenge against Original World Zone 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both participating Chosen Ones should prepare themselves. 2 system notifications appeared. One was a regional announcement, while the other pertained to Nan Feng personally. He opened his panel, revealing a countdown and detailed information regarding the cross-regional challenge. Cross-regional challenge. Upon the expiration of the countdown, both Chosen Ones will be randomly teleported to an uninhabited area within the original world, where they shall duel within a radius of 100 meters. During this period, both Chosen Ones will receive Unyielding Will. The first Chosen One whose health points drop to 1 will be deemed the loser. Unyielding Will. During the challenge, you will not perish. Your health will be reduced to a minimum of 1 point. Upon reading this, Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this challenge would not result in death. However, the defeated party would incur a resource loss of 10 in their respective area. This revelation alleviated Nan Feng's concerns. Zone 132, Sakura Katsuru. Is that fellow Nan Feng just a coward? Has he not dared to utter a single word since last night? Zone 132, Dong Dao Xiong Tai. Huh? He must be utterly terrified now, hiding away and trembling in fear. Zone 132, Mayudahui. How dare he insult the warriors of our great Sakura Empire? This is his fate. We shall gladly accept the resources of Zone 527. Upon entering the cross-regional chat channel, Nan Feng observed the fervent typing of the Chosen Ones from Zone 132, exuding an air of superiority. All 3 of these Chosen Ones were above level 5, and the overall strength of Zone 132 significantly surpassed that of Zone 527. Zone 527, Su Zurin. Heh, 3 fools. Zone 527, Xiao Luo. Agreed, the one above is correct. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Oh, both of them have reached level 5? A glance at the leaderboard confirmed that Su Zurin and Xiao Luo had indeed ascended to level 5, likely having risen early that morning to slay monsters and level up. Meanwhile, the 2 were engaged in a verbal exchange with the Chosen Ones from Zone 132 in the cross-regional chat channel. Yet, their combat abilities were evidently inferior, rendering their taunts ineffective. Zone 132. Mayudahui. Haha, your Nan Feng from Zone 527 has become a timid turtle, sending you 2 weaklings out as the vanguard? Wasn't he quite arrogant yesterday? Zone 132. Dong Dao Xiong Tai. People from the Dragon Country are all such cowards. They are truly pathetic. Incomparable to the warriors of our great Sakura Empire. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. To challenge a coward like this is truly a disgrace to my katana. Zone 68, Chung Mo. What are you muttering about? Are you launching a broadside? If you choose to speak in such a manner, then I shall use this interzonal challenge order against your Zone 132. Zone 17, Xiaoangran. Unfortunately, we have already utilized our challenge order in our battle zone. Otherwise, I too would engage with Zone 132. Zone 113. Yi Piaoling. Our challenge order remains unused. Thus, I shall also confront Zone 132. Zone 68. Chung Mo. One must seize the opportunity. Let us all band together and strip Zone 132 bare. Due to a remark by Dong Daoxiong Tai, numerous submerged chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom began to surface. Zone 132 has ignited the ire of all Dragon Kingdom battle zones. The chosen ones from other nations opted to remain as mere spectators, refraining from interjecting. This was a matter between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, and other nations relished the prospect of a fierce clash between the two. Sensing that matters were spiraling out of control, Zone 132 hastily issued an apology. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. I apologize. I did not intend to offend the Dragon Kingdom. My previous statements were directed solely at your South Wind. Yet, in truth, Sakura Kojiro had already insulted all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon witnessing this, South Wind let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Zone 527, South Wind. My comments yesterday were not aimed solely at you. I was referring to your entire Sakura Kingdom, which is nothing but trash. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro Baka. South Wind, you have finally shown yourself. Your demise is imminent in 5 minutes. Zone 527, South Wind. Fool. Interzonal challenges do not result in death. Is your cultural understanding so lacking that you cannot comprehend the warning? Surely, you Sakura people cannot all be illiterate. How pitiful. Southwind is quite adept at launching broadside attacks. He harbors no fondness for the Sakura Kingdom and expresses his disdain freely. Sakura Kojiro's face twisted with anger. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Humph, let you gloat for a while longer. Once the challenge commences, I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Zone 527, Southwind. You, a mere child, wish to challenge your father? Truly, there is no justice in this world. Is this how you Sakura people address your elders? Alas, I must take the blame for not raising you properly, too preoccupied with my own pursuits. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro Baka. I shall slay you. Zone 68, Chingemo. Ha. It seems national pride is being laid bare. Zone 17, Shaoangran. This is an intangible cultural heritage. Zone 381, Lin Tianchi. Coach, I too wish to learn the art of verbal sparring. Previously, Southwind had refrained from speaking, leading the chosen ones from other Dragon Kingdom battle zones to look down upon him. They believed Southwind had succumbed to fear, retreating into a shell. However, it now appeared that Southwind was far from cowardly and had not brought shame upon the Dragon Kingdom. Zone 39, Sakura Ijian. Humph, foolish dragon people. Your arrogance cannot last much longer. Sakura Kojiro, make sure to strike hard when the time comes. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Hey, Oni-san. Someone from Zone 39 has arrived. Are these two brothers? Why is it called Sakura One Sword, rather than Sakura Daisuke? Nan Feng expressed his astonishment. This Sakura One Sword hails from Area 39, indicating a formidable prowess. The higher one ranks in the battleground, the stronger their abilities are likely to be. This Sakura One Sword might very well be at level 7 or even 8. It is surprising that Sakura Country possesses such a multitude of skilled warriors. Fortunately, our Dragon Country is equally competent. The gentleman named Shaoangran from Area 17 is certainly far superior to Sakura One Sword. With only 1 minute remaining, Nan Feng began to stretch, preparing himself to engage in the battle with utmost readiness. At that moment, Sakura Kojiro reappeared in the cross-regional chat channel. Area 132, Sakura Kojiro, Nan Feng, the challenge is about to commence. Shall we add a little wager? If you lose, you must call me daddy 3 times in this chat channel. If I lose, I will do the same. What do you say? Are you willing to gamble? Nan Feng snorted derisively. Did Sakura Kojiro truly believe he had secured victory? Area 527, Nan Feng. A son delivered to my doorstep is not to be wasted. I accept the wager. Area 132, Sakura Kojiro. Hee. Just don't try to weasel out later. Area 527, Nan Feng. Do you think I am like your Sakura folk, all talk and no action? Area 132, Sakura Kojiro Baka. The countdown reached 10 seconds. Both ceased their banter. Inside the small cabin, a silvery teleportation array began to glow beneath Nan Feng's feet. Observing this, Nan Feng quickly consumed a portion of delicious grilled meat and drank a cup of clean fresh water. A little pre-battle preparation. 3, 2, 1. Nan Feng's figure gradually faded, then vanished from the cabin. In the primitive world, in an uninhabited area, both Nan Feng and Sakura Kojiro were simultaneously teleported. Oh, this is quite stable, isn't it? Nan Feng gazed at Sakura Kojiro, who stood 50 meters away, and smiled broadly. At this distance, even Sakura Daisuke would have to kneel. Chapter 37, Secret Technique, Cling. The location for this cross-regional challenge was set within a valley. The vegetation in the valley was lush, yet there were no particularly towering trees. In other words, there was little cover, allowing Nan Feng to unleash his full potential. Not far off, Sakura Kojiro, clad in tattered shirt and ragged jeans, slowly approached Nan Feng. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sakura Kojiro declared, Nan Feng, today I shall make you realize that boasting comes at a cost. Nan Feng raised his wooden dagger high, addressing the distant Sakura Kojiro, son. Witness how your father teaches you a lesson today. Hee. Sakura Kojiro scoffed derisively. Upon seeing that Nan Feng's chosen weapon was a dagger, he let go of the last remnants of his caution. In truth, prior to the challenge's commencement, Sakura Kojiro had harbored a sliver of apprehension. If Nan Feng's weapon had been ranged, victory would not have been so easily attainable for Sakura Kojiro, as the advantage of range in this early stage was immensely significant, capable of compensating for the disparity in their levels. Though Sakura Kojiro harbored confidence in his ability to strike directly at Nan Feng's visage and eliminate him, the endeavor was not without its perils. Upon observing that Nan Feng was also a close combat chosen one and wielded a dagger, the weapon with the shortest attack range, Sakura Kojiro immediately felt that victory was assured. Nan Feng, how about you kneel and call me father right now? Sakura Kojiro declared, gripping his wooden katana as he strolled leisurely towards Nan Feng. If you do it now, you won't have to address me as father in the cross-regional channel later. Just think about it. Calling me father in front of the public. How embarrassing that would be. There's no one else here. If you call out, no one will know. Isn't that so? Nan Feng silently calculated the distance between them, yet wore a perplexed expression. What did you say to call you? He inquired. Father, Sakura Kojiro replied. Ah, good son, Nan Feng retorted. Sakura Kojiro's expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at Nan Feng. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain that defiance. He quickened his pace, charging towards Nan Feng. 40 meters, 35 meters, 35 meters. Nan Feng concealed his hands behind his back, swiftly stowing away the wooden dagger and drawing the Desert Eagle. To Sakura Kojiro, Nan Feng appeared calm, standing still with his hands behind him, exuding an air of mastery. Pretending? Do you think you're a grandmaster? Sakura Kojiro scoffed. Your entire being is riddled with weaknesses. Your pretense is utterly unconvincing. In this regard, Sakura Kojiro spoke from a place of authority. The Sakura family was a lineage steeped in the art of swordsmanship, boasting a long history of producing numerous sword masters in Sakura country. The distinctions between blades were not overt. Thus the techniques wielded with the Sakura blade or katana could all be collectively referred to as swordsmanship. As for Sakura Kojiro himself, he was the prodigy of the current generation of the Sakura family, having been enamored with the katana since childhood. His swordplay was nearly unparalleled, second only to his elder brother, Sakura Ichikan. Upon traversing into this primitive world, Sakura Kojiro commenced his journey with a katana, designated as his inherent divine weapon. After years of honing his skills in the path of the sword, on the very first day in this unfamiliar realm, he mastered a formidable output skill known as the draw slash. With this ability, Sakura Kojiro ascended levels at an extraordinary pace, dispatching foes with ease and leaving the other chosen ones of Zone 132 far behind. Just yesterday, he had single-handedly felled a level 5 Lord-class beast with his blade. Given such prowess, it was not merely that Nan Feng's pretensions fell flat, even if Nan Feng were indeed a grandmaster. Sakura Kojiro was confident in his capacity to vanquish him. He seemed to have grown increasingly overconfident. Nan Feng keenly sensed the shift in Sakura Kojiro's demeanor, albeit with some confusion. Yet, this was of little consequence. It was beneficial for Nan Feng. The more the opponent underestimated him, the greater Nan Feng's chances of victory. The distance between them closed to 20 meters. At this range, Nan Feng's accuracy could exceed 90%. Almost there. Penetrating round. Nan Feng swiftly raised the Desert Eagle, not aiming with his eyes, but rather relying on instinct to fire a shot at Sakura Kojiro. In recent days, the intense battles have granted Nan Feng a fleeting sense of marksmanship. At the moment the bullet was discharged, he felt an instinctive certainty that it would find its mark. The penetrating bullet, forged from 20 points of magical energy, soared towards Sakura Kojiro. In that split second, Kojiro stood stunned. How could one engage in combat only to draw a firearm? Everyone else wielded cold weapons, and here was this rogue brandishing a Desert Eagle. Was it appropriate? Though astonished, Kojiro's reflexes were swift. He raised his katana and executed a horizontal slash. Blade draw slash. Clang. The magical bullet collided with the wooden katana, producing a crisp sound. Nan Feng's penetrating bullet was parried by Kojiro's blade. Merely a trivial skill. Kojiro smirked, feeling his swordsmanship had reached new heights. Yet, his satisfaction was short-lived. The penetrating bullet pierced through the katana and struck Kojiro squarely in the left shoulder. 158. How could this be? This defied logic. Kojiro's expression turned incredulous. We have traversed realms, yet you speak of logic? Have you lost your senses? Nan Feng's demeanor remained calm, though turmoil brewed within. With an attack power of 385 points, combined with the 150 damage bonus from the penetrating bullet, he had only inflicted 158 points of damage. This was unfathomable. Could Kojiro possess a defense of 300? That seemed excessive. Even more astonishing was the fact that Kojiro had managed to slice the bullet. Was this a scene from a film? Nan Feng began to suspect that his opponent was cheating, noticing the look on Nan Feng's face. Kojiro's smirk widened as he realized something. You're unaware, aren't you? Lower-level attacks against higher-level foes suffer significant damage reduction. As he spoke, Kojiro advanced, his blade drawn, his speed suddenly reaching its zenith. Instant slash. Few knew that Kojiro had mastered a dash skill called Instant Slash. This was his trump card, allowing him to face even ranged champions without fear. This was the source of his confidence. With a sinister grin, Kojiro surged within 10 meters of Nan Feng. At such close quarters, my blade will outpace your gun. Yet, Nan Feng remained unperturbed. He had anticipated the possibility of a close engagement. But what difference did it make if Kojiro closed the distance? Nan Feng's weapon was not a bow, a slingshot, nor a dart. These required space to accelerate and deliver greater force. His weapon was a gun. The bullet's exit velocity was already swift enough. Being close not only posed no disadvantage for Nan Feng, but actually enhanced his accuracy. Beyond 10 meters, the gun was fast. Within 10 meters, it was both swift and precise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nan Feng calmly retreated while executing a triple shot. As his level increased, so too did his agility. With slight enhancements to both attack and movement speed, this distance of 10 meters afforded Nan Feng the opportunity to unleash 45 attacks. 158. 158. 3 shots struck their target, one hitting the abdomen and the other the calf, which was rather fortunate. However, what left Nan Feng bewildered was the puzzling equivalence of damage inflicted by a standard attack to that of a piercing bullet. How on earth was damage calculated? Meanwhile, Sakura Kojiro was inwardly cursing. Why did he possess such formidable attack power? Why, after the 3 shots, Sakura Kojiro was left with less than 50 health points and was still bleeding, losing 58 health points per second. Yet he did not surrender. For the distance between him and Nan Feng had dwindled to less than 2 meters. With a swift draw of his blade, Sakura Kojiro gripped the katana tightly, executing a horizontal slash. Just one strike, that was all it took. With his entire strength focused on the attack, Sakura Kojiro was confident he could eliminate Nan Feng in a single blow. The strike was rapid, so swift that Nan Feng could hardly evade. But he had already devised a strategy. In that fleeting moment before Sakura Kojiro's blade descended, he plunged into the opponent's embrace. Secret technique, close quarters. At this proximity, the 90-centimeter katana was rendered ineffective. In the astonished gaze of Sakura Kojiro, Nan Feng had already drawn a wooden dagger and plunged it forcefully into his heart. Chapter 38. Time to find my son. Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Sakura Kojiro, and becoming the victor of this inter-regional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region, Primitive World Zone 527, have increased by 10. As the 2 system notifications echoed, the challenge came to a swift conclusion. From the moment Nan Feng fired the first shot, the entire contest lasted less than 10 seconds, with Nan Feng not even needing to utilize a second piercing bullet. Damn it. With his health forcibly locked at one point, Sakura Kojiro glared furiously at Nan Feng. He never anticipated he would face defeat. Nan Feng chuckled. Don't forget to call me daddy later, my dear son. Victorious, Nan Feng exhaled a long breath, finally allowing his tense heart to relax. The challenge concluded rapidly, yet the perils entwined within it were known solely to Nan Feng. The last strike from Sakura Kojiro had sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, he had been prepared. He had anticipated the possibility of a close encounter the previous night, enabling him to react swiftly and evade that fatal blow. Reflecting briefly on the battle, Nan Feng identified his shortcomings and then opened his panel to enter the chat channel. Now was the time for boasting. Other chosen ones had received the system announcement of Nan Feng's victory and were already engaged in lively conversation within the chat channel. Lu Daqiang, Nan Feng, you are incredible. Huang Yuanming. This feels like a dream. Has it even been a minute? And you've already won? Su Zurin, impressive. I heard Sakura Kojiro's attack power reached a staggering 410 points, combined with his skills and level advantage. It was highly probable he could have eliminated Nan Feng in one stroke. Su Zurin, I'm curious how you managed to win, Nan Feng. Yuan ran, suddenly. A plethora of medicinal herbs sprouted beside my little cabin. Is this the effect of the resource increase of 10? Wu Yuansheng, I have sensed it too. It seems that the ferocious beasts around have also multiplied. Lu Daqiang, the trees have increased as well. The ones I chopped down yesterday have mysteriously reappeared. Previously, Nan Feng pondered what exactly this resource increase of 10 entails. It appears that all resources in the vicinity have been augmented, including, but not limited to, trees, stones, ferocious beasts, and various ores. This signifies an enhancement of the overall strength of the region. However, for Nan Feng personally, the benefits are rather modest. He did not even receive any attribute points as a reward. It would be more substantial to hunt a lord-level beast. After waiting a while, noticing an increasing number of people chatting in the chat channel, Nan Feng decided to join the conversation. Nan Feng, a tremendous roar from the sky, and behold, the handsome hero makes his entrance. Applause. Tianjiping. Haha, how childish. Yuan ran. Perhaps elementary students might find it a bit juvenile, but university students think it's just right. Su Ming. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Daqiang. The boss is incredible. Voice crack. Huang Yuanming. Nan Feng, big brother. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal subordinate. Bao Jian, big brother. Please take me along, big brother. A group of chosen ones transformed into fervent admirers of Nan Feng, showering him with praise. Nan Feng felt delighted and did not forget to promote his wares. Nan Feng, dear family, to celebrate today's victory, I have just listed 50 cups of clean fresh water. No longer 98, no longer 88. It's a special price sale for only 28 yuan rand. The price has actually dropped? Let us go. Wu Yuansheng, leave a bit for me, sister above. Sui Han, I want some too. For ranged chosen ones, the high consumption of mana has always been a significant issue. However, with only 28 units of materials required now, everyone would likely purchase some. After all, it is already the 4th day. Who among them lacks a bit of savings? Moreover, the area surrounding the little cabin has been thoroughly explored, and it is time to venture further afield for continued adventure. The 50 portions of clean fresh water sold out swiftly, and many were privately messaging Nan Feng, inquiring if more were available. Of course, there was more. Last night, Huang Yuanming had given Nan Feng 2 large barrels of stream water, which had yet to be fully purified. Time to profit. Nan Feng beamed with joy. In just a moment, he had earned over 1,000 units of materials. Even after sharing a portion with Huang Yuanming, Nan Feng still reaped substantial rewards. This was the rationale behind Nan Feng's strategy of lowering prices for high-volume sales. While waiting for the purification of the fresh water, Nan Feng opened the cross-region chat channel. He had another crucial matter to attend to, aiming to conceal the existence of his true divine weapon. Sakura K. Zabor already knew that Nan Feng's divine weapon was a handgun, but apart from him, no one else had witnessed it firsthand, leaving Nan Feng with some room to maneuver. He did not seek to deceive everyone, as long as the majority did not believe Sakura K. Zabor's words. That would suffice for Nan Feng. In the cross-region chat channel, 39th District, Sakura Ikemen. What delusions do you still harbor? Do you truly believe that the worthless individuals from Dragon Country can emerge victorious? Although the strength of Sakura Kojiro does not match mine, defeating the cowards of your nation is a mere trifling task. 17th District, Xiaoangran. What are you barking about? Did my last beating not inflict enough pain? 381st District, Lin Tianqi. Oh, brother Xiaoangran, you have actually laid hands on Sakura Ikemen? 68th District, Chung Mo. Lin Tianqi, you arrived too late to know. Just the day before, Sakura Ikemen was boasting excessively, and as a result, Xiaoangran initiated a cross-regional challenge, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Since then, his tongue has been rather restrained. 39th District, Sakura Ikemen. I merely showed mercy, fearing that Xiaoangran would lose too disgracefully. Who could have anticipated that you Dragon Country folk would be such ingrates, not only failing to appreciate my leniency, but also resorting to a sneak attack? Truly shameful. 17th District, Xiaoangran. Quite the fabrication you weave. I nearly believed you. Pray tell, which mutt was it that I had pinned to the ground and pummeled? 39th District, Wensaka Takudo. You Dragon Country people are all trash, devoid of samurai spirit, and only capable of sneak attacks. 68th District, Chung Mo. In the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen ones from Dragon Country and Sakura Country commenced their customary verbal sparring. This has become the norm within this channel. Neither side feels at ease unless they exchange barbs daily. As one of the 4 prominent provocateurs of the national server, Nan Feng could hardly miss such an opportunity and promptly joined the group chat. 527th District, Nan Feng. Searching for my son. My foolish son has gone missing. I implore everyone to assist in locating him. 39th District, Sakura Ikemen. Chapter 39. Is my divine weapon a handgun? 527th District, Nan Feng. Searching for my son. My foolish son has gone missing. I implore everyone to assist in locating him. 39th District, Sakura Ikemen. Nan Feng's sudden interjection instantly captivated the attention of the entire channel. 68th District, Chung Mo. Nan Feng. Brother, did we win? 381st District, Lin Tianqi. Has it concluded so swiftly? It has only been a few minutes. 17th District, Xiaoangran. Oh dear. It seems certain little Sakura imps are destined for disappointment. 527th District, Nan Feng. Of course we won. Chung Mo. Was it not an effortless victory? How could my son possibly triumph over me? Wouldn't you all agree? By the way, have you seen my son? Why has he yet to emerge and call me father? Sakura Kojiro. 288th District, Emilia. Oh my god, is this true? The 527th District has actually triumphed over the 132nd District? 8th District, Mike. Sakura Country is truly a pile of refuse. They lose even under level suppression. Pathetic. 3rd District, Andre. A challenge beyond levels? Impressive. 39th District, Sakura Ikemen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This lad must be spinning tales. 39th District, Wensaka Takudo, Baka? The Dragon Country folk are all liars. Their words cannot be trusted. 381st District, Lin Tianqi. Where are the individuals from the 132nd District? Why has no one stepped forward to speak? Have their vocal cords been beaten away? At this moment, all chosen ones from Sakura Country wore grim expressions. They never anticipated that their hopes would be dashed by Sakurakawa Kojiro, who succumbed to a mere level 5 chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom. If he had been defeated by a contender from another nation, it might have been bearable. But the fact that it was the Dragon Kingdom made it utterly unacceptable for the chosen ones of Sakura Nation, leaving them feeling as though they had ingested something foul. Yi Piaoling from District 113 remarked, the attacker's level affects the damage dealt, with a disparity of 1 level resulting in a halving of damage. Nan Feng, realizing the implications of this formula, understood that attacking from a lower level against a higher one significantly diminishes damage output. With a 1-level difference, damage is halved. With a 2-level difference, it is reduced to a mere third, and with a 9-level disparity, it dwindles to a tenth of the original. Fortunately, Nan Feng had invested entirely in strength, granting him sufficient attack power, and given that Sakuragawa Kojiro was rather fragile, even with the damage reduction, Nan Feng could inflict 150 points of damage. Otherwise, victory would have been unattainable. This damage mitigation mechanism renders challenges against higher-ranked opponents nearly impossible, explaining why others found it astonishing that Nan Feng emerged victorious. In District 527, Nan Feng declared, "Let me put it this way, I didn't lose a single point of health." Su Zurin interjected, "I recall your chosen weapon is a dagger. How could it face a katana without sustaining damage?" Nan Feng silently applauded Su Zurin's astute observation, as it led others to assume his primary weapon was indeed a dagger, thus expanding his tactical opportunities. Andre from District 3 remarked, "To challenge an opponent of a higher level without sustaining injury, especially with a melee weapon? I dare say I could not achieve such a feat," Emilia chimed in. "I've heard that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom possesses martial prowess. Is this true? To challenge higher levels without harm, Nan Feng, your agility must be exceptional." Mike scoffed, "Agility? In the face of absolute strength, it is rendered meaningless." Jin Hyunsu suggested, "Perhaps it is not that Nan Feng is particularly strong, but rather that Sakuragawa Kojiro is exceedingly weak." No one was willing to concede that the chosen ones from other nations were formidable, yet everyone readily accepted the notion that they were weak. Jin Hyunsu's statement earned the agreement of many of the chosen ones present. Mike affirmed, "You are correct. It is simply that Sakuragawa Kojiro is utterly inept." Shivani chimed in, If Sakuragawa Kojiro cannot even conquer District 527, he certainly cannot defeat me." Finally, after a prolonged silence, Sakuragawa Kojiro could no longer contain himself. "You speak nonsense. I could slay you with a single strike." Nan Feng perked up instantly, having waited in anticipation, initially believing Sakuragawa Kojiro would not dare to show himself. In District 527, Nan Feng quipped, "Where have you been, my dear son? Father has been searching for you for ages." Sakuragawa Ichikan retorted, "Nan Feng, mind your words." Nan Feng replied, "I am merely conversing with my son. What concern is it of yours?" "Wait, you are my son's brother, which means you are also my son." District 132, Sakura Kojiro, "Baka? How dare you insult my brother? You're seeking death." District 527, Nan Feng, "Sakura Kojiro, my dear son. You promised to call me father just now. Why haven't you done so yet? What about the warrior spirit of your Sakura nation?" District 39, Sakura Ichijan, "Kojiro, have you truly lost?" Sakura Kojiro remained silent for a long time. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, "Yes, Oni-san. This Nan Feng's fated weapon is a handgun, with an extraordinarily long range. Before I could even approach him, my health was depleted." District 39, Sakura Ichijan, "What? A handgun?" District 68, Chung Mo, "What is this? A fated weapon can awaken into a handgun? How enviable." District 8, Mike, "This is impossible." District 288, Emilia, "Oh my, is this for real?" Nan Feng took a deep breath, contemplating how to navigate this topic while ensuring that most chosen ones would disbelieve Sakura Kojiro's words. After careful consideration, Nan Feng composed a message and sent it. District 527, Nan Feng, "Wow, my fated weapon is actually a handgun. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Thank you for the reminder, my good elder son." District 132, Sakura Kojiro, "Stop pretending. If it weren't for the handgun, how could you possibly have defeated me?" District 527, Sujiran, "Sakura Kojiro, I think you are just embarrassed after losing and are using this excuse." District 68, Chung Mo, "What a poor excuse. Even my grandmother would shake her head at that." District 381, Lin Tianchi, "Everyone's fated weapons are cold weapons. How could one awaken a hot weapon like a handgun? Can you at least draft your boasts before spouting them?" Seeing that the chosen ones from Long Country were supporting him, Nan Feng pondered for 2 seconds and understood the underlying reason. If Nan Feng's fated weapon truly was a handgun, it would undoubtedly be one of his strongest cards. Being fellow citizens of Long Country, how could they allow the exposure of a compatriot's trump card? Naturally, they would refute Sakura Kojiro. If Nan Feng's fated weapon was not a handgun, it was even more imperative to counter such a feeble excuse. Who do they think they are deceiving? Do they regard everyone as fools? District 132, Sakura Kojiro, "The warriors of our great Sakura Empire never lie. Nan Feng's fated weapon is indeed a handgun. I dare swear on my katana." The katana is the most cherished possession of a Sakura warrior, and Sakura Kojiro's willingness to swear on it suggests that he may indeed be speaking the truth. Chosen ones from other nations began to believe him 7 parts out of 10. District 527, Nan Feng. Yes, my fated weapon is indeed a handgun. So what? When will you call me father? Seeing that Nan Feng did not refute this, it left the other chosen ones in a state of confusion. How could he so easily admit to his trump card? This was unexpected. District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Haha, so you finally admit it? If it weren't for your gun, you could never have defeated me. District 527, Nan Feng. Yes, I truly have a gun. So what? When will you call me father? The warriors of the Sakura Empire, how can you be so unwilling to accept defeat? Chung Yemo remarked, I do not trust a single word from the little Sakura scoundrel. Anyone who does is a fool. The chosen ones from other nations nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this Sakura boy lacked credibility and his words were not to be taken at face value. Sakura Kojiro retorted, Baka. You Dragon Nation cheat to win against me and expect me to concede? Dream on. Nan Feng replied, when did it become my fault for cheating? Did I not stab you to death with a dagger? Where's the cheating? Sakura Kojiro scoffed, if it weren't for my low health, how could you possibly have killed me with a single dagger? Upon uttering this, he sensed the precariousness of his situation. Nan Feng chuckled, realizing the boy had fallen into his trap. In chapter 40, the eerie girl Yi Piaoling appeared. Nan Feng continued to chuckle, reveling in the moment. Sakura Ijin inquired, Kojiro, what exactly is Nan Feng's weapon? One moment it's a dagger, the next it's a pistol. Lin Tianchi exclaimed, this is bad. The truth is coming to light. Chung Imo remarked, didn't I say the Sakura people are full of lies? How can anyone believe them? Mike scoffed. So what if you lost? You're just making excuses, it's pathetic. Jin Shinshu commented, it turns out that Sakura Kojiro is simply too weak. He had not only lost to Nan Feng, but had done so quite disgracefully. To salvage his dignity, Kojiro concocted excuses to deceive everyone. Nevertheless, some skeptical chosen ones remained doubtful about the nature of Nan Feng's true weapon, while Nan Feng could not dispel all their suspicions, as long as the majority remained unconvinced. It sufficed. Sakura Kojiro protested, no? Nan Feng has two true weapons. One is a dagger, the other a pistol. Everyone, be cautious of him. Andre interjected. This is getting more absurd by the moment. Emilia added, with over 500 districts and more than 500,000 chosen ones, I have never heard of anyone awakening two true weapons. Nan Feng sarcastically replied, yes, I do possess two true weapons. So what? When will you call me father? Chung Imo dismissed the conversation, saying, stop thinking about it. Can anyone truly trust the words of the Sakura people? Everyone disperse. It's time to level up or hunt monsters. Lin Tianchi urged, let us retreat. Sakura Kojiro shouted, Baka, you trash from the Dragon Nation only know how to deceive. What I say is the absolute truth. Trash. Useless. If given another chance, I would certainly defeat you cowards from the Dragon Nation. Seeing that no one believed him, Sakura Kojiro was consumed by rage, unleashing a tirade of insults in the channel. However, not all were like Nan Feng. Some chosen ones from the Dragon Nation could no longer stand idly by. Chung Imo warned, Sakura Kojiro, be quiet and prepare to face the consequences. Announcement. A cross-regional challenge has been initiated from Original World District 68 to Original World District 132. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. All participating chosen ones should prepare themselves. How exhilarating. Chung Imo is indeed a ruthless individual, striking without hesitation and showing no mercy to Sakura Kojiro. Sakura Kojiro exclaimed, damn, you Dragon Country folks truly believe me to be an easy target. So what if you're from Zone 68? I can challenge you beyond your level and conquer you. Chung Imo responded with a chuckle, come and give it a try. Nan Feng interjected, Chung Imo, Sakura Kojiro possesses two skills, blade draw and instant slash. The latter is a rushing skill, so be cautious. His defense ranges between 130 and 160, and his health lies between 450 and 600. His signature weapon is a katana, approximately 90 centimeters in length. With detailed knowledge, Nan Feng began to divulge Sakura Kojiro's stats. If it were possible, he would have even disclosed the color of Sakura Kojiro's undergarments, though he was unfortunately unaware. Chung Imo laughed, thanks brother. With this information, my chances of victory have risen by at least 30. Sakura Kojiro shouted, Baka, you Dragon Country people are utterly shameless. Yi Piaoling remarked, if Sakura Kojiro possesses such limited strength, I could defeat him and seize some resources. Nan Feng agreed, exactly. Everyone attacked together and reduced their zone 132 resources to a negative number. Sakura Ijin retorted, do not be too arrogant, Dragon Country. Do you truly believe there are no defenders in Sakura Country? Xiao Ongran challenged, you think you're impressive? Come and fight me. The chosen ones from both nations began to bicker, leaving no room for outsiders to interject. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the challenge between zones 68 and 132 commenced. Nan Feng glanced at the time. It was still early, not yet 9 o'clock. After their battle, he would venture out to hunt ferocious beasts for experience. The spectacle was simply too captivating to miss. 30 seconds later, Chung Imo spoke first in the cross-zone channel. Chung Imo declared, I took him down with a single strike. He was truly weak. Nan Feng responded, impressive, big shot. From this single statement, Nan Feng deduced that Cheng Mo's level was certainly 7. Cheng Mo must have had unwavering confidence in his victory to initiate the challenge. The information Nan Feng previously provided was merely a supplementary advantage, lacking true significance. Sakura Kojiro fumed. Damn it. The Dragon Country has plundered 20 resources from our battle zone. I shall remember this grudge. You lower-ranked Dragon Country zones should prepare yourselves. Yi Piaoling retorted, do not rush. I still possess a challenge decree. Announcement. Original World Zone 113 has initiated a cross-regional challenge against Original World Zone 132. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both participating chosen ones should prepare. Nan Feng nearly burst out laughing. Sakura Kojiro continued to boast. He seemed oblivious to the numerous battle zones belonging to the Dragon Country. Meanwhile, within Zone 132, nearly 100 chosen ones from Sakura Country wore grim expressions. Damn it. We have suffered a loss of 20 resources in our battle zone. How can we possibly develop now? It will take me 7 to 8 minutes just to find a level 3 ferocious beast. Within the chat channel of Zone 132, a cacophony of insults erupted, all directed at Sakura Kojiro. Dongdao Yuta proclaimed, esteemed colleagues, this is an egregious affront by Longhua. We cannot place the blame solely on Sakura Kojiro. He continued, indeed. This is but a fleeting setback. Ultimate victory shall belong to our grand Sakura Empire. With the persuasive words of Dongdao Yuta and Mayudaki, the chosen ones of Zone 132 calmed somewhat, eagerly awaiting the triumph of the battle. Seeing this development, Sakura Kojiro breathed a sigh of relief. Enduring the relentless barrage of insults from hundreds had indeed weighed heavily upon him. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. One day, I shall mold them to my will. He mused, jotting down the names of the most vociferous critics, preparing to investigate their backgrounds at his leisure. As the 10-minute mark approached, a silvery teleportation array appeared beneath Sakura Kojiro. This marked the third occurrence of the day. This time, he found himself on a desolate island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Opposite him stood a petite young girl. Yi Piaoling tilted her head, her eyes vacant, her face exquisitely doll-like. What a beautiful girl. Sakura Kojiro thought, his mind filled with wicked thoughts, his breath quickening. Such a delicate doll, he yearned to overpower her. Suddenly, Yi Piaoling broke into a smile, her lips stretching unnaturally to her ears as blood tears began to flow from her eyes. In mere seconds, she transformed from a doll into a terrifying apparition reminiscent of a horror film. Sakura Kojiro gasped, startled and retreating in fear. Yet, he soon realized he could not control his body. His right hand gripped a katana, plunging it into his own abdomen. His health points plummeted drastically. With terror etched on his face, he gazed at Yi Piaoling, who smiled faintly, her demeanor chilling. Do not fear, it is merely a control skill. Her voice resonated in his ears like an enchanting melody, leaving him dizzy. No. Before he could utter another word, Yi Piaoling seized his hand, forcing the katana into his throat. It was over. Chapter 41. 3 consecutive defeats. Announcement. In the original world, Zone 132 has faced 3 consecutive failures in cross-regional challenge matches. All chosen ones in Zone 132 suffer a reduction of 10 points in all attributes. As Nan Feng awaited the results, he was suddenly taken aback by the system announcement. 3 consecutive losses? The entire region's chosen ones will have their attributes reduced by 10 points? Such a harsh penalty. Zone 68. Cheng Mo exclaimed, haha, Yi Piaoling has triumphed as well. Let's see if the Sakura Nation dares to be arrogant now. Zone 381. Lin Tianchi remarked. A reduction of 10 points in all attributes? That's akin to losing 2 levels. Does this mean I can bully him too? Zone 17. Xiao Longran suggested. I recommend you challenge Sakura Kojiro only after reaching level 6. Your chances of victory will be significantly higher. In District 527, Nan Feng remarked with a TSK. The prowess of Sakura Kojiro has plummeted. We must swiftly seize the resources of District 132. Upon hearing this suggestion, many chosen ones from various regions felt a surge of excitement. Numerous areas possessed the cross-regional challenge order, yet many had kept it in reserve, hesitant to utilize it. Aside from the concern of confronting the overall strength of other nations, a significant reason for their hesitation was the uncertainty of whom to challenge. What if they faced a formidable opponent like Nan Feng? The embarrassment of defeat would be compounded by the loss of 10 resources, an unbearable prospect. However, the situation had shifted dramatically, with Sakura Kojiro's attributes diminished by 10 points, that equated to a staggering reduction of 40 attribute points. Such a weakening was indeed terrifying. One must remember that leveling up only grants a total of 5 points in all attributes, even with the additional 5 free attribute points from leveling. That amounts to merely 25 points. This recent debilitation had effectively caused Sakura Kojiro to drop by a level and a half. Against a level 5 opponent, he might still manage to hold his ground, but against a level 6 adversary, defeat was inevitable. Were there not many level 6 chosen ones? Certainly, there were. The top 200 districts were replete with level 6 powerhouses, and even several level 7 contenders. The act of kicking someone when they are down requires no incitement from Nan Feng. Many would eagerly partake. After all, Winning a challenge could yield an additional 10 resources. Nan Feng could foresee that in the coming days, numerous challengers would flock to District 132 in pursuit of this bountiful resource package. In District 132, Sakura Kojiro pleaded, "Everyone, please refrain from challenging our district any further. I have realized my mistakes. Grant me a chance to survive." Dong Dao Xiongtai interjected. "We are struggling even against beasts of the same level. Within mere minutes, dozens of our compatriots have fallen to these beasts." The chosen ones of District 132, fearful of continued challenges, hurriedly emerged to lament their plight. Nan Feng chuckled softly, harboring no sympathy for the chosen ones of Sakura. Had Nan Feng not triumphed today, it would have been their district in disarray. No longer would they engage in idle chatter. It was time to step outside and level up. Nan Feng chose not to dwell on the unfolding events and instead closed the interface, stepping out of the small wooden cabin. The circumstances in District 132 served as a wake-up call for Nan Feng. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly to prepare for the impending cross-regional challenges. For if he were to lose 3 consecutive matches, the consequences would be too dire to bear. Today's objective was to reach level 6. Nan Feng set this modest goal for himself and strode purposefully towards the northwest. The mine from yesterday, teeming with spiders, was an excellent locale for leveling up, and Nan Feng resolved to return. He also contemplated the possibility of confronting the Cavern Spider King to conquer this mine. After some reflection, Nan Feng opened the interface, entered the Handsome Guys group, and sent a message. "Nan Feng, ready, my companions. Is anyone interested in teaming up for some leveling? Huang Yuanmingao, are you taking me along to level up? Where are we going?" Nan Feng, "To yesterday's mine. With all those spiders, it's a veritable bounty of experience. Su Zurin, my sister and I are already here. Wu Yuansheng, indeed, proximity to the water tower brings the first fruits of fortune. Su Ming and I have also arrived. Wu Li, I shall refrain from joining. The ferocious beasts surrounding my cabin have multiplied, and I must undertake a bit of cleansing. The increase in feral creatures is evident." Nan Feng glanced around and indeed noticed numerous traces of iron claw mice and red-eyed rabbits. The proliferation of these beasts signifies enhanced experience, thereby improving our leveling efficiency, a promising development. Nan Feng, today, we might venture to see if we can vanquish the Cave Spider King. Nan Feng, I discovered yesterday that the Cave Spider King is rather large. It seems to be ensnared in the right passage and unable to emerge. Su Zurin, if that is the case, our maneuvering space has expanded. Wu Yuansheng, lure the Cave Spider King to the entrance. I shall take it down with my arrows. The group deliberated in their chat for a while, agreeing to give it a try. Even if they could not defeat the Cave Spider King, slaying some smaller spiders would still yield benefits. After concluding their conversation, Nan Feng glanced once more at the leaderboard. Rank 1, Xiao Luo, level 5. Rank 2, Su Zurin, level 5. Rank 3, Su Ihan, level 5. Rank 4, Nan Feng, level 5. These formidable beings must have risen at 6 in the morning to level up. Nan Feng felt somewhat exasperated. The top position had barely warmed before it was claimed anew. Fortunately, when Cherry Blossom Kojiro initiated his challenge, Nan Feng still held the first place. Had he delayed even slightly in issuing his challenge, he would have had to contend with Xiao Luo and Cherry Blossom Kojiro in battle. Nan Feng was uncertain about Xiao Luo's strength, but he felt that Xiao Luo's chances against Cherry Blossom Kojiro were slim. What a close call. Closing the panel, Nan Feng stowed his Desert Eagle and equipped his wooden dagger, hastening towards the mine. The wooden dagger grants an additional 6 points in agility, allowing Nan Feng to move more swiftly. Along the way, he deftly eliminated several obstructive beasts, reaching the mine's entrance without incident. Upon seeing Nan Feng's arrival, Su Zurin nodded slightly. "You're here." "Indeed." Nan Feng reciprocated the nod, then turned with a grin towards Su Ihan. "Good morning, healer." Su Ihan's icy countenance flushed slightly as she shot Nan Feng a glare. "Step away, do not speak to me." "Very well." Nan Feng refrained from further banter, swiftly joining Su Ming and Wu Yuansheng to commence hunting spiders and advancing their levels. Su Ihan rolled her eyes at the sight. Is slaying a spider truly that exhilarating? Such a straightforward fellow. What joy there is in spider hunting. Su Zurin waved his short blade and joined the ranks of spider hunters. Su Ihan found herself at a loss for words. Just yesterday, the cave was teeming with spider broodlings. Now, they had all transformed into cave spiders. In a single night, they had grown significantly stronger. Yet this was precisely what Nan Feng desired. Level 4 cave spiders provided 20 experience points, while level 3 spider broodlings offered only 10. It was decidedly more advantageous to hunt cave spiders. After more than 2 hours of effort, the group finally eradicated all the cave spiders outside the cavern. For the past 2 hours, Nan Feng had been engaged in combat with a dagger, honing his close-quarter skills. Su Zurin gestured towards the cave and inquired with a questioning glance at the others. "What do you think? Should we venture inside?" "Of course. The little minions have all been dispatched. We must explore further, boss." Nan Feng, feeling confident in his health, boldly advanced toward the cave. The rest hurriedly followed suit. It was not until they neared a fork in the path that Nan Feng slowed his pace, cautiously glancing towards the right passage. The right passage was shrouded in darkness, obscuring what lay within. Nan Feng forcefully tossed a torch into the corridor. In an instant, 8 basketball-sized eyes snapped open, all fixated on Nan Feng. It was the Cave Spider King. Chapter 42, Level 5 Lord-Class Beast? Within the right passage, the Cave Spider King opened its 8 large eyes, fixated on Nan Feng. Good heavens, had it been waiting there all along? Startled, Nan Feng took 2 steps back. The others panicked and immediately turned to flee. Nan Feng quickly called out to them, "Don't be afraid. Brothers, it can't come out." It was then that they realized the Cave Spider King was far too massive, effectively blocking the passageway, unable to extend its limbs. It was trapped. Wu Yuanqing's face lit up with joy. "It's stuck here? Does that mean we have a chance to slay it?" Su Ming nodded. "What old Wu says makes sense." "What sense does it make?" Nan Feng once again checked the attributes of the Cave Spider King, retreating repeatedly. "It can spit venom, so we should distance ourselves." Nan Feng was uncertain of the range of the venom's projection, but the farther they were, the safer they would be. The group retreated to the cave's entrance, using the torch Nan Feng had thrown earlier to see that the Cave Spider King remained motionless. Su Yihan expressed confusion. "What is it doing?" "It's giving birth." Nan Feng deduced based on yesterday's experience. Upon hearing Nan Feng's explanation, the others finally understood. Su Ziren remarked, "So this is a natural spawn point? If we leave the Cave Spider King alive, we will have an endless supply of spiders to hunt." "Indeed," Nan Feng nodded, then shook his head. "But let's not forget. The right passage may contain iron or even copper mines. If we don't eliminate the Cave Spider King, acquiring these resources will be difficult." Wu Yuanqing added, "Beasts are abundant, but iron and copper are not so easily found." Su Ming concurred. "Yes, I believe we must slay it." Su Yihan chimed in, "Brother, I think Nan Feng has a point." The group increasingly agreed on the necessity of taking down the Cave Spider King to obtain rare materials such as iron blocks and copper blocks. Just then, the Cave Spider King finished birthing its young and scuttled into the depths of the cave. Subsequently, the group was met with a swarm of spider hatchlings charging towards them. Here they come again. This scenario mirrored yesterday's, with the sole difference being that no one was trapped in the left passage today. A fresh wave of experience was on the horizon. Compared to the cave spider, the spiderlings are considerably easier to vanquish. Although the experience gained is somewhat diminished, it does not significantly hinder the efficiency of leveling up. Without further ado, the group activated their monster-slaying mode. If only they could wield the Desert Eagle. A single round of armor-piercing ammunition could fell dozens. South Wind sighed inwardly. Alas, as this was his trump card for survival, he preferred to keep it under wraps. Half an hour later, the group had dispatched several hundred spiderlings, and their own conditions were far from ideal. Su Yihan was slightly breathless, her chest rising and falling. "I can't go on. I'm out of mana and can't heal you." This was indeed true. Thanks to Su Yihan's role as the healer, South Wind had not consumed a single piece of roasted meat during these 2 hours of battle, saving him a considerable amount of money. They had already hunted a fair share of ferocious beasts this morning, and it was time for a break. "Let us retreat." The group was not one to dawdle, and they departed without hesitation, leaving behind a multitude of spiderlings scuttling about outside the cave, searching for signs of enemies. After resting for a few minutes, South Wind began to kindle a fire to roast meat. Eating this daily was becoming quite nauseating. He opened the trading channel to see if there were any other food items available. He soon spotted a chosen one named Wang Jiang selling an apple for 30 materials. "Goodness, 30 materials for an apple? Why don't you go rob someone instead?" South Wind grumbled as he glanced at his inventory, which contained a total of 768 units of wood and stone. Well, that is not a problem. He decisively purchased the apple. It was time to treat himself to some fruit to ease the tension. Beep, beep, beep. A private message pinged, and South Wind opened it to find a message from Yuran. "South Wind, dear sister, I barely have enough for myself. South Wind, if you give me a kiss, I'll sell you 10 potions. Yuran, 3. South Wind, all right, let us trade." He intended to tease Yuran, but was taken aback when she showed no shyness at all, readily complying with his playful banter, though it wasn't a real kiss. It seemed that Yuran was quite the seasoned flirt. She called everyone brother, which was a tad provocative. The healer was much more innocent and easier to win over. Lost in such thoughts, South Wind's meat was finally ready. He pulled out the recently purchased apple and savored a piece of roasted meat alongside it, delighting in the combination. Beep, beep, beep. Mid-bite, another private message chimed in. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Yuran again. What does she want now? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? South Wind pondered as he opened the message. Yuran, I've discovered a level 5 Lord-class beast. Do you have any thoughts on it? Wow, a level 5 Lord-class beast. Defeating such a creature would yield attribute points. South Wind had no confidence in taking down a level 6 Lord-class beast, the Cave Spider King, but he believed he had a chance against the level 5 Lord-class beast. South Wind, dear sister, send me the coordinates. I'm on my way. Chapter 43, The Bloodthirsty Wolf Pack. The Lord-level beasts are exceedingly rare. Today marks the 4th day, and within the entire region, only South Wind has managed to slay a level 2 Lord-level beast, the Arrow Queen. Defeating such formidable creatures bestows additional attribute points as rewards. a prospect that greatly entices Southwind. Thus, when Yuran mentioned the existence of a Lord-level beast, Southwind became immediately restless. Yuran, the coordinates are 410, 483. I shall wait for you here. Upon glancing at the coordinates, Southwind was taken aback. How close they were to the small wooden cabin. The journey would take no more than 20 minutes. He contemplated the path, which should lead southeast, perfectly opposite to the mine, armed with a wooden dagger. Southwind set forth with determination. However, as he walked, an unsettling familiarity began to dawn upon him. This direction seemed oddly recognizable. Was this not the path where he had encountered the jungle treant yesterday? The Lord-level beast that Yuran spoke of could not possibly be that 3 to 4 meter wide treant. Southwind vividly recalled the peculiar creature, a beast shrouded in questions, one that was difficult to forget. Upon further reflection, he realized that Inside Eye could assess the attributes of beasts up to level 3, meaning the jungle treant must be at least level 6. Since the Lord-level beast discovered by Yuran was level 5, it certainly could not be the jungle treant. With this understanding, Southwind breathed a sigh of relief and continued onward. As he passed through the region inhabited by the jungle treant, he took care to navigate a wide arc. Wary of a potential ambush from the treant, its vines stretched an alarming 50 to 60 meters. A careless misstep could spell disaster. Upon circumventing this area, Southwind's surroundings opened up substantially. The towering trees diminished, giving way to numerous small hills. Continuing in accordance with the coordinates, Southwind observed an increase in the presence of lower-level beasts, alongside common creatures like ironclaw rats and red-eyed rabbits. There were also some plant-based beasts he had never encountered before. Among them was a peculiar pea that spat seeds, leaving Southwind in disbelief. Were there truly pea shooters here, as if he were playing a zombie game? For Southwind, now at level 5, these level 2 and 3 beasts posed little challenge. After dispatching them effortlessly, he arrived at a valley. At the edge of the valley, a robed Yuran smiled at him. You've arrived quite swiftly. With a slight upturn of her lips and crescent-shaped eyes, she appeared to be radiating joy. A girl who smiles often is unlikely to harbor ill intentions. Southwind took a moment to appraise Yuran, noting her remarkable figure, slender waist, long legs, fair skin, and striking beauty. She was indeed a captivating little enchantress. Why do you keep staring? Yuran shot him a playful glare. A glance is instinctive. 2 glances are deliberate, Southwind replied with conviction. I did not blink. Hence it was merely instinct. Yuran chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Indeed, serious matters. Southwind carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no threats lingered before slowly approaching Yuran. One could never be too cautious. What if this Yuran turned out to be malevolent, seeking to extract his kidneys? Losing a kidney would certainly have his future happiness, thus vigilance was paramount. All right, this distance is sufficient. As Nan Feng gradually approached, Yuran cautiously maintained a certain distance between them. There was little trust between the two. Heartbroken, Nan Feng lamented. How can you not trust me, your dear brother? Yuran ignored Nan Feng's feigned sorrow and began to discuss the matter at hand. Deep within this valley lies a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, approximately 40 in number. All 5th-level ferocious beasts. Among them is a bloodthirsty wolf leader, a beast of lordly rank. Nan Feng was taken aback. So many? I can't handle this. If there had only been a single lord-level beast, he might have attempted to kite it to death. However, with over 40 5th-level bloodthirsty wolves, victory seemed unattainable. Yuran gestured for him to hold his tongue. There is also a mirage herb in this valley, which, when consumed, can enhance one's stamina by 10 points. This herb is about to ripen, and the bloodthirsty wolf leader is guarding it closely, showing no intent to leave. This creates an opportunity for us. We can eliminate the bloodthirsty wolves first, and then confront the leader. Nan Feng nodded. If the bloodthirsty wolf leader remained passive, he was confident he could manage the remaining wolves, unless they opted for a collective assault. That sounds reasonable. Previously, Nan Feng had slain a 2nd-level lord, the Arrow Bee Queen, earning a reputation of 1 and a stamina reward of 4. The bloodthirsty wolf leader, being a 5th-level beast, would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. Possibly even a strength enhancement. For Nan Feng, the rewards from the kill far outweighed the 10 stamina points from the mirage herb. Seeing Nan Feng's agreement, Yuran smiled slightly. Then follow me. I know a good spot. She led him to a protruding rock wall, and they exerted considerable effort to climb up. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the distant pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Yuran cheerfully remarked, below us is a vertical rock wall. The bloodthirsty wolves can't climb up. Nan Feng observed and confirmed her assertion. This small hillside was easily defensible, and the wolves could not ascend, leaving them vulnerable to attack. Nan Feng mused, this feels like a tower defense game. In this scenario, he and Yuran were akin to 2 defensive towers. Meanwhile, Yuran produced a wooden magic wand, entwined with vines that appeared to have sprouted from the wand itself. I can cast a fireball to lure the bloodthirsty wolves over. Nan Feng envied her. Having the ability to cast fireballs was a childhood dream of his, to become a master of magic. Yuran then glanced at the wooden dagger in Nan Feng's hand. What about you? Aren't you going to draw your pistol? Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. chuckling foolishly. Heh, do you really believe the tales of Sakura Kojiro? Yuran looked at him with a playful gleam in her eyes. Then all the experience from these bloodthirsty wolves will belong to me? As she spoke, a fireball coalesced atop her wand, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing down upon a nearby, slumbering bloodthirsty wolf. So precise. A howl erupted from the wolf. In the throes of pain, the bloodthirsty wolf rose and began to howl. Soon, over 40 bloodthirsty wolves had detected the presence of Nan Feng and his companion, rushing towards them with ferocious roars. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is the leader afraid we might lure it away? Yuran nodded in agreement. Its intelligence is not to be underestimated. We must exercise caution when dealing with it. With a swift motion, Yuran once again brandished her wand, sending a fireball hurtling towards one of the bloodthirsty wolves. Nan Feng felt a twinge of excitement. This was a chance for effortless monster farming. A level 5 bloodthirsty wolf could grant him 50 experience points, significantly more than the cave spider. Perhaps I could draw my desert eagle, eliminate Yuran, and relish this bounty of experience for myself? A wicked thought crossed Nan Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Such unscrupulous behavior was beneath him. Just as he was lost in thought, a private message suddenly pinged in. He opened it and was taken aback. What happened? Yuran exclaimed, startled by Nan Feng's sudden shift in demeanor. His expression turned serious as he read the message. It was from Su Zurin, brief yet laden with implications. Su Zurin, Sakura One Sword is preparing to challenge our District 527. Chapter 44, The Challenge from Sakura One Sword. District 39's Sakura One Sword was gearing up to face District 527. Nan Feng perused Su Zurin's message, piecing together the context from the discussions in the chat channel. Since this morning, after the 3 consecutive defeats inflicted by District 132 of Sakura Nation upon the Dragon Nation's battle zones, District 132 had become utterly crippled. In just a few hours, countless battle zones had attempted to challenge Sakura's little boy, including those from the Monkey Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Cold Nation, and Owl Nation. Each of these districts perceived Sakura's little boy as weakened and sought to seize the opportunity for some resource plundering. To some extent, Sakura's little boy held his ground, initially triumphing over the Cold Nation's battle zone and boasting in the cross-regional chat channel. However, Jin Hyunwoo from District 78 could no longer remain passive. How dare this mere little boy from Sakura mock our Cold Nation? In a fit of indignation, Jin Hyunwoo unleashed a cross-regional challenge, thoroughly thrashing Sakura's little boy. Subsequently, formidable warriors from the Eagle Nation and Kangaroo Nation each claimed victories over District 132. The repercussions were dire. District 132 had lost a total of 6 matches, causing all its chosen ones to suffer a 20-point drop in all attributes. Sakura's little boy's power plummeted, akin to being ensnared in a feeble dog muzzle, unable to withstand any confrontation. Consequently, District 132 had devolved into a target for novice players. Most battle zones possessing cross-regional challenge tokens sought to exploit District 132 for resource gain. It was rumored that by lunchtime, the trees of District 132 were nearly stripped bare, and the fierce beasts had become alarmingly scarce. Unless a miracle occurred, it was certain that the chosen ones of District 132 would not survive the impending beast tide in 26 days. Upon hearing this news, Sakura One Sword was consumed with fury. How could his younger brother, who had grown up alongside him, be so ruthlessly bullied? How could he explain this to his father? Sakura Ijian immediately resolved to challenge District 527, believing that Nan Feng was the architect of all his troubles. He issued a formal challenge in the cross-district chat channel, vowing to thoroughly defeat Nan Feng and avenge his brother. If it were merely this, Nan Feng might have dismissed it without concern. After all, he had not suffered any significant loss. However, Sakura Ijian was evidently intent on making things difficult for Nan Feng, or rather, for District 527. He rallied several battle districts within the cross-district chat channel, planning to ensure that District 527 would endure 3 consecutive defeats. A penalty of a 10-point reduction across all attributes was far too severe. No one could withstand such a blow. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, what should we do? Sakura Ijian has allied with 7 battle districts, preparing to challenge us in turns. How are we supposed to fight this? Huang Yuanming, Sakura Country is bullying us. And now a Sand Country and Beautiful Country are joining in. Let us fight back. Ma Yong, fight? How? Sakura Ijian claims he will reach level 8 before nightfall and will only challenge our district afterward. He is being as cautious as a dog. Tian Jiping, the highest level in our district is only 5. How can we possibly contend? It's all Nan Feng's fault for provoking Sakura Country. Now, the entire district's chosen ones will have to suffer. By G, perhaps we should ask Nan Feng to apologize to Sakura Country? They might let us off the hook. Nan Feng let out a cold laugh. Apologizing would not only be futile, but would also lead to humiliation from Sakura Country. He would not engage in such foolishness. At that moment, Su Zurin sent him a private message. Nan Feng, come chat in the group. Nan Feng did not rush to join the group. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. He and Yu Ran were perched on a high rock wall, and the bloodthirsty wolves could not climb up, only seething impotently below. For the time being, they were safe. The situation with the water would not pose significant issues. Yuran seemed to have received the message as well. Her expression somewhat grave. Sakura Ijian is about to hit level 8. If a level 5 faces a level 8, the damage will diminish to a mere 25 of its original strength. How can we possibly win? Indeed, Nan Feng was at a loss as to how they might turn the tide. Even with the Desert Eagle in hand, he could not discern a point of reversal. Yuran stowed her wand and sat cross-legged. Let us hurry to the group and discuss this. We can ignore the bloodthirsty wolves for now. In the group? You're also in there? Nan Feng casually seated himself beside Yuran, catching a faint whiff of the delicate fragrance that emanated from her, perhaps a lingering scent of cosmetics. Yuran, unaware of Nan Feng's thoughts, nodded and said, Su Zurin just added me. Nan Feng opened his interface and glanced at the handsome guys group. To his surprise, all the top 20 chosen ones were present. Yuran, Su Zurin, I suggest we rename the group to Handsome and Beautiful Social Group. Shinpan, I'm utterly amazed, my friend. What kind of performance is this? You can actually create groups? Can someone teach me how? I want to start a dating group. Su Zurin, let us discuss such trivial matters later. We need to focus on the important issues. Has Nan Feng joined us? Nan Feng, I'm here. Upon seeing Nan Feng enter the group chat, the other chosen ones ceased their idle chatter and turned serious. Su Zurin began with a brief introduction of the situation before directing the question to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, you currently hold the highest level. Do you possess the confidence to defeat Sakura Ijian? Xiao Luo was known for his relentless pursuit of leveling up, continuously hunting fierce beasts, and maintaining a position among the top ranks. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of spiders in the mine, Nan Feng's level would undoubtedly have been significantly surpassed by Xiao Luo. Su Zurin then inquired, what about Nan Feng? After a moment's contemplation, Nan Feng shook his head, stating, I can contend with him at level 7, but at level 8, it becomes insurmountable due to the severe level disparity. This response was anticipated by all, thus eliciting no surprise. Before nightfall, Sakura Ijian will surely reach level 8. He will challenge our battle zone today. You two are currently the highest leveled. Can you reach level 6 before dark? Xiao Luo affirmed, yes. Nan Feng glanced at his own level, which stood at 5,126,83200. There were over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves present. If he were to eliminate them all, he would certainly ascend to level 6. Very well, hasten your leveling. Su Zurin instructed. The challenge will select the highest level participant within a designated area. It will undoubtedly be one of you two. Wu Yuanqing interjected. Even reaching level 6 may not suffice. The gap against level 8 remains too vast. Huang Yuanming added, I possess an item, the beast skin hood, which can enhance stamina by 2 points. I can lend it to you, and you may return it once you have completed your battle. Does anyone else have equipment that can augment attributes? Your support would be appreciated. Wang Jiang chuckled. Let's refrain from that. What if they abscond with the equipment and do not return it? Chapter 45. Let me enjoy the experience alone. Wang Jiang reiterated. Let's refrain from that. What if they abscond with the equipment and do not return it? Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wang Jiang's avatar. He was currently ranked 17th among the chosen ones, having recently achieved this position. Nan Feng was not very familiar with this individual, only recalling purchasing an apple from her earlier that day. Notably, Wang Jiang was female, a revelation that surprised Nan Feng, who had assumed her name belonged to a male. Yu Yin remarked, in times like these, we must unite. This challenge is crucial. If we cannot overcome Sakura Ijian, then the battle zones from a sand country and beautiful country will come to challenge us until we are utterly defeated. Sakura Ijian had rallied several battle zones, including those of a sand and beautiful countries, intending to decisively overpower Zone 527. The other zones were equally wary of the strength of Long Country and readily acquiesced to Sakura Ijian's demands. However, they stipulated one condition, that Sakura Ijian should be the first to challenge, in order to gauge Nan Feng's true strength, particularly since Nan Feng had previously challenged Sakura Kojiro at a higher level. It was imperative that this battle against Sakura Ijian be approached with utmost seriousness. Should Zone 527 emerge victorious, the other zones would certainly refrain from further challenges, recognizing the futility of confronting such a formidable adversary. Why engage with the hard nut of Zone 527 when it was far more appealing to bully Zone 132? If we fail to conquer the Cherry Blossom Sword, and it discerns our hidden cards, then District 527 will find itself in dire straits. The next battle is likely to be as disastrous as that of District 132. Within the Handsome Guys group, Su Zurin remarked, Huang Yuanming makes a valid point. Everyone should gather their equipment. It might slightly enhance our chances of victory. Of course, if you are unwilling, that is entirely your choice. I do not wish to impose. I possess a beast bone ring that grants 2 energy, which I can contribute. Wu Li responded, we are all in this together. A loss benefits no one. Is there any reluctance to contribute? He added, I too have a beast bone ring to offer. Su Ming chimed in, I have a belt. Having only traversed into this realm for 4 short days, and given the exceedingly low drop rates for equipment, the group could scarcely assemble a few items, which would not significantly augment their attributes. Such enhancements were evidently insufficient for a confrontation with the cherry blossom sword. Silence enveloped the group as they pondered their options. Nan Feng furrowed his brow in deep thought. And suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Suzerain, did you discover any iron ore to the left of the mine yesterday? Suzerain replied. We found some, but it requires excavation. Are you suggesting? Nan Feng interjected. If I can elevate my fateful weapon to the next level, I am confident I can defeat the cherry blossom sword. The group felt a surge of hope. Su Yihan inquired. Nan Feng, what level is your fateful weapon currently? Nan Feng responded. It is at the pinnacle of its current level, on the verge of advancement. Suzerain asked, what materials are required? Besides iron blocks. Is there anything else? Nan Feng, momentarily forgetting, glanced at his weapon. I need 200 wood, 300 stone, 100 iron blocks, and 1 copper block. I possess the wood and stone. I only lack the iron and copper. Huang Yuanming said, we know where to procure iron blocks, but what about the copper? Wu Yuansheng urged, everyone, quickly brainstorm where we might find copper blocks. Suzerain revealed, today in the cross-regional chat channel, I inquired with other Dragon Country battle zones. They mentioned their iron mines are only guarded by a level 4 lord, unlike our zone, which is protected by the level 6 cave spider king. Su Ming queried. And what does that imply? Suzerain explained, it indicates that our district's iron mine poses a considerable challenge. Everyone's fateful weapons remain stuck at their current level, hindering our combat strength and placing us at a significant disadvantage compared to others. Nan Feng seemed to piece together the puzzle. Are you suggesting that there is also copper or deep within that mine? Suzerain affirmed, indeed. Copper and iron ores can often coexist. He continued. Do you not find it peculiar that the passage to the right of the mine is guarded by the cave spider king? Yet there are no ferocious beasts to the left? Suzerain added, I suspect that deep within the left passage lies the iron mine, which should have been protected by a level 4 lord, but it was devoured by the cave spider king. The right passage, then, leads to the copper mine. Suzerain inundated the chat with his conjectures. Those who had not visited the mine, like Yu Ran and Xiao Luo, were somewhat bewildered. But those who had ventured there found Suzerain's theories to be quite plausible. Wu Yuansheng, by Jove, there truly exists such a possibility. Does this mean there is a location to procure copper blocks? Su Ming, however, there lies the cavern spider king, on the right. We cannot possibly defeat it. How shall we acquire the copper ore? Wu Yuansheng, we shall employ the method I mentioned this morning, summoning several ranged chosen ones to wear it down. Suzerain, that would be imprudent. It would waste too much time, and we may not even be able to slay it. Wu Yuansheng, then what do you propose? Suzerain, our objective today is not to vanquish the cavern spider king, but merely to extract 1 copper block. Suzerain, therefore, all of you should head to the mine. We will initially gather iron blocks, and then assess the situation for acquiring copper blocks. The group contemplated this suggestion and collectively agreed with Suzerain's plan. Su Ming, very well, I and old Wu shall be there shortly. Huang Yuanming, I shall join as well. Nan Feng, I will refrain for now. There are many ferocious beasts here. I will come once I reach level 6. Xiao Luo, Nan Feng, you focus on leveling up. I will go to the mine. Xiao Luo relinquished the thought of participating in the challenge, opting instead to assist Nan Feng in mining. He believed he could not prevail against Sakura's blade and felt that participating would only lead to his humiliation. Suzerain, everyone, let us mobilize and strive to assist Nan Feng in overcoming Sakura's blade. Yuran, let us go, let us go. Such is the spirit of education in the Dragon Nation, even when collectively transported to this perilous world. Most citizens unite to aid their companions rather than act as lone wolves. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Wang Jiyang. She scoffed at the other's actions. Haha, are you all out of your minds? Wouldn't it be better to spend an entire afternoon leveling up instead of wasting time bolstering someone else's strength? You're being duped while helping others line their pockets. I bet Nan Feng is laughing at your foolishness. Nan Feng, haha, what a fool. Nan Feng found Wang Jiyang unworthy of his attention. She epitomized a refined form of selfishness, prioritizing her own interests above all. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss her perspective. Perhaps it is such individuals who endure longer in this world. Exiting the group chat, Nan Feng closed the interface. Beside him, Yuran also shut her panel, gazing at Nan Feng with a smile. Let me see. Are you secretly laughing at us? Nan Feng maintained a serene demeanor. I am professionally trained. I seldom laugh aloud. So, you laugh inwardly then? Yuran stood, brushing the dust from her pert dairy re, her lovely eyes glancing below. What say you? Do these bloodthirsty wolves require my assistance? No need. Should you intervene, I would lose half of my experience. Nan Feng decisively declined Yuran's offer. After all, he was striving to reach level 6. Stowing away his wooden dagger, Nan Feng retrieved the desert eagle from his backpack. Yuran, observing this, wore an expression of realization. I knew it. You wouldn't resort to silencing anyone, would you? Not to that extent. Nan Feng shook his head. After his previous encounter with Sakura Katsurugi, the desert eagle had already been revealed. Even though he had attempted to mislead others in the cross-region channel, it could only deceive the less astute. For the clever, it was impossible to conceal. For instance, Su Zuren must have long recognized that Nan Feng's fated divine weapon is a pistol, which is why he assisted her in the cross-region channel. Similarly, Yu Ran was utterly unfazed when she witnessed Nan Feng brandishing a desert eagle. In her heart, Nan Feng mused, "But what does it matter if you know? My divine weapon is on the verge of an upgrade, and soon I shall unlock new equipment. The desert eagle will no longer be my trump card." With this thought, Nan Feng smiled and approached the edge of the stone wall, gazing down at the 20 or so furious bloodthirsty wolves below. "Dear sister, step back. Allow me to relish the experience alone." Chapter 46, Level 6. Dear sister, step back. Allow me to relish the experience alone. Nan Feng knew he must face this pack of bloodthirsty wolves alone. Otherwise, he might fail to reach level 6. Yu Ran understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from contesting the experience, silently retreating to the side. Nan Feng found the right angle, and a penetrating bullet was unleashed. Whoosh. 427. 389. 350. This shot pierced through 3 bloodthirsty wolves, and 3 varying shades of pale red numbers floated slowly into the air. This was due to the damage attenuation characteristic of the penetrating bullet. The more beasts it penetrated, the lower the damage. Nevertheless, Nan Feng's shot still dealt a total of 1,000 damage. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves possessed only 720 hit points, meaning Nan Feng could dispatch one in an average of 23 shots. This exemplifies the drawbacks of focusing solely on strength. Of course, the cost was that Nan Feng's health was quite low, a mere 400 points, making him susceptible to becoming fodder for the beasts if he was not careful. After all, not every moment offers such a fortuitous opportunity for injury-free monster grinding. Whoosh. 350. Nan Feng fired again, striking yet another bloodthirsty wolf. This time, it was a standard attack. He did not employ a skill, as the penetrating bullet was still on cooldown. Nonetheless, Nan Feng's ordinary attack was not insignificant, inflicting damage equivalent to an attack power of 130, a considerable amount. Ding. You have slain a level 5 ordinary beast, bloodthirsty wolf, and gained 50 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 ordinary beast, bloodthirsty wolf, and gained 50 experience points. Nan Feng's efficiency in slaying monsters was remarkably high. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves appeared as feeble as infants before him. Howl. After systematically eliminating 7 or 8, the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader could no longer tolerate the sight and let out a piercing howl. The bloodthirsty wolves that had been guarding the leader surged forth. In an instant, over 30 bloodthirsty wolves began to stack upon one another. Witnessing this, Yu Ran gasped in shock, her expression turning grim. These bloodthirsty wolves possess quite a high intelligence to stack like this. Fortunately, I was prudent enough not to intervene. Yu Ran felt a wave of relief for having enlisted Nan Feng as her ally. Otherwise, today would have marked her demise. Nan Feng, however, chuckled mischievously. Stacking, is it? How fortuitous for me. The bloodthirsty wolves piled together, perfectly setting the stage for Nan Feng's penetrating bullet to shine. Whoosh. With a single shot, he promptly dispatched 2 more bloodthirsty wolves. Your attack power is astonishing. As Yu Ran discovered, with merely 23 shots, Nan Feng could effortlessly eliminate a bloodthirsty wolf, leaving her utterly astonished. Such efficiency rendered the 40 bloodthirsty wolves inadequate for the task at hand. The relentless onslaught of the bloodthirsty wolves continued to ascend. Should more than 3 manage to reach him, Nan Feng would be in peril. Yu Ran, appearing to be somewhat fragile herself, was not someone Nan Feng could rely on for absorbing damage. With a flurry of precise shots, Nan Feng noticed a marked improvement in his marksmanship, occasionally triggering a weak point attack. Under the relentless barrage of his firepower, even as the pack of bloodthirsty wolves attempted to stack upon one another, they found it increasingly difficult to breach his defenses, inadvertently facilitating Nan Feng's slaughter. After dispatching over 20 of these ferocious beasts, the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader could no longer remain passive, letting out a series of low growls, glaring menacingly at Nan Feng. This bloodthirsty wolf leader, towering over 3 meters in length and surpassing Nan Feng in height, exuded an imposing presence. Nan Feng seized the opportunity to cast an insightful gaze. Bloodthirsty wolf leader, level 5, elite beast, health points, 1850 magic points, 550 attack power, 350 defense power, 190 skills, bite, pounce. Call of the pack. The revelation of the bloodthirsty wolf leader's formidable attack power of 350 startled Nan Feng, who possessed merely 400 health points, unable to withstand even a second blow. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he thought of Su Ming, the stalwart figure brandishing a massive shield at the forefront of their team. It was no wonder that Wu Yuanxing frequently teamed up with Su Ming for beast hunting. Having such a robust shield provided a profound sense of security. Noticing that the bloodthirsty wolf leader did not charge at him, Nan Feng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and resumed his assault on the remaining bloodthirsty wolves. This pack, though possessing a modicum of intelligence, lacked the instinct to flee, driven instead by the commanding presence of their leader. With each successive kill, 25, 30, 35, upon eliminating the 39th bloodthirsty wolf, the system finally chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 6. Ding. Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding. Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. At long last, he had leveled up. Remarkably, it had been less than an hour since the conclusion of their discussion meeting. The efficiency of this leveling was truly astonishing. Regrettably, there were no more bloodthirsty wolves left to slay. Once they were gone, that would be the end of it. Had there been more, Nan Feng might have even reached level 7 before nightfall. You ran. The remaining few are yours, he declared. Having attained level 6, Nan Feng no longer required the experience from these remaining beasts. After all, this locale was Yu Ran's discovery, and it was only fair to leave a portion for her benefit. Yu Ran pouted, huffing softly. This is clearly my find. Yet you speak as if you are graciously bestowing it upon me. If it weren't for the opportunity to let you triumph in the challenge, I would not have bestowed upon you such an abundance of experience. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. The recent battle has drained Nan Feng's magical power to its nadir, and with the impending hunt for the bloodthirsty wolf leader, insufficient mana would be a dire predicament. Meanwhile, Yu Ran swiftly wielded her wand, dispatching the few remaining bloodthirsty wolves. A low growl emanated from the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader, witnessing the demise of its minions. Yet, it remained steadfast beside the illusionary grass, showing no inclination to move. Is it truly so singularly focused? Nan Feng pondered, bemused. Why would a wolf harbor such an attachment to a mere blade of grass? Could it be a sheep cloaked in wolf skin? Nevertheless, the fact that the bloodthirsty wolf leader did not charge at them provided a semblance of safety. Estimating the distance, Nan Feng calculated that they were approximately 80 meters away from the bloodthirsty wolf leader. He turned to Yu Ran, inquiring, at such a distance, can your fireball reach it? Yu Ran shook her head, replying, it's too far. It would be a matter of luck. 80 meters fell well within the range of the desert eagle. Yet at this distance, Nan Feng's accuracy would drastically diminish. Ultimately, the success of his shot hinged 3 parts on luck and 7 parts on skill, leaving the remaining 90 parts beyond his control. Let us give it a try. Nan Feng glanced at his mana, now restored to 310 points, sufficient for the task. He allocated all 5 free attribute points from his level-up reward to strength. His strength now soared to 87 points, pushing his attack power beyond the 400 mark to an impressive 435 points. Such formidable power was poised to pose a significant threat to the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Raising the desert eagle, Nan Feng squinted one eye, aiming at the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader. Penetrating round. He commanded, firing. The penetrating round whistled through the air, hurtling towards the bloodthirsty wolf leader. A hint of disdain flickered in the creature's eyes as it sidestepped slightly, evading Nan Feng's shot. Nan Feng's expression darkened. He realized a grave issue. The bullet expelled from the desert eagle lacked sufficient muzzle velocity. In the parameters of Blue Star firearms, a standard handgun achieves a muzzle velocity exceeding 400 meters per second, while rifles can reach between 600 to 1,000 meters per second, often surpassing the speed of sound. Yet, in this primal world, the desert eagle in Nan Feng's hands had not even attained sonic speed. During previous hunts against ferocious beasts, he had fired at close range, remaining unaware of this flaw. However, at this extended distance, the inadequacy of the bullet's velocity became glaringly apparent. The bloodthirsty wolf leader could leisurely evade the bullet after it had left the chamber. At this range, hitting the target seemed nearly impossible. Was he to abandon this advantageous position for a closer shot? Nan Feng swiftly dismissed the notion. Once they departed from the stone wall, they would undoubtedly find themselves within the grasp of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nan Feng and Yu Ran, being mere fragile beings, could scarcely withstand 5 of its claws combined. The distance was daunting. What could they possibly do? Yu Ran, too, recognized the gravity of their predicament, troubled by the thought that failure to eliminate the bloodthirsty wolf leader before the illusory grass matured would spell doom for them. Yet, there was no need for panic. I have a plan. Nan Feng raised his firearm once more. However, this time, he did not aim at the bloodthirsty wolf leader but instead targeted the illusory grass. Whoosh! The bullet soared forth, hurtling towards the illusory grass. Roar! The bloodthirsty wolf leader bellowed in fury, seemingly cursing Nan Feng as a despicable wretch. Yet, it was powerless to intervene. The enhancement the illusory grass provided was far too significant for the bloodthirsty wolf leader to allow its destruction. 332. The bloodthirsty wolf leader shielded itself with its own body, absorbing the impact of the shot. A hit dealing 332 damage was excruciating. Excellent. Observing the successful strike, Nan Feng clenched his fist and immediately fired again. 332. Arc. Another shot found its mark, and the bloodthirsty wolf leader howled in pain, rearing its head to the sky. With those 2 shots, it had already lost nearly a third of its life force. This exemplified the terrifying power of full strength allocation. Caution! It approaches. The 2 had scarcely reveled in their success when the bloodthirsty wolf leader abandoned its guardianship of the illusory grass and charged towards Nan Feng. It realized that lingering by the illusory grass would undoubtedly lead to its demise at the hands of this vile bipedal creature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nan Feng remained taut with concentration, firing several rounds at the bloodthirsty wolf leader. However, the beast moved with astonishing speed, evading erratically from side to side, leaving Nan Feng unable to land a single shot. With an 80-meter gap between them, the bloodthirsty wolf leader swiftly traversed half the distance. Drat! Nan Feng had no time to aim. He had to rely on instinctive shooting. Even if he could not hit his target, he could force the bloodthirsty wolf leader to continually evade, thereby slowing its advance. Meanwhile, Yuran's hair danced in the wind as she wielded her staff to conjure a wall of fire. Remarkably, Yuran possessed two skills. A 3-meter wall of fire suddenly emerged before the bloodthirsty wolf leader, which, refusing to detour, leapt high over the flames. Yet this maneuver provided Nan Feng with an opportunity. In midair, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had no leverage, rendering it a perfect target for Nan Feng. Penetrating bullet. 462. The penetrating round blasted a gaping hole in the bloodthirsty wolf leader's foreleg. Roar. The bloodthirsty wolf leader let out a pained roar, yet upon landing, it still charged at Nan Feng. However, its speed had significantly diminished. It had 674 health points remaining. Nan Feng quickly calculated the remaining health of the bloodthirsty wolf leader, feeling a sense of reassurance. With that health, he could dispatch it with just 2 shots. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty wolf leader would need to cover more than 30 meters and scale the towering 90-degree cliff to reach him. Nan Feng exhaled in relief. A 91 chance of victory. This was secure. Yuran raised an eyebrow. 91? What are you planning? Nan Feng fell silent. Regarding the old schemer, raising his gun, Nan Feng aimed at the now sluggish bloodthirsty wolf leader. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the bloodthirsty wolf leader lunged forward from over 20 meters away. This was the skill known as fierce lunge. In one bound, the bloodthirsty wolf leader traversed the distance of over 20 meters and leaped onto a stone wall rising more than 10 meters high. Its gaping maw, reeking of decay, was suddenly before Nan Feng. Not only that, but the creature's massive claws were raised high, ready to descend. 384. Nan Feng gasped, his health plummeting, his face paling in fear. In this moment of crisis, he thrust the desert eagle into the wolf's mouth and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Weak point attack, 593. Critical hit, 1,800. The 3 shots pierced through the bloodthirsty wolf leader's head, one of which triggered a critical hit, dealing a staggering 1,800 points of damage. Unfortunately, at that moment, the bloodthirsty wolf leader's health was nearly depleted, rendering that critical hit somewhat moot. Had the first shot triggered the critical hit, Nan Feng would not have found himself in such peril. The bloodthirsty wolf leader glared at Nan Feng with unyielding eyes, but its more than 3-meter-long body collapsed limply to the ground. A narrow victory. Ding. You have slain the level 5 boss, bloodthirsty wolf leader, and gained 200 experience points. Announcement. Chosen 1 Nan Feng has successfully slain the level 5 boss, bloodthirsty wolf leader. As the first chosen one in this region to achieve this feat, rewards, reputation 1. Strength 10. Strength 10. Strength directly affects attack power, equating to an impressive 50 points of attack power. This was a significant boost. Suppressing his elation, Nan Feng glanced at Yuran beside him. She had already stowed her wand and stood with her arms crossed, looking quite composed. Excellent. This girl was perceptive. Seeing that Yuran had no intentions of betraying him, Nan Feng finally unearthed a piece of roasted meat to restore his health. Of course, his right hand remained firmly gripping the desert eagle, wary of Yuran's every move. Quickly, he approached the corpse to see if the great wolf had dropped any equipment. Yuran seemed unconcerned by Nan Feng's caution, naturally stepping back to indicate she harbored no ulterior motives. Nan Feng nodded and gently touched the bloodthirsty wolf leader's carcass. Ding. You have obtained wolf skin X1. Ding. You have obtained wolf meat X5. That was it. It shouldn't be so meager. Nan Feng felt a twinge of disbelief and turned over the bloodthirsty wolf leader's body. Indeed, beneath the carcass lay a treasure chest. Moreover, it was a chest glowing with a pearlescent light. Nan Feng had previously encountered treasure chests, but they were all gray. This white chest clearly signified a higher tier. A good haul awaited. Chapter 48. The Cunning Cherry Blossom Sword. Upon vanquishing the bloodthirsty wolf leader, a white treasure chest was revealed. This chest is a tier above the gray ones. Without hesitation, Nan Feng opened it. Ding. You have acquired Wolf Fong Necklace, X1. Wolf Fong Necklace. Grade. Superior. Type. Necklace. Attribute. Agility 6. Within this white chest, a piece of equipment emerged. Regrettably, it did not enhance strength, which left Nan Feng somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, agility provides bonuses to attack speed and movement speed, as well as improving Nan Feng's reaction time, making it still quite valuable. With the Wolf Fong necklace adorned, Nan Feng's agility reached 43 points. However, it remained the lowest among his 4 attributes, even trailing behind stamina by 2 points. Enhancing agility proved to be a challenging endeavor. You've acquired new equipment. How splendid. Yu Ran approached with a cheerful demeanor. What are its attributes? Nan Feng chuckled lightly, not too shabby. Just a few points in agility. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was just past 2 p.m., with several hours left before nightfall. Yet, the exact moment when the cherry blossom sword would ascend to level 8 remained uncertain, compelling Nan Feng to hasten his pursuit of strength. Opening his panel, he examined his level 6, 684, 500. He needed an additional 4,000 experience points to reach level 7. Unless he could discover a thriving locale teeming with ferocious beasts, alongside a secure spot to farm them without injury. It would be impossible for Nan Feng to attain level 7 before nightfall. Abandoning the notion of further leveling up, Nan Feng resolved to head to the mine, hoping to address the enhancement of his destined weapon. Ideally, he would also deal with the Cavern Spider King in the process. Turning to Yu Ran, he inquired, "Dear sister, I am preparing to venture into the mine. Would you care to join me?" Yu Ran pondered for a moment, biting her lip before shaking her head. "I shall remain here to guard this phantom herb until it matures." The mine was alluring with its iron blocks. Yet the phantom herb could augment her energy by 10 points, which was vital for her fireball spells. After careful consideration, Yu Ran resolved to stay behind, lest the phantom herb be snatched away by other ferocious beasts. Very well, I shall take my leave then. With the wolf fang necklace now adorning him, Nan Feng felt a newfound agility, swiftly descending the sheer 90-meter cliff. Yu Ran, however, lacked such nimbleness, becoming stuck midway, unable to ascend or descend, caught in an awkward predicament. Nan Feng, in a state of urgency, urged, "Just jump down. It's only about 5 or 6 meters high. You'll be fine." Yu Ran vigorously shook her head. Fear etched across her face. "No, I cannot." How curious, considering you faced that formidable bloodthirsty wolf leader without fear, Nan Feng silently mused. "Jump down, and I shall catch you with my Chinko great shift." Nan Feng raised his hands, positioning himself beneath Yu Ran. "You better catch me well." Yu Ran's brows knitted in concern, and with a determined clench of her teeth, she leapt. Nan Feng effortlessly caught her, even spinning around to add a touch of flair to the moment. The slender waist felt just right, thought Nan Feng. Yu Ran shot him a glare with her enchanting eyes. "That's enough, let go." "All right," Nan Feng replied, releasing his grip and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I shall take my leave. You can manage the battlefield cleanup here." A multitude of bloodthirsty wolves lay slain, untouched by Nan Feng's hands. And he estimated that he could gather a considerable amount of wolf meat, which could be exchanged for resources. Having already amassed a substantial bounty today, he felt it only fair to leave some spoils for others, especially since this was a place discovered by Yu Ran. "Hurry along, I'll handle this," Yu Ran said without a shred of hesitation, accepting the task of clearing the battlefield. With no more beasts nearby, Nan Feng made his way towards the small wooden cabin. As he passed the area of the jungle trant, he cautiously veered around in a wide arc. His health was low, and he could not withstand the lash of the trant's whip. A thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps I should set that little trant ablaze next time. Though I wonder if it would work. Regardless of the feasibility, he resolved to attempt it when the opportunity arose, but not today. During his rest period, Nan Feng opened the chat channel, eager to delve into current events and see if there were any new developments. In the chat channel, Lu Daqiang, "Nan Feng is truly impressive, having slain yet another level 5 Lord Beast. I can't even handle a level 3 beast at this point. Ma Yong, Nan Feng has reached level 6. I believe he may stand a chance against Sakura One Sword." Tian Jiping. "Huh, can you stop dreaming? What does it matter that Nan Feng is level 6? Sakura One Sword is about to hit level 8. Bao Jian, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Why do you always side with outsiders?" Tian Jiping. "I'm not siding with outsiders. I'm just being realistic. Am I not making sense?" Qiu Feihong. "Even if the odds are slim, we must support our own. If Nan Feng loses, we all suffer the consequences." Wang Jiang. "To speak fairly, we have no deep-seated hatred with Sakura Nation. If Nan Feng were to apologize sincerely to Sakura One Sword, perhaps she would refrain from challenging our territory." Wang Jiang. "You may not be aware, but Sakura One Sword has a grudge against Xiao Onran from Zone 17. If Nan Feng shows a positive attitude in admitting fault, it's quite possible that Sakura One Sword will indeed challenge Zone 17. Huang Yuanming. Heh, when someone insists they are not lying, they often are. When someone claims to speak fairly, they usually do not. Wang Jiang. "What do you mean by that, Huang Yuanming?" Huang Yuanming. "No particular meaning. If you wish to be a lapdog of Sakura Nation, then go apologize yourself." "Oh, I forgot. You're not even level 5 yet, too weak to speak in cross-zone channels." Wang Jiang. "You're the dog." As their argument escalated, other chosen ones soon joined in the fray, dividing into two camps and reveling in the exchange of barbs. The once central figure of discussion, Nan Feng, was suddenly forgotten. Ah, the keyboard warriors are indeed formidable. Hiding behind the screen, no one fears anyone. Even a level 2 dares to provoke a level 5. Yet, should they encounter each other in reality, would the level 2 still exhibit such audacity? Closing the chat channel, Nan Feng glanced once more at the handsome guys group, where silence reigned. likely due to everyone contemplating strategies to conquer the Cavern Spider King. He then checked the cross-regional chat channel, only to find it equally desolate. Nan Feng. Brothers, I am preparing to join you. How is the situation on your end? Nan Feng. Thanks, brother. By the way, weren't you just hurling insults in the chat channel? Huang Yuanming. That does not affect me. Back on Blue Star. I could flirt with girls in several QQ groups simultaneously. Nan Feng. Impressive. Pausing momentarily, Nan Feng inquired further. What about the others? Huang Yuanming. They are trying to gather copper blocks. It seems they have been stalled by the Cavern Spider King and are making little progress. Huang Yuanming. I must cut this short. I need to expedite my mining of iron blocks, or I might be too late. Truly formidable. Just as Nan Feng prepared to close the panel, a sudden system notification echoed. Beep. The Chosen One, Sakura Sword of Original World Zone 39, has initiated a cross-regional challenge against you. Please be prepared. Announcement. Original World Zone 39 has launched a cross-regional challenge against Original World Zone 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both parties' chosen ones should prepare. Nan Feng was taken aback. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to be before nightfall? Indeed. It was still before nightfall. Nan Feng's expression darkened. Everyone assumed that Sakura Sword's mention of before nightfall referred to the evening. In truth, they had all been misled by Sakura's sword. What a cunning fellow. Chapter 49. New weapons. The chosen ones of the entire Zone 527 received the announcement from the Creator God system. In an instant, the two factions that had been trading insults in the chat channel fell silent, turning their ire towards Sakura's sword. Damn it, this little Sakura really dares to challenge us. Curse that rascal. If I see him, I'll definitely land a few punches. Huh, weren't you just advocating for an apology? How quickly your stance has shifted. Humph. He.s. already riding roughshod over me. Why should I apologize? I'd rather crush his head. How authentic. Given the current circumstances, an apology was futile. All that remained was to hope that the great Nan Feng could emerge victorious. Inside the small cabin, Nan Feng sighed. He too desired victory, but given the situation, it seemed nearly impossible. Sakura's sword was undoubtedly now level 8, and the disparity in strength was almost insurmountable. Unless Nan Feng's fateful divine weapon could upgrade once more. Opening the handsome guys group, he found it still devoid of conversation. He wondered about Su Zurin and the others. Had they located any copper blocks? With a little over 9 minutes remaining, there was little to be done. He could only remain in the cabin, anxiously awaiting developments. That pesky Sakura sword. Once I obtain the cross-regional challenge order, I will surely take you on. In District 527, the coveted item known as the cross-regional challenge token has yet to be unveiled. Nan Feng surmises that it must reside with the Cave Spider King. He resolves to confront the Cave Spider King later. Now at level 6, he believes that with a modicum of caution, he stands a fair chance of vanquishing this formidable foe. After a brief interlude of 3 minutes, Nan Feng's demeanor gradually steadies as he prepares for the impending challenge. Despite the vast disparity in strength, he is determined to give his utmost. Within the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen ones from Sakura Nation are mercilessly taunting Nan Feng, engaging in pre-match banter. He chooses to disregard their provocations, mindful of the potential impact on his mental state. As the underdog, any further disturbance to his composure could jeopardize his chances. It is clear that Sakura Ejian is aware of this tactic, as they relentlessly attempt to rattle Nan Feng. However, to their surprise, Nan Feng has simply muted the cross-regional chat channel, rendering their attempts futile. With a countdown of 5 minutes remaining, a message from Yu Ran appears. Illusionary herb has matured. I'll send it to you now. It can enhance your energy by 10 points, albeit its utility is limited. Nan Feng replies, no, thank you. We had previously agreed that the bloodthirsty wolf leader belongs to me, while the illusionary herb is yours. At this moment, Nan Feng seeks not energy, but strength. Energy influences both magical power and defense, and with a current magical power ceiling of 490 points, he may struggle in a protracted battle. Yet it suffices for a one-on-one confrontation. As for defense, an additional 10 points would hardly withstand a single strike from the level 8 Sakura Ejian. Its value is negligible. Yu Ran responds, I have preserved the root of the illusionary herb. For further cultivation, it will mature in 3 to 5 days. You are in greater need of strength enhancement than I am. The future of our battle zone rests upon you, so please consume it. Without granting Nan Feng a moment to hesitate, she promptly trades the illusionary herb. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he accepts it. What if he finds himself in a prolonged battle against Sakura Ejian? That energy might indeed prove beneficial. The illusionary herb. Consuming it grants the chosen one an increase of 10 energy. Note, each chosen one may only consume 1 herb. Additional consumption yields no effect. The restriction of 1 herb per individual is somewhat disappointing. Nan Feng, having heard Yu Ran mention its cultivation potential, had initially felt elated. Contemplating the prospect of consuming more, he swallows the illusionary herb in 1 gulp, only to be met with a fleeting sensation of dizziness and double vision. Is it toxic? Just as this thought crosses his mind, the double vision dissipates and the dizziness subsides, leaving him invigorated. It appears that the effects are not toxic, but rather a natural consequence of the illusionary herb. After approximately 5 to 10 seconds of disorientation, he wonders if ferocious beasts might experience similar effects. Perhaps in the future, the illusionary herb could serve as a means of control. Shaking his head, he discards this notion for later validation. Nan Feng muses. This girl is quite forceful in her dealings, a tad excessive. Yet, this clarity in pricing is advantageous. I owe her no favors. After all, debts of gratitude are among the most challenging to repay. With a countdown of 3 minutes remaining, he steels himself for the impending challenge. Huang Yuanming sent a message. Brother, hurry, gather 100 iron blocks, quickly. Nan Feng felt a surge of joy upon seeing the 100 iron blocks that Huang Yuanming had traded. Bravo, my friend. You've managed to procure 100 so swiftly. Huang Yuanming replied. Damn, my hands are nearly broken. We didn't keep a single one. They're all yours. He added. It seems they might have found copper blocks. Wait a moment. I'll definitely get them to you before the battle begins. Nan Feng understood that the outcome of this challenge related to all the chosen ones in their entire war zone. Thus, assisting him in enhancing his strength was not just reasonable, but also aligned with their own interests. Still, Nan Feng felt a touch of gratitude. With a countdown of 1 minute remaining, Su Zuran silently traded a single copper block. The moment Nan Feng received the copper block, he immediately clicked to upgrade his innate weapon. The attributes of his innate weapon underwent a dramatic transformation. Innate weapon, weapon name, ordinary armory. Current grade, low grade. Type, backpack. Attributes, 50 backpack slots. Materials required for upgrade, 300 wood, 500 stone, 200 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks. Unlocked equipment from armory, Desert Eagle, Stone Dagger, 98 sniper rifle. Red dot sight. As the grade of his innate weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. Ding. As your innate weapon grows, you have unlocked a new weapon, the 98 sniper rifle. Ding. As your innate weapon grows, you have unlocked a new accessory, red dot sight. Ding. As your innate weapon grows, you have mastered a new skill, charge strike. The trio of system notifications filled Nan Feng with elation. New weapons, and a new skill. He promptly opened his backpack and beheld the antiquely designed 98 sniper rifle. 98 sniper rifle, current grade, low grade, upgrades alongside ordinary armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 50, stamina 10. Each attack consumes 30 mana and inflicts 150 attack power damage upon enemies. Strength 50. Nan Feng was utterly astounded. It was worth noting that prior to the upgrade, the peak grade Desert Eagle only provided a strength bonus of 20. This 98 sniper rifle had increased it 25-fold. How exhilarating. Wait, my Desert Eagle has also advanced to low grade. Its attributes should have improved as well. Nan Feng turned his gaze to the Desert Eagle and the wooden dagger, which should now be referred to as the Stone Dagger, a rather peculiar name. Desert Eagle, current grade, low grade, upgrades alongside ordinary armory. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 40, stamina 20. Each attack consumes 3 mana and deals 130 attack power damage to the struck enemy. Stone Dagger, current rank, low grade, enhances with ordinary arsenal. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength 30. Agility 20, stamina 10. Each attack can inflict damage ranging from 120 to 150. It significantly enhances bleeding effects. Acquired from the ordinary arsenal. The attributes of the Desert Eagle and the Stone Dagger have also improved. Notably, the strength bonus of the Desert Eagle has reached 40 points, making the attributes of the 98 sniper rifle seem rather modest in comparison. Furthermore, the mana cost of the 98 is quite high. It is suitable for dealing damage, but less effective for clearing minor foes, where the Desert Eagle proves to be more reliable. By the way, I have obtained a new skill. Nan Feng glanced at the personal panel and discovered the new skill, Charged Shot, in the skill bar. Charged Shot infuses magic power into the firearm, coalescing into a highly potent magic bullet. For every additional 5 points of mana consumed, damage is increased by 1, up to a maximum increase of 100. This skill can be combined with others. Wow, this skill is remarkable. Nan Feng rejoiced, realizing this skill was tailored for the Sakura sword. With the 98 sniper rifle, paired with Charged Shot, who could withstand such power? Inside the cabin, the familiar silver-white teleportation circle illuminated beneath Nan Feng's feet. The challenge was about to commence. Nan Feng cradled the 98 sniper rifle in his arms, letting out a cold chuckle. Sakura sword, prepare to receive a shot from me, Nan Feng. Chapter 50, The Terrifying Shot. As the silver-white teleportation circle glowed, Nan Feng's figure at its center gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from the cabin. Upon reappearing, Nan Feng found himself in a vast meadow. The grass reached nearly to his knees, a lush expanse of green. Nan Feng swiftly scanned the surroundings, discovering that Sakura's sword was positioned behind him, also with their back turned. Upon this teleportation, the two were back to back, approximately 50 meters apart. As Sakura's sword was about to turn, Nan Feng immediately dropped to the ground. The perfect camouflage, the wild grass, standing about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, became Nan Feng's ideal cover. That summer, after being ambushed by a lying-in-wait foe for the 216th time in a battle royale, forcing him to settle for the scraps, Nan Feng finally grasped a crucial truth. One cannot triumph over those who lie in wait. Today, the environment perfectly suited Nan Feng's desire to play the role of the ambusher. Retrieving a red dot sight from his backpack, Nan Feng carefully affixed it to the 98. Alas, lacking an 8x scope was a slight disappointment. Nan Feng squinted through the red dot sight towards the direction of Sakura's sword. The wild grass obstructed both Sakura's swords and Nan Feng's visibility. Through the scope, all Nan Feng could discern was the grass. Nothing else was visible. This was decidedly different from the gameplay experience. Gritting his teeth, Nan Feng braced himself on his elbows and cautiously lifted the 98. Now, he could barely see through the foliage, catching a glimpse of Sakura's sword silhouette, who was cautiously scanning the area, searching for Nan Feng's position. Simultaneously, he evaded swiftly and erratically within a confined space. And Nan Feng understood that this was to prevent being targeted. Yet, in such an environment, it was nearly impossible for Sakura Ijin to detect someone lying on the grass 50 meters away. Hey, you cannot see me, Nan Feng chuckled softly, activating his skill directly. Charge Strike. Piercing Bullet. The two skills were unleashed in unison, as Nan Feng prepared to eliminate Sakura Ijin with a single shot. A surge of magical energy flowed from Nan Feng's arms into the 98 sniper rifle, forming a refined magical bullet within the magazine. Nan Feng calculated that Charge Strike consumed approximately 10 points of magical power per second, with every 5 points enhancing damage by 1. Thus, it could augment damage by 2 every second. The maximum enhancement of Charge Strike was 100 damage, meaning Nan Feng only needed to charge for 50 seconds to maximize the damage. He mused about how wasteful this skill was. Consuming 500 points of magical power to increase damage by 100 seemed utterly impractical. To put it in perspective, that 500 points of magical power could allow Nan Feng to fire hundreds of shots. Wasn't that more formidable than a mere 100 damage increase with a single shot? Yet, despite this realization, Nan Feng resolved to fully Charge Strike. The reason was simple. Sakura Ijin was the brother of Sakura Kojiro. If others doubted the words of Sakura Kojiro, would Sakura Ijin also be skeptical? Sakura Ijin was undoubtedly aware that Nan Feng's weapon of choice was a gun, evident from his relentless evasion. However, his audacity to challenge Nan Feng suggested there were deeper reasons beyond mere level suppression. For instance, he might possess skills that allowed him to close the distance in an instant. If Sakura Kojiro could comprehend the powerful skill, Instant Slash, how could his brother, Sakura Ijin, be inferior? A nagging feeling crept over Nan Feng. In this battle, he had but one chance to fire. If Sakura Ijin managed to pinpoint his location, Nan Feng would be swiftly approached and slain with a single strike. As for whether that shot would hit, Nan Feng held no fears. Previously, when using the Desert Eagle, he relied solely on his eyes for aiming, resulting in a somewhat lower accuracy. But now, equipped with a red dot sight, at a distance of 50 meters, Nan Feng was confident of achieving an 80 hit rate. Unless misfortune befell him today, that shot was unlikely to miss. 20 seconds elapsed. Magical energy continued to flow inexhaustibly into the 98 sniper rifle. Nan Feng held his breath, remaining utterly still, fearing any sound might reveal his position to Sakura Ijin. 50 meters away, Sakura Ijin, unable to locate Nan Feng, sneered, "Heh, is this the strongest in Zone 527? A mere turtle hiding in its shell." The gentle breeze carried Sakura Ijin's words to Nan Feng's ears, though they were somewhat indistinct. Thanks to the real-time translation of the Creator God system, Nan Feng managed to grasp a few words. The strongest in Zone 527? Do you think flattery will coax me out? How naive, Nan Feng scoffed, continuing to charge. I only need one strike to vanquish you. And you? Don't you possess a gun? Let me see whose weapon is swifter, yours or my agility. Time wasting, are we? Then I shall observe just how long you can prolong this. Sakura Ichikin no longer seeks the position of Nan Feng. Instead, he settles on the ground, facing the direction of Nan Feng, and begins to polish the stone blade in his hand. This is the newly upgraded form of the decayed wooden katana, now transformed into the dull stone katana. Sakura Ichikin is intentionally exposing his vulnerabilities. He believes that I cannot defeat him with a single shot. So he is preparing to allow me a chance. Had the challenge commenced before Nan Feng's divine weapon was upgraded, he would indeed have been incapable of slaying Sakura Ichikin in one shot. Yet now, the circumstances have changed. Nan Feng not only wields a new weapon, but has also mastered new skills. Sakura Ichikin's actions are tantamount to a gift, a blatant offering. Nan Feng did not foresee that Sakura Ichikin, having maintained his composure for so long, would make such a grave error at the critical moment. 35 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds. Upon reaching 50 seconds, the damage of Charge Strike is fully accumulated. Nan Feng's gaze sharpens, and he pulls the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! The nearly 10-centimeter long, piercing bullet hurtles forth, skimming the grass as it races towards Sakura Ichikin. At the instant Nan Feng fires, Sakura Ichikin reacts instinctively, drawing his sword in a horizontal slash. Much like his brother, Sakura Kojiro, Sakura Ichiken possesses the uncanny ability to slice a bullet mid-flight. Remarkably, his gaze has yet to shift toward Nan Feng, yet the blade is already in motion. Such swordsmanship is truly terrifying. Of course, this is also due to the relatively slow muzzle velocity of Nan Feng's magical bullets, were it to be replaced by the supersonic bullets of Blue Star. Even with 10 katanas, Sakura Ichiken would not stand a chance to intercept them. Clang! The magical bullet collides with the katana, emitting a sharp sound. This scene almost perfectly mirrors the earlier battle with Sakura Kojiro. Similarly, Nan Feng's piercing bullet bizarrely penetrates the katana, striking through Sakura Ichiken's shoulder. Indeed, the penetrating effect of his bullet does not surprise Sakura Ichiken. He had already learned of this capability from his brother. The reason he still attempts to deflect the bullet with his katana is not from disbelief in his brother's words, but rather to divert the bullet from its original trajectory. That shot was initially aimed at Sakura Ichiken's head. Striking the head easily triggers weak point attack, and even if Sakura Ichiken allows Nan Feng a strike, he prefers not to lose too much health. I see you, haha. Sakura Ichiken sneers coldly, preparing to rise and unleash his skill upon Nan Feng, only to suddenly realize that his body feels exceedingly weak, his limbs growing feeble. A sense of foreboding envelopes his heart. He casts a glance at his status bar, which displays health, 33,690, abnormal status, bleeding. Nan Feng's previous shot inflicted 657 damage upon him. Sakura Ichiken pales. What terrifying output is this? A level 6 against a level 8, and the damage is only 1/3 of the original, yet it remains so high. What would happen if they were of the same level? What is this? Such a powerful shot, triggering a critical hit, yet it failed to eliminate Sakura Ichiken. Nan Feng was utterly stunned. The level suppression is remarkably formidable, is it not? After equipping the 98 sniper rifle, Nan Feng now boasts an impressive attack power of 635. However, with the various enhancements of piercing shot, charge strike, and weak point attack, he could only inflict 657 points of damage. This is utterly ridiculous. That single shot left both combatants dazed. Bleeding, 13. Suddenly, Sakura Ichiken's health plummeted. The bleeding effect was activated. Previously, Sakura Ichiken had been positioned sideways to Nan Feng, allowing Nan Feng's piercing shot to penetrate from his right shoulder to his left, causing significant damage that could not be staunched. Sakura Ichiken understood this, and with only 20 health points remaining, he did not attempt to staunch the bleeding, but instead drew his blade to strike at Nan Feng. Bleeding, 14. Only 6 health points left. Sakura Ichiken's katana slashed through the air. The 50-meter distance between them provided no sense of safety for Nan Feng. Air slash. This strike could hit the enemy from a distance. However, the greater the distance, the more mana the user would expend, and the lower the damage dealt. This 50-meter separation nearly drained Sakura Ichiken's mana, yet he still executed the strike. Death loomed. Nan Feng felt completely enveloped by this blow, unable to escape. Forced to remain prone on the ground. Bleeding, 5. Suddenly, a faint red number appeared above Sakura Ichiken's head. That final strike from Sakura Ichiken, suspended above Nan Feng, ultimately failed to reduce his health, forcibly locked at a single point. The indomitable will was triggered. Sakura Ichiken had lost. Chapter 51. Resources delivered to your door? Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent Sakura Ichiken, becoming the victor of this cross-regional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region, Primitive World Zone 527, have increased by 10. Victory achieved, and without a scratch. Nan Feng exhaled deeply, sprawling out in the small cabin. That last strike from Sakura Ichiken was terrifying. Even knowing that death was not a possibility during the challenge, Nan Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the sense of oppression brought by a master swordsman? I wonder if the sword masters of the Dragon Nation are equally formidable? In the chat channel, the chosen ones of Zone 527 were nearly ecstatic with joy. They could hardly believe that Nan Feng had truly won, and so decisively. In the Handsome Guys group, everyone was cheering, almost ready to throw a party in celebration. Huang Yuanming, bro, you're incredible. From this day forth, you are my god. Wu Yuanxing, wow. You really managed to win. That is amazing. Su Ming, awesome. Nan Feng, you flatter me. If it weren't for your assistance in leveling up my fated weapon, I wouldn't have won. Su Zurin, it seems our efforts were not in vain. Nan Feng was not being modest. He was speaking the truth. Without the 98 sniper rifle and lacking the mastery of the new skill, Charge Strike, how could Nan Feng possibly prevail over Sakura S1 sword? With a mere swipe from afar, Nan Feng would surely have succumbed, leaving him no room to retaliate. Huang Yuanming inquired, brother, how did you manage to win? Please enlighten us. Wu Li echoed, indeed, it must have been perilous. Nan Feng replied, it was quite dangerous. At one point, his blade was merely 0.01 centimeters from my scalp. Yet, in the end, Nan, outperformed him and turned the tables. Wu Yuansheng urged, everyone, hurry to the cross-region chat channel, and see. Sakura S1 sword claims he triumphed. What? In bewilderment, Nan Feng exited the Handsome Guys group and entered the cross-region chat channel. 39 District. Sakura S1 sword. Nan Feng's abilities are rather mediocre, and he possesses no notable skills. I could have easily bested him with both hands tied behind my back. Now, it's your turn to engage. 68 District, Chung Mo. Haha, challenging a level 5 with an 8? You Sakura folks have truly lost all sense of shame. Chung Mo from District 68 was blissfully unaware that Nan Feng had already ascended to level 6. 17 District, Xiaoangran. So you dare to strike at my Dragon Kingdom brethren? Sakura S1 sword, just you wait. 162 District, Martin. You couldn't even handle him with both hands? It seems Nan Feng is nothing extraordinary. I shall challenge him next. 105 District, Neru Singh. Hurry. Let me take my turn after you. I received a challenge letter this morning and am eager to seize the resources of District 527. 491 District, Salman. Please. Defeat District 527 3 times swiftly, so we too may challenge him in the future. Thus, the nations of A3 and the beautiful nation rallied to Sakura S1 sword's call, preparing to confront District 527. What does this imply? Is he attempting to deceive others into providing us with resources? Nan Feng found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp the intent behind Sakura S1 sword's actions. However, after a brief contemplation, he discerned the ulterior motive. His District 39 had already suffered 2 defeats, one at the hands of Xiaoangran from District 17 and another to Nan Feng. Should he face yet another loss, he would incur a penalty of a 10-point reduction across all attributes, a punishment too severe for Sakura S1 sword to bear. Hence, he sought to publicly declare his victory in the challenge to deter other districts from targeting him. Moreover, Nan Feng surmised another reason. The Sakura nation had endured substantial losses. District 132 was in dire straits, with its turf nearly stripped bare, while District 39, having lost twice, teetered on the brink of disaster. In such a precarious situation, it was only natural for Sakura S1 sword to employ subterfuge, inciting discord among the other nation's districts to prevent the conflict from encroaching upon his own District 39. His intentions were truly insidious. In the handsome guys group, Suzerain and the others began to piece together Sakura S1 sword's strategy. Suzerain remarked, interesting. Sakura S1 sword aims to use us from District 527 as pawns to balance the power among the nations. Xiao Luo replied, foolish. Wu Yuanqing added. In District 162 of the beautiful nation and District 105 of A3, their strongest members barely reach level 7. The southern wind, with its formidable strength, has effortlessly dispatched the renowned Sakura sword. What is there to fear? Su Ming remarked, brothers, they have come bearing resources for us. Huang Yuanming, astonished, exclaimed, what a surprise. Sakura sword is a foreign ally. I never anticipated such a revelation. Yu Ran interjected, this is fantastic. I just discovered that numerous medicinal herbs have sprouted near the cabin. Is anyone interested in purchasing them? I'm selling at a bargain. Wu Li expressed his envy. I envy you, Ran. The location of your birth is simply exquisite. Surrounded by herbs, surely you must be quite affluent. Su Zurin shared a piece of news he gleaned during the cross-region channel earlier, in Area 132. They have suffered 11 consecutive losses, yet their resources have not entirely vanished. Su Ming inquired, so what does that signify? Su Zurin elucidated. It indicates that the fluctuation of resources is not additive but multiplicative. He continued, after their first loss in the challenge, they retained 90 resources. After their second loss, they did not have 80 left, but rather 81. Su Yihan clarified, what my brother means is that in the second loss, they did not lose a full 10 from their total resources, but rather 10 from the remaining 90, which equates to a total loss of 9. The southern wind remarked, little healer, your explanation is becoming increasingly convoluted. It would be better left unsaid. Su Yihan retorted, you are quite fierce. The southern wind grasped Su Zurin's implication, so, we have 1-2 matches, and our resources are not the original 120, but rather 121? Su Zurin affirmed, indeed, one might simply understand this as interest compounding upon itself. This is splendid. If the southern wind triumphs once more, it would effectively elevate the resources to 121. Is that not delightful? While they continued deliberating on resource dynamics, a system announcement resonated through the air. Ding. Original World Area 162, the Chosen One, Martin, has initiated a cross-region challenge against you. Please prepare yourself. Announcement. Original World Area 162 has launched a cross-region challenge against Original World Area 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both participating Chosen Ones should prepare themselves. Excellent. Resources are on their way. The Southern Wind chuckled, opening the cross-region chat channel, and sent a message. Area 527, Southern Wind, Sakura Sword, do not overstep your bounds. If you defeat me, that is one matter, but to enlist others against me? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? The theatrics are complete. Sakura Sword is rather adept, delivering resources right to my doorstep. How could the Southern Wind not comply? In the cross-region channel, before Sakura Sword could respond, Sakura Kojiro spoke up first. Area 132, Sakura Kojiro. Haha, Southern Wind, your time has come. Soon, you too shall find yourself in a position akin to that of my Area 132. We are not the same, we are distinct. The southern wind hummed a tune, amusedly gazing at Sakura Kojiro's avatar. Once he learns the truth, I wonder if he will still maintain such a jovial demeanor? Chapter 52, A Single Shot. How shall it be described? Upon witnessing the southern wind engage in the cross-region channel, several lurking chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom began to surface. 17 District, Xiao Ong ran. Nan Feng, my brother, remain calm. Fight well. Martin from the 162 District is merely level 6. You may not necessarily be defeated. 162 District, Martin, huh? Though I am only level 6, my fated divine weapon is a ranged one, granting me an inherent advantage. Even you melee fighters at level 7 and 8 are no match for me. 68 District, Chung Mo, you are but a frog in a well. It seems you have yet to experience the harsh realities of society. 8 District, Mike, what? Is Martin mistaken? I too wield a ranged weapon. Dare you challenge me to a duel, Chung Mo? Mike, akin to Martin, is also a chosen one from the land of the beautiful. And as the 8th to join the cross-district channel, his strength is undoubtedly formidable, likely at least level 8, perhaps even 9. Chung Mo from the 68 District is unlikely to be his equal. 68 District, Chung Mo, do you even possess a challenge token to confront me? Come. Watch as I cleave your head with a single strike. Chung Mo, knowing his opponent lacks a challenge token, felt emboldened and directly engaged Mike. 8 District, Mike, huh? Just wait. Once I acquire another challenge token, I shall see if you dare remain so arrogant. Hey, everyone, let us not digress. It's our time in the 527 District, Nan Feng expressed, somewhat exasperated. In a crowded group chat, conversations often veer off topic, leading to disputes. 527 District, Su Zurin, I implore everyone, cease challenging our 527 District. If we continue to lose, our comrades here will be doomed. 527 District, Wu Yuansheng, indeed. I beg you, esteemed brothers, I shall kneel before you. In the cross-district channel, Su Zurin and Wu Yuansheng unexpectedly began to perform a comedic duet. Nan Feng cast a glance at the handsome guys group. Realizing this was Su Zurin's ploy, the more they feigned weakness, the more challengers would be drawn to them. With a clever twist, Nan Feng decided to play along. 527 District, Nan Feng, Wu Yuansheng, Su Zurin, you two worthless fools, can you not show some backbone? Do you think I cannot win? 527 District, Su Zurin, you aren't even level 6. What right do you have to claim victory? Not only is the great Martin level 6, but his fated divine weapon is also a ranged one. 527 District, Wu Yuansheng, exactly. Nan Feng, your experience merely surpasses ours by a slight margin. What gives you the authority to represent our entire district in battle? 105 District, Neru Singh, oh, how foolish these Dragon Kingdom citizens are, now in disarray amongst themselves. 162 District, Martin, huh? Nan Feng is only level 5? No wonder Sakura's sword could easily defeat him. I am certain of my victory. 381 District, Lin Tianqi, why are we bickering internally? Alas, as other Dragon Kingdom districts observed the discord within the 527 District, they shook their heads in resignation, choosing to focus on hunting fierce beasts to level up instead. Meanwhile, districts from other nations began to mock the 527 District. Within the 39 District, Sakura's expression darkened as he sat in a small cabin, his mind consumed by a singular thought. These treacherous Dragon Kingdom citizens are far too cunning. However, it matters not, for the ones truly at a disadvantage are the nations of Asan and the beautiful country, which have no connection to our cherry blossom nation, nor to the 39th District. Following this wave, it seems the 527th District is poised for a significant ascent. Meanwhile, Nan Feng, upon receiving a message from Martin, couldn't help but smirk. What a naive fool, believing the whimsical tales spun by Nan Feng and his companions. With merely 3 minutes remaining until the challenge commenced, Nan Feng engaged in idle chatter within the handsome guys group, biding his time for the contest to commence. Su Zurin, we have now seized the iron mine, resulting in a daily yield of iron blocks. Su Zurin, as for the distribution of iron blocks, I propose that we divide them equally among our group first, allowing everyone to upgrade their personal weapons and enhance their combat abilities. Su Zurin, in the future, as we all strive to level up, we will lack the time to mine daily, so I intend to recruit a few trusted individuals to assist in the mining. A portion will be consumed internally, and the remainder will be sold at a unified price, with the net profits shared equally among us, essentially making everyone a shareholder. Do you have any objections? Wu Yuansheng, I have no objections. Su Ming, neither do I. Mining is far less exciting than hunting fierce beasts. Nan Feng, I, too, have no objections. Yuran, oh, I've never even been to a mine. Can I still be a shareholder? Is that true, my adoptive father? Su Zurin, oh, I nearly forgot about you. You have no shares. Yuran, Su Zurin glanced at the members in the group, and you, Wang Jiang, have not participated in the mining strategy either. You have no shares. Wang Jiang, on what grounds? You said everyone in the group shares. Ding. Wang Jiang has been removed from the group chat. Su Zurin, this person is too selfish, self-centered, and unfit to be a teammate. Let her go solo. Huang Yuanming, Good call. I've wanted to remove her for ages. Nan Feng. Su Zurin. She is cursing you in the chat channel. Su Zurin. Let her curse. It won't cost me a thing. After discussing the iron mine, the group turned their attention to the copper mine. Su Zurin. It has been confirmed that the copper mine lies to the right of the cavern, but it is guarded by the Cavern Spider King, making it exceedingly difficult for us to breach. Nan Feng. Patience, let me plunder a couple more resources, and I shall come to your aid. Huang Yuanming. Excellent. Hurry so we can witness the prowess of a true expert. Glancing at the countdown, with just 30 seconds remaining until the challenge began, Nan Feng declared, Brothers, pour me a cup of warm wine. I, Nan, shall return shortly. Closing the panel, Nan Feng readied his 98, aiming at the grand tree outside the small wooden cabin. Preparing to charge attack. He intended to teleport directly into the fray in a combat stance. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a silver-white teleportation array illuminated beneath his feet. In the next instant, the scenery before him shifted, and he found himself on a vast plain. A splendid location, with little in the way of cover. Nan Feng surveyed the surroundings with his 98 and immediately spotted Martin's figure to his left. The distance between them remained approximately 50 meters. Standing over 8 meters tall, Martin held a longbow in his right hand, his left poised on the string, ready to unleash an assault. At that moment, Martin turned to face Nan Feng. A confident smile once graced his face, but in that fleeting moment, it morphed into an expression of sheer terror. Was he out of his mind? He turned and found someone aiming a sniper rifle directly at him. Was this truly the primitive world he had envisioned? Without granting Martin a moment to react, Nan Feng pulled the trigger. The damage bonus from the charged strike had soared to 82, more than sufficient. Both Nan Feng and Martin were at level 6, eliminating any possibility of level suppression. Thus, the damage remained unmitigated. That shot was enough to obliterate Martin. Whoosh. Critical hit. 509. The bullet pierced through Martin's skull, triggering the critical hit effect. The reason for the damage being limited to 509 points was not due to Nan Feng's attack power being insufficient, but rather because Martin possessed only 510 points of health. Were it not for the unyielding will, which forcibly locked his health at one point, Martin would have already been a lifeless corpse. Having concluded the encounter, Nan Feng rested the 98 on his shoulder and waved at the terrified Martin before his figure gradually faded from view. With a single shot, how could one describe it? Chapter 53, A Triple Victory. A momentous enhancement. Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent Martin and becoming the victor of this cross-regional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region, Primitive World Zone 527, have increased by 10. Yu Yuan remarked, you might not believe it. But I was just about to cheer for Nan Feng, and then he won. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, a one-shot kill? Nan Feng is simply terrifying. Wu Yuanqing added, is it just me, or did the opponent teleport right into the line of your blade? Nan Feng merely smiled in silence. Another victory achieved. Despite the system notification indicating a mere increase of 10 resources, the actual increment was a staggering 121 relative to the initial resources. The resources in Zone 527 had now reached an impressive 1331, truly remarkable. But the surprises did not end there. 2 more system notifications chimed in. Announcement. Winning 3 consecutive cross-regional challenge matches in Primitive World Zone 527. All chosen ones in Zone 527 have had their attributes increased by 10 points. Ding. Congratulations on achieving 3 consecutive victories in cross-regional challenge matches. Your attributes have been additionally enhanced by 10 points. What in the world is this? The sudden notifications left Nan Feng gasping in astonishment. Winning 3 matches in a row granted all chosen ones in the war zone a 10-point boost to their attributes. This, indeed, was anticipated by Nan Feng, for after 3 consecutive defeats, a reduction of 10 points in attributes was to be expected, making a reward for consecutive victories rather unsurprising. However, what astonished Nan Feng was the additional attribute reward he received as a participant. This translated to a staggering enhancement of 20 points in total attributes. It felt as though he had leaped 4 levels. Sitting in the little wooden cabin, Nan Feng broke into a silly grin. In the chat channel, the chosen ones of Zone 527 erupted in cheers. Lu Daqiang proclaimed, what did I say earlier? Nan Feng is incredible. Who's with me? Who's against? Bao Jian exclaimed, wow, 3 consecutive wins, a 10-point boost to all attributes. I wouldn't dare dream of such a feat. My own, how delightful. Aren't the fierce beasts of the same rank just ripe for slaughter? Qiu Feihong, same rank? I would dare to thrust my sword at a beast 1 rank above me. Huang Yuanming, where are those who previously doubted Nan Feng? Come forth and take a stroll. Why is there silence? Tian Jiping, heh, what is there to discuss? Nan Feng won the challenge through underhanded means. Do you truly find that honorable? Bao Jian, cheating? How can you claim that Nan Feng has cheated? Tian Jiping, haven't you seen the cross-region chat channel? Martin from Zone 162 has already stated that Nan Feng is using hacks. Lu Daqiang, what nonsense. This isn't a game. How could one possibly hack? Have you lost your mind? Wang Jiang, do you not find this world akin to a game? Who knows if Nan Feng has discovered some loophole? Such malicious players will undoubtedly be obliterated by the creator's system. Stop idolizing him. To be accused of using hacks is perhaps the highest form of respect. Nan Feng chuckled softly and opened the cross-region chat channel. Within the cross-region chat channel, Martin, seething with indignation, penned a tirade. Zone 162 Martin, hacks. He is undoubtedly using hacks. That Nan Feng has brought a sniper rifle from Blue Star into this world. Such behavior is utterly despicable. Zone 381, Lin Tianqi, what does this mean? What is happening? I cannot comprehend. Zone 68, Chung Mo, incredible. Zone 527 has achieved 3 consecutive victories, which means Sakura Ejian has just suffered a loss. Zone 162, Martin, those wretched beings from Sakura country, with Nan Feng wielding a sniper rifle, how could they conceal such vital information? Too outrageous. Zone 105, Naru Singer, what? A sniper rifle? Are you jesting? Zone 527, Nan Feng, he slanders me. He is defaming me. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro, a sniper rifle? Have you lost your senses? His true divine weapons are clearly a pistol and a dagger. Zone 8, Mike, you lost, so accept it. How could you not even recognize your opponent's true divine weapons? Truly a bunch of inept fools. Zone 3, Andre, fascinating. Can this Nan Feng change his true divine weapons at will? Zone 162, Martin, I have uncovered the truth. His true divine weapon is the dagger, while the pistol and sniper rifle are all brought from Blue Star. Zone 491, Salman, no way, when I crossed over. My lighter and keys vanished. How did he manage to bring a sniper rifle? Zone 105, Naru Singer. This Nan Feng from Zone 527 is suspicious. I have decided not to challenge him and will rather go bully Zone 132. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Baka, you are truly despicable. Oh, why has Zone 105 suddenly become timid? Nan Feng still seeks to plunder more resources. However, the announcement of 3 consecutive victories has reached all battle zones. And now everyone knows that Zone 527 is not to be trifled with. It is no wonder that Zone 105 dares not challenge him. Well, I suppose I shall tidy up and venture forth to hunt fierce beasts. That shot fired at Martin has drained quite a bit of Nan Feng's magical energy. The gentle breeze carried the news that Nan Feng had just received a commendable reward of 20 points in all attributes, significantly enhancing his foundational skills. His agility had now reached an impressive 63 points, allowing him to sprint with remarkable speed. The journey from the small cabin to the mine now took him merely half an hour. Outside the mine, Su Zurin and the others were resting, awaiting Nan Feng's arrival. Wu Li sat on the ground, playing with mud, and remarked, with Nan Feng's current prowess, combined with our dozen or so members, we should be able to vanquish the Cavern Spider King, right? Huang Yuanming nodded in agreement. Absolutely, I believe he could handle it alone. The rest of the group also nodded in consensus. Su Yihan, arms crossed and leaning against a sturdy tree, coolly stated, the Cavern Spider King has a clear weakness. Its massive size prevents it from exiting through the right passage. As long as we maintain our distance, defeating it shouldn't pose a challenge. Her posture accentuated her formidable presence. Su Zurin gazed towards the southeast and commented nonchalantly, he is coming. In the distance, clad in a suit of animal hides, Nan Feng was sprinting toward them. Oh, quite a crowd today, he exclaimed, waving to greet everyone. Most of the top 20 ranked players were present, including several whom Nan Feng had not previously encountered. Yet they were familiar from conversations in the chat, making them not strangers. It was akin to a grand gathering of online acquaintances. Huang Yuanming bounced over and casually draped an arm around Nan Feng's shoulders, grinning widely. Bro, why are you still holding a dagger? Come on. Let everyone see your sniper rifle. Sniper rifle? That was a case of mistaken identity by Martin. Nan Feng chuckled and retrieved the Desert Eagle from his backpack. Ah, actually. This is my prized weapon, the Desert Eagle. Isn't it impressive? Huang Yuanming's eyes widened in astonishment. No way, you actually have a gun. Tell me, are you cheating? Is that really a Desert Eagle? Does it use bullets? Incredible, the design, the craftsmanship, it's simply exquisite. The crowd gathered around, pointing and marveling at Nan Feng's Desert Eagle, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and disbelief. Nan Feng skillfully diverted their attention from the sniper rifle. That was his ace in the hole. Not something to be revealed lightly. Naturally, he preferred to keep it hidden. All right, enough gawking. We don't want any accidental discharges. He stowed the Desert Eagle and gestured toward the mine. Let us head in and deal with the Cavern Spider King. I'll take the lead. No, Su Ming. You take the front. Su Ming, brandishing a large shield, lamented, why is it always me that gets hurt? Chapter 54, Defeating the Cavern Spider King. Outside the mine, a formidable group of 17 or 18 ventured boldly into the depths. The cavern spiders had already been cleared out by Su Zurin and his companions, leaving only a few that were swiftly dispatched by the group. Based on past experiences, once the cavern spiders were eradicated, the Cavern Spider King would emerge to spawn its brood. Su Zurin cautioned, the Cavern Spider King possesses formidable attack power, so everyone should be careful and try to stay behind Su Ming. Su Ming grimaced, great, I've become the designated shield. The Cavern Spider King, possesses a fearsome attack power of 420, a defense of 210, and a staggering health pool of 2,800. Prior to today, Nan Feng regarded the prowess of the Cavern Spider King with great trepidation. However, after 3 challenging encounters, Nan Feng's attack power has surged to a terrifying 735. The attributes of the Cavern Spider King are now insufficient to instill fear. A pressing question suddenly dawned upon Nan Feng, as the Cavern Spider King is a Lord-level beast. Slaying it would yield additional rewards. Who amongst them would deliver the fatal blow? Clearly, everyone was eager to know how the spoils would be apportioned. Suzerain pondered briefly before responding. Let each rely on their own strength. Whoever claims it, it belongs to them. This seemed reasonable, and Nan Feng concurred. His attack power was undoubtedly the highest among them, and who could disagree with him? Damn, does that mean I have no chance? Su Ming lamented, his expression one of distress. With an attack power of merely 125, he could hardly breach the Cavern Spider King's defenses, rendering him incapable of claiming the prize. Old Su, serving as the team's stalwart shield, deserved some compensation, didn't he? After all, he would be the one to withstand the Cavern Spider King's onslaught. Wu Yuansheng could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to advocate for his dear friend. The others unanimously agreed that resources mined from the cavern would allow Su Ming to receive a larger share. This revelation brought a smile to Su Ming's face as he readied his great shield and charged forward, rallying, "Brothers, follow me." The group surged into the cavern, plunging into the depths. The passage to the right was devoid of any presence. The Cavern Spider King was not to be found there. Advancing further, Nan Feng raised his Desert Eagle, closely trailing Su Ming as they moved cautiously ahead. After traversing approximately 20 meters, the healer Su Yihan pointed to a small indentation on the wall. "We unearthed some copper blocks right here." Nan Feng was taken aback. "You had already delved this deep?" Su Yihan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as the guarding cavern spiders remain alive, the Cavern Spider King won't emerge. Thus we encountered minimal peril. Understanding dawned upon Nan Feng, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The tunnel was exceedingly deep, with an expanding space that posed a potential threat. This is not good. Too much space affords the Cavern Spider King room to maneuver, the burly warrior mused, furrowing his brow. Nan Feng shook the Desert Eagle in his hand. There's no need for concern. With our numbers, each of us can deliver a decisive blow, and it shall fall. Earlier, while en route, Nan Feng had estimated that a single shot could inflict between 500 to 700 damage to the Cavern Spider King, meaning its 2,800 health would not withstand many strikes. Suddenly, the sound of falling debris echoed through the tunnel, tightening the group's focus as they braced for battle. Suzerain instructed, "Su Ming, Wu Li, throw the torches ahead to assess the situation." The two swung their arms vigorously, hurling the torches into the darkness. As the torches struck the ground, the dim light revealed the imposing figure of the Cavern Spider King. Suzerain bellowed, "Engage." Just as his command resonated, Nan Feng raised his weapon and fired. Piercing bullet. 892. A single shot struck the Cavern Spider King, reducing nearly a third of its health. Astonishing. Nan Feng himself was taken aback. How could this shot be so devastating? This was a Desert Eagle, not a 98. In pain, the Cavern Spider King emitted an indescribably piercing scream and began to scurry wildly through the cavern. It moved with remarkable speed. In an instant, the Cavern Spider King ascended to the cavern's ceiling, its rear facing the onlookers. The next moment, a swarm of tiny spiders was birthed. Skill, spawning. Witnessing this scene, Nan Feng was suddenly covered in goosebumps. Those with a fear of clusters would surely faint on the spot. Whoosh. Nan Feng fired again, but this time, his shot missed the Cavern Spider King and struck one of its spawned offspring instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others quickly responded, launching their attacks. Wu Yuansheng's arrow struck the spider's leg with remarkable precision. Yun Fei outdid them all, launching a magical pellet from his slingshot that accurately penetrated the Cavern Spider King's interior. The Cavern Spider King was nearly driven into madness, thrashing about in agony. The melee fighters sprang into action, clearing away the small spiders. Suzerain, Wu Li, and Huang Yuanming led the charge, systematically eliminating the level 3 spider hatchlings. These hatchlings posed little threat, and the group slaughtered them without fear. Witnessing the mass demise of its offspring, the Cavern Spider King charged at the group in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of venom from its maw. "Be careful," Su Ming shouted, charging forward with his large shield, thrusting it directly into the spider's mouth. Most of the venom was absorbed by Su Ming's shield, while the remaining droplets were deftly evaded by the others. Wu Yuansheng gasped, "Old Su." Su Ming had turned a sickly green. If he were any bulkier, he would resemble a green giant. "Damn, my health is plummeting," Su Ming exclaimed in terror, retreating while shouting for help. "Heal me, heal me, heal me." Prepared for this moment, Su Yihan swiftly cast a healing spell on Su Ming. Their attacks lacked potency, each strike dealing only 100 to 200 damage, with the mightiest, Xiao Luo, inflicting a maximum of 225 points. Yet, with their numbers, they quickly whittled down the Cavern Spider King's health. Nan Feng, holding the Desert Eagle, was readying a charged shot. As the Cavern Spider King's health dipped below 1,000, he immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh. 987. The bullet struck one of the spider's eyes, penetrating through to its brain before coming to a halt. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Cavern Spider King collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 55, Spider Necklace. Ding. You have slain the level 6 Lord Beast, Cavern Spider King, and gained 24 experience points. Announcement. The Chosen One, Nan Feng, has successfully defeated the level 6 Lord Beast, Cavern Spider King, becoming the first in this region to accomplish such a feat. Rewards. Reputation 1, Energy 12. As the system notification echoed, Nan Feng couldn't help but pout. Why was the reward merely energy? Strength would have been far more advantageous. Nonetheless, energy could augment his maximum magical capacity, and given that his current use of Charged Strike was quite draining, a boost in energy was not altogether unwelcome. Yet, he found himself rather exasperated by the meager 24 experience points he had received. Clearly, this paltry sum was divided among all the chosen ones who participated in the defeat. Otherwise, the experience from a level 6 Lord class beast would not be so scant. What? It was slain so swiftly? Huang Yuanming exclaimed, incredulous. This creature boasted 2,800 health points. How could it have succumbed in under a minute? The hefty warrior prodded the corpse of the cave spider king with his short blade, astonished. By heavens, it truly is dead. I barely landed a single blow. All eyes turned to Nan Feng. It was evident that the rapid defeat of the cave spider king was attributable to Nan Feng's exceptional damage output. My current attack power stands at 385, which I believe is quite substantial, Wu Yuanqing remarked, but compared to yours, it pales in comparison. Nan Feng, how much attack power do you possess? Not much. Just slightly more than yours, Nan Feng replied, waving a hand dismissively. It's mainly because my primary weapon has reached a lower tier level, granting a significant boost. Once your weapons ascend, your attack power will not lag far behind. Indeed, others chimed in, acknowledging that they had only recently upgraded their primary weapons to their peak levels. Still far from lower tier status. With the Cave Spider King dispatched, the group could now mine in peace. The cavern was now overrun by a swarm of small spiders, posing virtually no threat. The copper and iron ores had already been claimed by the group. Enough chatter, I'm off to mine. Aiming to extract 100 iron blocks before nightfall to upgrade my weapon, Huang Yuanming declared, clearly enamored with the thrill of mining, as he dashed toward the left passage of the mine. Wait for me. I'll join you, came the chorus, as everyone surged toward the left mine,
eager to pursue the more coveted iron blocks over copper blocks. Meanwhile, Nan Feng lingered behind to clear the battlefield.
He reached out to touch the Cave Spider King as carcass and obtained 2 venomous fangs. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Spider Venom Fang, X2. Spider Venom Fang. These fangs contain a trace of venom. Applying them to a weapon will inflict poison on enemies. Previously, Nan Feng had vanquished a beast known as the 5-patterned snake, which yielded a hallucinatory venom fang, akin to the Spider Venom Fang, albeit one inducing hallucination, while the other caused poison. Stowing the fangs in his backpack, Nan Feng resumed his examination of the Cave Spider King's remains. As anticipated, beneath its body lay a chest emanating a soft, pearlescent glow. Upon opening it, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Spider Necklace, X1. Spider Necklace, grade, upper tier type, necklace attribute, strength 6. Another necklace? The Southern Wind felt somewhat speechless. There had been so few pieces of equipment revealed. Yet he had encountered duplicates so swiftly. Just a few hours prior, he had vanquished the bloodthirsty wolf leader, which had dropped a necklace as well. Upon comparing the attributes of the 2 necklaces, he noted that the wolf tooth necklace granted an increase of 6 agility, while the spider necklace conferred an additional 6 strength. Both attributes were quite commendable for him. South Wind attempted to adorn himself with both necklaces, but only the first one he donned provided a boost to his attributes, which left him feeling quite frustrated. What was this predicament? Was it not possible for a wealthy player to wear more than one necklace? Ultimately, he decided to keep the spider necklace and planned to sell the wolf tooth necklace later, when he could slay equally leveled fierce beasts with a single shot. Agility would seem rather superfluous. After clearing the battlefield, South Wind retrieved his stone dagger, preparing to excavate some copper blocks nearby. To elevate his destined weapon to an intermediate level, he required 20 copper blocks and 200 iron blocks. He intended to spend the afternoon mining to advance his weapon by another level. However, it was evident that he had overestimated the situation. By dusk, he had only managed to unearth 11 copper blocks. This was exceedingly frustrating. How long would it take to upgrade his destined weapon? At the mouth of the mine, a group of over 10 individuals had gathered. The left passage was abundant with iron blocks. A continuous day of mining could yield at least 300 to 400. Huang Yuanming, surveying his backpack filled with iron blocks, chuckled, stating that they would need to delve deeper to find more copper blocks. South Wind shook his head, expressing that this would severely delay his upgrade. Calculating it out, He realized that to elevate his destined weapon from a lower tier to an intermediate one, he would need to mine for at least half a day more. With that time, he could hunt fierce beasts and likely have reached level 7 by now. Currently, the resources in Zone 527 were exceedingly plentiful, with fierce beasts scattered everywhere. A mere few steps would likely lead to an encounter with one. Just a few days prior, such a concentration of fierce beasts would have resulted in numerous chosen ones meeting their demise. However, the situation had changed. Southwind had triumphed in 3 consecutive challenge matches, elevating the attributes of all chosen ones in Zone 527 by 10, effectively equivalent to 2 levels gained, without mentioning the prospect of hunting fierce beasts at higher levels. Dealing with equally leveled beasts had become a rather effortless endeavor for the chosen ones in Zone 527. The efficiency of leveling up had markedly improved throughout the afternoon. In the chat channel, many chosen ones expressed their gratitude to Southwind, yet he remained oblivious to their thanks as he diligently mined without seeing a single drop. Mining was indeed a significant drain on time. Suzerain concurred with Southwind's perspective, stating that they were among the elite fighters of Zone 527, and their levels must not lag behind, or they risk being bullied by other zones. Currently, the inter-regional challenge orders only involved battles between the top-ranked fighters of each zone. However, who could predict if team challenge orders or even zone challenge orders would emerge in the future? Thus, leveling up was an urgent matter for all. Not only did they need to guard against other zones, but they also had to be wary of the beast tide approaching in 26 days. Suzerain's expression was rather grave. The beast tide was upon them, an overwhelming surge of ferocious creatures, dense and relentless. No matter how formidable an individual's strength, it was impossible to vanquish every beast within that tide. Thus, this would inevitably devolve into a defensive battle necessitating teamwork. Therefore, not only must we hasten the enhancement of our own powers, but we must also assist others in strengthening theirs. Only when the collective strength of our battle zone rises can we hope to withstand the beast tide and survive its onslaught. The group fell silent, pondering Suzerain's words. Yunfei smirked and coldly retorted, "Brother, must you exhibit such an abundance of benevolence? Instead of aiding others, why not focus on slaying a few more beasts to bolster my own strength?" Suzerain earnestly replied, "I am not driven by an excess of compassion. I merely wish to survive." Sensing yet another impending argument between the two, Nan Feng quickly interjected, "Regardless, our primary focus should remain on enhancing our own abilities. Helping others is futile at this stage." Suzerain countered, "We can assist. We could sell the iron blocks at a reduced price, enabling other chosen ones to upgrade their inherent divine weapons, which is a form of assistance." After much deliberation, it became clear that this was the crux of Suzerain's intention. Chapter 56, Catherine Vina. As the discoverer of iron and copper mines, Suzerain was willing to disclose this location, perhaps with the intention of aiding everyone in enhancing their strengths. After all, if Suzerain were to keep this information to himself, the advancement of everyone's inherent divine weapons would be significantly delayed. If the grade of these weapons failed to improve, the efficiency of upgrades would naturally stagnate. Opinions on Suzerain's proposition varied among the group. Some hoped to profit from the iron mine for materials, while others felt indifferent. Nan Feng was among the indifferent ones. Equipped with a wolf-tooth necklace and a stone dagger, Nan Feng's agility surged to 83 points, allowing him to run with remarkable speed. The remaining group members glanced at the sky and began to depart, preparing to continue their discussions in the evening. Every day, Nan Feng engaged in the monotonous tasks of kindling fires, roasting meat, and purifying fresh water, a routine he had grown accustomed to. During the time allotted for roasting meat, he approached the door of the small wooden cabin, brandishing his desert eagle to practice marksmanship. He devoted an hour daily to this endeavor, aspiring to achieve a perfect score on stationary targets at a distance of 50 meters. As for moving targets, he would leave that to fate. For now, he aimed to first enhance his accuracy with stationary ones. At a distance of 50 meters, Nan Feng's accuracy was satisfactory. However, as the distance increased, his precision waned significantly. This decline was not solely due to his lack of marksmanship skills, but also because the velocity of the magical bullets was insufficient. At greater distances, the bullets would follow a parabolic trajectory. Furthermore, the likelihood of enemies evading at distances beyond 50 meters was considerably high, diminishing the necessity for extensive practice. Hitting targets accurately within 50 meters was commendable enough. After completing his practice, Nan Feng frowned as he consumed the roasted meat, reflecting on his accomplishments for the day. 1. His level had risen to 6. 2. His inherent divine weapon had upgraded to a lower grade. Having vanquished 2 formidable Lord-level beasts, namely the level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader and the level 6 Cavern Spider King, I acquired 2 pieces of equipment, along with a commendable reward of 10 points in strength, 12 points in vigor, and 2 points in prestige. Furthermore, I achieved a triumphant 3-match streak in the inter-regional challenge, garnering a substantial 20-point boost to all attributes. I also indulged in some mining. Overall, today was quite fulfilling for Nan Feng, replete with bountiful rewards. However, it was somewhat disappointing that both pieces of equipment were necklaces. Casting a glance at the Wolf Feng necklace adorning my neck, I resolved to retain it for the time being. The necklace grants 6 points in agility, proving to be quite useful for my travels. Before retiring for the night, I opened the chat channel, intending to engage in some light banter and see if there were any intriguing developments. The chat was bustling with individuals exchanging playful anecdotes, boasting of their youthful exploits, such as mastering the 4 books and 5 classics at the tender age of 3 or transforming into a super scion at 7, eliciting a chuckle from me at their talents. Others were discussing serious matters, such as the discovery of a plethora of ferocious beasts in certain areas needing teammates, or abundant herbs and Ultraman sightings. Among the myriad messages, one particularly caught my attention. A middle-aged man named Wang Laosan claimed to have located a level 1 Lord-level beast, surrounded by numerous minions. He sought 2 companions to assist him in the hunt. The prospect of slaying a Lord-level beast, which comes with additional attribute rewards, piqued my interest. Based on my experiences today, it appeared that the extra attribute rewards corresponded with the Lord-level beast's level. The level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader had bestowed upon me 10 points in strength, while the level 6 Cavern Spider King granted 12 points in vigor. Previously, the level 2 Arrow Bee Queen had rewarded me with 4 points in stamina. Therefore, the additional attributes should be reflective of the beast's level, which meant that the level 1 Lord would yield a mere 2 extra points, a paltry sum. I reasoned that it would be more beneficial to focus on leveling up rather than pursuing this level 1 Lord. Let others handle that task. In the Handsome Guys group, discussions revolved around the distribution of mining profits. I opted to remain an observer, content to await my share. Even a smaller dividend was acceptable, for I had claimed the first kill of the Cavern Spider King, earning 12 points in vigor, far more valuable than mere copper or iron. After engaging in the chat for a while and finding no new developments, I closed the panel and drifted into a deep slumber, thoroughly exhausted from the day's endeavors. The following morning, I was roused by a system announcement. In the original world, Zone 1, the Chosen One, Catherine Vina, has reached level 10, triggering the Small Beast Tide event. The Small Beast Tide will assault various major battle zones in 5 days. All Chosen Ones are advised to prepare accordingly. Note, the highest level beast in this tide will be level 15. What? A beast tide? Startled from my dreams, I quickly opened the panel to reread the information thoroughly. Original world, Zone 1, the first to reach level 10, Catherine Vina, Small Beast Tide. In 5 days, the highest level of ferocious beasts is 15. This announcement contains an overwhelming amount of information, leaving Nan Feng momentarily dazed. The individual known as Catherine Vina has leveled up at an astonishing pace. I have only just reached level 6. With a wry smile, Nan Feng rubbed his eyes, dislodging 2 clumps of sleep from them. Peering through the cabin window, he noticed that the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was 5:30 in the morning. Nan Feng was startled. Had Catherine Vina risen so early to level up? It is no wonder she is in Zone 1. With such a relentless attitude, it would indeed be surprising if her level were not high. Opening his interface, Nan Feng observed that the chat channel had only a handful of individuals discussing this matter, the excitement rather subdued. Most were still asleep, and a mere announcement would hardly rouse them. However, the Handsome Guys group was abuzz with conversation. Su Zurin remarked, "The Small Beast Tide in 5 days poses a significant crisis for our battle zone." Wu Yuanxing added, "Goodness, the highest level of ferocious beasts is 15. And I am only at level 5. I can't even breach their defenses." Huang Yuanming expressed concern. "In 5 days, we might not even reach level 10. How can we possibly contend with a level 15 beast?" Nan Feng noted, "Furthermore, our cabins are scattered in various locations, meaning we can only defend individually and cannot cooperate as a team." Yuran suggested, "We could collaborate, but it would require abandoning our own cabins." Nan Feng responded playfully, "Sister upstairs, I am offering refuge to heartbroken girls aged 18 to 24. Would you consider squeezing in with me?" Yuran replied, "If I cannot hold my ground, I might just consider it." Huang Yuanming joked, "Nan Feng, my good brother, do you accept heartbroken boys? I can keep the bed warm." Nan Feng retorted, "Scram." Chapter 57, Hunting the Jungle Treant. This sudden announcement instilled a sense of urgency among all Chosen Ones in Zone 527. In fact, this feeling of urgency was palpable across all major zones, including Zone 1. The impending Beast Tide, featuring a highest level of 15, is no trivial matter. Su Zurin urged, "Everyone, make the most of your time to level up. I will gather some people to mine in the caves, prioritizing the supply of copper blocks and iron blocks for you." Nan Feng nodded in agreement. Stretching lazily, he refrained from further discussion in the group. He intended to venture out to level up. After purchasing 2 apples at the auction house to address his breakfast needs, he stepped out of the cabin. Speaking of which, my cabin can also be upgraded. The materials required for upgrading the cabin are minimal: 300 units of wood, 200 stones, and 20 iron blocks. Nan Feng still had plenty of wood and stone, although he was out of iron blocks. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Once the mining operation was underway, iron blocks would flow steadily into his possession. For now, the pressing priority was to level up. Without sufficient levels, everything else would be futile. I should be able to hunt that jungle treant now, shouldn't I? the first time I encountered the jungle treant. I was only at level 3 and could not even see its attributes, all shrouded in question marks. However, the Southern Wind has now reached a formidable level 6. And with the equipment upgrade to 98, his attack power has soared to an impressive 765 points. A sluggish moving jungle treant? It would be a mere trifling matter to eliminate it at will. With this thought in mind, the Southern Wind resolutely set his course towards the southeast, the very direction where the jungle treant resided. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Towering trees surrounded him, their branches lush and leaves dense, obscuring the sunlight. For a moment, the Southern Wind found it difficult to distinguish between an ordinary tree and the jungle treant. Yet, he had a method. He continuously cast his eye of insight upon the trees around him. This skill consumed no mana and could be used freely. Soon, he pinpointed his target. Located over 30 meters to his right front, the jungle treant. Jungle treant. Level 7 health points, 3,500 mana points, 1,200 attack power, 215 defense power, 680 skills. Entangle, whip. Slow movement. What a formidable meat shield this jungle treant was. With low attack power, high defense, and substantial health points. It was indeed a living target for the Southern Wind. This brought back memories of his last encounter with a jungle treant when he was merely level 3, possessing a meager defense of only 81 points. After being struck by a vine, he had only lost 185 health points. Had he faced any other ferocious beast of level 7, he would have met his demise. The Southern Wind mused, "Indeed, the goddess of fortune favors me." On the ground, the jungle treant's vines were gradually moving, attempting to encircle the Southern Wind. He found himself well within the creature's attack range. Though it moved slowly and quietly, he had already detected its presence, having learned from his previous encounter to remain vigilant. Your feeble attack can merely tickle me. With a defense of 207 points, the jungle treant's attack power of 215 could only inflict single-digit damage, at most reaching double digits in the most extreme scenario. Unperturbed, the Southern Wind drew his Desert Eagle and fired at the jungle treant from a distance. At over 30 meters, his aim was nearly impeccable. Whoosh. 125. A shot delivered 125 damage. After a quick mental calculation, he concluded that it would take 28 shots to bring down this jungle treant, excluding the use of his charged strike and penetrating bullet. 28 shots. Clearly, his attack power was still insufficient. The Southern Wind shook his head. If any other chosen ones from District 527 were to hear his lament, they might be infuriated. As the highest damage dealer in the region, the Southern Wind was actually dissatisfied with his own attack power. What would those with only 200 or 300 attack power think? Unaware of the thoughts of others, the Southern Wind was solely focused on swiftly dispatching the jungle treant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After landing several shots, the jungle treant finally ceased its concealment. Vines, stretching dozens of meters, rapidly surged towards the south wind. A crack echoed as one of the vines struck the thigh of the south wind, inflicting 32 points of damage. This surprised him. Such damage had breached double digits. It seemed that level suppression remained formidable. Nevertheless, this amount of damage hardly affected the south wind, as he now possessed 650 health points, no longer the fragile being he had been days prior. With a swift maneuver, he unleashed a penetrating shot, dealing 196 damage. Immediately, he rolled away to avoid the assault of several vines and made his escape. The jungle treant's attack range was approximately 50 meters. Once he surpassed this distance, the south wind could eliminate it without sustaining harm. Just as he was on the verge of escaping the attack range, the jungle treant became infuriated, sending forth a barrage of 40 to 50 vines. Overwhelmed, the south wind was ensnared by one of the vines around his left arm. The skill Entangle activated, dealing a series of 56 damage points repeatedly. Shocked, he realized how potent this ability was, inflicting continuous damage. His health plummeted by over 200 points. Leaving no time for hesitation, the south wind decisively stowed away his Desert Eagle and drew forth a stone dagger, striking fiercely at the vine. With a swift motion, the vine severed, allowing him to dash out of the encirclement and evade the remaining attacks. Indeed, being a level 7 beast had its merits. Removing the vine from his arm, he re-aimed at the distant jungle treant. This time, it stood as a stationary target, unable to evade the south wind's magical bullets due to its sluggish movement. Soon, the treant's trunk was riddled with holes, and the previously aggressive vines lay limp on the ground. As he fired the final shot, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding! You have slain the level 7 ordinary beast, jungle treant, and gained 105 experience points. The experience gained was substantial, yet the effort to kill it was considerable. Exhaling, the south wind approached the corpse of the jungle treant, eager to see what spoils it might yield. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 20 units of superior wood. Superior wood? The south wind paused, glancing at his inventory. Superior wood can be used to replace regular wood to upgrade the small wooden house, enhancing its attributes. A surge of joy welled within him. This was indeed a valuable find. Chapter 58, The Great Battle with the Jungle Treant. To elevate the small wooden house to the next level required 300 units of wood. Should he wish to replace all of it with superior wood, He would need to hunt down 14 more jungle treants, assuming each one yielded 20 units of superior wood, as long as he maintained a safe distance. The threat posed by the jungle treant was minimal, making it a feasible hunt. The south wind nodded, continuing his search for the presence of the jungle treant nearby. A jungle treant grants Nan Feng an impressive 105 experience points, a substantial reward that allows for both material acquisition and leveling up, truly a twofold benefit. Not long after, Nan Feng encountered a second jungle treant. Without hesitation, he drew his desert eagle and began to fire with precision. 2 hours later, he had vanquished 14 jungle treants. Suddenly, an ominous rustling filled the air as 3 enormous vines lashed out from different directions, striking toward Nan Feng with ferocity. Rolling to the side, he swiftly retrieved a stone dagger from his backpack and severed the vine before him. Eye of Insight. Jungle Tree Demon. Level 8. Elite. Health. 4,800 mana. 2,100 attack power. 350 defense. 790 skills. Stab. Whip. Entangle. This was an elite beast of formidable prowess. Nan Feng's expression shifted to one of concern. The attributes of the Jungle Tree Demon were far beyond his current capabilities. Most alarming was its staggering 790 points of defense, rendering his attacks nearly futile. A wise hero does not court disaster. Retreat was his only option. Determined, he swiftly began to withdraw. However, the Jungle Tree Demon had no intention of allowing Nan Feng to escape unscathed. Countless vines converged, weaving an intricate net that ensnared him completely. Trouble brewed. Nan Feng glanced around, realizing he had become a fish in a barrel, encircled tightly by the vines with no avenue of escape. The ease with which he had hunted the jungle treants had lulled him into complacency, and he had never suspected that a jungle tree demon lurked among them. The most critical aspect was that, to the naked eye, he could not distinguish between the treants and the demon. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he identified the weakest point in the defensive perimeter and sprinted toward it. Behind him, a multitude of vines surged forth, attempting to ensnare his legs. Stab! 2 sharp tree trunks erupted from the ground, thrusting directly toward him. Startled, Nan Feng quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. That was close. However, this maneuver slowed his pace, and the pursuing vines caught up swiftly. With escape no longer viable, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Glancing at his status bar, he noted that both his health and mana were still at more than half. There was a chance for a comeback. Focusing on the distant jungle tree demon, a spark of inspiration struck him. He swung his dagger, severing several vines, and charged toward the jungle tree demon. The enclosing circle of vines was gradually shrinking. The jungle tree demon aimed to crush him here. Yet, at that moment, Nan Feng reached the demoness front, nimbly climbing atop a thick tree branch. In one hand, he held a stone block, and in the other, the stone dagger. He began to strike and rub the 2 items together, desperately seeking to ignite a spark. As the flames of Mars settled upon the leaves, they ignited slowly. Ah, you wish to extinguish my life. I shall set the world ablaze. If it weren't for the fear of incinerating the entire forest, Nan Feng would have already endeavored to eliminate the jungle tree spirit with fire. Now, while the jungle tree spirit remained unscathed, the jungle tree demon was ablaze instead. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Nan Feng leapt from the tree trunk, circling the jungle tree demon. Its core posed little threat. While Nan Feng evaded and circled, an abundance of vines swiftly ensnared the jungle tree demon tightly. Given its intellect, extricating itself would not be a simple task. As the vine net constricted, the space within which Nan Feng could maneuver grew increasingly limited. Glancing up at the site of his earlier fire, he noted that the flames had been extinguished, likely quelled by the jungle tree demon, commanding the vines to douse the fire. Quite clever, indeed, to know how to extinguish flames. With a cold smirk, Nan Feng ignited another spark. This time, with numerous vines entangled upon the trunk, the jungle tree spirit could not command them to smother the fire. Nan Feng struck a spark, gathering some dry leaves to lay upon it. As the flames ascended, he blew gently, causing the fire to roar to life. Observing this, he swiftly picked up a twig, roughly the thickness of a finger, igniting it and spreading the fire further. The inferno intensified, placing Nan Feng at its very heart. He hurriedly kicked aside the dry leaves beneath him, clearing a safe patch in an attempt to avoid being consumed by the flames. This was a mutual destruction strategy, but Nan Feng found no alternative. The vine net had sealed off all exits. Unless he could soar, escape was impossible. Whether the flames could harm the jungle tree demon remained uncertain, but he was willing to take the gamble. Let's see who would succumb to the fire first. As the blaze swelled, the jungle tree demon could no longer contain itself. It dismantled the vine net, commanding a multitude of vines to frantically beat down the flames in a desperate attempt to extinguish them. An opportunity arose. Spotting a path of escape, Nan Feng charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, several branches erupted from the earth. Should he be pierced by these protruding limbs, he would surely be left cold and lifeless. Fortunately, having encountered such an ambush before, Nan Feng was prepared and deftly dodged. Yet, His left leg was grazed by a branch, blood streaming forth. Ouch, that hurts. Just a mere graze had cost him nearly 200 life points. If several branches had struck him simultaneously, he would have been doomed. Fortunately, the jungle tree demon was too preoccupied with extinguishing its own flames to pay heed to Nan Feng. He sprinted a considerable distance, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. For now, he was safe. You little creature, daring to deceive me, just wait. Chapter 59, The Skill Demolition of the Cabin. After a fierce confrontation with the jungle tree demon, Nan Feng found himself in a rather precarious state, his health and mana nearly depleted. Observing the jungle tree demon from a distance of 100 meters, he decisively drew his 98. It had been a misstep to venture too close previously, resulting in his earlier misfortune. This time, he intended to illustrate the principle that range equates to supremacy. Positioned beyond the demon's attack range, Nan Feng commenced a series of precise shots. 80, 80. One after another, pale red numbers ascended into the air. The jungle tree demon, with its sluggish movements, resembled a stationary target, and in less than 2 minutes, Nan Feng vanquished it. Ding! You have slain the level 8 elite beast, jungle tree demon, earning 150 experience points. A straightforward victory. The advantage of range was overwhelmingly significant, particularly against these intellectually limited beasts. Hastening to the fallen demon's carcass, Nan Feng discovered a gray treasure chest lying quietly on the ground. Another equipment drop. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Superior Timber, X30. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained Sandalwood Ring, X1. Sandalwood Ring, grade, upper tier. Type, ring. Attributes, Agility 6. A ring had dropped, which Nan Feng could conveniently equip, with the ring adorned. His agility attribute surged to 63 points, resulting in a modest enhancement of both attack and movement speed. The Superior Timber had also accumulated to 300 units, allowing for the upgrade of his small wooden house. However, Nan Feng was in no rush to upgrade it. Time was of the essence. Upgrading took precedence. This forest teemed with jungle tree spirits and jungle tree demons, rendering it a perilous locale for most chosen ones. Yet, armed with the Desert Eagle and the 98 sniper rifle, boasting a range exceeding 100 meters, Nan Feng felt empowered to traverse this territory with confidence. Currently, at level 6, 26784500, he required less than 2,000 experience points to ascend to level 7. Given his present efficiency, reaching level 7 before lunch posed no challenge. Continuing onward, and having learned from his previous encounter, Nan Feng adopted a more cautious and deliberate approach, activating insightful gaze every few steps to survey for any lurking tree spirits or demons. At 12:30 p.m., he successfully dispatched another jungle tree spirit, finally elevating his level to 7. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 7. Ding! All attributes increased by 5. Ding! You have acquired 5 free attribute points. Nan Feng promptly allocated the 5 free attribute points to strength. Opening his attribute panel, he beheld an impressive array of statistics. Name, Nan Feng. Level, 7, 186,200. Health, 700,700, Stamina 10. Mana, 900,900, Vitality 10. Attack power, 815, Strength 5. Defense power, 240, Stamina Vitality 15. Strength, 163. Agility, 68. Stamina, 70. Vitality, 90. The attack power has surpassed the formidable threshold of 800, coupled with the skills, Charge Strike, and Piercing Shot. Even a level 10 ferocious beast would be forced to flee in terror. Without hesitation, Nan Feng commenced the upgrade of his small wooden house. Refined wooden house. Level. Health points. 100, 000 defense. 1, 000 traits. 60 health per minute. 60 mana per minute. Skill. Relocation. You can move your wooden house to another location. Cooldown period, 48 hours. Materials required for upgrade. 800 stones, 200 iron blocks. 100 quartz, 1, 000 sand. Goodness, has the wooden house gained a skill? Nan Feng rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the attributes of the wooden house once more. Indeed, the wooden house now possessed the skill of relocation. It could be moved to any desired location, with the impending beast tied in 3 days. Wouldn't he that allow everyone to gather together and collectively withstand the onslaught? Nan Feng felt a sense of reassurance regarding the small beast tied approaching in 3 days, as he was confident in his survival. However, the same could not be said for others. In the current zone 527, the majority of individuals had yet to reach level 5. For them, the impending small beast tide loomed like a sword overhead, ready to strike and claim their lives at any moment. Yet, a glimmer of hope had emerged. As long as the wooden house could be upgraded to level, it could be relocated, allowing the chosen ones to unite and resist the beast tied together. Moreover, a level wooden house boasted an impressive 100, 000 health and 1, 000 defense. Even if they sheltered within the wooden house, they could survive for quite some time. Nan Feng opened the chat panel and shared the attributes of the wooden house in the Handsome Guys group. Huang Yuanming. Goodness, the wooden house has gained a skill? Nan Feng. Indeed, your reaction mirrors mine. Su Zurin. Relocation? That's a divine skill. You ran. I can level up without killing monsters now. I'll chop wood, and then move, seeking closeness with the esteemed Nan Feng. Nan Feng. In truth, I would not refuse if you came directly to my place. Wu Yuansheng. Upgrading the wooden house to level ISN T2 challenging. We primarily lack iron blocks. Su Zurin. I suggest gathering more individuals for mining, ideally. Before the beast tide arrives, we can have all chosen ones in our battle zone upgrade their wooden houses and unite to face the tide. Su Ming. I know a defensible location, with a mountain at the back and a cliff on the left. We only need to defend 2 directions. Su Zurin. Su Ming. Please take me to inspect the place you mentioned this afternoon. Su Ming. No problem. The discussion in the handsome guys group grew fervent as they prepared for the beast tide in 3 days. Meanwhile, Nan Feng enjoyed roasted chicken while quietly observing, choosing not to voice his opinion. Such matters were not his forte. He would leave it to Su Zurin and the others. After satisfying his hunger, Nan Feng ventured out once more, continuing his upgrades. The beast tide in 3 days would ultimately feature level 15 ferocious beasts, a challenge that, barring unforeseen circumstances, would fall solely upon Nan Feng to resolve. Now, the Southern Wind cannot afford to waste a single minute and must seize the time to upgrade. In the handsome guys group, the discussions concluded, and Su Zurin promptly relayed the attributes of the cabin to the chat channel. In the chat channel, Biao Jian, wow, the cabin actually has skills upon leveling up. Xiao Fei Hong, no more chatter. I'm heading out to chop wood. Lu Daqiang, selling timber now. Offering fair prices, no deception. Ma Yong, what good is wood if we lack iron blocks? Su Zurin, everyone, the beast tide is imminent. I have a suggestion. Su Zurin, those chosen ones below level 5 should prioritize reaching level 5. Su Zurin, those above level 5 should focus on upgrading the cabin. I will produce a substantial amount of iron blocks daily for low prices, ensuring everyone can elevate their cabin. Su Zurin, the top 50 chosen ones on the leaderboard. You are the main force against the beast tide. You must prioritize enhancing your strength. Su Zurin, I hope that on the day the beast tide arrives, all chosen ones in the 527 combat zone can unite and cooperate to resist the tide. Su Zurin, lastly, I have numerous openings for miners. You can gain priority access to iron blocks. Message me privately. Chapter 60, Time to Hunt Birds. Nan Feng was oblivious to the happenings in the chat channel as he was on his way to upgrade. Upon reaching level 7, the experience granted by the Jungle Treant was merely 70 points, necessitating Nan Feng to slay a total of 90 Treants to level up. Nan Feng could find a Jungle Treant approximately every 3 to 5 minutes. This pace was far too sluggish. Catherine Vina from Zone 1 had already reached level 10 by this morning, although I, from Zone 527, could not afford to lag behind her by such a margin. Could I? Thus, it was decided, I shall venture into higher level areas to hunt ferocious beasts. Ideally, I would encounter pack hunting beasts for greater efficiency. With a gun in hand, the world is mine. With high spirits, Nan Feng pressed deeper into the jungle. Naturally, when he encountered any foolish beasts along the way, he would dispatch them effortlessly. Soon, Nan Feng discovered his first level 8 beast, the Raging Porcupine. Level 8, health points, 3,500 mana points, 360 attack power, 410 defense power, 390 skill, wild boar charge. This Raging Porcupine measured approximately 2.5 meters in length, towering over Nan Feng, a true behemoth. Especially notable were its spines, which appeared quite painful. With an attack power of 410, it could not eliminate me in a single strike. Nan Feng's health had reached 700 points, sufficient to withstand 2 assaults from the Raging Porcupine. Additionally, the creature's massive size rendered it less agile, making it easy to kite. With this thought, Nan Feng hesitated no longer and opened fire. 98, piercing bullet. Weak point attack, 630. Nan Feng struck the Raging Porcupine in the eye, triggering a weak point attack. The furious porcupine was no pushover. It swiftly locked onto Nan Feng's position and charged forward with great force. Nan Feng retracted his 98, switching to the Desert Eagle, and began to fire in quick succession. 380, 380. Each shot dealt 380 points of damage, which was fairly commendable. By the time the furious porcupine closed within 10 meters of him, its health had dwindled to below 500 points. With a thunderous roar, the furious porcupine suddenly curled into a ball, launching all the sharp quills from its back. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the quills on a porcupine's back wouldn't shoot out? Cursing under his breath, Nan Feng rolled away, evading most of the assault. Yet, one quill still managed to pierce his thigh. 310. How painful. Nan Feng was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If he were to be struck by a few more quills, would he not be taken down in an instant? This was utterly unbalanced, far too unbalanced. Why could a mere pig take him out so easily? Was he truly that fragile? After consuming 2 pieces of roasted meat, Nan Feng patiently awaited his health to recover. He decided to steer clear of the furious porcupine. One wrong move could lead to his demise at the hands of such a creature, which would be rather embarrassing. It was better to find another location to level up, seeking out beasts that were easier to handle. Cautiously, Nan Feng continued forward, the trees around him growing smaller, and the surroundings gradually becoming more open. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the edge of a small stream. Nan Feng filled 2 buckets with water and then began to swim upstream against the current. Before long, he found himself standing before a grand waterfall. Gazing up from beneath it, he observed numerous birds soaring across the sky. Insightful eye. Tricolor bird, level 9. Scarlet bird, level 8. BB bird, level 10. The sky was teeming with a variety of fierce avian creatures. Goodness, if all these beasts were to be slain, he might just reach level 10. Nan Feng felt a surge of excitement, tempted to draw his weapon, yet apprehensive of attracting too much attention from the beasts. At that moment, the flying creatures in the sky also noticed him. One tricolor bird swooped down, attempting to peck at Nan Feng's eyes with its sharp beak. Oh, so you strike first while I remain idle? You think I'll let you have your way? Nan Feng raised his hand and fired 2 shots. One struck the tricolor bird in its wing, causing it to lose balance and tumble into the pool beneath the waterfall. Ding! You have slain the level 9 ordinary beast, tricolor bird, earning 108 experience points. Nan Feng was taken aback. He had killed this level 9 beast with just 2 shots? If memory served, this tricolor bird had over 2,000 health points, right? Though it was not as tough as the furious porcupine. It shouldn't have been so easily dispatched by him. Could it be? Nan Feng glanced at the pool, deep in thought. Did that beast drown? Before he could verify, a large flock of fierce flying creatures dove down from the sky. This was bad. Nan Feng's expression changed. There was nowhere to evade in this vicinity, and now he had become a live target. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Activate demolition technique. At a critical moment, Nan Feng activated the skills of the small cabin for demolition. In a mere second, the small cabin materialized, enveloping Nan Feng securely. Thud, thud, thud. The avian beasts outside evidently did not anticipate this occurrence, colliding incessantly against the small cabin, their eyes swirling with confusion. The small cabin, boasting a formidable defense of 1,000 points, rendered the attacks of these birds utterly ineffective. Only the sporadic activation of a weakness attack could inflict a single point of damage to the cabin's life force. Excellent, it was quite secure. Inside the cabin, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. The good news was that he was now safe. The bad news was that the sky was swarming with ferocious beasts, preventing his exit. However, that was of little concern, for Nan Feng had no intention of leaving. This place was a veritable treasure trove for leveling up. With so many large birds around, defeating them all would be sufficient to elevate him to level 10. Initiating the leveling mode, Nan Feng opened the window, aiming his weapon at the avian threats outside. Time to hunt birds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of gunfire echoed as one beast after another plummeted from the sky. Throughout the afternoon, Nan Feng maintained a steadfast posture, unyielding in his task. Initially, his accuracy against the aerial targets was below 30. Yet, by dusk, his precision had soared to over 80. The improvement was astonishing. Moreover, he had dispatched a significant number of beasts that afternoon. Although he could not kill them outright with a single shot, he could strike them down into the water, where they would drown. The efficiency of his leveling was nothing short of terrifying. Finally, before nightfall, Nan Feng successfully ascended to level 8. In the chat group, Xiao Luo, this is utterly ridiculous. I've been grinding all day, my hands trembling from slaying beasts. And yet I haven't caught up to Nan Feng. The gap is only widening. Shinpan, what kind of efficiency is this? 2 levels in a single day? Wu Li, he must have discovered a prime spot for farming monsters. I'm so envious. The group members, not wishing to linger, continued their relentless pursuit of levels while there was still light. Meanwhile, Nan Feng set down his weapon and prepared to take a breather when he suddenly noticed something peculiar in the nearby pond. A massive shadow glided beneath the water's surface. There was something lurking in the depths. Chapter 61, The Indomitable Giant Serpent. It seemed there was an unusual fish in that pond. Nan Feng observed for a moment longer, but the shadow had already submerged, vanishing from sight. Remaining in the cabin, he felt no trepidation about the creature in the water. Throughout the afternoon, thousands of avian beasts had relentlessly assaulted the cabin. However, the cabin's ability to regenerate 60 health points per minute meant it was still at full health, providing him with an overwhelming sense of security. After a brief observation, taking advantage of the lull outside, Nan Feng hurriedly ventured out to scavenge the battlefield. Ding! You have obtained bird meat, X10. Ding! You have obtained bird meat, X8. Nan Feng collected a substantial amount of bird meat, along with a white treasure chest. Rapid feather boots. Grade, pinnacle level. Type, footwear. Attribute, agility 10. Skill, increases agility by 20 upon activation, lasting for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. As Southwind glanced at the attributes of the swift feather boots, his eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a remarkable item, further enhanced by an inherent skill. For every point of agility gained, both attack speed and movement speed would increase by 1. The boots, combined with their skill, effectively offered a boost of 30 to both attack and movement speed. Undoubtedly, a treasure. Southwind removed his tattered sneakers and donned the swift feather boots. Now he could proudly count himself among the shoe-wearing populace. As night fell, he busied himself with starting a fire, cooking, and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Around 8 o'clock, the eerie howls of ferocious beasts echoed outside the cabin, a relentless series of roars. It had begun anew. Approaching the window, Southwind peered through the gap. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned that the nearby pond was churning, as if some colossal creature was thrashing beneath the surface. A monstrous fish, perhaps? Regrettably, the darkness obscured his view of whatever lurked within the waters. This piqued Southwind's curiosity. He yearned to drain the pond and uncover its secrets. Alas, it was a flowing body of water, impossible to empty. Closing the window, Southwind reclined on his bed and stretched luxuriously. After upgrading,
The small cabin had not only expanded significantly, but also added another bed, a large pot, and a urinal. The urinal served little purpose.
as Southwind typically relieved himself outdoors, nourishing the plants in the process, allowing them to thrive. However, the bed and pot were invaluable. Tonight, he had prepared a pot of bird meat soup. Having stocked up on clean fresh water and various food items, Southwind turned off the interface and prepared for rest. The day's intense battles had left him thoroughly exhausted, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, the cabin creaked ominously. A violent tremor jolted Southwind awake. 10, 10, 10. The cabin's health was plummeting rapidly, losing an average of 10 health points per second. What in the world? Southwind hurriedly rose from his bed and rushed to the window. It was pitch black outside, obscuring his view. No, wait. Something was blocking the window. Alarmed, Southwind quickly ignited a torch. The exquisite scales visible outside sent a chill down his spine. Eye of Insight. Immortal Giant Serpent. Level 10, Imperial Grade. Attack Power. Defense Power. A Level 10 Imperial Grade Beast. This was Southwind's first encounter with such a formidable creature. My little cabin has been ensnared by a giant serpent. It is well known that once a snake coils around its prey, it constricts tighter and tighter until the victim succumbs. Southwind could already feel the cabin warping under the pressure. Losing 10 health points per second was manageable. His cabin could withstand this for 2 or 3 hours. Relieved, he thought, 2 or 3 hours should suffice. Surely, it could not take down a level 10 beast? That was more than enough. At such a close distance, Nan Feng did not even need to contemplate accuracy. He simply raised his hand and fired. 0. His shot failed to penetrate the defenses. How could this be so exaggerated? In a hurry, Nan Feng switched to the 98, aimed, and shot again. 0. Still no penetration. Frustration mounted within him. The 98 was his most powerful weapon. Yet it too failed to breach the defenses? Penetrating shot. 16. At last, with the penetrating shot, Nan Feng managed to inflict damage. However, the severity of the wound remained concerning. How much health could this colossal serpent possibly possess? The results from Inside Eye were all question marks, which further vexed Nan Feng. The penetrating shot consumed too much energy and had a cooldown period. It felt as though he could not defeat this serpent within 3 hours. Wait, penetrating? Nan Feng gazed at the scales outside, deep in thought. The previous 2 shots had struck the scales, thus failing to penetrate. The reason the penetrating shot could inflict damage was not due to its high power, but rather because it could bypass the scales and strike the immortal giant serpent's body directly. I must pry off a scale first. With this thought, Nan Feng produced a stone dagger and began to pry at the scales. Though crafted from stone, the dagger was remarkably sharp. He inserted the dagger into the crevice of the scales, and a faint red number immediately appeared. 6. Indeed, as long as he avoided the scales, his attacks were capable of breaching defenses. Although the damage was modest, hope had ignited within him. 3 hours. I shall wear you down. Nan Feng relentlessly assaulted the scales with the stone dagger, and soon, serpent blood began to flow. 10 minutes later, he successfully pried off the first scale. Ding. You have obtained Immortal Serpent Scale, X1. Nan Feng stored the scale in his bag without a second thought. This scale was the size of his palm, which underscored the immense size of the immortal giant serpent. Gazing at the gory hole inflicted by the stone dagger, Nan Feng switched to the Desert Eagle, pressing the barrel against the serpent's body and firing. 21. This shot dealt commendable damage, surpassing 20. Remaining within the small cabin, he could recover 60 points of magical energy per minute, while each shot from the Desert Eagle consumed 3 points. This meant Nan Feng could fire 20 shots per minute, 400 points of damage per minute, 24,000 points in an hour, and 72,000 points over 3 hours, with 72,000 points of damage. Could I not bring you down? Nan Feng estimated that the serpent could possess a maximum of 10,000 health points. Defeating it within 3 hours was more than feasible. With this in mind, Nan Feng resumed his monotonous shooting practice. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. For the immortal giant serpent, a wound the size of a scale was akin to a mere pinprick, painful yet inconsequential. However, as time ticked away, that wound grew larger and deeper. Half an hour later, Nan Feng had transformed the small injury into a gaping hole. 24. Weak point attack, 36. Bleeding 8. Now, Nan Feng triggers a weakness attack every 5 shots on average. The cabin still possesses over 80,000 health points, remaining quite robust. This must be the first Emperor-level beast, right? I wonder what rewards the first kill will bring. Just as Nan Feng was lost in his reverie, the immortal giant serpent suddenly released its grip on the cabin and swiftly dove into the pond. It fled. What a shock! The duck I was about to catch has flown away. I was hoping to feast on snake meat tomorrow. Chapter 62, a cross-region challenge issued. Prior to today, the beasts Nan Feng encountered were relentless adversaries. The immortal giant serpent, fleeing upon being outmatched, truly took him by surprise. Glancing at the time,
It was just after 4, and the dawn had yet to break. However, the roars of the beasts outside had ceased. It should be safe to venture out now, right?
peering at the moonlit scenery outside, Nan Feng felt a tinge of uncertainty. For precaution, he decided to inquire with others. Chat channel, Nan Feng. Hello, is anyone there? Nan Feng. Is it safe to leave the cabin at this hour? Xiao Luo, safe. Xiao Luo, I got up an hour ago to level up. Nan Feng, wow. You're really dedicated. Nan Feng, I'm heading out to level up too. Xin Pan. Oh, look, someone is chatting at this hour. Nan Feng, you're up early too? Xin Pan, I haven't slept at all. Xin Pan, there's truly no one formidable here. I declare myself the champion of all-nighters tonight. Nan Feng, you're impressive, but you'd better be cautious tomorrow. Don't end up in the belly of a beast. Xin Pan, don't worry, before I crossed over, I could pull all-nighters for 3 to 5 days without any issues. Xin Pan, 1 night without sleep is no big deal. Xin Pan, as the saying goes, why sleep long in life? In death, one will rest eternally. Nan Feng rolled his eyes and closed the chat channel. Carefully opening the door, he cautiously surveyed the outside. Excellent, there were indeed no beasts. That giant serpent must be severely injured. Should I attempt to finish it off? An emperor-level beast is something Nan Feng truly does not wish to forfeit. Yet, without the cabin's protection, he feared he might be struck dead by the immortal giant serpent's tail. Ultimately, he was still too fragile. Nan Feng approached the pond, where the once clear water was now stained red with the serpent's blood. In the depths of the pond, faint red numbers occasionally emerged. Bleeding 8, bleeding 9, bleeding 6. The water is rather deep. Can I reach it? Holding on to a flicker of hope, Nan Feng aimed his rifle into the water and fired a shot. However, it was evident that the magical bullets lacked sufficient power. Even if they struck the immortal giant serpent at the bottom, they would not inflict any damage. Must I dive down? Nan Feng quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Diving down would merely serve as a feast for the immortal giant serpent. After pondering for a long while, Nan Feng ultimately chose to abandon the notion. It was impossible to kill it. The immortal giant serpent could simply hide beneath the water, leaving Nan Feng utterly helpless against it. Let me resolve this matter after I reach level 10. Tomorrow, I shall engage in another day of hunting birds. I feel I am close to attaining level 10. This location is teeming with avian beasts, truly a sanctuary for leveling up. One can indeed rise 2 levels in a single day with mere effort. Southwind took a moment to glance at the leaderboard, where his position remained unchallenged at the pinnacle. The second place belonged to Xiao Luo, who had already reached level 7, not lagging far behind Southwind. It seemed he had also discovered a prime location for leveling up and was ardently grinding experience points. At around 6 in the morning, the incessant chirping of birds roused Southwind from his slumber. A large flock of various avian creatures circled above, a monotonous yet tiresome sight. However, the steadily increasing experience points brought him great satisfaction. Were it not for the experience decay mechanism, he would have relished the opportunity to grind to maximum level in this place before emerging. He yearned for the sensation of being at level 1000 while the outside world languished at a mere level 30. After a brief period of contemplation, Southwind resumed his bird hunting. By late morning, around 10 o'clock, Su Zurin initiated a trade. 200 units of iron blocks, 20 units of copper blocks. You may use them to upgrade your primary weapon, Su Zurin proposed. So soon? Southwind inquired. You are my priority. You will be the absolute leader during the beast tide the day after tomorrow. If you cannot handle the situation, we are all doomed, Su Zurin urged. Hurry and upgrade. I will manage the logistics, he added. Understood, just wait for my performance the day after tomorrow, Southwind assured him. It must be said that having someone like Su Zurin in the war zone is indeed a stroke of fortune. Southwind accepted the trade. Ding. You have received iron blocks, 200. Ding. You have received copper blocks, 20. To elevate his primary weapon to the intermediate level, it requires wood, 300, stone, 500, iron blocks, 200, and copper blocks, 20. Southwind still possessed ample wood and stone, and now with sufficient iron blocks and copper blocks. His primary weapon was ready for an upgrade. Primary weapon, weapon name, ordinary armory. Current grade, intermediate. Type, backpack. Attributes, 100 backpack slots. Materials required for upgrade. Wood, 300. Stone, 500. Iron blocks, 300. Copper blocks, 50. Obsidian, 5. Unlocked equipment in armory. Desert Eagle, Stone Dagger, 98 Sniper Rifle, Red Dot Sight, 2x optical scope, grenade. As the grade of his primary weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. Ding. You have unlocked a new weapon, grenade. Ding. You have unlocked a new accessory, 2x optical scope. A flurry of system notifications filled Southwind with joy. He had unlocked new equipment and accessories. Grenade. Type. Consumable. Attributes. Inflicts area damage of 500 attack power, replenishable at a rate of 1 grenade per hour, with a maximum storage of 3 grenades. 2x optical scope. Type. Accessory. Attributes. Mounted on firearms, it allows for effective targeting of distant enemies. Southwind meticulously examined the 2 newly unlocked pieces of equipment. The damage inflicted by this grenade is rather substantial, boasting an attack power multiplier of 5. Unfortunately, one can only acquire a single grenade each hour, with a maximum storage capacity of 3, which can indeed be employed as a formidable ultimate ability. It would be exhilarating to locate an ant nest and toss a grenade within. Just envision the experience points soaring. Merely contemplating this prospect sends a thrill through Nan Feng. Additionally, there exists an accessory known as the 2x optical scope. This item requires little elaboration. It is simply a 2x scope, understood by those familiar with its function. Nan Feng affixed the red dot sight to the Desert Eagle and equipped the 98 with the 2x scope, further enhancing accuracy by an additional 10%. Furthermore, the fundamental attributes of the Desert Eagle, the 98, and the Stone Dagger have all seen improvement. Notably, the 98 now provides an astounding strength boost of 70 points. This single weapon has granted Nan Feng a remarkable total of 350 points in attack power. With determination, he aims to level up twice more today, striving to surpass the monumental threshold of 1,000 in attack power. Clenching his fist, he readies himself to continue his hunt. At that moment, a system announcement echoed through the air. Announcement. The Chosen One, Xiao Luo, has successfully slain a level 7 Lord-class ferocious beast, the Golden Leopard. As the first Chosen One in this region to achieve such a feat, the reward is Reputation 1, Strength 14. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiao Luo had managed to slay a level 7 Lord-class beast. This fellow possesses considerable strength. The reward of 14 points in strength is indeed enviable. It is precisely the attribute Nan Feng desires most. Shaking his head, Nan Feng grasped the 98, ready to resume his hunt, when a series of notification sounds interrupted him. Someone was messaging in the Handsome Guys group. Upon opening the chat, a smile spread across his face. Xiao Luo, Nan Feng. Brother, I just obtained a cross-region challenge order. Shall we take on the Little Cherry Blossom Devils? Nan Feng, absolutely. Chapter 63, Level 9. The cross-region challenge order is a valuable asset. With this item, Nan Feng can challenge other battle zones and plunder their resources. The more resources acquired, the greater the enhancement for the chosen ones within this battle zone. Not to mention, the number of ferocious beasts will increase significantly, allowing for faster leveling compared to other regions. Xiao Luo, this challenge order can only be utilized by the highest-ranked chosen ones in the battle zone. I cannot use it, so I will trade it to you. Nan Feng, that works. Nan Feng. Now, we face a dilemma. Should we play it safe and challenge a weaker battle zone, or go directly against the Cherry Blossom One Sword? Suzerain, I recommend a cautious approach. Resource plundering is of utmost importance. The Cherry Blossom One Sword is formidable, and losing would be a tremendous setback. Yu Yin, what do you mean? Do you doubt my Nan Feng's prowess? Do you think he cannot defeat the Cherry Blossom One Sword? Suzerain, not at all. I merely advocate for prudence. Wu Yuanqing, Suzerain has a valid point. Su Ming, there are several battle zones for Little Cherry Blossom. We need not challenge the Cherry Blossom One Sword specifically. Su Ming, what about Cherry Blossom Little Second in Zone 132? He is considerably weaker. Let us take him down. Huang Yuanming, the battlefield of Sakura Kojiro has suffered a consecutive series of defeats, nearly stripped bare. It is said that now, in order to fell a single tree, one must search for half an hour. How tragically dire. Wu Yuansheng, Zone 632 is also a battlefield of Sakura Nation. They have yet to be pillaged. Otherwise, why would we bother with them? Nan Feng, the challenge order was issued by Xiao Luo. Who do you wish to challenge? Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo. If I could take down Sakura Ichigen, I would certainly do so. He is so arrogant. We must diminish his bravado. Xiao Luo, of course. If you are not confident, then let it be. That sword strike from afar still sends shivers down Nan Feng's spine. If it were to happen again, without the perfect terrain we had last time, Nan Feng might not assuredly emerge victorious. Nan Feng, I do have some confidence, perhaps a 50-50 chance, but please, do not ridicule me if I fail. Sui Han, perhaps it would be better to reconsider? It is wiser to play it safe. The group engaged in a heated debate over this matter. Some advocated for caution, while others sought thrill. How exhilarating it would be to challenge Sakura Ichigen. To deliver a resounding slap to his face, ensuring he would think twice before being arrogant in the Dragon Nation battlefield. Yet, the risk is substantial. As the leader of Zone 39, Sakura Ichigen's strength is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, 2 days have passed since the last challenge, and Sakura Ichigen's level is likely at least level 9, possibly even reaching level 10. For Nan Feng to secure victory would not be a simple endeavor. Nan Feng, let us hold off on the challenge order for now. I shall wait until I reach level 10. Nan Feng, I should be able to attain level 10 before nightfall. Xiao Luo, damn, I'm off to level up. Su Zurin, let us reconvene tonight. Everyone should focus on leveling up. Nan Feng closed the chat interface and returned to his monotonous task of hunting birds. The efficiency of his leveling surpassed his expectations. With the installation of a 2x scope, his accuracy soared above 90, and with the enhancement of his attack power, he could fell 2 birds with a couple of shots. By around 1 p.m., Nan Feng had reached level 9. However, a new dilemma arose. There were no birds left in the sky. I hadn't considered this issue. No matter how abundant the avian beasts here may be, they cannot withstand my relentless slaughter. Gazing at the sparse few birds in the sky, Nan Feng found himself in a quandary. I must find another location. Yet, discovering a place so conducive to leveling up is no simple task. Never mind. I shall eat something first. I will address the leveling concerns after I am well fed. Nan Feng set up a pot and began simmering bird meat, while simultaneously checking the interface for any new messages. The Handsome Guys group continued its lively chatter as usual. Shinpan, we must confront Sakura Ichigen. We cannot allow them to thrive. Su Zurin, the district merger will not occur until at least 24 days after the large beast wave concludes. Whether they will survive until then remains uncertain, so there is no need to clash with them prematurely. Xiao Luo, after the district merger, Sakura Ichigen will undoubtedly ally with other nations' battlefields to conspire against our dragon nation. We must extinguish this possibility in its infancy. Xiao Luo, if we defeat Zone 39 once more, they will face a third consecutive loss, resulting in a reduction of 10 points across all attributes. Even if they manage to survive the upcoming minor beast wave, they will not withstand the subsequent large one. Wu Yuanqing a merger? In our Dragon Country battle zone. There are so many of us. Why should we fear a mere cherry blossom? Nan Feng stared at the chat messages, feeling somewhat bewildered. A merger of all zones? What new development is this? Nan Feng, what does a zone merger entail? I've been grinding levels all morning. Have I fallen behind the times? Yuran, someone in the cross-region chat channel mentioned that after the major beast tide in 24 days, our 1000 battle zones will merge into one large region. Yuran, Cherry Blossom One Sword declared that once the regions merge, he will slay every chosen one from our dragon country he encounters. Nan Feng, is he that arrogant? Nan Feng chuckled. Cherry Blossom One Sword truly possesses an audacious spirit. Currently, everyone is in different battle zones and cannot cross paths, allowing Cherry Blossom One Sword to boast for now. Once the zones merge, Wu Tin and Feng find a strategic location to send him soaring with a single shot. Xiao Luo, the stronger Cherry Blossom One Sword becomes, the more perilous it is for our dragon countries, chosen ones. Xiao Luo, I believe we should confront Cherry Blossom One Sword and lead our 39th zone to a consecutive victory. Su Zurin, let us initiate a vote. How many support challenging Cherry Blossom One Sword? The outcome is quite evident. We are all young, filled with fervor. How can a mere cherry blossom dare to speak so boldly without facing the consequences? In the Handsome Guys group, 14 out of 19 members agreed to challenge Cherry Blossom One Sword, while the remaining 5 remained neutral. Nan Feng, let us do it. What is a cherry blossom to me? Nan Feng, will win effortlessly. Xiao Luo, that is the spirit. Those who hesitate are fools. Come, here is your challenge decree. Xiao Luo immediately traded the challenge decree over. Nan Feng, let me prepare. Wait for my good news, everyone. After hastily finishing his lunch, Nan Feng retrieved a grenade from his backpack and exited the wooden cabin. Embodying the spirit of virtue, he forcefully tossed the grenade into the water pool. 5 seconds later, the pool erupted with a deafening roar, sending water splashing several meters high. Hiss! The undying giant serpent, which had been resting at the bottom of the pool, let out a furious roar, surging to the surface with a fierce glare directed at Nan Feng. Oh dear, did I disturb your slumber? Come, strike me. The undying giant serpent flicked its tongue, casting a resentful glance at Nan Feng before submerging back into the depths. Nan Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This serpent possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. After pulling the pin, the explosion would occur in about 5 seconds, and it would not harm me. Nan Feng silently noted these observations and then opened the cross-region chat channel. Zone 527, Nan Feng. Cherry Blossom One Sword, you little wretch, dare you engage in a duel of true men with me? A pure hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 64, The Thunder in Hand. Zone 527, Nan Feng. Cherry Blossom One Sword, you little wretch, dare you engage in a duel of true men with me? A pure hand-to-hand combat. As Nan Feng's message was sent, it instantly stirred many lurking individuals. Zone 39, Cherry Blossom One Sword. Baka, you are the little wretch. Zone 527, Nan Feng. I am the father of your dear brother. Do you dare insult your father? Zone 39, Cherry Blossom One Sword. Zone 527, Nan Feng. Stop your blabbering. Just say if you dare or not. I have acquired the interregional challenge order. If you are hesitant to accept, I shall challenge Sakura Kojiro instead. Sakura Kojiro, how dare you? Sakura Ijian, What is this true man battle 11? Nan Feng, I do not require a handgun. Nor should you employ your long-range skills. Let us engage in close combat, shall we? Sakura Ijian. Ha, you must be mad to suggest close combat with me. Are you here to deliver supplies? Cheng Yemo, brother Nan Feng, exercise caution. Xiaoang Ran, my friend, Sakura Ijian's swordsmanship is formidable. It will not be so easy to defeat him in close quarters. Nan Feng, I am someone who relishes pushing limits. Sakura Ijian, so you seek to challenge your limits? Very well, I accept your challenge. Nan Feng, let it be clear, should you resort to deceit and employ skills, I shall strike Sakura Kojiro once more. I possess 2 challenge orders. Yi Piaoling, 2 interregional challenge orders? Why does our battle zone hold but 1? Xiaoang Ran, I have slain all level 10 and below beasts, yet obtained only 1. Could it be that those above level 10 yield them? Cheng this is splendid news. Once I procure another, I shall challenge Sakura in his domain as well. Nan Feng shrugged, offering no explanation. He too possessed but 1 interregional challenge order, and his earlier statement was merely a ruse to instill caution in Sakura Ijian, dissuading him from utilizing skills. Without that long-range air slash, Nan Feng was confident in his ability to triumph over Sakura Ijian. Interregional challenge order, activate. Nan Feng selected District 39 as his opponent. Announcement. Original World District 527 has initiated an interregional challenge against Original World District 39. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. All chosen participants should prepare. With 10 minutes until the challenge began, Nan Feng closed the panel and sat in the small cabin, mentally rehearsing the forthcoming battle. If Sakura Ijian adhered to his promise of engaging in close combat, victory was assured. However, should he initiate with an air slash, my chances of victory would diminish. The power of air slash is substantial, yet Nan Feng currently possessed 800 health points. Enduring 1 strike should pose no significant issue. He could also create distance, utilizing the 98 and Desert Eagle to kite Sakura Ijian, thus maintaining a chance of triumph. Ultimately, the terrain would be crucial. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and a silver array illuminated beneath Nan Feng's feet. In an instant, he was transported to a glacial surface. How cold! The sudden chill caused him to shiver involuntarily. Is this the Antarctic? As Nan Feng surveyed his surroundings, he confirmed the landscape was a continuous expanse of icy mountains, a realm of extreme cold. Sakura Ijian stood 50 meters away, eyeing Nan Feng with caution, wary of the potential gunfire. Observing this, Nan Feng raised his dagger and waved it. Sakura's sword let out a cold laugh. Heh, you truly wish to engage me in close combat? What grants you such courage? Nan Feng smiled gently, slowly advancing toward Sakura's sword. Sakura's sword also approached, their distance diminishing, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Nan Feng gradually placed his hands behind his back. Observing this, the corners of Sakura's sword's mouth curled upward. At such a close range, even if Nan Feng drew a firearm, Sakura's sword was confident he could prevail in this challenge. The distance was too close, having already entered Sakura's sword's attack range. Instant slash. Sakura's sword abruptly transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Nan Feng in an instant. 1 strike. The blade pierced Nan Feng's abdomen, and his health plummeted by 2/3. You're cheating. Nan Feng glared furiously at Sakura's sword, his expression seething. Wasn't this supposed to be a close combat? Sakura's sword sneered repeatedly, 7 or 8 meters away. Is this not close enough? This has long been within my attack range. He drew his katana, poised to deliver another blow to Nan Feng and conclude the challenge. However, Nan Feng's ferocious expression suddenly shifted, revealing a radiant smile. You are indeed correct. This distance is quite adequate. Allow me to reward you with 2 hand grenades. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, centered around Nan Feng. A small mushroom cloud ascended. 1,344. 0. Fearing that a single grenade might not suffice to eliminate Sakura's sword, Nan Feng detonated the remaining 2 simultaneously. Clearly, the 5-fold damage from the grenades was far beyond what Sakura's sword could withstand. The first grenade reduced him to a single drop of health, and the second failed to inflict any damage. Sakura's sword was left battered and bloodied, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a word. Were it not for the unyielding will buffed during the challenge, he would have already met his demise. Ding! Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Sakura's sword, and becoming the victor of this cross-regional challenge. Ding! All resources in your region, Original World Zone 527, have increased by 10. As the system notification sounded, a silvery teleportation array materialized beneath Nan Feng once more. Unfortunately, while physical wounds could be mended, the scars upon his psyche would not be so easily healed. Huffing heavily, Sakura's sword gasped for breath, still reeling from the impact of that last strike. He had genuinely felt the breath of death. How close it had come. Announcement. Due to 3 consecutive failures in cross-regional challenges in Original World Zone 39, all chosen ones in Zone 39 have had their attributes reduced by 10 points. Ding. Due to your 3 consecutive defeats in cross-regional challenges, your attributes have been further reduced by an additional 10 points. A trifecta of defeats, twice at the hands of Nan Feng, and once to Xiaoang Ran from Zone 17, also within the Dragon Nation battle zone. Sakura, Sword's expression darkened. The cross-regional chat channel was abuzz. Zone 68, Chungyamo. Oh, you won? Quite impressive. Zone 8. Mike, TSK. Sakura, Sword is truly pathetic. Is this all he has? Is this the master of swordsmanship from the land of cherry blossoms? Region 288, Emilia. The land of cherry blossoms has clashed with the Dragon Kingdom. Fight on. The fiercer the better. Region 162, Martin. Ha, dogs biting dogs. What a mess. Region 527, Southwind. You up there, what are you barking for? Looking for a fight? Martin immediately fell silent. Noticing the lack of admiration directed towards him, Southwind felt somewhat disenchanted and switched to the chat channel of his own battle zone. Swordbearer, Southwind, you are incredible. Chiu Feihong, wow, another victory. This is a complete display of raw strength. Lu Daqiang, hooray. Our battle zone's resources have increased yet again. There are so many trees near my little cabin. Thank you, Southwind. Su Ming, the ferocious beasts have also increased, enhancing our leveling efficiency. I truly wish to express my gratitude to Southwind. Wu Yuansheng, for consecutive victories, resources have reached a foundational value of 14,641. We are soaring. Martial power, Southwind, my deity. Yuyan up there. Ling Qi, is there anyone to rescue me? I'm on the verge of starvation. Chapter 65, blossoming again, a second assault. Southwind felt a bit speechless. This girl named Ling Qi continued to call out, even after all these days. Logically, if she had not perished, she should possess the capability to survive. At the very least, she could surely defeat a few levels of red-eyed rabbits, couldn't she? Shaking his head, Southwind chose to ignore Ling Qi. She was probably just fishing for attention. Turning off the panel, Southwind gazed outside the little cabin, noticing that the birds in the sky had increased once more. This was the benefit brought about by the enhancement of resources. However, the quantity was still insufficient. It was not enough for Southwind to reach level 10. He needed to find another location for leveling up. Exiting the little cabin, Southwind cautiously glanced towards the direction of the pond. At the deepest part of the pond, the immortal giant serpent fixed its enormous, basketball-sized eyes on Southwind. Locking onto him intently, he was being targeted. Southwind felt a sense of unease. If he left the little cabin now, would that colossal serpent demolish his home? It was quite a plausible scenario. Without the cabin, Southwind would surely not survive the night. The ferocious beasts roamed wildly at night, and he dared not confront them head-on. No, he couldn't leave. Otherwise, that giant serpent would raid his home. He could only wait until the demolition skill was ready before departing this place. Although the aerial ferocious beasts were few, they still existed. Each one presented an opportunity for experience, and he would not let it go to waste. As dusk fell, Southwind eliminated all the aerial ferocious beasts in the area. Even a fledgling bird, not yet fully feathered, nestled in a nest atop a crooked tree by the waterfall, was shot down by Southwind's precise aim. His marksmanship had become increasingly accurate. Opening the panel, Southwind observed he was at level 9, 365, 410 000. Still needing over 6,000 experience to reach level 10. The small beast tide was set to arrive the day after tomorrow, and he had no doubt he could achieve level 10 before it arrived. Tomorrow morning, he would be able to utilize the cabin's demolition skill. With extra effort tomorrow afternoon, he was determined to reach level 10 before the beast tide. The gentle breeze stirred as Nan Feng opened the quaint wooden cabin, preparing to venture forth and cleanse the battlefield. With the ever-watchful gaze of the indomitable giant serpent nearby, Nan Feng dared not stray too far from the sanctuary of the cabin. Instead, he tended to the surroundings, amassing a substantial bounty of bird meat. In the distance lay a gray treasure chest, tantalizingly out of reach, and though his eyes lingered on it with desire, he ultimately shook his head and relinquished the thought. The chest could yield treasures at any moment, yet life was singular. Should he perish, all would be lost. As night fell, having dined, Nan Feng engaged in a strategic discussion with fellow members of the Handsome Guys group regarding tactics against the impending beast tide. Su Jiran remarked, over the past 2 days, I have rallied 100 chosen ones to mine for iron ore, distributing the extracted iron blocks equitably to ensure that each individual can prioritize upgrading their cabins. He continued, as of now, 163 chosen ones have successfully elevated their cabins to the next level, relocating them to Crow Raven Valley, where they have commenced fortifying defenses against the beast horde. Crow Raven Valley, previously discovered by Su Ming, was well positioned against the mountains, with a sheer cliff to the left, making it a formidable stronghold. Nan Feng stated, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I too shall transfer my cabin there by tomorrow morning. Su Ming added, with you overseeing the operation, my sense of security has soared. To which Nan Feng replied, relying solely on my efforts will not suffice against the beast tide. The strength of numbers is paramount. Su Jiran noted, the chosen ones in our sector are diligently chopping wood, gathering stones, and mining, all awaiting the opportunity to upgrade their cabins for the move to Crow Raven Valley. He estimated, I believe we should gather 300 chosen ones before nightfall tomorrow. Nan Feng glanced at the count in their sector, 531,000. We still have over 500 individuals. What of the remaining 200? Asked Nan Feng. Wu Yuanqing responded. They must fend for themselves. The supply of iron blocks is insufficient to enable everyone to upgrade their cabins. Su Yihan interjected, in truth. There is still plenty of iron ore in that mountain. The shortage arises from an inadequate number of miners. Nan Feng urged. Those who have yet to upgrade their cabins should hasten to the mines. Su Zhiran expressed concern. Some chosen ones are only at levels 2 or 3 and are too far from the mine. They fear for their lives on the journey. Nan Feng exclaimed. Only levels 2 or 3. It has been almost a week since we crossed over. What are they doing? Wu Li remarked. Some adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Content to survive day by day, hiding in the cabin without venturing outside. He continued. Additionally, there are those who lack combat aptitude, timid and frail, finding it exceedingly difficult to hunt ferocious beasts. Wu Yuanqing added. People possess varying constitutions. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, they indeed struggle to endure. Nan Feng remained silent, acknowledging the truth in their words. Su Zhiran concluded, our sector is performing admirably. Most chosen ones are united. With a spirit of cooperation, one upgrades while another mines. One fells trees while another gathers stones. This mutual assistance has led to over 300 cabins being upgraded in merely 2 days. Su Zhiran. Many chosen ones in other battle zones are fighting their own battles, oblivious to how many will survive after this tide of beasts. This minor beast wave poses a significant challenge to all battle zones. Nan Feng, let's give it our all. Tomorrow is the final day. Everyone, let's strive to level up and face the beast wave in our best condition. Xiao Luo, didn't you say you could reach level 10 tonight? How much experience do you need? Nan Feng, just a minor setback. I will definitely reach level 10 by tomorrow. Xiao Luo, if you don't hurry up and level up, I might just catch up to you. Nan Feng glanced at the leaderboard and was taken aback. Xiao Luo had silently reached level 9. This giant serpent has wasted my entire afternoon. One day I shall stew you and savor your flesh. Feeling quite displeased, Nan Feng closed the panel and went to bed. In the dead of night, violent tremors jolted Nan Feng awake once more. He sat up abruptly, turning his gaze toward the window. The dark, scaly fragments outside were none other than the scales of the immortal giant serpent. It has returned? Does it truly believe that I, Nan, cannot vanquish you? As Nan Feng descended from the bed, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The little wooden house was losing health alarmingly fast. 30, 27, 31. Damage of around 30 per second. Goodness, has this serpent taken some steroids? In just one day? Its damage has escalated so much? Hurriedly, Nan Feng checked the status of the wooden house and discovered it had a corrosion effect. Corrosion means your attacks will ignore a portion of the defense. Nan Feng realized why the immortal giant serpent's damage had surged. With the wooden house S100,000 health, it could only withstand for about an hour. I must act swiftly. Nan Feng rushed to the window, extracting a stone dagger to pry off the scales. Compared to yesterday, his attack power had significantly increased, and with the experience gained from the day prior, prying off the scales became second nature. In less than 5 minutes, he successfully removed a scale of the immortal serpent. Subsequently, Nan Feng drank some clean fresh water, wielding a desert eagle to commence shooting. The reason for choosing the desert eagle was its faster firing rate and lower mana consumption. In comparison, the desert eagle's ability to deal damage was evidently superior. Moreover, Nan Feng had a trump card. I will first create a gaping hole in your belly, then toss in 3 grenades. I refuse to believe that this time I cannot conquer you. Chapter 66. Defeating the Immortal Giant Serpent. A tug-of-war ensued between Nan Feng and the Immortal Giant Serpent. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a battle of health, attack power, and endurance. The Immortal Giant Serpent coiled tightly around the wooden house, making it creak ominously, as if it could burst at any moment. Using the dagger did not consume mana, showcasing the advantage of melee weapons. Nan Feng had already carved a massive gash into the serpent's body, exposing its entrails in a gruesome display. He hesitated to throw the grenades, fearing the Immortal Giant Serpent might flee once more. Seizing the moment before the Immortal Serpent makes its escape, Nan Feng strives to inflict as much damage as possible. The health of the little wooden cabin plummets alarmingly, dwindling to just over 30,000. Yet, Nan Feng remains steadfast in his belief that he can vanquish the Immortal Serpent before the cabin succumbs to destruction. Boom. His magic replenishes somewhat, and Nan Feng raises his 98, taking aim at the serpent's innards from a distance. Hiss. The Immortal Serpent emits a thunderous roar of agony, its muscles contracting more violently, causing several wooden beams of the cabin to splinter and sway precariously. Ding. Your wooden cabin has sustained severe damage, defense reduced by 20. The sudden system notification nearly startles Nan Feng into a leap. 81, 72, 88. With the cabin's defense diminished, the rate of health depletion accelerates dramatically. There is no time to waste. Prepare for my ultimate attack. Nan Feng retrieves a grenade from his backpack, pulls the pin, and hurls it into the belly of the Immortal Serpent. Boom. The force of the explosion sends Nan Feng's hair flying. Weak point attack, 3,673. This grenade triggered a weak point attack, delivering a devastating blow that inflicted 4-digit damage. For the immortal serpent, this strike is utterly catastrophic. Its innards are reduced to a pulp, mingling with blood that streams forth in torrents. Bleeding, 138. Bleeding, 152. The immortal serpent's health continues to plummet. Weakened. Its massive body slackens, unable to constrict the cabin any longer. Hiss. The immortal serpent emits a pitiful cry, dragging its exhausted form towards the pond. Can I allow you to flee? Nan Feng, seizing the advantage, tosses another grenade into the immortal serpent's maw. Boom. The immortal serpent collapses to the ground, convulsing. Its colossal form trembling, various colored fluids spilling from its gaping mouth, its shattered innards mingling with serpent blood. 2 minutes later, the immortal serpent lies still, utterly motionless. Nan Feng lets out a cold chuckle. Huh? Playing dead, are we? He has yet to receive a kill notification from the system, indicating that this enormous serpent is far from deceased. Does it intend to wait for me to emerge and then strike me down in an instant? Such a clever scheme. Nan Feng refuses to step outside, instead positioning himself by the window, firing shot after shot with his 98. The immortal serpent, caught off guard, wonders how this two-legged, humble creature discerned its ruse despite its convincing act of death. Realizing its deception has been uncovered, the immortal serpent abandons its charade and hastily slithering towards the pond. If it continues this act, it will surely meet its demise at Nan Feng's hands. Can it truly move so swiftly? Your vitality is remarkable. Nan Feng, quick of eye and hand, hurls his last grenade. Boom. Yet it still lives. Its rear half thrashes wildly while its front half struggles toward the pond. However, bereft of a portion of its body, the immortal serpent's speed is akin to that of a tortoise. This short distance of mere meters takes an eternity for it to traverse. Nan Feng steadies his 98, aiming at the immortal serpent's wound. 98, charge strike, piercing bullet. This is Nan Feng's most formidable attack, aside from grenades. Whoosh. The magical bullet was unleashed, striking its target. Weak point attack, 312. The invincible serpent possesses minimal defense in areas devoid of scales. With this shot, Nan Feng obliterated the last vestige of the invincible serpent's health. Ding. You have slain a level 10 Emperor-class beast, Invincible Serpent, earning 880 experience points. Announcement. The Chosen One Nan Feng has successfully defeated a level 10 Emperor-class beast, Invincible Serpent, becoming the first Chosen One in this region to accomplish such a feat. Reward. Reputation 4, Strength 40. Upon hearing the announcement, Nan Feng nearly fainted from sheer joy. What an extraordinary reward. Strength 40. This directly translates to an astonishing 200 points of attack power. How extraordinary. How exhilarating. Glancing at the control panel, Nan Feng's strength had now reached an astounding 243 points. Attack power equals strength multiplied by 5, resulting in 15 points. Absolutely terrifying. But that was not all. The Invincible Serpent also yielded 3 treasure chests, 2 white chests, and 1 green chest. Fortune smiles upon him. Nan Feng hastily exited the wooden cabin, surveying the battlefield. Ding. You have acquired Invincible Serpent Scale, 500. Ding. You have acquired Serpent Meat, 100. Ding. You have obtained 3 treasure chests. First, he decided to open the white chests. Rubbing his hands together, Nan Feng excitedly opened the 2 white chests. Invincible Armor, Grade, Upper Grade. Type, Upper Body. Attributes, Vitality 30, Strength 20. Crafted from the scales of the Invincible Serpent, it can be upgraded using Invincible Serpent Scales. Invincible Leggings, Grade, Upper Grade. Type, Pants. Attributes, Energy 30, Strength 20. Crafted from the scales of the Invincible Serpent, it can be upgraded using Invincible Serpent Scales. A set. Nan Feng rejoiced. These 2 pieces of equipment far surpassed the beast skin set he was wearing by 100-fold. He donned the Invincible 2-piece set, transforming into a formidable figure clad in black scales, exuding an air of elegance and charm. His attributes surged, becoming even more formidable. What a generous creature the Invincible Serpent was. Come morning, I shall offer you 2 incense sticks. Delighted, Nan Feng gazed at his new attire, growing fonder by the moment. With the white chests opened, only the green chest remained. The green chest, a tier above the white, was sure to contain superior treasures. Nan Feng took a moment to wash his face, attempting to invoke good fortune through mystical means. Opening the chest, he slowly unveiled the green chest. Chapter 67, Establishing a Village. Within the green chest lay a palm-sized token, quietly resting. This is. Nan Feng picked up the token and utilized Eye of Insight to examine it. Level 1 Village Token. By using this token, one can designate a specific area to create a village and become its chief. A level 1 village can accommodate 50 villagers. Villagers can attain an augmentation of all attributes by 10, while the village chief enjoys double the benefits. Within the confines of the village's territory, villagers receive a damage reduction of 10, and the chief enjoys double that mitigation. This is truly remarkable. With this village decree in hand, the threat posed by the impending beast wave will be significantly diminished. Nan Feng promptly shared the attributes of the village decree in the handsome guys group. It was just past 4 in the morning, and most were still in slumber. The leveling enthusiast Xiao Luo and the night owl Xin Pan, however, were exceptions. Xiao Luo, a village decree? This is a splendid item. Xin Pan, I just heard the announcement. Nan Feng has slain a level 10 imperial beast. How formidable. Nan Feng, it was merely average in terms of ferocity. Luck played a major role. Xin Pan, esteemed one, I wish to join your village. Please reserve a spot for me. Nan Feng, of course. Xiao Luo, let us recruit the top 50 from the rankings. That should suffice to tackle this beast wave. Joining the village grants a boost of 10 to all attributes. That is quite significant, equivalent to leveling up twice. Who wouldn't desire that? Nan Feng, let us discuss village matters tomorrow. I need to catch some sleep. I am utterly exhausted. With that, Nan Feng deactivated the panel and fell into slumber. Being roused midway by the incessant noise of the indomitable giant serpent and engaging in a skirmish left him rather fatigued. The messages in the handsome guys group had already reached a staggering 999, and Nan Feng, feeling lethargic, chose to inquire directly. Nan Feng, what is the current situation? Any thoughts regarding the village decree? Suzerain, my suggestion is to establish the village directly in Crow Valley, as most chosen ones have relocated there. When recruiting villagers, let us aim for those of higher levels. This will ease our defensive efforts. What do you think? Nan Feng, I'm amenable to that. I can simply act as a hands-off village chief while you all make the decisions. Nan Feng was not particularly adept at management. He would rather hunt beasts to level up. Were it not for the double benefits bestowed upon the chief, he would not have had any desire to assume that role. Suzerain, very well, when will you arrive at Crow Valley? Let us utilize the village decree first. Suzerain, I have a feeling that the first person to establish a village might receive additional rewards. What? Rewards? The mere mention of rewards invigorated Nan Feng. Nan Feng, send me the coordinates. I shall head there immediately. After hastily consuming breakfast, Nan Feng exited the small wooden cabin. A few birds circled in the sky, and he effortlessly brought them down, leaving none unscathed. After over 2 hours, Nan Feng finally arrived at Crow Valley. There was no other choice. He had ventured far in his pursuit of leveling up. Huang Yuanming spotted Nan Feng from a distance and approached excitedly, waving his hand. Brother, you are incredible. You can even slay imperial beasts? Nan Feng waved dismissively, assuming a modest demeanor. Let us keep it low-key. It was sheer luck. Huang Yuanming, that battle armor of yours must have dropped from the indomitable giant serpent, right? My goodness, it's simply stunning. Nan Feng, the armor is rather ordinary. It's primarily the person who makes the attire, after all. Carrying a large shield, Su Ming approached. Boss, you finally arrived. You provide more security than my little wooden hut. Not at all. It is your formidable shield that instills a sense of safety in me, came the response. Su Ming's shield had been upgraded from the rotten wooden shield to the sturdy ebony shield, boasting exceptional defense. Who among the attackers would not wish for a robust tank to absorb damage on their behalf? Su Ming patted his hefty wooden shield. Rest assured, boss. I will stand unwaveringly before you tomorrow. No one shall breach our defenses. Beside them, Wu Yuansheng looked at Su Ming with a hint of melancholy. Aren't you supposed to be my dedicated tank? Have you already betrayed me? Su Ming replied. You? It's not that I underestimate you, but does your output even match half of Nan Feng's? Wu Yuansheng retorted, fine. Don't expect me to assist you in leveling up from now on. Su Ming exclaimed, brother, I admit I may have spoken a tad too loudly just now. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they entered the temporary camp in the Valley of Crows. Over 300 wooden huts were systematically arranged, establishing 5 lines of defense. Beyond the outermost wooden huts lay rows of traps and barricades. Nan Feng expressed his astonishment. In just 2 or 3 days, the defenses have been so thoroughly set up? Wooly nodded. It's all thanks to Suzerain. He hasn't leveled up these past few days, dedicating himself to directing everyone in constructing these defenses. Su Ming remarked. To be honest, these lines of defense exude a palpable sense of security. Nan Feng remained speechless. Su Ming seemed to find reassurance in everything. At that moment, Suzerain noticed Nan Feng's arrival. Why are you still chatting over there? Hurry up and establish the village, he urged. I just heard that Catherine Vina from Zone 1 has slain a level 10 Emperor-class beast. She likely obtained a village decree as a reward. Nan Feng was taken aback. Catherine Vina, was that formidable? He was well aware of how difficult it was to kill the undying serpent, which had nearly obliterated his wooden hut with its 100,000 health points. Surely, Catherine Vina could not have relied solely on her wooden hut to achieve victory? If she had truly vanquished it through sheer strength, that would be rather alarming. Shaking his head, Nan Feng decided that now was not the time for such thoughts. Establishing the village took precedence. Producing the level 1 village decree, he utilized it without hesitation. Ding. Please select a location for your village. A vast map materialized before him. The area of a level 1 village was merely 500 square meters, and Nan Feng managed to encompass the Valley of Crows within its confines. Ding. Please name your village. Naming it posed a challenge for Nan Feng, who considered himself utterly inept at this task. Let us call it Nan Village. Simple and straightforward. It was a name that reflected his own. Ding. Village established successfully. You may now recruit villagers. Announcement. The chosen one, Nan Feng, has successfully established Nan Village, rewarding all attributes with 20. Server announcement. The chosen one, Nan Feng, has established a village in the primitive world, Zone 527. As the first chosen one to establish a village in this world, a reward of 100 reputation and 1 green treasure chest has been granted. The server announcement echoed thrice, ensuring that all battle zones within the original world were aware of the establishment of a village by Nan Feng. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A mere 5 seconds after Nan Feng's successful village creation, another server announcement resonated. Server announcement. Original World Zone 1, the chosen one, Catherine Vina, has successfully established a village, earning 50 prestige points and a green treasure chest. Catherine Vina had also successfully founded her village. It was a close call. She nearly usurped the first position. Nan Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The disparity in rewards between the first and second place was a significant 50 prestige points. Although Nan Feng remained unaware of the utility of prestige, possessing it was certainly preferable to lacking it. The cross-regional chat channel erupted with fervor. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Nan Feng be the first to establish a village? He surpassed Catherine Vina. This cannot be." Zone 1, Edward remarked, "Oh my god. The village decree in our battle zone was dropped by Catherine Vina after she slayed a level 10 Emperor-class beast. Where did the village decree of Zone 527 originate?" Zone 68, Chung Mo inquired, "Is it possible they also defeated a level 10 Emperor-class beast?" Zone 39, Sakura Ichikan retorted, "Nonsense. This Nan Feng from Zone 527 must be cheating. He brought weapons from Blue Star to this world." Zone 162, Martin interjected, "I can attest that scoundrel Nan Feng possesses a sniper rifle. Is that reasonable?" Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro added, "He even has a handgun." Zone 39, Sakura Ichikan insisted, "He possesses hand grenades too." Zone 288, Emilia questioned, "Is that true? Where did he acquire such an arsenal?" Zone 527, Nan Feng quipped, "You may not believe it, but I also have a tank and 2 fighter jets." Zone 527, Wu Yuanqing declared, "I can confirm. Everything Nan Feng says is true. I am that tank." Zone 527, Huang Yuanming added, "Then I am the fighter jet." Chapter 68, Unity. The cross-regional chat channel was in a frenzy, debating whether Nan Feng had indeed cheated. Meanwhile, the principal party, Nan Feng, began to explore the functionalities of his village. An additional option had appeared on his panel: Village. Village, Nan Village. Village Chief, Nan Feng. Level 1. Villagers, 050. Contribution points, 0 points. Every 100 contribution points grants 1 to all attributes, with a maximum of 10. Village Warehouse, opened. Village upgrade conditions, unknown. Nan Feng meticulously examined the contribution points and Village Warehouse. Village Warehouse. All villagers, including the village chief, may donate any resources to the Village Warehouse to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for existing items in this warehouse. In simpler terms, the Village Warehouse serves as a marketplace, albeit exclusively for the villagers of Nan Village. Tentatively, Nan Feng donated 1 unit of wood into the warehouse, immediately garnering 2 contribution points. 1 unit of wood equated to 2 contribution points. Nodding in satisfaction, he proceeded to donate additional resources. Stone, 1 contribution point. Iron, 10 contribution points. Copper, 20 contribution points. The contribution points obtained from food vary according to quantity. Similarly, the points awarded for equipment differ based on their quality and attributes. Nan Feng donated all the previously discarded Worn Beast Skin Tunic and Worn Beast Skin Pants, earning 60 contribution points. For every 100 contribution points, one can attain an attribute enhancement of 1, with a cap at 10. This mechanism compels the villagers to contribute resources, as even 10 points in attributes is quite substantial. The more they donate, the greater the resources, leading to increased purchases and a flourishing market economy. Furthermore, for each donation made by the villagers, Nan Feng deducts 1 contribution point as a processing fee. Such is the advantage of being the village chief. Does this not mean I can simply sit back and watch my contribution points rise effortlessly? Nan Feng was elated, as this essentially granted him an additional 10 points in all attributes without any effort. With this thought in mind, he hastily began recruiting villagers. Nan Feng, brothers. Those wishing to join the village, come forth to register. You Rand, brothers? Does that mean we girls are excluded? This is infuriating. When will we girls stand up? Nan Feng, how many years of training does that punch of yours represent? Helplessly, Nan Feng sent an invitation to Yu Rand to join the village. Yu Rand, yay? I am the first villager. Nan Feng subsequently welcomed Su Zurin, Wu Yuansheng, Xiao Luo, and others into the village. The population of Nan Village gradually increased, and everyone began tentatively donating resources to the village warehouse. Huang Yuanming, donating 50 units of wood grants 100 contribution points, which equals an attribute enhancement of 1. What a bargain. Su Zurin, Yu Haven Tea factored in the processing fee 50 units of wood will only yield 99 contribution points. Wu Yuansheng. So wood? Is this valuable? Lu Daqiang. Where is the lumberjack Lu Daqiang? I want to buy wood. Su Ming. Iron and copper. Yield even more contribution points. Everyone. Hurry to the mines and gather 1,000 contribution points before nightfall. Wu Li. The mine is a bit far. Bao Jian. What? There are still 2 pieces of equipment in this warehouse. 30 contribution points each. I'll take them all. Qiu Feihong. Darn it. I was just about to exchange for that, and you snatched it away. The crowd donated all unwanted resources from their backpacks into the village warehouse. As the village chief, Nan Feng continuously collected processing fees, and the contribution points swiftly rose to over 180. At this rate, it seemed likely that by nightfall, Nan Feng's contribution points could reach 1,000, granting him the coveted enhancement of all attributes to 10. How delightful. The 50 slots for villagers filled quickly. And as for the remaining applicants, Nan Feng had no recourse, as a level 1 village could only accommodate 50 villagers. Glancing at the time, which was just past 10 o'clock, he resolved to level up. Nan Feng. Su Zurin, I leave this in your capable hands. I shall go level up to 10. Su Zurin nodded. Go on. If you delay any longer, Xiao Luo will surpass your level. Nan Feng surveyed his surroundings and inquired, where are the ferocious beasts most prevalent around here? On the mountain, Xiao Luo headed upwards. The aloof, Su Yihan pointed towards the towering mountains behind her. All right. Nan Feng nodded, turning to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop halfway up, Nan Feng gazed downwards. Below, a cluster of quaint wooden cabins was neatly arranged, with roads meticulously planned. Further away, numerous chosen ones were erecting defenses, constructing wooden barriers, and digging traps. Everyone was preparing for the impending beast tide. A sense of civilization began to manifest. Witnessing this scene, Nan Feng, who had lived as a wild person for many days, smiled. Indeed, humans are social creatures at heart. In the camp below, Yu Ran spotted Nan Feng on the rocky ledge and waved cheerfully, but Nan Feng, not seeing her, turned and walked away. In the primitive world, Zone 1, Catherine Vina stood alone, sword in hand, drenched in blood, resembling a Valkyrie. Surrounding her were countless beast carcasses, the ground soaked in crimson. She had single-handedly slaughtered an entire bloodwolf tribe. Over 100 bloodwolves lay defeated at her feet, catching her breath as her chest rose and fell. It was evident that this battle had drained her significantly. Level 13. After pondering for a moment, Catherine Vina opened her interface and sent a message to Edward. Gather all chosen ones with level wooden cabins to face tomorrow's beast tide together. Edward replied, understood. What about the others? Catherine Vina responded, doesn't he matter? Edward acknowledged, got it. In the primitive world, Zone 68, Chung Imo walked through the camp. Listening to the reports from the nearby sister, Qin Shinshin stated, there are still 183 chosen ones whose wooden cabins haven't reached level, so they cannot relocate. Chung Imo inquired, why? Surely they have enough iron blocks. Qin Shinshin clarified, no, they lack sufficient resources to exchange for iron blocks. In simple terms, the remaining 183 chosen ones were too impoverished. Chung Imo pondered briefly and devised a plan. Let's arrange a loan for them. Lending them iron blocks at a rate of 9 out of 13 returned after the beast tide passes. Qin Shinshin questioned, what if they don't pay it back? Chung Imo replied, what else can we do? We'll fight. Qin Shinshin agreed, understood. Every war zone was preparing for the minor beast tide tomorrow. Compared to other countries, the Dragon Kingdom's war zone appeared to be more united, perhaps due to an innate inclination. In the primitive world, Zone 527. While searching for ferocious beasts atop the mountain, Nan Feng encountered Xiao Luo, who was hunting long-armed monkeys. In the spirit of camaraderie and mutual assistance, Nan Feng raised her weapon and swiftly eliminated a long-armed monkey that was low on health. Xiao Luo, taken aback, turned and, upon seeing Nan Feng, furiously shouted, you damn thief, stealing my kill. Nan Feng laughed heartily and dashed away. Chapter 69, The Beast Tide Approaches. The mountains backing Crow Valley, known by other chosen ones as the Monkey Mountain Range, were home to numerous level 8 long-armed monkeys. These monkeys, being high in level and intelligence, were social creatures and quite formidable. Only Xiao Luo, the fervent leveler, would dare to venture here for experience. Of course, now he must also contend with Nan Feng. Nan Feng chose not to join Xiao Luo in his endeavor, as that would result in a division of experience points, severely diminishing the efficiency of leveling. He continued deeper into the mountains, traversing the territory of the long-armed monkeys, until he reached the domain of the gibbons. The distinction between the gibbons and the long-armed monkeys is merely a single character, yet their strengths are worlds apart. Gibbon, level 9. Health, 3,300. Attack, 530. Defense, 390. Skills, Arm Punch, Monkey Steals Peach. Upon witnessing the gibbon-esque skills, Nan Feng instinctively tightened his legs, feeling a chill at his core. Could it be that this creature also possessed the ability to steal peaches? Is it the peach I am thinking of? Crouching low, Nan Feng readied his rifle, taking aim at the gibbon 50 meters away. The gibbon, possessing sharp senses, immediately detected the impending danger and began to scan its surroundings warily. Without hesitation, Nan Feng pulled the trigger, landing a shot squarely on the gibbon's occiput. Crack. Even from 50 meters away, Nan Feng could hear the sound of the gibbon's skull shattering. Weak point attack, 2,280. A single shot dealing 4-digit damage. Nan Feng's current attack power was 1,515 points, yet this shot inflicted a staggering 2,000 points of damage. My assessment, this shot was utterly terrifying. With another shot, Nan Feng dispatched the dazed gibbon, earning 90 experience points. He now required 6,150 more experience points to ascend to level 10. Just 70 more kills would suffice. Onward. Nan Feng pressed forward, seeking the tracks of ferocious beasts. Unlike the social long-armed monkeys, the gibbons were significantly fewer in number, and on average, it took him about 3 minutes to find one. He continued hunting until 3:30 in the afternoon. After slaying yet another gibbon, Nan Feng finally reached level 10. Ding. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 10. Ding. All attributes increased by 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Announcement. In this area, the chosen one, Nan Feng, is the first to reach level 10, earning 2 reputation points. Is the reward for being the first to level 10 so meager? By the way, what purpose does this reputation serve? Nan Feng now held 110 reputation points, 100 of which were rewards from establishing a village. However, he remained unaware of the actual utility of reputation. Yet, he was too apathetic to ponder it further. He would naturally discover its significance in due time. Glancing at his attribute panel, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. It was formidable. Truly formidable. However, to avoid any suspicion of inflating his word count, he decided against sharing his attribute panel with others. Beep beep beep. On his way back, Xiao Luo sent a message. Xiao Luo, I've encountered an 8-level Lord-class ferocious beast. I cannot defeat it. Nan Feng, send me the coordinates. I'm on my way. Slaying a Lord-class ferocious beast could yield attribute point rewards, a most coveted prize. Nan Feng jogged eagerly, and, after half an hour, found Xiao Luo. Over there, there's a long-armed monkey king. It's a bit far off. Can you see it? Xiao Luo pointed ahead. The southern wind carefully detached the 2x scope from the 98 rifle, taking a moment to observe its surroundings. Xiao Luo exclaimed, a 2x scope? Is this truly something that should exist in this primitive world? How absurd. Hiss. Beside him, Nan Feng noticed the long-armed monkey king and gasped in astonishment. There were over a dozen little female monkeys attending to it. This monkey king certainly led a rather fortunate life. Xiao Luo nodded, saying, it's precisely because there are so many small creatures that I could take on this monkey king solo. I suggest we lure the surrounding female monkeys over and eliminate them first, then take down the monkey king. Nan Feng replied, I have a suggestion as well. The kill reward for the monkey king will be mine, but any equipment that drops will be yours. Before Xiao Luo could fully grasp Nan Feng's intention, Nan Feng stealthily moved forward and tossed a grenade. A booming sound resounded. The grenade traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air before landing amidst the monkey horde. The long-armed monkeys, evidently unfamiliar with such an object, curiously formed a circle around the grenade, inspecting it. Boom. The grenade exploded with a thunderous roar. Several little female monkeys were instantly sent to their demise, silenced before they could even emit a cry. The long-armed monkey king, possessing a considerable amount of health, survived the blast, but was left severely injured. Penetrating shot. Nan Feng raised the 98 and fired a shot at the dazed monkey king. Critical hit, 8,000. The already weakened monkey king had its brain pierced by Nan Feng's shot, triggering a critical hit and leading to its immediate demise. Instant kill. Announcement. The chosen one, Nan Feng, has successfully slain the level 8 Lord-class beast, long-armed monkey king. Rewards. 1 reputation, 16 agility. Xiao Luo was left dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Nan Feng stowed away the 98 and turned to Xiao Luo, asking, what do you think? Care to share your thoughts? After a long pause, Xiao Luo managed to utter, you must be cheating. Nan Feng, however, did not claim any equipment dropped by the long-armed monkey king, leaving it all for Xiao Luo. The monkey king dropped a white treasure chest, and the equipment inside should be of decent quality. Nonetheless, for Nan Feng, the kill reward was already quite satisfying. One must leave some spoils for others, after all, especially since Xiao Luo was the one to discover the monkey king. During this time, the defenses outside the Crow Valley camp were once again upgraded, with traps now dug out to 200 meters away. There was no denying that everyone's stamina and endurance were now several times greater than when they were on Blue Star, making their work incredibly efficient. Nan Feng found a vacant spot in the camp and relocated his small wooden house. Earlier that morning, his wooden house had nearly been destroyed by the indomitable giant serpent, leaving it with just over 10,000 health points. Next to Nan Feng's wooden house was that of the spirited healer, Sui Han. Sui Han approached and glanced at Nan Feng's wooden house, asking, why does your wooden house recover 60 health points per minute, while mine only recovers 30? Nan Feng pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps it's because I'm just more handsome. Sui Han remained speechless. Nan Feng's wooden house had been upgraded using fine timber, thus boasting superior attributes. Roar. As usual, the terrifying howls echoed ominously as night fell. On this day, an assembly of numerous chosen ones gathered together, and surprisingly, they did not exhibit their usual trepidation. Instead, they felt comfortable enough to open their windows and engage in light-hearted banter with their neighbors. Nan Feng remarked, "Brother, the moon is quite round tonight." Su Yihan replied, "Indeed, sister." Nan Feng continued, "Let me pose a question. Do you hold any affection for me?" Su Yihan answered candidly, "Not at all." Nan Feng retorted, "Neither do I. I have a greater fondness for Confucius." Su Yihan shot back, "I am indifferent to you, Confucius, Laozi, and Mengzi alike." Nan Feng, exasperated, thought, why must this persist? He indignantly closed the window, preparing to retire for the night to rejuvenate his spirit. Suddenly, he recalled that he had a green treasure chest yet to be opened, a reward bestowed by the Creator God system upon the establishment of their village. Goodness, I nearly forgot such an important matter, he exclaimed, hastily rising to wash his face. After refreshing himself, Nan Feng opened the green treasure chest. Chapter 70, The First Wave of Beast Tide. Inside the quaint wooden cabin, Nan Feng unveiled the contents of the green treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired Crystal Necklace, X1. Crystal Necklace. Grade, Low Tier. Attributes, Stamina 40, Vitality 40. Skill, the Crystal Shield conjures a protective barrier that reduces the next incoming damage by 50, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Indeed, green treasure chests yield remarkable items. This marked Nan Feng's first piece of equipment of low-tier quality. The indomitable giant serpent had only dropped a set of mid-tier items. The more he gazed at the crystal necklace, the more he cherished it. The skill it offered was impressive, a 50-point damage reduction. Although it could only mitigate a single instance of harm, could very well save Nan Feng's life in a crucial moment. Had he possessed the crystal necklace earlier, defeating Sakura with a single strike would have been effortless. Adorning himself with the crystal necklace, Nan Feng discarded his obsolete spider necklace into the village storage. The spider necklace provided a commendable 6-point strength bonus and was swiftly claimed by another chosen one. While he sacrificed 6 points of strength, he gained 40 points of stamina and vitality, in addition to the crystal shield skill, a most advantageous exchange. After opening the treasure chest, Nan Feng reclined once more on his bed, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The chatter outside diminished gradually as the majority of the chosen ones began to retire for the night to replenish their energy. At midnight, precisely 0000, an announcement echoed. Ding! A minor beast tide is imminent, lasting for 24 hours. All chosen ones, please prepare yourselves. Those who successfully withstand the minor beast tide will receive generous rewards. With the proclamation, all chosen ones at the Kunya Valley camp arose from their slumber. In the chat channel, Huang Yuanming inquired, "Brothers, can we venture outside now? What is the situation out there?" Bao Jian responded, "Let me take a look. It's pitch dark outside, with no sign of beasts." Su Zuran opined, "The beasts likely have not arrived yet. Let us all wake up, eat something, and prepare for battle." Xiao Luo declared, "I will venture out first." The second-ranked Xiao Luo took the lead, followed by the other chosen ones, who proceeded to their designated defensive positions as rehearsed. The southern wind was not idle, with a few deft movements. He ascended the small wooden cabin and stood atop the roof, scanning the surroundings with a 2x magnifier. This magnifier was not equipped for night vision, rendering distant objects somewhat unclear. Disappointed, the southern wind tucked the device away. In preparation for the impending beast tide, all ferocious creatures in the vicinity of the camp had been cleared away. Any beasts from other areas would indeed require some time to reach this location. Descending from the rooftop, he arrived at the first line of defense, now crowded with over 400 chosen ones, each diligently fulfilling their respective roles in safeguarding their positions. The beast tide was anticipated to last for a full 24 hours, a duration that deviated from his expectations. He had presumed it would be a singular wave of assault. Wu Yuansheng. "All right, you all must hold your ground," he urged. Su Zuran waved his hand dismissively. "If we cannot hold out, I will call for you in advance." Upon seeing the southern wind's arrival, he remarked, "Southern wind, do your utmost to conserve your strength. Do not expend too much mana. Only intervene when faced with beasts that cannot be dealt with otherwise." Nodding in agreement, the southern wind replied, "Understood." "Good," Su Zuran affirmed. As time passed, half an hour later, the group finally discerned the presence of the beasts. Bao Jian, "Brothers, we have beasts approaching." Xiu Feihong, "Let me have a look. Is that a level 1 red-eyed rabbit?" So many of them. A vast army of red-eyed rabbits surged toward the Kunya Valley camp, presenting a rather comical sight. It resembled a gaggle of kindergarten children, lollipops in hand, rushing toward you with gleeful shouts. The southern wind remarked, "These initial waves of beasts seem to be providing us with experience, yet I sense they cannot even breach our traps." The defenses of the Kunya Valley camp remained intact. The traps were set over 200 meters away, making it impossible for these short-legged red-eyed rabbits to advance. Indeed, as the southern wind spoke, a significant number of the red-eyed rabbits fell into the first trap. Fortunately, these rabbits exhibited a modicum of intelligence. Noticing the peril, they began to navigate around the traps. However, the sheer volume of traps was overwhelming. For the red-eyed rabbits, The 200 meters was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Soon, the first wave of the beast tide came to an end. Nearly 10,000 red-eyed rabbits had succumbed to the traps, with a small fraction meeting their demise upon the wooden spikes within, while most remained ensnared. Suzerain called out, "While we await the second wave of beasts, let a few brothers go and clear the battlefield." This encounter would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of food, and the meat from these red-eyed rabbits could not be wasted. To ensure thoroughness, 3 teams of 10 ventured beyond the defense line to finish off the trapped rabbits, resulting in a bountiful harvest of red-eyed rabbit meat while also clearing several traps. Just 5 minutes later, the second wave of beasts arrived. It was a level 1 ferocious creature, the Ironclaw mouse. The southern wind raised his 2x magnifier once more, observing that within this horde of Ironclaw, mice were some of level 2. At the very least, he need not worry until a level 5 beast appeared. With over 400 chosen ones within the camp, their average strength had reached level 6, and given the extended defense line, the southern wind estimated that with such fortifications, they could easily withstand even a level 7 assault. However, as events unfold, Nan Feng must inevitably take action. An 8th level ferocious beast poses a considerable challenge for the chosen ones at this stage, with the exception of the top 50 on the leaderboard. Suzerain nodded, his expression somewhat grave. "There is a significant issue at hand. I hope it is not as I fear." Nan Feng inquired, "What issue?" Suzerain replied, "This wave of minor beast tide features a level 15 Lord-class beast. Is it possible that the final wave consists entirely of level 15 beasts? A level 15 Lord accompanied by a multitude of level 15 minions. How could we possibly withstand that? Let alone a level 15 beast tide. We would struggle against even a level 10 one." Upon hearing Suzerain's words, Nan Feng's countenance also turned serious. "I don't believe it will be that dire. I estimate that the final wave will peak at a maximum strength of level 10, one level 15 beast alongside a horde of level 10 minions. Goodness, thinking about it this way, it indeed seems quite formidable." Chapter 71, the 9th level Lord Summoning Minions. The intensity of this beast tide may be far greater than anticipated. He must now gather his strength to confront the subsequent waves. The second wave of Ironclaw mice approached swiftly. However, similar to the red-eyed rabbits, the traps in front of the camp inflicted substantial losses on the Ironclaw mice, with only a few managing to escape the trap zone, all of which were swiftly dispatched. The second assault concluded rapidly, and Suzerain directed 30 chosen ones to scour the battlefield. Bao Jian approached the trap area and observed the densely packed Ironclaw mice burrowing within. "By heavens, these little rodents are digging tunnels at an astonishing pace," Bao Jian exclaimed. "They're excavating here as well. This is bad. The trap is about to collapse." One of the traps indeed gave way and collapsed into the ground. Suzerain furrowed his brow. "This horde of Ironclaw mice is sabotaging our traps. Eliminate them." A figure clad in a flowing black robe emerged. "This is my forte." With a flourish of her wand, Yuran unleashed 3 fireballs into the trap. The Ironclaw mice within screeched in agony, quickly transforming into experience points. Bao Jian remarked, "Using fire? I can do that too." He retrieved a fire starter and a considerable amount of wood from his backpack, igniting it before tossing it into the trap. The results were spectacular. These 1 or 2 level Ironclaw mice could hardly withstand the flames, turning to ash in mere moments. Yuran mused, "I suddenly feel my fireball spell lacks its charm." Bao Jian retorted, "Darn it, why am I not receiving experience for the Ironclaw mice I incinerated?" Yuran replied, "Oh, then my fireball spell is indeed quite effective." Just as they finished clearing the Ironclaw mice, the third wave of beast tide surged forth. It consisted of level 2 ferocious beasts, arrow bees. Not only the arrow bees, but also the colorful snakes. Impressive, both Army and Air Force are mobilizing. The ground traps proved entirely ineffective against the arrow bees, necessitating the intervention of the chosen ones. Suzerain commanded, "Everyone, attack freely, prioritizing the arrow bees. And keep an eye on your health." Understood. On the ground, the colorful snakes showed no fear of the traps, even if they fell in. They could effortlessly climb out and swiftly surge through the trap zone. The wooden fence and the barricades proved utterly ineffective against the agile serpents. The 5 colored snakes swiftly breached the first line of defense, clashing directly with the chosen ones. Ma Yong exclaimed, "I feel so dizzy. Everything appears double. You must be cautious." Yu Yan warned, "The 5 colored snakes are venomous. Avoid their bites." With a flick of her wand, she conjured a wall of flames, creating a barrier between herself and the approaching snakes. Suzerain called out, "Brothers affected by the venom, retreat. The toxicity is mild. You will regain your senses in just a few seconds." As this was their first cooperative battle, they inevitably encountered some flaws in their strategy. Fortunately, the third wave of beast tides was not particularly formidable, and they were soon vanquished. "Wow, I found a gray treasure chest," Bao Jian exclaimed. "Can these little monsters actually drop treasure chests? Is that true? I won't believe it until I see the chest," Ma Yong replied skeptically. "Get lost." Bao Jian retorted gleefully, securing the chest and continuing to scour the battlefield. Half an hour later, the fourth wave of beast tides arrived as anticipated. This time, They faced level 3 ferocious beasts, armored beetles. Traps were ineffective against them, and everyone braced for combat. A swarm of armored beetles descended, their heavy shells imposing a sense of pressure. Yet, they faced opponents whose average level reached 6. These armored beetles were no match at all. Attack. Charge. Despite the stark disparity in strength, the sheer numbers of the armored beetles, over 10,000, presented a daunting challenge. The chosen ones found themselves occupied just to eliminate them. Each one had to slay hundreds of armored beetles. After an hour, the overwhelming army of armored beetles was nearly annihilated. However, a few managed to escape by taking refuge within the camp, though their small numbers posed little threat. Yet, the chosen ones had their struggles, as the saying goes. A multitude of ants can kill an elephant, and several of them narrowly escaped being overwhelmed by the beetles' onslaught. Thankfully, Suzerain maintained a vantage point, observing the battlefield and promptly directing others to provide assistance, ensuring their survival. With a grave expression, Suzerain remarked, "If level 3 beasts are this challenging, what awaits us next?" Glancing at the time, he noted it was 4 a.m., indicating it was time for a shift change. Wu Yuanqing soon arrived with 100 chosen ones at the front lines. "What is the current situation?" he inquired. "We have successfully defended against 4 waves of beast tides. The 4th wave consisted of level 3 armored beetles, and the next wave will likely be a mixed assault of level 3 and 4 beasts," Suzerain reported. Wu Yuanqing nodded. "Beasts of levels 3 to 4 are not to be feared. Do not underestimate them," Suzerain cautioned. "Though their levels are low, their numbers are vast. Many ants can indeed kill an elephant." "Understood. I will remain vigilant," Wu Yuanqing replied. Given that the previous waves had posed little threat, Suzerain deemed it unnecessary to remain in place. At precisely 6 a.m., Nan Feng opened his eyes. He had not slept soundly the previous night. The noise outside was incessant, and he feared that his companions might falter, prompting him to rise periodically to check on the situation. "What wave of beasts are we on now?" After washing his face, he stepped out of the wooden cabin and approached the front lines. It appeared that the last assault had only just concluded, and everyone was engaged in clearing the battlefield. "Wu Yuansheng, how is the situation now?" Nan Feng approached Wu Yuansheng's side, inquiring about the casualties among the brothers. Wu Yuansheng replied, "There are only injuries, no fatalities, for the time being. We can hold our ground. Moreover, the beast tide arrives in waves every half an hour, providing the brothers ample time to recover. It's manageable." "That is reassuring." Nan Feng nodded, casting a glance over the battlefield. "Oh, this wave of the beast tide consists of level 4 ferocious beasts, the iron-armored beetles?" "Indeed," Wu Yuansheng confirmed. "These iron-armored beetles possess exceptionally high defense and are numerous. Slaying them has proven quite laborious. We've been fighting since 4:30 and have only just managed to finish them off." Nan Feng recalled possessing a rather inferior decomposer. This device could break down the shells of the iron-armored beetles into iron sand, which could then be synthesized into iron blocks. With thousands of beetle corpses around, it could yield a substantial amount of iron blocks, couldn't it? "How many brothers still have their innate weapons yet to be upgraded?" Nan Feng inquired. "Quite a few," Wu Yuansheng replied. "Our battle zone discovered the iron ore relatively late, and we have been lacking iron blocks. Furthermore, everyone prioritized upgrading their wooden huts, leaving most brothers' innate weapons stuck at their peak levels. Brothers, gather the corpses of the iron-armored beetles and bring them over here to claim your iron blocks. During the beast tide, there is no time to mine. This decomposer can provide a significant quantity of iron blocks, aiding some chosen ones in upgrading their innate weapons and greatly enhancing their strength." Wu Yuansheng exclaimed joyfully, "With iron blocks, our defensive capabilities will be further strengthened. Upgrading innate weapons from peak levels to lower levels will yield tremendous improvements. Not only will it provide a wealth of fundamental attributes, but it may also lead to the comprehension of new skills." It was during his time at a lower level that Nan Feng had grasped the skill of Charge Strike. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Nan Feng opened the panel and noticed a message in the handsome group. "Xiao Luo, Nan Feng, have you risen yet? I discovered a level 9 Lord-level beast gathering its minions. Should we take action?" "A level 9 Lord beast? Gathering minions?" Nan Feng quickly understood. This was likely another wave of the beast tide, albeit currently unknown which wave it might be. The thought of an onslaught of level 9 beasts attacking the camp filled him with dread. It was imperative to eliminate them swiftly. At the very least, the level 9 Lord beast must be dealt with. Send me the coordinates. Chapter 72, Swiftly Defeating the Wild Boar King. In the early hours of dawn, when the first wave of the beast tide struck, Xiao Luo had already departed from the camp. He intended to uncover the origin of the beast tide. After several hours of reconnaissance, Xiao Luo discovered that the ferocious beasts were converging from all directions, advancing towards the Valley of Crows, where the Chosen Ones resided. No, it was more accurate to say they were heading toward the location of the Chosen Ones. Xiao Luo found himself encircled by ferocious beasts multiple times. Yet thanks to a stealth cloak that allowed him to become invisible for 15 seconds, he managed to escape each time. During this period, Xiao Luo also encountered other Chosen Ones, one of whom was trapped inside a wooden hut, besieged by hundreds of iron claw rats. with the hut's health continuously deteriorating. The Chosen One's hut was only at level 1, utterly incapable of withstanding such a relentless assault from the ferocious beasts. Xiao Luo refrained from intervening, for his assistance would be futile. He could not withstand the subsequent waves of ferocious beasts. To act recklessly would only serve to expose Xiao Luo's position. His stealth cloak was still on cooldown, and being surrounded by ferocious beasts would inevitably plunge him into a bloody battle. The greater the number of chosen ones gathered, the more aggressive the beasts would become. The Crow Valley camp was overcrowded, which might lead to adverse consequences, while a larger crowd bolstered defensive capabilities. It simultaneously intensified the ferocity of the beast's assaults. Before him stood a colossal porcupine, measuring 8 meters in length, its movements causing the ground to tremble as if it were a walking tank. It stood amidst the trees, emitting grunts that beckoned the surrounding, raging porcupines to converge. A level 9 lord had summoned a legion of 8 level minions. Xiao Luo tightened his grip on the dagger, contemplating whether he could advance and eliminate this beast to alleviate the pressure on the Crow Valley camp. However, upon inspecting the attributes of the Wild Boar King with his insightful eye, he promptly dismissed the notion. A staggering 10,000 health points. A true tank. Given the enormity of this plump beast, coupled with the throng of smaller boars nearby, Xiao Luo deemed the endeavor futile and hastily opened his panel to summon Nan Feng. Nan Feng arrived after nearly half an hour. You truly possess a remarkable audacity to venture so far alone, he remarked. Xiao Luo replied, it's not too bad. It's only about half an hour's journey. Why are you so slow? Nan Feng lamented, let us not even discuss it. I was besieged by ferocious beasts several times along the way. Luckily, my skills prevailed. Otherwise, I would have perished out there. As he chewed on roasted meat, Nan Feng gradually restored his health. Along the route, he frequently encountered groups of beasts that would attack him. Though they posed little danger as they were mostly low-level creatures whose strikes could not breach his defenses, merely an inconvenience that consumed significant time as he dealt with them. Xiao Luo lay concealed on a small hill, gesturing towards the thicket. Do you see that? That colossal creature is the level 9 lord. Nan Feng nodded. With such a size, it would be hard to miss. Xiao Luo continued. With its bulk, our camp's barricades would be utterly ineffective. It could charge through without hindrance. After a brief count, Nan Feng estimated that approximately 50 raging porcupines surrounded the Wild Boar King, a number that was continuously increasing, with an average of 1 porcupine being attracted every 2 minutes. How many minions do you think it needs to amass before it assaults the Crow Valley? Nan Feng queried. Xiao Luo estimated, at least 500. Nan Feng countered, that's too conservative. I believe it's at least 5,000. Xiao Luo was taken aback. So many? That seems exaggerated. Nan Feng explained. A small wooden cabin possesses 1,000 defense points. These level 8 beasts cannot breach its defenses, at most deducting a single health point. If everyone remains inside the cabin without engaging, this beast tide would lose its significance. Therefore, the number of beasts must be substantial, enough to obliterate a cabin with 100,000 health points. After contemplating, Xiao Luo concurred with Nan Feng's assessment. Since we have discovered it, we cannot allow it to continue summoning minions. Nan Feng nodded. Let us eliminate it first. With resolute determination, Nan Feng and Xiao Luo swiftly devised a strategy and launched an assault on the Wild Boar King. A grenade. Nan Feng ascended a small hill and, from his elevated position, hurled a grenade. Bolstered by a power of 307, the grenade soared over 100 meters, landing precisely at the feet of the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King lowered its head, sniffing the grenade that had unexpectedly flown its way. Boom. Roar. The Wild Boar King let out a wretched scream as half of its face was obliterated. 2,988. The explosion inflicted nearly 3,000 points of damage. Nan Feng was taken aback. How could this hefty beast possess such formidable defense? With an attack power soaring to 1535, his grenade, capable of inflicting 5 times his attack damage, was his most potent weapon. According to Nan Feng's estimations, this grenade should have dealt at least 5,000 points of damage, yet it barely surpassed 3,000. Utilizing his eye of insight to examine the Wild Boar King's attributes, he soon comprehended the situation. In addition to its terrifying defense, the Wild Boar King possessed a passive skill known as Pigskin. Pigskin, until the skin is breached, damage taken is reduced by 20. This was an extraordinary skill, yet it was now rendered ineffective. The earlier grenade had thoroughly destroyed the pigskin on the Wild Boar King's face, nullifying the passive ability. In the distance, the Wild Boar King roared in fury, having detected Nan Feng. It was now rallying its minions to charge at him with the intent to eliminate Nan Feng. The ground trembled as a horde of frenzied boars charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Below the hill, Xiao Luo, wielding a short knife, entered a battle stance. Brother, I can hold for 3 minutes, provided the Boar King doesn't come over. Nan Feng lay on the hill, aiming his rifle with one eye closed, taking careful aim at the Wild Boar King. Rest assured, it won't reach you while I'm here. Whoosh. A magical bullet struck the Wild Boar King squarely in its left eye. Whoosh. A mere 0.5 seconds later, A second magical bullet found its mark in the right eye. 2 shots, 2 eyes. The wild boar king was rendered blind. The once proud creature was now a blind monk. So precise was his aim that he couldn't help but commend himself. Just days prior, Nan Feng's marksmanship would not have been so impeccable. However, his recent days spent shooting birds by the pond had dramatically honed his skills, and with the aid of a 2x scope, he could now hit any target within 100 meters with ease. Below, Xiao Luo was surrounded by enraged boars, his situation becoming increasingly precarious. Damn it. With such large eyes, what is there to be proud of for hitting it? Hurry up and kill it to come help me. Nan Feng replied, all right. Just hang in there a little longer. Closing his left eye, he recalibrated his aim at the wild boar king. The now blind wild boar king emitted a pitiful cry. Thrashing about in the underbrush, a tree, thick enough for a man to embrace, appeared merely as a toy before the wild boar king, toppling with a mere touch. Its massive size made it seem as though every shot would hit. Nan Feng fired several rounds in rapid succession, each shot striking true. 638, 699, 682. Each shot from Nan Feng inflicts a staggering 600 damage, rendering the 10,000 health wild boar king utterly defenseless. Within a mere 30 seconds, it was obliterated. Announcement. The chosen one Nan Feng has successfully slain the level 9 Lord class beast, Wild Boar King. Reward. Reputation 1. Agility 18. Oh, yet another agility reward. Could it not be strength instead? Nan Feng grimaced, aiming his 98 at the raging hedgehog below. Fear not, my brother. I am here to assist you. Bang. 2 shots. 1 kill. Xiao Luo was left in disbelief. A 10,000 health, Wild Boar King dispatched in mere moments. Yet this, raging hedgehog, with only 500 health fell to just 2 shots? What is the magnitude of your attack power? Chapter 73. The 7th Wave of Beast Tides. The difficulty has doubled. Xiao Luo, at level 10, possesses only 800 attack power, while Nan Feng boasts an impressive 500, with all points allocated to strength. Coupled with the additional rewards from consecutive victories in cross-regional challenges, the Immortal 2-piece set, rewards from village construction, and various first-kill accolades for Lord-class beasts. It is evident that the majority of resources in Zone 527 have been claimed by Nan Feng, making Xiao Luo's inferiority entirely understandable. Nonetheless, Xiao Luo's prowess is commendable. He has no trouble dealing with this horde of level 8, raging hedgehogs. His high defense and health allow him to withstand the onslaught of 2 or 3 hedgehogs simultaneously. Nan Feng, however, is less fortunate, being rather fragile. 1 hit and he could shatter. Fortunately, clad in the Immortal 2-piece set and adorned with a crystal necklace, he is not so easily dispatched. Soon, the duo eradicated over 50 raging hedgehogs. Xiao Luo gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing. Though the Boar King has perished, a continuous influx of hedgehogs is still converging. It appears this wave of beasts is unavoidable. Nan Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, without the Boar King, our defense should be considerably easier. Xiao Luo retorted, what are you saying? How many shots could the Boar King withstand from you? With you around, its presence makes little difference. Xiao Luo scoffed, you're just afraid of a little challenge. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the Wild Boar King dropped a white treasure chest, which opened to reveal a pigskin coat. Nan Feng declined it, handing it directly to Xiao Luo. A pigskin coat? How could it possibly compare to Nan Feng's immortal armor? Aesthetically, it is worlds apart. Donning the pigskin coat, Xiao Luo transformed into a butcher. Once the battlefield was cleared, the two made their way toward the camp. Approximately 2 kilometers from the Crow's Valley camp, they stumbled upon yet another wave of beasts. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. Look, our old friend has arrived. Xiao Luo, the cave spider king? It has come with a horde of little spiders to settle the score? Previously, in the mines, it was Nan Feng who had slain the cave spider king. Now, upon spotting Nan Feng, the cave spider king, driven by vengeance, commanded its multitude of tiny spiders to charge forth, intent on ending Nan Feng's life. Xiao Luo, so many little spiders. Nan Feng, all of these represent experience, albeit not much. Nan Feng retrieved a grenade and hurled it into the fray. Boom. The explosion annihilated at least 100 little spiders. The encounter is far from over. Nan Feng raised his weapon, aiming at the abdomen of the dungeon spider king, and fired. Critical hit, 2,800. The dungeon spider king, a mere level 6 creature, succumbed instantly to Nan Feng's formidable attack power. Regrettably, this marked his second defeat of the dungeon spider king, yielding no rewards. Nan Feng quipped, what a sin to have slain 2 kings on a single outing. The dungeon spider king protested, I am the spider king. To which the wild boar king added, I too am a king of swine. Although the dungeon spider king lay defeated, a multitude of small spiders remained, frantically charging towards the two. Xiao Luo observed, there are quite a few. I estimate over 10,000. If even one bites me, I fear I may perish. Nan Feng replied, you make a valid point. So why aren't you fleeing? With only 1 grenade left for self-preservation, he deemed it excessive to use it against the swarm of small spiders. Activating Swift. A skill from his swift feather boots, Nan Feng's speed surged, and he dashed away. I'm off, farewell. as he took flight. The small spiders immediately redirected their pursuit toward Xiao Luo. With a sardonic smirk, Xiao Luo activated stealth, vanishing in an instant. The small spiders, unable to perceive him, turned in unison to chase after Nan Feng. Nan Feng exclaimed in awe, "Incredible! Stealth? I wish to learn that." The two soon evaded the spider horde, arriving within the boundaries of the camp. Outside, the ground was littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts, rivers of blood flowing amid the swarming flies and mosquitoes. A truly nauseating sight. A considerable number of level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were assaulting the first line of defense. Within the camp, the chosen ones fought valiantly, drenched in blood. This wave consisted of level 5 beasts. Nan Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the time. It was only 8:30 in the morning. To encounter level 5 beasts this early was alarming. What would nightfall bring? The difficulty was exceedingly high. Xiao Luo brandished his dagger, plunging into the fray. Enough lamenting. Let us hold this wave of beasts and allow our comrades a moment's respite. Nan Feng nodded, switching to his Desert Eagle and beginning to fire. Though its damage was lower than his previous weapon, its rapid fire rate proved effective against these lower-level creatures. With the contributions of Nan Feng and Xiao Luo, the pack of bloodthirsty wolves posed little threat and was swiftly dispatched. Huang Yuanming called out, "Brothers, we VE held this wave. Let us clear the battlefield." He urged the logistics team, "Quickly prepare the meat and cook. The brothers need to replenish their strength." The defense had been arduous, yet the rewards were plentiful. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves provided substantial experience points, allowing many chosen ones to level up during the skirmish. Qiu Feihong lamented, "Goodness, it's barely past 8. And we still have to endure for another 15 hours. Who can withstand this?" Huang Yuanming replied, "It's tough. I suspect the final wave will truly be a horde of level 15 beasts." Lu Daqiang whimpered, "Woe is me. I am but level 5. I am shouldering pressures I should not bear. I merely wish to chop wood. What have I done to deserve this?" Nan Feng retorted, "You are not being environmentally conscious." Lu Daqiang responded with dismay. In the camp, everyone diligently performed their respective duties. Some cleaned the battlefield, others fortified the defenses, while a few recuperated. The atmosphere remained relatively relaxed, filled with laughter and chatter as they awaited the next wave of beasts. Thus far, no chosen ones had met their demise within the camp. Yet, as the waves of monsters grew increasingly formidable, death was merely a matter of time. Perhaps some individuals would vanish after today, never to be seen again. Nan Feng, the burrowing spider king, has been vanquished. This wave poses little difficulty. Huang Yuanming, burrowing spiders, you say? We can employ fire tactics. Gather round and construct 3 lines of defense with wood. Once the spiders arrive, ignite them and let them experience a fiery crossing. Lu Daqiang, I have plenty of wood in my backpack. I shall contribute all of it. Seizing the opportunity before the burrowing spiders arrived, the group hastily erected 3 lines of defense with the timber. Nan Feng was not idle either. He climbed atop the small wooden cabin to survey the surroundings through a scope. To the north of the Crow Valley camp lay a nearly vertical cliff. While the west was marked by a precipice, the group merely needed to defend the southeast directions. Upon glancing at the northern cliff, Nan Feng observed numerous long-armed monkeys watching the camp. However, should they leap down, they would meet their demise. Thus, they were forced to take a long detour to descend, posing no immediate threat. As for the western precipice, wooden barriers had been erected to prevent any accidental falls. Nan Feng scaled the wooden fence and peered over the edge of the precipice, only to be startled. Ants. Giant ants the size of basketballs were climbing up the cliff. Goodness, there were beasts here as well. Simultaneously, the spider army was advancing with great fervor. Tens of thousands of spiders and ants. This 7th wave of beasts had doubled in difficulty. Chapter 74, The Ant Queen Beneath the Cliff. In the 7th wave, the Crow Valley camp faced simultaneous assaults from the southeast and west, the spider armies from the east and south, and the ant horde from below the cliff. Standing at the edge of the precipice, Nan Feng drew his Desert Eagle and began firing. I need another team of chosen ones for defense. I cannot hold them off alone. The hill ants were of level 45, and Nan Feng could dispatch one with each shot. However, their overwhelming numbers rendered him incapable of repelling the relentless tide of beasts alone. Soon, Wooly arrived with 100 chosen ones in tow. Wooly, goodness. There's a beast wave below the cliff as well. What a nuisance. Nan Feng, it's manageable. This cliff has blocked most of the beasts, and only a few exceptional ones can climb up, so the defensive load is not too great. With the addition of these 100 chosen ones, the pressure from the west significantly eased. Wooly, we can hold this position. Nan Feng, go assist the other 2 lines of defense. Nan Feng nodded, understood. Call for me if it becomes untenable. Nan Feng stowed away his Desert Eagle and moved towards the southeast directions. 3 formidable lines of fiery defense separated the spider army from the Crow Valley camp. The spider horde charged fearlessly, yet only a scant few managed to breach the 3 lines of fire. Huang Yuanming, the use of fire indeed proves remarkably effective. I truly possess foresight. Xiao Luo, do not celebrate too soon. This swarm of spiders is extinguishing the flames with their bodies. Countless burrowing spiders rush into the inferno, relentlessly advancing. and there are faint signs that the fire may be quelled. Huang Yuanming. It matters not. Once they extinguish the flames, there will be but a few left. The situation is manageable. Although this seventh wave of beasts is numerous, their levels remain disappointingly low, merely at level 45. Moreover, without the leadership of the burrowing Spider King, the spider horde cannot stir up significant trouble. Seeing that the defensive line posed no substantial threat, Xiao Luo felt reassured and turned to Nan Feng. How fares the situation on the western cliffs? Nan Feng, there are no issues here either. Merely a group of hill ants, none of which are particularly formidable. Nan Feng, proceed. As Huang Yuanming directed the defense, he conversed with Nan Feng. This wave of beasts feels rather underwhelming, far less formidable than the previous one. Nan Feng, was the last wave truly that formidable? Huang Yuanming, indeed, it was fearsome. The bloodthirsty Wolf King led a surprise assault, charging straight through the trap zone and wreaking havoc. One of our brothers nearly met his end beneath its claws, but fortunately, our healer was present and managed to sustain our comrades with an astonishing amount of healing. Nan Feng, the bloodthirsty Wolf King? Did the last wave also feature a Lord-level beast? Huang Yuanming, certainly, it was quite the beast. It took 7 or 8 of our brothers 10 minutes to slay it. Pausing momentarily, Huang Yuanming continued. This wave also boasts a Lord-level beast, the burrowing Spider King. Did you not eliminate it? Huang Yuanming, you claim it was dispatched in an instant. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Nan Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something. Nan Feng, the bloodthirsty wolf pack was led by the bloodthirsty Wolf King, while the spider horde is under the command of the burrowing Spider King. Then what of the ant army? Huang Yuanming, good heavens, could they also possess a Lord-level beast? Nan Feng hurriedly sprinted towards the western cliff. However, upon inspection, the situation appeared stable, with no sign of a Lord-level beast. Wu Li, a Lord-level beast? I have not seen one. This area is merely swarming with hill ants. Nan Feng glanced beneath the cliff, pondering. It is possible one lurks below, yet to ascend. Should you discover anything, be sure to call for me. Wu Li, certainly. The Lord of the Ant Army is at most level 6, easily dispatched by Nan Feng with a few shots. It poses no significant threat. An hour later, on the eastern and southern fronts, thanks to the prior preparation of 3 extensive fire lines, the defense encountered minimal strain, and the spider horde was swiftly annihilated. However, the western cliff presented some complications. Beneath the cliff, a dense mass of ants was climbing upward, an overwhelming sight that seemed endless. Wu Li, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Good grief, why won't this swarm of ants relent? The more I slay, the more they seem to multiply. My blade is on the verge of breaking. Ma Yong, equally exhausted, exclaimed, there are too many. Has an ant empire descended upon us? Even the brothers from the eastern and southern fronts rushed over to assist in the west. I suggest we find some large stones to hurl down. It would surely crush a multitude. Wouldn't it be wiser to pour water to wash them away? You think this is a toilet? To be honest, we ought to pour some oil and then ignite it, and I shall watch how they ascend. It sounds good, but the issue remains, where do we procure the oil? If only this world had gas stations. The chosen ones, while exterminating ants, were also devising strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng surmised the reason. I suspect there lies a queen ant beneath this cliff, frantically breeding her army of ants. Huang Yuanming remarked, how can she reproduce so prolifically? There must be tens of thousands by now. Wu Li asserted, we must descend and eliminate the queen. Otherwise, she will continue to spawn her offspring. And we shall be exhausted here. Ma Yong interjected, but how do we descend? Surely, we cannot just jump. Nan Feng glanced at the grenades in his backpack. An idea forming in his mind. Does anyone know the depth of this cliff? Huang Yuanming pondered. It appears to be around 200 to 300 meters. 200 to 300 meters. What was the formula for freefall? Nan Feng's mind was in disarray, unable to recall the formula. Is there anyone good at math who can calculate how many seconds it would take for a stone to hit the ground if dropped from here? What does that have to do with math? This is a physics problem, isn't it? Then you must calculate, right? Isn't calculation a part of mathematics? Quit your chatter. Who remembers the formula? What does it equate to? Having graduated long ago, Nan Feng had long since returned this knowledge to his instructors. Yet, someone still remembered. Su Yihan approached gracefully, 2 large bunnies hopping playfully in front of her, capturing everyone's attention. Wow, those are enormous. This was the collective thought of all the chosen ones. Su Yihan replied coolly, 12, assuming 98. If we consider the cliff to be 300 meters, it would take approximately 78 seconds for a stone to reach the ground. Why do you ask? Nan Feng chuckled mischievously. Oh, nothing. I merely wish to test my luck. He retrieved a grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, and hurled it forcefully over the cliff, muttering, I shall provide an initial force. It should reach the ground in about 5 seconds. Assuming this cliff is indeed not deeper than 300 meters, the surrounding chosen ones were rendered speechless. Wow, he has a grenade. It turned out that the tales of Sakura Ijin were true. He truly possessed a hand grenade. Truly, Nan Feng is impressive. Look at this equipment, both a pistol and a grenade. There's no comparison with our cold weapons. 5 seconds passed. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated from below the cliff. Nan Feng quickly glanced at the system panel, discovering that the grenade had obliterated numerous hill ants, yet it had only succeeded in annihilating hill ants. The queen ant remained unscathed. Wu Li urgently inquired, "What is the outcome? Did you kill the queen?" Nan Feng shook his head. "No, the grenade might have detonated midair. Or perhaps it landed without detonating. Or it might have exploded but failed to kill her." Everyone was left in the dark regarding the situation below, relying solely on conjecture. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng proposed, "Perhaps I should find a way to descend. Lingering in this manner is not a solution. Unless we eliminate the queen, the hill ants will continue to swarm upward. Although these ants pose little threat, someone must defend against them, which will inevitably weaken our defenses in the other two directions. The queen must be slain, and swiftly." The southern wind had yet to set forth when a chosen one from the east vociferously proclaimed, "The 8th wave of the beast tide has arrived. Brothers, hasten to assist." Chapter 75. Charge. The 8th wave of the beast tide has arrived. The southern wind decided to assess the intensity of this 8th wave. Should the threat prove minimal, he would descend to the cliff's base to eliminate the ant queen. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Let me see, good heavens, it's a flock of chickens." Ma Yong interjected, "They are level 6 ferocious beasts, flame chickens. These creatures can unleash fireballs with the flapping of their wings, and they are quite formidable." Huang Yuanming responded, "By the heavens, they can attack from a distance as well." As the group reached the defensive line to the southeast, unprepared, they flamed chickens, commenced their first volley. Fireballs, each the size of a fist, traced perfect arcs through the air before crashing down upon the Crow Valley encampment. Huang Yuanming gasped, "Quick, take cover. Into the wooden cabins." The southern wind noted, "They can even volley. There must be a chicken king orchestrating this behind them." The group hurriedly sought refuge in the wooden cabins, yet a few, unable to evade in time, were struck by fireballs, instantly losing hundreds of health points. The attacking power of the flame chickens was alarmingly high. Huang Yuanming managed to find shelter in one of the small wooden cabins and shouted hoarsely, "Do not venture out. Use the cabins as cover. Ranged chosen ones, retaliate freely." The first line of defense at the Crow Valley encampment was neither traps, nor wooden stakes, nor fences, but rather a complete row of small wooden cabins. Each cabin boasted 100,000 health points and 1,000 defense points, providing an overwhelming sense of security. It could be said that no beast tied below level 10 could breach these cabins. As it stood, as long as the group remained within the cabins, they were safe. Huang Yuanming gazed at the orderly assembly of flame chickens 50 meters away, his expression clouded with worry. "What shall we do? The number of ranged chosen ones is already limited. With so many chickens, won't this take until tomorrow to resolve?" Ma Yong noted, "These flame chickens are quite cunning. They don't approach, but stand at a distance to hurl fireballs." The southern wind exhaled deeply and remarked, "We cannot afford to delay. The ant swarm in the west remains unresolved, and now the southeastern defense is being overwhelmed by the flame chickens. If we cannot hold until the next wave of beasts arrives, our situation will become even more precarious." Huang Yuanming suggested, "If it comes to it, I'll lead a team of brothers out to confront them." The southern wind shook his head and opened his panel, summoning allies from the handsome group. "Everyone rise. Level 15, come forth." Xiao Luo replied, "So soon? I've only just lain down." Shin Pan queried, "What is happening?" "I'm on the front lines and haven't seen anything." Su Zurin remarked, "I'll be there shortly." Before long, the members of the handsome group arrived at the first line of defense. The 19 chosen ones in the handsome group were all elite members of the 527th battle zone, exhibiting strength, intelligence, and charm, qualities that the southern wind embodied in abundance. Upon quickly assessing the current circumstances, Su Zurin furrowed his brow. The ants are incessantly pouring in, and the flame chickens can attack from afar. This truly poses a considerable challenge. Wei Wensheng drew his bow with precision, and in swift succession, 3 arrows found their mark, slaying a fiery bird. The next wave of beasts would arrive in no more than 2 hours, a time frame too brief for him to eliminate the multitude of flame fowl. Yuran remarked, "The primary issue lies in the scarcity of ranged chosen ones, and since the fiery birds are impervious to flames, fire attacks have become futile." Xiao Luo observed the battlefield for a moment before speaking. "This flock of fiery birds is remarkably orderly. There must be a commanding rooster among them." Nan Feng nodded in agreement. "Great minds think alike. However, I cannot discern the location of the rooster." Turning to the sturdy shield-bearer Su Ming, he inquired, "Brother, how many fireballs can you withstand?" At that moment, another barrage of fireballs rained down from the sky. The group hastily sought refuge in a small wooden cabin, leaving Su Ming alone to bear the onslaught beneath the fiery deluge, resembling a war god reborn in flames. "So many. I can't hold on. Healer, save me." Su Ming's bravado faltered within mere seconds, and he rushed into the cabin, his health diminished to half. "Rapid healing." Su Yihan waved her staff, enveloping Su Ming in a cascade of green light, restoring a significant portion of his vitality. Su Ming exhaled, "Not too bad. I can probably withstand around 50 fireballs. With a healer, 70 should be feasible." Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. You can endure that much? That's more than sufficient. You'll lead the charge, and I will follow directly into the flock, as long as we can locate the rooster. The fiery birds were level 6 beasts, and the rooster was likely level 7. Nan Feng was confident he could take it down within 2 shots. Xiao Luo interjected, "Why would a fragile one like you lead the charge? I'll follow Su Ming to help locate the rooster, while you snipe from here." Huang Yuanming added, "May I join the charge as well? The more eyes, the better." Su Ming suggested, "What if I pass my shield to you both, and you take the lead?" The group ignored his proposition. Wu Yuanxing stated, "The fireballs thrown by these fiery birds follow a parabolic trajectory. Theoretically, the danger is minimal during your charge, as the fireballs will pass overhead." Su Ziren concurred. "I believe we should attempt it. As long as the rooster is alive, we remain too passive. Su Ming, we are counting on you to turn the tide." Su Ming, with a forlorn expression, retorted, "Easier said than done. It's not you who will be risking your life." Nonetheless, he steeled himself, preparing to charge forth. "Gradual healing," Nan Feng declared. "I will pave the way for you. Heed my command. Charge in 3 seconds." He produced a grenade and tossed it into the midst of the fiery birds. 3, 2, 1, charge. With determination, Su Ming clenched his teeth and burst forth from the wooden cabin, followed closely by Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming, each summoning all their strength to advance. The first line of defense was a mere 50 meters from the flock of fiery birds, a distance they could cover in mere moments. Just 2 seconds into their charge, the sound of an explosion resonated ahead, creating a breach in the fiery bird ranks, with numerous fowl meeting their demise, resulting in a momentary chaos within the flock. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming and his companions quickened their pace, plunging into the heart of the avian horde. Kill! Xiao Luo drew his short knife, executing a swift crescent slash that felled several mountain chickens. Huang Yuanming wielded his wooden staff, employing the chicken-hitting technique, causing the fiery fowls to cluck in chaos. Both the living and the spectral were showcasing their prowess. Yet I found myself on the receiving end of the blows. Su Ming hoisted his hefty shield, pressing forward. Within the encampment, Nan Feng ascended to the rooftop of a small wooden cabin, armed with a Type 98 rifle, assisting Su Ming and his companions in alleviating their burden. Whoosh! Piercing bullet. A magic bullet shot forth with great speed, piercing through 7 or 8 fiery chickens in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One bullet after another was unleashed, each ensuring the demise of a flaming life. Other range-chosen ones were equally industrious, some loosing arrows while others released slingshot projectiles. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from the front where Su Ming stood, as a magic arrow was extracted from his posterior. "Which scoundrel ambushed me?" Ding Hao sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry, that shot was a bit off." Fortunately, Ding Hao was only at level 6, with a relatively low attack power, inflicting minimal damage upon Su Ming. "Cover me. I shall heal them." Su Yihan emerged from the cabin, followed by a throng of melee, chosen ones for protection. Upon reaching within 50 meters, Su Yihan cast a swift healing spell on Su Ming, followed by a slow healing spell for Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming. The trio surged forward another 10 meters when Huang Yuanming suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "I found the Chicken King." To my right, on the rooftop, Nan Feng quickly adjusted his aim, glancing to Huang Yuanming's right. Chicken King, Chicken King." Soon, Nan Feng's scope illuminated with the sight of a particularly resplendent fiery chicken appearing through his binoculars. Such vibrant plumage, how exquisite it is. Chapter 76, Total Annihilation in Combat, Zone 998. In the Crow Valley encampment, Nan Feng stood atop the roof, positioning his Type 98 to lock onto the Chicken King. "Brothers, just watch my performance. I shall take its life with a single shot." Cluck! The Chicken King sensed danger and flapped its wings, merging into the flock for concealment. The surrounding, ordinary fiery chickens quickly gathered around, providing a solid shield for their king. Nan Feng chuckled lightly. Hiding behind the others? Is that truly effective? Piercing bullet. Whoosh! The gunfire roared. The magic bullet pierced through several fiery chickens, successfully striking the Chicken King. 2,180. A faint red number materialized above the Chicken King's head. The more beasts the piercing bullet penetrated, the lesser its power. Otherwise, Nan Feng's shot would have obliterated the Chicken King in an instant. Xiao Luo remarked. "Wasn't it supposed to be a one-shot kill?" Nan Feng chuckled awkwardly. "No worries, just one more shot will suffice." The fiery chickens that once shielded the Chicken King had all perished, leaving no cover between Nan Feng and the king. The second shot was bound to bring about its demise. Cluck! The Chicken King flapped its wings, conjuring a shield composed of fire elements around its body. Whoosh! The second magic bullet was fired, shattering the fiery shield and striking the Chicken King once more. 1855. "Oh, this skill is quite resilient," Nan Feng remarked, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "What on earth is wrong with this chicken? Must you compel me to fire a third shot?" The southern breeze pulled the trigger, releasing the third magical bullet. This time, the fiery Chicken King was utterly powerless, struck squarely in the forehead and perishing instantly. With the death of the fiery Chicken King, the entire flock lost its leader, erupting into chaos, with chickens flapping and scrambling in all directions. Su Ziren remarked. Without their king to command them, this flock of fiery chickens is hardly a cause for concern. Wu Yuansheng urged, "Close combat, Chosen One. Charge into the fray." The melee Chosen One, who had been hiding in the wooden cabin, could no longer contain himself and, upon receiving the command, let out a fierce roar and charged forth. "Brothers, let us slaughter some chickens. Tonight, we feast on chicken necks." Everyone was reminded to keep an eye on their health, lest they be taken down in an instant. The fiery chickens were capable of delivering high damage with their fireballs, but with a long cooldown period and lacking the king's command, their fireballs would scatter chaotically, posing little threat to the Chosen Ones. On the rooftop, observing the situation, Nan Feng concluded there was no imminent danger and leapt down. He still needed over 10,000 experience points to reach level 11, and defeating this flock would not suffice for a level up. So he decided to leave it to the others. The crisis here is temporarily averted, but we must quickly devise a solution for the Ant Queen lurking at the bottom of the western cliff, Nan Feng stated. Su Ziren inquired, "What do you have in mind?" Nan Feng gestured across his throat, "I shall descend and slay it." The group exchanged hesitant glances. Wu Yuanqing cautioned, "Are you going alone? That seems perilous. If you are surrounded by the swarm, even your prowess may not save you." Yuran suggested, "How about calling Su Ming to accompany you? He is sturdier and can take hits, and if danger arises, he could be sacrificed. Why am I always the one getting hurt? I should never have chosen this wretched shield." Su Ming lamented, wishing for a change of his fated weapon. Alas, the fated weapon could neither be exchanged nor discarded, and he was destined to bear the cumbersome shield for life. Nan Feng insisted, "I can manage alone. The Ant Queen is only level 67, so it should not be a significant challenge." With his high agility and the skill, rapid escape, at his disposal, he was confident in evading the hill ants, rendering the threat virtually non-existent. Without further ado, he made his way to the western front. The hill ants continued to ascend relentlessly, while the Chosen Ones on this side began to show signs of fatigue. Had there not been a sufficient number of Chosen Ones in the camp to take turns defending, this line might have been breached by the hill ants. Wooly leaned against a small wooden cabin, panting as he watched Nan Feng. "You're planning to go down to the cliff? That might prove challenging. I don't even know how to descend." Nan Feng nodded, "It's all right. I'll follow the edge of the cliff until I find a gentler slope to descend." With that, he set off, gripping his desert eagle, leaving the camp from the northwest. The cliff to the west was exceedingly steep, and a direct descent would likely result in death or serious injury. Thus, he had to seek a more gradual slope. Speaking of which, I still have several barrels of water in my backpack. If I leap down, I could toss the barrels to the ground at the moment of landing and then fall into one of them. As the southern wind wandered through a labyrinth of thoughts, he continued his search for a path downward. After traversing the edge of the cliff for over 20 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a relatively gentle slope. The cliffs were adorned with numerous protruding trees, which he could utilize as makeshift stepping stones to gradually descend to the base of the precipice. This seems to be the spot. The southern wind holstered his desert eagle and began to carefully slide down the cliffside. At the Crow Valley camp, the demise of the Flame Chicken King rendered the remaining flame chickens powerless, leading to their swift extermination by over 200 Chosen Ones. Following hours of combat, the Chosen Ones within the camp exhibited an increasingly harmonious coordination, dispatching the flame chickens with the ease akin to slaughtering mere fowl. They successfully repelled the 8th wave of beast tides. Huang Yuanming announced, "Good news. All 431 Chosen Ones at our Crow Valley camp remain alive thus far." He continued, "Bad news. Apart from our camp, all other Chosen Ones in our battle zone have perished." Su Ziren opened his panel to glance at the remaining numbers in the chat channel. 431 out of 1,000. He murmured, "In just a few hours, over 100 lives have been lost. The inhabitants of Crow Valley camp are indeed the entirety of our battle zone." Shen Pan shrugged. "We seem to be faring better than others. I just checked the cross-region chat channel, and the casualties in other zones are far worse." Wu Yuanqing added, "I observed the same. It appears the beast tides across all zones are identical. The 7th and 8th waves featured armies of spiders, ants, and flame chickens, overwhelming numbers, leaving other zones in dire straits." Su Ming concurred, "Indeed, the Cave Spider King and Hill Ant Queen are breeding frantically, leading to an unending surge of troops." When the 8th wave of flame chickens arrived, the Chosen Ones suffered heavy losses after 2 rounds of fireballs. They now had no choice but to huddle in their small cabins, awaiting their fate. Huang Yuanming remarked, "Fortunately, we have the esteemed Southern Wind among us, who swiftly dispatched the Cave Spider King and Flame Chicken King, significantly alleviating our burden." Compared to other battle zones, the 527th area was indeed much more manageable. Su Ziren speculated, "I anticipate that by the end of today, there will be scarcely anyone left in the battle zones ranked beyond 700, with the possibility of total annihilation." No sooner had Su Ziren spoken than an announcement echoed across the server. "Ding! All Chosen Ones in Primitive World Zone 998 have perished. Resources in all remaining zones have increased by 10. Astonished, the group exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden demise of Zone 998 immediately after Su Ziren's proclamation. With Zone 998 gone, The resources for the remaining zones had been enhanced by 10? Su Zurin recognized the implication. The forthcoming confrontations between zones might become even more intense. Chapter 77, The Rampant Hill Ants. At the base of the cliff, the southern wind stumbled and jumped his way down, ultimately arriving at the bottom. Remarkably, he had only lost over 300 health points. Retrieving some roasted meat from his backpack, he began to eat while making his way toward the camp. He had also heard the system announcement earlier, and it left him feeling somewhat surprised. The first battle zone to face annihilation was surprisingly not Sakura Kojuro's 132nd zone. The 132nd zone suffered a staggering 13 consecutive defeats in the cross-regional challenge, leaving the entire area stripped bare. As if even a tree would take half an hour to find. They were unable to upgrade their wooden huts, enhance their divine weapons, or hunt fierce beasts to elevate their levels. How then did the 132nd zone withstand the onslaught of the beast horde? Nan Feng found this puzzling but did not dwell on it. Perhaps he would soon hear news of the 132nd zone's demise. The immediate priority, however, was to deal with the Hill Ant Queen. If it continued to breed, the Crow Valley camp would inevitably face ruin. As he pressed on, Nan Feng soon encountered scattered hill ants. With a swift shot from his Desert Eagle, he dispatched them and continued advancing. The number of hill ants around him gradually increased, bringing him ever closer to the location of the Ant Queen. In just 5 minutes, he found his path obstructed by a dense swarm of hill ants. Countless ants were climbing the sheer cliff before him, a dark mass that would send shivers down the spine of anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters. At the summit of this cliff lay the Crow Valley camp. This was the place. Nan Feng licked his lips, his gaze scanning for the position of the Hill Ant Queen. Suddenly, the presence of humans near the nest sent the hill ants into a frenzy, and several rushed towards Nan Feng. He retreated while firing, each shot claiming an ant, and sometimes he even managed to take down 2 with a single volley. These level 45 beasts had only a little over 500 health points and lacked even 100 in defense. They stood no chance against Nan Feng's 1500 attack power. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, these creatures would merely serve as a source of experience. 3 minutes passed, yet Nan Feng still had not located the Ant Queen. However, a basketball-sized hole at the cliff's edge caught his eye. He had clearly seen a hill ant emerge from that very opening. Could the queen be within? It seemed plausible. Nan Feng charged toward the hole, inciting the surrounding hill ants into a state of frenzy as they converged to block his advance. Observing their reaction, Nan Feng felt confident he was on the right track regarding the queen's location. With a decisive shot, he fired a penetrating round, clearing the beasts before him. Activating his speed skill, Nan Feng sprinted to the mouth of the cave, tossing a grenade inside before retreating to a safe distance. 5 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending earth and debris flying. Rocks tumbled down the cliff, shaking the ground. Nan Feng was startled. Was this a landslide? How could it be so unstable? The grenade induced a minor landslide, dislodging many of the hill ants that had been climbing the cliff. This served to alleviate some pressure on the Crow Valley camp above. As the dust settled, Nan Feng finally grasped the scene before him, realizing that it was not the overwhelming power of his grenade that caused the chaos, but rather that the ground beneath had been largely excavated by ants, leading to a landslide. The saying, "a 1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's hole," aptly describes this situation. Simultaneously, Nan Feng spotted the Hill Ant Queen, resembling a grotesque and bloated mass. The sheer size of the Hill Ant Queen was astonishing. After all, how else could she produce hill ants the size of basketballs? With the target identified, Nan Feng employed his insightful eye to assess her level, which was a mere 6. With a total health of 3,000, it would take just 2 shots. Switching to his 98 rifle, Nan Feng, in full view of thousands of hill ants, shot the queen in the head. The moment she fell, the swarm of hill ants went into a frenzy, their bodies glowing faintly red as they recklessly charged towards him. Nan Feng was taken aback. Had they gone berserk? The death of their queen bestowed a state of frenzy upon all the hill ants. Frantic, your defensive capabilities are halved, while your attack and movement speeds double. Upon witnessing this effect and observing the hill ants' razor-sharp mandibles, Nan Feng gasped. The doubling of attack power was not the most alarming aspect. Rather, it was the increased speed that posed the greatest threat. This meant the swarm could now close in on him. It was time to flee. As the ants surrounded him, Nan Feng hastily made his escape. The hill ants, with their blood-red eyes, pursued him relentlessly. Grabbing a grenade, he pulled the pin and tossed it at his feet. 5 seconds later, he had sprinted several dozen meters away, leaving a sea of hill ants in the grenade's vicinity. Boom. A multitude of hill ants met their demise in the explosion, granting Nan Feng a brief respite to escape. However, it was of little consequence, as even more hill ants surged forward. They had abandoned their assault on the Crow Valley camp, fixated solely on exterminating Nan Feng. What madness was this? Had he disturbed their ancestral graves to warrant such a pursuit? Nan Feng dashed away, not daring to pause for breath. He returned to the steep slope from which he had descended, hesitating momentarily before deciding against climbing back up. The incline was too formidable for him, while for the ants, it was merely a leisurely stroll. Climbing would be tantamount to offering themselves up. He needed to devise a strategy to shake off this relentless horde. Despite their doubled speed, the hill ants were unable to keep pace with him. Yet, the terrain was overly convoluted, preventing him from losing them entirely. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Nan Feng sprinted for over an hour, until the frenzy of the hill ants finally subsided. Panting heavily, he leaned against a tree, nearly exhausted. He could still see a few hill ants trailing behind, but they no longer posed a threat, having been dispatched with 2 well-aimed shots. What was happening at the camp now? Surely, they must be facing the 10th wave of beasts by now? Nan Feng cast a glance at the chat channel, where silence reigned, likely indicative of the ferocious onslaught from the beast tide. In the upper left corner of the chat interface, a line of small text read, "Remaining personnel in the battle zone, 4,251,000. Nan Feng recalled that the Kunya Valley camp should have had 431 chosen ones. Now, 6 of them had already perished. It was indeed a harsh reality. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng quickened his pace. As time progressed, the level of the beast tide would undoubtedly escalate, leading to an increasing death toll. It was precisely noon. They still had to endure another 12 hours of defense. If this minor beast tide was already so daunting, how terrifying would the major beast tide, occurring after 21 days, be? Chapter 78. This wave of the beast tide also has air support. At 2:10 p.m., from noon to 2 p.m., system announcements echoed incessantly, with an average of 1 battle zone being annihilated every 35 minutes. All were battle zones ranked beyond 900. Over 30 battle zones had already been completely wiped out. The atmosphere in the Kunya Valley camp grew somber, as the chosen ones, battered and bruised, sat on the ground to recuperate. Nan Feng first went to the western cliff to take a look, discovering that no more hill ants had climbed up, before heading to the southeastern defense line. Xiao Luo remarked, "It took me 3 to 4 hours to deal with a single ant queen. I thought you had perished out there." Nan Feng replied, "Get away, don't curse me. What wave of ferocious beasts are we on now? What level? What is the casualty count within the camp?" Nan Feng fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Are we really facing level 9 ferocious beasts now? Damn it, we still have 10 hours to defend. Nan Feng grumbled as he found a place to sit down, pondering whether this level of difficulty was intended to wipe them all out. Huang Yuanming interjected, "Not necessarily. I just wandered around the cross-district channel, and they mentioned that it seems the beast tide consists of only 15 waves." Su Zurin raised an eyebrow. "Who said that? Is the information reliable?" Huang Yuanming replied, "It was Edward, a chosen one from District 1. He stated that after Catherine Vina defeated the 14th wave, there hadn't been any new beast tide for 2 hours. Huang Yuanming continued, "Thus, he estimates there are only 15 waves in total, with the final wave being a level 15 lord, likely not arriving until evening." Nan Feng licked his lips, processing Huang Yuanming's information. District 1 is advancing so rapidly? We just defended against the 13th wave, and they completed their 14th wave 2 hours ago? Is the gap really that vast? Shin Pan added, "I've heard that Catherine Vina possesses extraordinarily high attack power, charging into the horde of ferocious beasts and wreaking havoc. Unstoppable by gods or Buddhas alike." Huang Yuanming remarked, "I've also heard her defense is remarkably high. She can single-handedly withstand and slay 30 to 50 ferocious beasts." Shin Pan noted, "I've also heard that her agility is impressive." Nan Feng countered, "In other battle zones, they claim I have aircraft and tanks. They were not chosen ones from District 1, and none had witnessed Catherine Vina's true prowess. They could only listen to the exaggerated tales from other chosen ones in District 1, which could not be taken at face value." Su Zurin concluded, "Regardless of how formidable Catherine Vina may be, what truly matters is that if the beast tide indeed consists of only 15 waves, then we are already very close to victory." Xiao Luo, "That may not be the case. The final wave consists of level 15 foes. Our attacks might not even breach their defenses, and we may have to whittle them down, one feeble point of damage at a time." Huang Yuanming, TSK. "How many will perish in that endeavor?" Yuran, "This last wave will hinge upon my prowess." Southwind Gitch. Nan Feng, after a brief respite, the 14th wave of beasts arrived as anticipated. Frenzied hedgehogs. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, a sigh of relief escaping them. The leader of this wave, the Wild Boar King, had been slain by Nan Feng earlier that morning. Without the commanding presence of a leader, this horde of intellectually challenged hedgehogs posed little threat. With a rustling sound, over 1,000 frenzied hedgehogs charged forward from over 200 meters away. After enduring the onslaught of the previous 13 waves, the trap area had been rendered nearly useless, unable to impede the charge of the frenzied hedgehogs. The stakes behind the trap area remained intact. But before the 3-meter-long frenzied hedgehogs, they resembled mere toys, obliterated in an instant. Su Zurin, retreat. Fall back to the cabin. The momentum of the frenzied hedgehogs was too overwhelming. No one could withstand it, not even Su Ming. Everyone had no choice but to retreat into the cabin for defense. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy impacts echoed as the foremost, frenzied hedgehog collided with the first line of defense, the cabin. With a shudder, the first row of cabins began to sway. However, the cabin's 1,000 points of defense were formidable, successfully halting the charge of the frenzied hedgehogs. Huang Yuanming's cabin was positioned at the forefront, where Nan Feng and the others had gathered. Huang Yuanming, by the heavens, how can these hedgehogs inflict such damage? They managed to breach the defenses of my villa? Nan Feng, puzzled. Surely not. How could these hedgehogs possess an attack of 1,000 points? That is absurd. Insightful gaze. Nan Feng activated the skill to examine the attributes of the frenzied hedgehog. Oh dear, it possesses a passive skill, Earthquake, which allows it to inflict double damage to structures. Huang Yuanming, alarmed. This is untenable. With so many frenzied hedgehogs assaulting my villa, who can withstand such an onslaught? Xiao Luo, enough chatter, we must eliminate them swiftly. This wave of beasts has come solely to breach the cabin. Xiao Luo flung open the door, drawing out a dagger to slash fiercely. The other chosen ones within the cabins began their counterattack. With the cabins serving as a natural barrier, they felt relatively secure for the time being. Yet, they soon discerned a pressing issue. The frenzied hedgehogs had charged in so rapidly that most of the chosen ones had taken refuge within the first line of cabins. Each cabin now cramped with 10 or so individuals. Now, with hedgehogs swarming outside, they found themselves trapped, unable to venture out. The doors were too narrow, allowing only 2 individuals to stand side by side, leaving many others incapable of launching an attack. One should go to the window. Ranged chosen ones can provide cover from the back. Alas, many brothers could only stand idly by, leading to an exasperatingly low efficiency. Huang Yuanming's cabin faced a similar predicament. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming stood at the entrance, while Wu Li positioned himself by the window. Nan Feng, Yu Ran, and Wu Yuansheng were stationed behind them. However, the room was still occupied by 7 or 8 others, rendered immobile in a state of stupor. Nan Feng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. Our efficiency is far too low. We must break free and liberate those trapped within this room." Xiao Luo interjected, "But outside is swarming with hedgehogs. There is not even a narrow gap to escape." Nan Feng insisted, "We must fight our way out." He approached the window and hurled 2 grenades without hesitation. Boom, boom. The violent explosions resulted in the demise of a significant number of the hedgehogs outside the wooden cabin. Huang Yuanming lamented, "Oh no, my villa. You've obliterated over 3,000 health points from my home." Without missing a beat, Nan Feng dashed out of the cabin, scaling the rooftop. This was indeed the position befitting a sniper. Suze Ran remarked, 3 individuals sharing a small cabin yield the highest efficiency in slaying monsters. Nan Feng, your first task is to assist in liberating the other cabins. Initially, Nan Feng agreed with this strategy. However, his instinct prompted him to glance skyward, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The beast wave is accompanied by aerial units. Chapter 79, The Busy Nan Feng. Above the Crow Valley camp, a vast expanse of ominous clouds drifted closer. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not mere clouds, but a dense swarm of avian monstrosities. Colorful birds. Familiar foes indeed. Just days prior, Nan Feng had vanquished over 1,000 of these flying beasts beneath the waterfall, significantly bolstering his experience. Little did he anticipate that retribution would arrive so swiftly. Yu Ran urged, "Quickly, retreat into the cabin. Do not linger outside." Nan Feng commanded, "Everyone, take cover. The enemy possesses aerial units. Remaining atop the roof is an exceedingly foolish choice. A single dive from these flying beasts could spell doom for us. Beware. The large birds are commencing their dive." In the sky, a dark mass of flying monstrosities plunged downward, launching a seemingly suicidal assault on the wooden cabin. Thud, thud. The sharp beaks of the beast struck against the cabin, producing a dull thud. Another brother fell. The group had no time for sorrow, as they soon realized the terrifying truth. Bao Jian exclaimed, "Damn. My cabin lost over 1,800 health points from this dive. Why is their damage so exorbitant?" Wu Li added, "Among them are woodpeckers, capable of inflicting armor-piercing damage on the cabin. My cabin's defenses have been reduced to 800 points." Nan Feng quickly surveyed his own cabin, confirming that its defenses had indeed dropped to 800 points, accompanied by an ominous effect. Woodpecker inflicts armor-piercing damage on wooden structures, lasting for 10 seconds. At that moment, the avian monstrosities soared back into the sky, circling ominously, poised for a second dive. Wu Yuansheng gazed up in despair. Is this the end? So many of them. And we cannot hold our position. Huang Yuanming questioned, "What do we do? The number of beasts is overwhelming. The cabin can't withstand this." Xiao Luo brandished his short blade, executing a crescent slash that cleaved a violent hedgehog in 2. "What else can we do? We take down one at a time and prolong it for as long as possible." Su Zern, "Everyone, do not despair. As long as the cabin remains intact, we are safe. Whether we can vanquish these ferocious beasts in 2 or 3 hours, Nan Feng does not know, but at the very least, there lies a glimmer of hope." Standing by the window, Nan Feng steadied a Type 98 rifle towards the sky. The number of woodpeckers is not great. Ranged combatants. Prioritize eliminating the woodpeckers among the avian beasts. Yin Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Those massive birds are flying so high. If I can even hit one, it would be a miracle, and you expect me to accurately strike a woodpecker among them? Nan Feng, it's alright if you can't hit the woodpecker. Just hitting any bird will suffice. He locked onto a woodpecker and calmly squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. 1870. The magical bullet sliced through the air, accurately striking a level 9 woodpecker. One of its wings was pierced, rendering it unable to maintain balance as it wobbled down from the sky. This shot did not hit a critical point, failing to take the woodpecker down in a single blow. Whoosh. A magical stone flew in and finished off the woodpecker. Yunfei shook his slingshot and gave a thumbs up. Nan Feng, you are truly impressive. You can bring down a bird soaring 70 to 80 meters high with a single shot. Nan Feng continued to search for woodpecker traces through the scope. These beasts are formidable. Even woodpeckers can soar to such heights. Whoosh. Nan Feng pulled the trigger once more, bringing down another woodpecker. Huang Yuanming rejoiced. Wow, Nan Feng, you are amazing. Wu Yuanxing, there is hope, brothers. If we can eliminate the woodpeckers, our cabin can withstand for at least another hour or two. Wu Yuanxing drew his bow and released an arrow towards the airborne beasts. A bittern fell from the sky. Brother, with such a crooked shot, will your girlfriend have any complaints? Nan Feng calmly fired his third shot, bringing down the third woodpecker. Precise. These 3 shots from Nan Feng instilled tremendous confidence in everyone. With such a powerful ally in the camp, could they not hold their ground? Suddenly, the avian beasts in the sky launched their second dive. Su Zurin spoke solemnly. They are diving down. All ranged brothers, prepare to counterattack. As the airborne beasts descended, the chosen ones within the cabin also began their counteroffensive. Wu Yuanxing, you say my shot was crooked? Watch me shoot 3 at once. Wu Yuanxing fully drew his longbow and released 3 magical arrows simultaneously. Yunfei, 3 at once. You can't do that. Watch me scatter like a celestial maiden. Yunfei conjured a full quiver of magical stones and released them in a swift motion. During this wave of diving, the avian beasts left behind dozens of carcasses. Hope surged anew among the crowd. Su Zurin, keep fighting. Melee fighters, focus your attacks on the enraged porcupines on the ground. Leave the birds to the ranged fighters. Nan Feng and Wu Yuanxing, your range is sufficient. Prioritize eliminating the woodpeckers. Su Ming, take a team of brothers and, while the avian beasts are diving, liberate the comrades trapped in the other cabins. A considerable number of chosen ones were huddled within the first line of defense's cabin, unable to participate in battle. It was imperative to free these warriors. Su Ming patted his great shield, proclaiming, I shall bear the brunt of the damage. Those of higher levels, charge forth with me. Seizing the moment while the aerial beasts had yet to organize their next dive, Su Ming surged out of the wooden cabin. With a fierce clash, he bellowed as he rammed into the surrounding frenzied wild boars, sending them staggering back. Behind him, Xiao Luo, Wu Li, Huang Yuanming, and others unleashed their skills, swiftly vanquishing the nearby beasts. They soon reached the entrance of the adjacent cabin, where their comrades hurriedly emerged. Only 2 or 3 defenders were needed to secure this small shelter. A dozen chosen ones burst forth, dispersing into the other cabins under Su Ming's command. The rampaging hedgehogs began to scatter, alleviating the pressure on the first line of defense. Nan Feng's cabin, situated at the heart of the camp, remained undisturbed by the furious hedgehogs, allowing him to focus on hunting the birds. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Immersed in concentration, Nan Feng reached an extraordinary state of focus, achieving an accuracy rate exceeding 99. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 11. Ding. All attributes 5. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. I've leveled up. The system notification roused Nan Feng from his focused state. These avian beasts were level 89, yielding substantial experience. In the midst of his slaughter, he had unexpectedly advanced, allocating all his free attribute points to strength. Nan Feng resumed his pursuit of the birds. Not far off, Wu Li suddenly shouted, Nan Feng, trouble. Ants are climbing up from the west. Hill ants? On the first line of defense, Ma Yong cried out, help. My cabin's health is down to over 10,000. It's about to be demolished. Bao Jian, there are too many frenzied wild boars surrounding Ma Yong. We need reinforcements. Glancing at the sky, Nan Feng noticed the dwindling number of woodpeckers and promptly stowed his weapon, preparing to assist Ma Yong with a grenade. Just as he was about to step outside, Wu Yuanxing's urgent voice reached him. Nan Feng, there's a massive creature overhead. You must take it down quickly. Reluctantly, Nan Feng looked skyward and indeed spotted an enormous tricolored koan floating majestically in the air. Goodness, am I ever busy today? Chapter 80, Slaying the Tricolored Koan. Nan Feng's discovery. The clouds above the Crow Valley camp gradually parted, revealing the colossal tricolored koan. This tricolored koan floated serenely in midair, with weary flying beasts occasionally alighting upon it to rest. Wu Li exclaimed, my word, it's like an aircraft carrier. Wu Yuanxing added, indeed. Those beasts are feasting on the parasites clinging to the tricolored koan. Isn't that akin to refueling? Most range-chosen ones lack the firepower to achieve a one-shot kill like Nan Feng. Thus, many of the airborne beasts were left in a weakened state. Su Zurin urged, Nan Feng, Wu Yuansheng, you must eliminate the tricolored Kuan quickly. Xiao Luo, take a few brothers to assist Ma Yong. Nan Feng replied, stay calm. I will first provide Ma Yong with a grenade. The relentless beast tide had been raging for over 2 hours, and Nan Feng's grenades were once again fully charged. To let them go unused would be a travesty. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted outside Ma Yong's humble abode. The grenades obliterated the nearby ferocious porcupines, leaving them utterly maimed and lifeless. Those further away were not spared either, as the shockwave from the explosion ruptured their insides, causing their health to plummet dramatically. Ma Yong exclaimed, "You're incredible, big guy. From this moment forth, you shall be my sworn brother." Nan Feng retorted, "Why not a father instead?" Ma Yong shot back, "Get lost. I'll settle for a brother, but do you really expect me to accept you as my father? I have my dignity to uphold." The tricolor Kuan, a level 10 Lord class beast, boasted an astounding 18,000 health points and an absurdly high defense of 1 for 100 points, rendering it nearly impervious to most attacks. Nan Feng fired a shot at its underbelly, inflicting a mere 150 points of damage. "Bad news. My damage output is akin to mere scratching," he remarked. "Good news. Its massive size makes it an easy target. I shall dispatch it within 10 minutes. Su Zurin interjected, "Wu Yuansheng, can your attacks penetrate its defenses? Join Nan Feng in hunting the tricolor Kuan to expedite our efforts." Wu Yuansheng replied, "One arrow from me barely scratches the surface." Su Zurin commanded, "Other ranged allies, focus on the porcupines and ants on the ground. We shall deal with the airborne threats once the tricolor Kuan is vanquished." Understood. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo led a cadre of high-ranking chosen ones, forming a guerrilla unit to provide support wherever danger arose. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. 5 minutes later, Ma Yong's voice rang out once more, "I can't hold on. My cabin is about to collapse." Xiao Luo immediately turned and charged towards him, "Then abandon your post. We are coming to rescue you. Hurry and get out." Ma Yong glanced around his little cabin, his eyes reddening. "Damn it, after years of being a corporate slave, I have yet to secure a home on Blue Star. Finally, I have this modest cabin, and now it's on the verge of being destroyed by these wretched beasts." Despite his lamentations, Ma Yong had no intention of perishing alongside his cabin. As Xiao Luo approached, he swiftly leapt out the window, following the retreating forces to escape the perilous location. "Brother Baojian, may I stay at your place from now on?" he inquired. "Sure, but you'll have to pay rent." Baojian replied, "Rent is not an issue. The real question is, can I sleep in the bed? Get lost. You think I would let you share my bed? You'll have to sleep on the floor." Barely 30 seconds after Ma Yong's departure, his cabin collapsed with a thunderous crash, timber scattering everywhere. "Oh, my mansion. No time for lamentation, we must flee." In the sky, the avian beasts incessantly dove down, while the ferocious porcupines on the ground occasionally detonated their spines in suicidal attacks. Hillside ants continued to swarm up from the cliffs to the west. The camp was fraught with peril, descending into chaos. Nan Feng could not afford to be distracted. He had to bring down the tricolor Kuan above. The ground threats would be handled by Xiao Luo and the others, but the airborne menace was his to confront. 8 minutes had elapsed, and a gaping hole had been blasted into the belly of the tricolor Kuan. Its health was dwindling rapidly. "Yuansheng, brother. It seems that this enormous Kuan is attempting to flee. Nan Feng, in its dreams. Put in more effort and bring it down. Our dinner tonight depends on it." Nan Feng unleashed a penetrating shot, triggering a critical strike that inflicted 300 points of damage. It appeared as though the bullet had pierced through the entrails of the multicolored Kuan, reducing its health to 0. With a lamentable wail, the creature could no longer hover in the air and plummeted downwards. Nan Feng's expression shifted. "Oh no. This beast intends to crash into our camp." Just before its demise, the robust wings of the multicolored Kuan flapped twice, altering its descent to directly strike the Crow Valley camp. Its colossal form was sufficient to engulf the entire encampment. Nan Feng felt a surge of despair. "No. Its size is too great. We cannot redirect its fall." Yuansheng took a deep breath. "There is no choice. We can only hope that our little cabin can withstand the impact." The sky abruptly darkened as the multicolored Kuan descended, akin to the heavens collapsing upon the chosen ones within the camp. The chosen ones halted their activities, standing by the windows to witness the impending calamity. If the cabin could not withstand the Kuan's strike, all would perish. Boom, boom. The earth shook, the cabin trembled, and dust swirled. This heavy impact left all the chosen ones momentarily deafened. Good heavens, my little cabin still has over 8,000 health points left. It held firm. The cabin is impressive. What is this little cabin? It is evidently a bomb shelter. Nan Feng glanced at his cabin, which still boasted over 60,000 health points. Quite secure. Of course, this was also due to its central position in the camp, as the raging hedgehogs and hill ants had not attacked this area, keeping the cabin's health robust. Meanwhile, a piece of good news arrived from the first line of defense, Su Zurin. What a relief. The multicolored Kuan crushed many raging hedgehogs, significantly alleviating our pressure. Armed forces. Many ants have perished as well. Our greatest threat now lies with the avian creatures above. Nan Feng, let us first deal with the multicolored Kuan on the roof. Otherwise, it will be pitch black, and we won't see a thing. The corpse of the multicolored koan lay directly atop the camp, shrouding it in darkness. Nan Feng stepped outside and gently grasped the koan overhead. Ding! You have acquired 200 units of koan meat. 200 units of koan meat were insufficient to clear the body entirely. Other chosen ones emerged as well, beginning to collect the koan meat. By the time the corpse of the multicolored koan was fully processed, Nan Feng's backpack already held 2,300 portions of koan meat. He need not worry about food for the next few months, though he pondered whether he might indulge to the point of nausea. However, he abruptly noticed something amiss. In front of his cabin had originally lain the corpse of a raging hedgehog. It was a hedgehog that had inadvertently wandered into the center of the camp, which Nan Feng had swiftly eliminated, and the body had remained there quietly. Yet now, the hedgehog's corpse was nowhere to be found. Had it been cleared away by other chosen ones? Nan Feng furrowed his brow. However, he had not noticed any other chosen ones approaching just moments ago. Never mind. It is not a major concern. Let us first deal with the birds. Chapter 81, right beside us. At 5:50 p.m., the ferocious beasts attacking the Crow Valley camp had finally been eliminated. After an afternoon of fierce combat, over 20 chosen ones had perished within the camp. The majority crushed to death by the three-colored koan that smashed their little wooden houses. The surviving chosen ones now all possessed levels above 7. Many having advanced to levels 8 or even 9, thereby joining the ranks of the elite. They had successfully defended against the 14th wave of the beast tide. Strength, goodness. I am utterly exhausted from this wave. I wonder if I can withstand the 15th. Xiao Luo. Don't be cowardly, just get on with it. Huang Yuanming, what is a level 15 lord? With brother Nan Feng around, even a level 20 lord will fall before us. Nan Feng, brother, could you refrain from boasting in my name? Nan Feng's magical energy had been depleted after several rounds, and he had been continuously drinking clean fresh water. His belly now round and taut, he urgently needed to relieve himself. He sought a secluded corner by the cliff to the west. Relief at last. After addressing his physiological needs, Nan Feng felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Turning to glance at the corner, the bloodstains on the ground and the severed limbs of ants spoke of a hill ant that had met its demise here. Yet now, that ant was nowhere to be found. How curious, had the monster respawned? Nan Feng scratched his head in confusion, but did not deem it a significant issue. Deep within, he still perceived this world as a game realm. Slaying monsters grants experience and yields equipment. Is that not the essence of gaming? Thus, the sudden disappearance of a hill ant did not strike Nan Feng as particularly remarkable. A corpse respawning, just a fundamental mechanic of online gaming. Upon returning to the cabin, Nan Feng collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes to recuperate. A full day of intense battle had left him utterly fatigued. The physical exhaustion was manageable, considering he had not engaged in close combat with the beasts. The primary toll was the prolonged focus, which had drained his mental energy, leaving him with a headache and a strong desire to rest. Huang Yuanming, news from Zone 1 indicates that their 15th wave of beasts has yet to arrive. I suspect we shall have to wait until after dark for them to attack. Xinpan, a new battle report reveals that out of 1,000 battle zones in the original world, 241 have been completely annihilated. Theoretically, the resources for our surviving zones should increase exponentially by a factor of 11 raised to the power of 24. Yet it appears that our zone has not experienced any significant changes. Xiao Luo, other zones seem to be in a similar situation. Sakura Kojiro from Zone 132 has been inquiring for quite some time in the cross-zone channel, and their zone remains barren. Suzerain, perhaps resources will only increase after we survive today. Nan Feng, what gives Zone 132 the right to endure thus far? The resources in their battle zone were virtually non-existent, rendering them unable to level up, and the small wooden cabin was merely a fade. How did they manage to withstand today's beast tide? Yuyan, are you aware of why the chosen ones in Zone 132 cannot advance in levels? Nan Feng, of course, their battle zone is impoverished to an alarming degree, with a pitifully scarce number of ferocious beasts. How could they gain experience to level up? Yuyan, indeed, their battle zone lacks even the ferocious beasts. From where would the beast tide arise? Nan Feng, goodness, is there such a silver lining? Nan Feng suddenly realized that perhaps this was akin to the tale of Sai Weng losing his horse, who could say it was not a blessing in disguise. Although the chosen ones of Zone 132 could not level up, they also did not have to confront the beast tide. How delightful. Suzerain, there is still more than half an hour until dusk. Everyone can take a moment to rest. Those who wish to sleep may do so to replenish their energy. Nan Feng, indeed, I am utterly exhausted. Wu Li, snore, snore. Soon, the camp was filled with the symphony of snores. However, for the sake of safety, over 100 chosen ones remained vigilant, taking on the role of sentinels to guard against any sudden beast attacks on the camp. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its last rays gradually faded away. Night fell. Potato, potato, calling sweet potato, oh well. This is sweet potato, please speak, potato, oh well. No traces of ferocious beasts have been found in the eastern district. What about you? Oh well. None in the southern district either, nor in the western district. Every 30 seconds, The chosen ones from the three directions reported their statuses to one another. It was now 6:40 p.m., and it had been 10 minutes since nightfall. The anticipated 15th wave of the beast tide had yet to arrive. Huang Yuanming gazed into the distance, muttering, "By the heavens, if they are coming, they should arrive sooner. Why keep us in suspense? If we are to perish, let it be swift." Shin Pan had just finished a group message when he heard Huang Yuanming's words and looked up. Other battle zones have not reported in either. Everyone is waiting. Wu Li. A nap feels so refreshing. I feel rejuvenated. Nan Feng. Brother, your snores are truly terrifying. I could hear you from 20 meters away. Not a second of sleep for me. Wu Li, a hefty fellow weighing over 200 pounds, snored like a wild bull, shaking the very ground with his might. Nan Feng had not managed to sleep at all. Wu Li, slightly embarrassed, said, "There's nothing I can do. I was too fatigued. My apologies, brother." Nan Feng waved his hand, signaling Wu Li not to worry. As they awaited the arrival of the final beast tide, the group gathered in small clusters, enjoying roasted meat and engaging in light banter. "What kind of ferocious beast do you think the level 15 lord will be? Perhaps a tiger? A lion? I bet it will be a formidable creature." This afternoon, even the Kuan appeared. "I believe the level 15 lord should be a dragon." "What? Are we to become dragon slayers tonight?" Nan Feng quietly consumed his food, replenishing his strength. He felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, unable to pinpoint exactly what was amiss. This feeling troubled him immensely. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, the alluring Yu Yan approached, striding gracefully. Which handsome fellow cleared the ferocious beast corpses from the camp? It is truly heartwarming. Just moments ago, the stench of those corpses nearly overwhelmed me, but now I feel significantly better. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "No, I haven't cleaned anything. I'm exhausted. Who has the leisure to dispose of corpses?" Perhaps someone, in need of sustenance, took the initiative to remove them. Nan Feng inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled. He finally discerned the source of his unease: the inexplicably vanished beast corpses. The disappearance of one or two might not raise suspicion, but the absence of the majority indicated one undeniable truth: a level 15 lord-class beast was already among us. Suddenly, Nan Feng uttered this disjointed statement: "It's too perilous outside." Chapter 82, The Corpse Ifid Chosen Once. The level 15 lord-class beast has arrived. The once lively campsite was abruptly transformed into a desolate void. Su Zurin inquired, "Nan Feng, where are you?" "I have no idea. I'm merely conjecturing," replied Nan Feng. "Conjecturing? What is your reasoning?" "The corpses of the beasts in the camp have vanished. Have you all noticed? I suspect someone is stealing them." Wu Yuanxing exclaimed, "Stealing corpses? What on earth?" Huang Yuanming chimed in, "Dung beetle. Goddamn dung beetle. This is evidently the work of grave robbers," retorted Bao Jian. Huang Yuanming's cabin was situated at the forefront of the defense line. He glanced outside, suddenly startled. "Oh my, Nan Feng was right. Something is indeed stealing the corpses." Wu Li added, "I also witnessed it. The beast corpses in the trap zone are disappearing one by one." Shin Pan remarked, "I just checked the cross-region chat channel. Similar occurrences are reported in other battle zones, but the culprit has yet to reveal itself." Nan Feng's cabin was at the very center of the camp, limiting his view of the outside. "Aside from the inexplicable vanishing of corpses, have you made any other observations?" Huang Yuanming looked outside. No, I haven't seen any beasts." Su Zurin urged, "Everyone, prepare for combat. They could arrive at any moment." Moments later, all the beast corpses near the Crow's Valley campsite vanished, leaving only bloodstains as evidence of their prior existence and demise. The uncertainty of waiting is the most exasperating. Nan Feng leaned out the window, scanning the surroundings, but finding nothing. After a few minutes, Bao Jian's puzzled voice broke the silence. "Hey, it seems someone is approaching from that direction. It's too dark for me to see clearly." Ma Yong slapped Bao Jian's backside. "Are you foolish? How could anyone be coming? It must be a humanoid beast. Why the hell did you slap my backside while speaking?" retorted Bao Jian. Upon hearing that a humanoid beast was approaching the camp, curiosity piqued among the group, prompting them to take a closer look. Nan Feng, unable to contain his intrigue, hastened to the front line and entered Huang Yuanming's cabin. Huang Yuanming frowned. "The front line is perilous. Why would you, a fragile ranged fighter, come here?" Nan Feng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "I have 1800 health and 570 defense. Who is the fragile one here?" Huang Yuanming, "What? So high? My apologies." Nan Feng, "Scram, you little brat." Nan Feng pushed past Huang Yuanming and approached the window, taking out a pair of binoculars to observe the situation outside. In the distance, amidst the night, someone was indeed limping toward the Crow Valley camp. With the aid of the binoculars, Nan Feng could see more clearly. "Nan Feng, it's a woman." Huang Yuanming shouted to relay Nan Feng's words. "Pass it on. Nan Feng says it's a woman." Bao Jian, "Pass it on. Nan Feng wants a woman." Qiu Fei Hong, "Pass it on. Nan Feng is a woman." Nan Feng, "What a bunch of fools." The woman drew closer to the camp. The clouds in the sky parted, revealing a full moon. Under the moonlight, Nan Feng barely discerned the woman's features. "Wait, why does she seem somewhat familiar?" Tilting his head in contemplation, Nan Feng suddenly gasped. Ling Qi? This woman resembles Ling Qi. Huang Yuanming was taken aback. Who is Ling Qi? Do we have someone by that name in our camp? Nan Feng. That one. The girl who keeps chirping in the group. Huang Yuanming realized, oh. In the chat channel, each chosen one had an avatar, representing themselves. Ling Qi frequently sought help in the chat, persistently calling out, which left an impression on Nan Feng. But wait, she didn't enter the Crow Valley camp. How did she survive? Huang Yuanming suddenly sensed something was off, and if he recalled correctly, all the other chosen ones in the battle zone had perished, leaving only those in their camp alive. Nan Feng shook his head. Not sure, let me take another look. Before the beast tide arrived, there had been discussions about whether to fetch Ling Qi. However, upon learning that her cabin was only level 1 and she herself was level 2, the group abandoned the notion. Those who survived to this point were not altruistic, while some might lend a hand for a small favor. No one wanted to carry a burden like her, even if she was a girl. Now seeing that Ling Qi was still alive surprised everyone. How did she, a mere level 2, survive such a terrifying beast tide? Her skin was pale, her clothes disheveled, with the necessary parts inadequately covered, while the unnecessary parts were overly clothed. Nan Feng touched his nose, relieved that he hadn't bled. Huang Yuanming leaned closer, wanting to use the binoculars as well, but was firmly rebuffed by Nan Feng. Children shouldn't look around carelessly. You might end up with a needle's eye. Saying this, Nan Feng retrieved a firearm from his backpack, attaching the binoculars. Huang Yuanming, why are you pulling out your gun? Nan Feng. She wants to seduce us with her looks. Of course, I must shoot her. In truth, from his earlier observation, Nan Feng had already concluded that Ling Qi was a corpse. Her face was marked by terror, her expression rigid, with half her tongue hanging out, and her legs bent inward, causing her to walk with a pronounced limp, resembling a zombie. Is this your end? Nan Feng murmured, aiming for Ling Qi's head, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A shot rang out, shattering the silence. The powerful impact knocked Ling Qi to the ground, but she quickly rose again, continuing to limp towards the camp. What on earth? A large question mark appeared above Nan Feng's head. Huang Yuanming asked, what's wrong? Isn't it normal for a shot not to kill? Shoot again. Nan Feng replied. The issue isn't that it didn't die from one shot. The problem is that she doesn't have a health bar. After Nan Feng's shot hit, there were no faint red numbers floating up. This was the first time Nan Feng encountered such a situation. Huang Yuanming looked utterly bewildered. What the hell? No health bar? How can we kill her then? Frowning, Nan Feng activated the skill Insightful Gaze. The corpseified chosen 1 Ling Qi. Level 2 health points, none mana points, none attack power, 65 defense power, 27 description. This is a chosen 1 resurrected by the necromancer. As long as the necromancer lives, she will never die. Understanding dawned on Nan Feng. This must be the ultimate form, a level 15 Lord-class beast. The corpseified Ling Qi could not be killed. The only way to end her was to eliminate the necromancer. But the pressing question remained. Where was the necromancer? Chapter 83, Level 15 Lord. The necromancer. Someone shared Ling Qi's attributes in the chat channel. The chat channel immediately buzzed with activity. Ling Qi. Is this the same Ling Qi who always called herself Pigeon? Is it true? She's become a zombie? Where's the necromancer? Has anyone spotted him? This corpseified Ling Qi only has an attack power of over 60. She poses no threat. Nan Feng gazed at the large hole in Ling Qi's forehead, pondering for a moment before aiming the gun at her knee. I'll break your legs, and then we'll see how you get over here. With a rapid succession of shots, Nan Feng fired 4 times, hitting each of Ling Qi's knees with 2 bullets apiece. Her knees were shattered, yet her movement remained unaffected. She continued to limp toward the camp. From the neighboring wooden cabin, Wu Yuanxing shot a magical arrow that pinned itself to Ling Qi's foot. She's no longer human. You can't apply normal logic to her. Even without knees, she can still walk. You should do as I did and pin her feet to the ground. Wu Yuanxing unleashed several more arrows, which arched through the air and accurately struck Ling Qi's small foot from 35 yards away. Ling Qi yanked the magical arrow from the earth and persisted in her halting advance. Wu Yuanxing shrugged. Forget I said anything. Nan Feng chuckled softly, firing multiple shots that obliterated Ling Qi's left knee, causing her lower leg to fall to the ground. You should follow my lead and destroy her knees, without feet. Let us see how she walks. Wu Yuanxing conceded. You make a valid point. The two launched a simultaneous assault, shattering Ling Qi's right knee as well. In an instant, Ling Qi found her lower legs vanished, her lower body reduced to mere thighs, yet she resolutely pressed onward towards the camp's defenses. Wu Yuanxing remarked. But the reasoning is scant. Nan Feng replied. Then consider my words unspoken. Transformed into a lifeless husk, Ling Qi appeared as a mere shell, oblivious to all but the forward motion. What to do? Given the current circumstances, it seemed imperative to shatter her limbs entirely. A sense of melancholy washed over Nan Feng. To slay and to shatter are disparate concepts. If Ling Qi possessed a health bar, a single bullet from Nan Feng would suffice to end her existence. However, to obliterate her body would require an immense number of shots. The magical bullets lacked explosive properties, penetrating directly through Ling Qi's form. Nevertheless, The formidable impact of the magic bullets would still leave a significant wound. Yet, a single large wound would not impede Ling Qi's relentless advance. Nan Feng estimated he would need at least 58 shots to break a leg or an arm. Wu Yuanqing interjected, "At least each shot creates a wound. My magical arrows lack such penetrating power. Even if I turned her into a porcupine, it wouldn't halt her progress." Amidst their conversation, Ling Qi had already crawled to the front of Huang Yuanming's wooden cabin, extending her sharp claws towards them. A piercing screech erupted, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard in childhood. Goosebumps instantly covered Nan Feng's skin. This was a psychological assault. Beside him, Huang Yuanming smiled, exclaiming, "Fear not. This feeble creature cannot breach our defenses." Nan Feng countered, "One Ling Qi is indeed manageable. But what if there are 100? What do you mean?" Huang Yuanming inquired. With the aid of a scope, Nan Feng spotted shadows flickering in the distance. They were the undead cave spiders, undead flame chickens, and undead rampaging porcupines. Nan Feng drew a sharp breath. Now he finally understood where the vanished corpses had gone. He entered the chat channel to relay the alarming news to everyone. "Brothers, we have a grave situation. The beasts we vanquished by day are seeking vengeance." A brief silence enveloped the chat channel, with no one daring to speak as they processed this information. After a moment, Su Zuran offered reassurance. "There's no need for panic. We thoroughly looted the battleground after the daytime skirmish, and most of the beast carcasses have been stored as provisions in our packs." Su Zuran continued. "The number at night should not be excessive." Xiao Feihong added, "The key issue lies with the rampaging porcupines and various avian beasts from the 14th wave. We left those largely uncollected, and they are level 89 beasts." Bao Jian remarked, "We can always defend again. What is there to fear?" Wu Li interjected, "Are you not terrified? These are the undead porcupines. We cannot kill them." Xiao Luo suggested, "If we sever all their limbs, we should be fine." Su Yihan noted, "Not everyone's level matches yours. For most here, reaching level 11 would not guarantee victory over a rampaging porcupine." Ma Yong retorted, "Are you speaking of me? That stings." Nan Feng concluded, "Enough of your trivial banter. My suggestion is to locate the necromancer and eliminate him swiftly. The crux of the matter lies in the absence of the necromancer." The crowd buzzed with suggestions, while on the other side, the undead army drew ever closer to the camp. These ferocious beasts, most of them missing limbs, carried their intestines and entrails dangling grotesquely. Yet, this did not hinder their charge. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "By the heavens, isn't that Fan Xiaodian?" Nan Feng turned to inquire, "Who is Fan Xiaodian?" Huang Yuanming explained, "She is our camp's chosen one, brutally gored to death by a frenzied boar this afternoon. I even dug her grave myself." "What? The necromancer is also digging graves?" Nan Feng felt a wave of foreboding. Does this not imply that other deceased chosen ones within the camp might also be reanimated by the necromancer? Indeed. The crowd soon spotted several figures amidst the ferocious beasts. They were brothers who had fought alongside them to defend against the beast tide just hours ago, now turned into foes. Qiao Feihong cursed, "Damn it, that person is Yu Xing. What should we do? I truly can't bring myself to do it." Ma Yong replied, "What time is it? Why do you still cling to such sentiment?" "Brother, they are already dead." Qiao Feihong retorted, "You don't understand a thing. If Yu Xing hadn't pushed me aside, it would have been me lying there instead of him. How can you expect me to strike?" Ma Yong pressed his lips together, falling silent. Nan Feng quickly intervened. "The ferocious beasts are almost at our doorstep. Let us not quarrel. Prepare for battle. While defending, keep a vigilant eye on your surroundings and inform me immediately upon spotting the necromancer." As Nan Feng's words echoed, the beasts had already reached the small wooden cabin. The undead creatures retained their offensive and defensive capabilities from their living days, and now they bore no health bars. A horde of frenzied boars relentlessly assaulted the cabin, causing its health to plummet rapidly. This cannot continue. These repulsive creatures are impervious to death, inflicting significant damage, and our little cabin cannot withstand this onslaught. Cut off their claws, sever their legs. Buy as much time as we can. Has anyone located the necromancer? Time slipped away, and the necromancer had yet to reveal themselves. The health of the first line of defense, the small cabin, swiftly dwindled below half. Where could the necromancer be? Nan Feng's mind raced, contemplating possible locations for the necromancer's presence. As the ultimate antagonist, they must have arrived, lurking in the shadows, silently observing us. The east and south were swarming with beasts. Perhaps they concealed themselves behind these reanimated creatures. However, that would not be an advantageous position due to limited visibility. The area with the clearest view would surely be atop the northern mountains. From halfway up, one could survey the entire camp below. With a sudden spark of realization, Nan Feng opened his eyes wide, seized a grenade, and hurled it out of the window. Boom! The powerful shockwave sent the surrounding beasts sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Feng vaulted out and climbed onto the roof. Inside the cabin, Huang Yuanming erupted. "Damn it! You just blew up my house with a grenade." Upon the rooftop, Nan Feng steadied his aim at the towering mountains to the north with his sniper rifle. There, amidst the hillside, stood a necromancer cloaked in black, wielding a skeletal staff. Found him. Chapter 84, Stand Behind Me. Within the crosshairs, Nan Feng could distinctly see the necromancer gesturing with his staff, as if greeting him. Alas, the shadowy hood obscured the necromancer's face, leaving Nan Feng unable to discern his expression. A cunning beast, Nan Feng mused. No, he ought not to be labeled as a beast. He was an undead creature, far removed from the realm of beasts. With a tentative squeeze of the trigger, Nan Feng aimed for the necromancer's head, but the latter deftly evaded the shot. Quite agile indeed. Nan Feng licked his lips, feeling the challenge ahead. There was a minimum distance of 300 meters between them, and at this range, his accuracy would not exceed 40%, especially with the necromancer able to take cover. To eliminate the necromancer from his encampment was an impossible task, at least for Nan Feng. From within the afternoon cabin, Huang Yuanming's voice echoed. Nan Feng. There are beasts in the sky, hurry down. Glancing upward, Nan Feng indeed spotted numerous corrupted avian creatures soaring in the distance. I've located the necromancer. I need a few to accompany me in his demise. Nan Feng agilely leaped from the rooftop, swiftly reaching his cabin, where he stowed a substantial amount of clean fresh water into his backpack. Xiao Luo inquired, where to? I'll join you. Su Ming chimed in, just read my ID. Wu Li added, I'll accompany you. Strength in numbers. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, how could I not join? Perhaps the first kill will be mine. Nan Feng retorted, what is your attack power? You think you can steal the first kill from me? Soon, over 20 chosen ones gathered before Nan Feng's cabin, all formidable contenders within the top 30 of the rankings. Among the throng, Nan Feng spotted Su Yihan. Little healer, are you going too? This is perilous. Yu Yin stretched lazily, revealing her toned abdomen. Nan Feng, I wish to go as well. Why aren't you concerned about my safety? Nan Feng replied, you scheming little minx, with 1,000 cunning thoughts in every move, do you still need my concern? Yu Yin pouted in displeasure. What do you mean by scheming minx? I am merely your caring little companion. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Yu Yin protested, what are you implying? Do you look down upon me, Nan Feng? From now on, don't eat the eggs I lay. Nan Feng quipped, with your loquacity, be careful I don't make you lay eggs. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Nan Feng took the lead up the mountain. As for the encampment at Crow Valley, with Su Zurin commanding, there was little cause for concern. Nan Feng cautioned, everyone, stay vigilant. There may also be corrupted beasts on the mountain. Xiao Luo instructed, Su Ming will take point. Range chosen one stay in the middle. Ensure Nan Feng's protection. Nan Feng reassured them, no need to worry about me. My defense and health are substantial. Just keep an eye on the healer. Urian, cast a few fireballs to illuminate the path. Urian pouted, am I merely a tool to you? With a flourish of her wand, she sent 3 fireballs soaring into the distance. Whoosh. The faint glow revealed a long-armed monkey, which South Wind promptly shot, exploding its head. This creature was indeed a formidable beast, and had yet to succumb to decay. As South Wind's words echoed, the slain long-armed monkey rose from the ground. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, oh no, it has now decomposed. South Wind raised a middle finger in frustration. What the hell? How extensive is that necromancer's skill range? Isn't he just halfway up the mountain? Xiao Luo drew a short blade and approached the now decomposed long-armed monkey. You all continue forward. I will sever its limbs. Be cautious not to slay any more beasts. As South Wind and the others trudged along the treacherous mountain path, they encountered numerous ferocious creatures. They either circled around or, if unable to do so, merely incapacitated the beasts by severing their limbs, refraining from killing them to prevent the necromancer from raising them again. After a little over 10 minutes, they reached the mountainside. To their astonishment, the necromancer in a billowing black robe had not fled. He awaited their arrival. Huang Yuanming remarked, he hasn't run away? It seems he does not regard me with any seriousness. Wooly quipped, he is level 15. Why should he take you seriously? Seeing the necromancer remain in place, South Wind breathed a sigh of relief. He feared the necromancer might hide and command the reanimated beasts to attack, which would lead to a one-sided massacre for their group in the hours to come. Urian urged, this presents an opportunity. We must seize it. South Wind commanded, prepare to freeze. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for the Crow Valley camp below. Without hesitation, he opened fire. This time, the distance between them was less than 30 meters, making it impossible for the necromancer to evade South Wind's assault. Whoosh. 55. A 2-digit damage number appeared, and South Wind's expression darkened. The necromancer's defenses were rather formidable. Through the eye of insight, all attributes of the necromancer were obscured by question marks, leaving South Wind uncertain of its health. Charge. Kill. Slash it down. Xiao Luo led the charge, and the melee champions roared as they surged towards the necromancer. Su Ming raised his stone shield, accelerating to the utmost, and collided with the necromancer. With a barbaric charge, the necromancer staggered back several paces, its frail form creaking ominously, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Regardless of what it was, they needed to strike first. Xiao Luo leaped past Su Ming, delivering a slash with his short blade across the necromancer's shoulder. After the blow, Xiao Luo gasped. What the hell? Only 8 points of damage? Can it get any lower? The vast level disparity resulted in severe damage reduction. They would have to wear down the necromancer slowly. Wu Yuan, drawing his bow, unleashed a splendid triple shot. piercing the necromancer's black robe with 3 small holes. Through these apertures, the group could distinctly see the skeletal frame beneath the robe. Cackling echoed ominously. The necromancer emitted a sinister laugh, brandishing his skeletal staff, which unleashed a volley of bone spikes in an instant. Su Ming bellowed, "Everyone, gather behind me." Chapter 85, Evolution. The Undead General. Su Ming, bracing himself with a stone shield, stood resolutely at the forefront. The shield expanded several-fold, successfully deflecting all the bone spikes. Yet, while the stone shield significantly reduced the damage, it could not completely absorb it. Damn it, I was nearly obliterated with over 3,000 health. Healer, save me. Rapid healing. Su Ming's health was swiftly restored, but he still felt a tremor of anxiety. We can't withstand this, brothers. The creature's attack power is far too formidable. Even the sturdiest among us, Su Ming, was nearly annihilated, let alone the others. Among those present, only Su Ming could endure a strike from the necromancer. No wonder he didn't flee. With such high attack, defense, and health, I wouldn't run either if I were in his position. This is a sheer dimensional assault. I cannot conceive a path to victory. Even Nan Feng found himself perplexed, unable to devise a strategy for triumph. At that moment, a system announcement resonated. Ding. Original World Zone 1 defense successful. As the first successfully defended zone, all attributes of the chosen ones in Zone 1 are rewarded with 20. Ding. Original World Zone 1. Chosen 1 Catherine Vina has successfully slain the necromancer, rewarded with 10 to all attributes and 10 reputation. The 2 announcements resonated, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Catherine Vina killed the necromancer? Incredible. Is she truly that terrifying? At level 15, she dispatched him so swiftly? Is the gap between us and Zone 1 so vast? How could she possibly have defeated the necromancer so quickly? Nan Feng furrowed his brow. Has Catherine Vina's strength reached such an outrageous level? No, this cannot be. If the necromancer was indeed of such caliber, Nan Feng believed that no more than 5 battle zones could have slain him. He was uncertain why they had traversed into this world, but he knew that the puppeteer behind it would not allow them to perish so swiftly. This was merely a minor beast tide. In 21 days, a grand beast tide would follow. That would be the true feast. This minor beast tide was merely an appetizer. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng began to piece together a realization. The necromancer must possess a weakness. Otherwise, Catherine could not have vanquished him so rapidly. We must uncover his weakness. Perhaps by incinerating his garments. Yu Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. 3 fireballs soared toward the necromancer, who nimbly leapt to the left, evading the fireballs. However, the hem of his robe was still singed, igniting slowly. In a flash, the black robe was reduced to ashes, revealing a frail skeletal frame before the onlookers. Within his hollow eye sockets burned emerald flames, the sole fire of the necromancer. This was his vulnerability. Everyone, target his eyes. Nan Feng excitedly licked his lips and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The magical bullet struck true, hitting the soul fire with precision. Weak point attack, 800. A single shot, 800. A faint smile graced Nan Feng's lips. Indeed, this was the vulnerability of the necromancer. He. The necromancer, unfazed by the revelation of his weakness, let out a sinister cackle. With a gentle wave of his skeletal staff, an army of skeletons clawed their way from the earth. He was summoning minions. As expected, every lord possessed the ability to call forth subordinates. The team huddled together, safeguarding the ranged attackers. The melee champions formed a protective circle around Nan Feng and the others. Xiao Luo declared, "Focus your attacks on the necromancer. We'll handle these skeletons." Nan Feng replied, "Thank you." Nan Feng, Wu Yuansheng, Yun Fei, Yu Ran, and the other ranged champions unleashed their full might, striving to vanquish the necromancer swiftly. In an instant, magical bullets, arrows, and stones flew forth as if they were worthless. The necromancer dodged frantically, yet he could not escape unscathed. Nan Feng noted that Wu Yuansheng's archery was remarkably precise, hitting the soul fire nearly once every 3 arrows. Nan Feng gave a thumbs up. "Brother, your accuracy is commendable." Wu Yuansheng grinned. "Just joking, my ex-girlfriend often said I was precise." Nan Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo and his companions engaged the summoned skeletons. These skeletal minions, at level 10, posed a significantly lesser threat. With Su Yihan continuously healing, Xiao Luo and his team faced little danger to their lives. The situation appeared to be improving. Su Ming quickly interjected, "Brothers, don't stand still." Huang Yuanming promptly fell silent. The hefty warrior, weighing in at 200 pounds, declared, "Once we slay this one, I shall feast on a pound of food in tribute to the fat I lost today." The jiggle of his bulk left the others speechless. No wonder he was so heavy. Nan Feng warned, "Be cautious. He is about to unleash a skill." The necromancer brandished his skeletal staff and released 5 bone spikes towards the group. Su Ming stepped forward, plunging his stone shield into the ground and shouted, "Stand behind me." The shield instantly enlarged several times, deflecting all the bone spikes. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Good brother, what is the name of your skill?" "It's impressive." Su Ming replied, "It's called Stand Behind Me." "Didn't you hear me shout it?" Huang Yuanming retorted, "What a terrible name." Under the sustained assault from Nan Feng and the others, The necromancer's soul fire dimmed further. His life force dwindled. He. Sensing his impending demise, the necromancer laughed 3 times, raising his skeletal staff high. The surrounding skeletons abandoned their assault on the group and turned towards the necromancer. Nan Feng panicked. He is preparing to unleash a powerful spell. We must kill him quickly. The necromancer stood still, casting his spell, rendering him a living target. This was the optimal moment to strike him down. Piercing shot. Charge strike. Nan Feng withheld no skills and unleashed his full power. 1,380. The others followed suit, hurling all their magical energies and skills without reservation. Yet their damage fell short. The first little skeleton approached the necromancer, instantly crumbling into a heap of bones. These bones levitated, adhering closely to the necromancer's form. More and more little skeletons arrived, converging upon the necromancer's surface. Was this skeletal armor a fusion? Alas, bones adorned his face as well. The soul fire was nearly obscured by these bones. Nan Feng's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly produced a grenade, hurling it forth. The grenade accurately entered through the necromancer's mouth, detonating within. Boom. 220. Failing to strike the soul fire, the grenade inflicted merely over 200 damage. What disappointed Nan Feng most was that the skeletal armor enveloping the necromancer remained intact. The necromancer completed his final transformation, completely shrouded in skeletal armor, protruding bone spikes making him appear fearsome. As for the necromancer's soul fire, it was thoroughly concealed beneath the skull helmet. Look, his skeletal staff is also changing. Nan Feng hastily turned to observe. Indeed, his skeletal staff had morphed into a bony sword. The necromancer had transitioned from range to melee. No, he was no longer merely a necromancer. Nan Feng activated Inside Eye, acquiring information on the creature before him. Undead General. Health? Mana? Undead General. A sense of foreboding enveloped everyone's hearts. In the next moment, the Undead General leapt, covering a distance of over 30 meters, and struck down with his sword. A chosen one was cleaved in two. Everyone was struck with shock. Chapter 86. With this shot, I shall ensure your demise. The Undead General's strike instantly claimed a life. Tengen. Huang Yuanming sought to rush in for a rescue. But Nan Feng restrained him. What purpose does it serve to approach when he has been severed in twain? Nan Feng glanced at the fallen chosen one. His expression was obscured, yet Nan Feng could envision the terror and regret he felt before death. Nan Feng had a faint impression of Tang Yin, a quiet, introverted lad. Fall back. Maintain your distance. Xiao Luo shouted as he charged forward with a short dagger. Retreat quickly. Seeing Xiao Luo advance, Nan Feng quickly readied his weapon to cover him. Pay attention to his eyes. Xiao Luo leapt, delivering a powerful slash with the stone dagger against the Undead General's face. A fissure appeared in the Undead General's skull helmet. Nan Feng could vaguely glimpse the flickering soul fire within. Whoosh. Nan Feng pulled the trigger, magic bullets hurtling forth, striking true into the gap. However, the fissure was still too narrow. The magic bullet became lodged, unable to reach the soul fire within the eye socket. 41. With the skeletal armor, the defense had dramatically increased. Nan Feng. This won't suffice. The gap is still too small. Xiao Luo agreed. Xiao Luo took a deep breath, poised to deliver a decisive strike, but the skeletal sword wielded by the Undead General lunged toward him. With a swift roll, he evaded the deadly thrust just in time, immediately activating his stealth ability, his form gradually fading until he vanished from sight. The Undead General, having lost track of Xiao Luo, turned his attention towards Nan Feng and the others, advancing with malevolent intent. Scatter and flee. Ranged chosen ones, unleash your attacks, and see if you can kite him. The Undead General moved with alarming speed, closing the distance in mere strides. Activating the skill from his swift boots, Nan Feng hastily distanced himself from the general and switched to his Desert Eagle, unleashing a flurry of precise shots. At such close range, the Desert Eagle proved more effective than the 98. The Undead General let out a chilling laugh, ignoring the others and fixating solely on Nan Feng. Recognizing him as the greatest threat, once Nan Feng was dealt with, the rest would be mere lambs to the slaughter. However, he could not match Nan Feng's speed and found himself continuously kite. Suddenly, the Undead General bent his knees slightly, preparing to leap. This was the very skill that had annihilated Tang and moments before. A wave of deathly aura enveloped Nan Feng, and he realized that the general's strike could cover over 30 meters in an instant, an exceptionally powerful charge that he had little hope of evading. At that critical moment, Xiao Luo, who had been lying in wait, emerged and struck the Undead General at the back of his knees, causing him to lose balance and collapse to the ground. The general's ability was interrupted. Well done, brother. Nan Feng sighed in relief, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of bullets, pouring forth his magical energy. The sound of gunfire rang out as each shot struck the Undead General's helmet, causing the cracks to deepen and the flames of souls within his eye sockets to flicker ever more vividly. With a roar of fury, the Undead General rose, gripping his skeletal sword for a sweeping horizontal slash. The sword energy surged forth, cleaving through trees and, tragically, cutting down several unsuspecting chosen ones. Nan Feng had managed to drop to the ground just in time, avoiding the deadly arc of the sword energy. But the undead general seized the moment, advancing swiftly. The distance between them now a mere 2 meters. Nan Feng, get out of the way. Protect Nan Feng. Damn it, brothers, let us take him down together. Yet, they were too far to intervene in time. The undead general grinned menacingly, bringing his sword down upon Nan Feng. In a critical moment, Nan Feng activated the skill of his crystal necklace. A radiant shield materialized around him, shimmering with brilliance. However, the undead general's skeletal sword shattered the shield in an instant and severed Nan Feng's left leg. 1386. With a piercing scream, Nan Feng was nearly rendered unconscious by excruciating pain. Yet, shielded by the crystalline barrier, he clung to life. Rapid healing and gradual regeneration ensued, as Su Yihan softly chanted incantations from a distance, restoring Nan Feng's vitality. The undead general prepared to strike again, but Xiao Luo rushed forward. Grasping the general's right arm with desperation, gritting his teeth, he struggled against the general, urging, Nan Feng, are you alive? If so, hurry and crawl away. I can barely hold on. Nan Feng weakly nodded. Having lost his left leg, he could no longer stand and could only drag himself away with his hands. The other chosen ones soon arrived, with Su Ming charging forth, his stone shield colliding with the undead general, disorienting him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Luo released his grip and swung his blade towards the general's helmet, his expression frantic. We must pry open his helmet, or we cannot defeat him. With a thunderous approach, the hefty warrior, Wooly, thundered onto the scene, shaking the ground like a humanoid tank. He lunged at the undead general from behind, one powerful arm locking around the general's neck, while the other grasped the skull helmet, attempting to wrench it off. With a fierce roar, Wooly's veins bulged, his face contorted in a grimace. Crack! The skeletal helmet was brutally torn asunder, exposing the general's soul fire to the onlookers. However, Wooly's triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, a multitude of bone spines erupted from the general's back, piercing Wooly's body with numerous jagged wounds. In an instant, his life force was extinguished, and Su Yihan's skills were rendered useless. His eyes gradually faded to a lifeless hue. Wooly, damn it! The group, fueled by rage, charged at the undead general, while Nan Feng sat on the ground, having already switched to his 98 firearm. The death of Wooly ignited a fierce determination in his eyes. You shall accompany him to the grave. Wooly's arm remained locked around the undead general's neck, directing the soul fire towards Nan Feng. With calm precision, he pulled the trigger. Charging his shot to the maximum, he unleashed a devastating blow, empowered by a damage bonus of 200. This shot is for your demise. The gunfire roared, and the magical bullet pierced through the undead general's eye socket, striking true at the soul fire. A critical hit registered, 3,180 damage. The general shuddered, the flames in his eyes slowly extinguishing. A notification chimed. Defense successful in Zone 527 of the original world. As the second successfully defended zone, all chosen ones in Zone 527 receive a bonus of 10 to all attributes. Another notification followed. Chosen 1 Nan Feng has successfully slain the undead general, receiving 10 to all attributes and 10 reputation. The duel announcements heralded the thrilling conclusion of the Beast Tide. Victory was theirs. Phew, that was truly arduous. The battle concluded, yet a sense of joy eluded the survivors. Among the 28 who ascended the mountain, only 19 remained. The 9 who had perished would eternally slumber within the embrace of this great mountain. South Wind lay on his back, gasping for breath. How do you feel? Su Yihan approached briskly, crouching beside South Wind to assess his injuries. South Wind managed a bitter smile. My left leg, below the knee, is completely gone. Su Yihan reassured him, it's all right, it will grow back. This world is real, but not entirely so. He softly comforted South Wind while continuously casting spells to restore his health. South Wind was still bleeding, losing dozens of life points each second. Yu Yin hurried over, clutching South Wind's severed calf. Quick, let us reattach it while it's still warm. It can still be used. Yu Yin placed the limb carefully and then removed her black coat, meticulously bandaging South Wind's knee. I lost my pinky to a red-eyed rabbit in a similar manner. Once your health is restored, it will reconnect on its own. South Wind felt a flicker of hope. The possibility of regrowing his lost leg was exhilarating. So, I can joyfully run beneath the sunset again, he joked. Yu Yin retorted, not so fast. You'll be in a wheelchair for a couple of days first. Beneath her coat, she wore only a black tank top, her silhouette subtly revealing her form. And don't let your eyes wander too much, she playfully warned, giving South Wind a gentle glare. He quickly redirected his gaze. Xiao Luo approached, bearing some items. These are the spoils dropped by the undead general. They are all yours. South Wind shook his head. Why should they all belong to me? Everyone contributed. Xiao Luo replied, your contribution stands tallest. Without you, we would not have defeated it. South Wind insisted, I can't take everything. I'll choose just 2 items, and you can distribute the rest. Xiao Luo clarified, the undead general only dropped 2 items. South Wind felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. Then I'll take one, and you can decide what to do with the other. For those who didn't receive anything, I will procure some materials from the village storage as compensation. It was only fair, as everyone had fought hard. Some even risking their lives. It would be foolish to claim all the rewards for oneself. Everyone agreed with South Wind's proposal. Xiao Luo produced a green treasure chest along with 5 obsidian stones, placing them before South Wind. Here is what we got. Those 5 stones are obsidian. They can upgrade your main weapon. I think it's better to use them as a single item. 5 obsidian stones. South Wind felt invigorated. They were just what he needed to elevate his main weapon from medium grade to high grade. Without hesitation, he made his choice. I'll take the obsidian. The green treasure chest is yours. The green chest could potentially yield high-grade equipment, like his crystal necklace, which had been obtained from a similar chest. However, the urgency of upgrading his main weapon took precedence over the allure of potential treasures. As his armory underwent an upgrade, unlocking a plethora of new equipment, Nan Feng could hardly contain his anticipation for what would be unveiled next. He already possessed a pistol and a sniper rifle. Would the next unlock be an automatic rifle, or perhaps a submachine gun? Even an anti-tank cannon would suffice. The mere thought thrilled him. Meanwhile, the green treasure chest had been claimed by Xiao Luo. In turn, Xiao Luo needed to procure a batch of materials to compensate the other brothers. Once the spoils were divided, the group prepared to descend the mountain. On the other side, Huang Yuanming had dug 9 large graves to inter the fallen brothers. Su Ming placed a wooden marker at Wu Li's grave, etching the name with a sharp stone. Ah, I warned you against standing, yet you chose to disregard the advice. Alas, rest well below. I shall bring you 2 fine cuts of pork for a hearty feast, Su Ming said, retrieving 2 pieces of pork from his backpack and placing them neatly before Wu Li's grave. The others approached, standing silently before the 9 tombstones for 3 solemn minutes. The dead had departed, but the living must forge ahead. With their spirits steadied, they began their descent. Xiao Luo and Su Ming forged the path, while Huang Yuanming carried Nan Feng on his back. Brother, you weigh a ton, Huang Yuanming remarked. Quit your nonsense. My weight is perfectly standard, Nan Feng retorted. Carrying you has me sweating profusely, Huang Yuanming replied. Come on, brother, are you feeling a bit weak? Nan Feng teased, prompting Huang Yuanming to fall silent. Feeling bored, Nan Feng opened his panel and glanced at the chat channel. After the death of the undead general, the ferocious beasts besieging the Crow Valley camp had also perished, rendering the camp safe. Everyone was clearing the battlefield, preparing to celebrate this hard-won victory. Nan Feng switched to the cross-region chat channel and noticed many were anxiously inquiring about how to defeat the undead sorcerer. Zone 113. Yi Piaoling. The undead sorcerer has too much health. We simply cannot defeat him in our war zone. Zone 162. Martin. Damn, we are in the same boat. Now we can only wait to meet our end in the little cabin. Zone 381. Lin Tianchi. Are there any brothers from Zone 527? How did you manage to kill the undead sorcerer? Any secrets? It seemed many war zones had yet to uncover the sorcerer's weaknesses. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng resolved to share the information regarding the soul fire, not for any personal gain, but to spare lives in other Dragon Kingdom war zones. Zone 527. Nan Feng. The undead sorcerer's weakness lies in his eyes, within which are 2 flickering flames of soul fire. Striking them can trigger 10-fold critical damage. Zone 527. Nan Feng. Be advised, as the undead sorcerer nears death, he will transform into the undead general. It is imperative to defeat him before he completes his transformation, or the losses will be catastrophic. Having conveyed this crucial information, Nan Feng closed the panel and leaned against Huang Yuanming's back, succumbing to fatigue. He was utterly exhausted after the day's events. Chapter 88. Distribution of Rewards. Fire Coverage and Precision Strike. At 9 p.m., within the Crow Valley camp. Others did not disturb Nan Feng. Some rested while others cleaned up the battlefield. Around 11 o'clock, Nan Feng suddenly awoke from his slumber. My leg. He felt an itch at the knee of his left leg and quickly sat up to investigate. His leg was still wrapped in a dark, ethereal coat. As he unwrapped it, Nan Feng discovered that his severed calf had rejoined seamlessly with his thigh. Several tendons and muscles had already reconnected, and Nan Feng estimated that by tomorrow morning, his left leg would be fully restored. He mused, how remarkable. If Blue Star possessed such technology, who would resort to harvesting others' kidneys? Outside the cabin, flames flickered, and people within the camp gathered in small groups to celebrate their victory. Nan Feng hopped out of bed, bouncing on one foot as he exited the cabin. Oh look, the boss is awake. Huang Yuanming waved at him from near the bonfire. Nan Feng bounced over, feeling a twinge of disappointment that no one had come to assist him. Come on, you're not completely incapacitated. What do you need help for? Xiao Luo scoffed. Master Lu Daqiang, with a grin, chimed in, Boss, I was a carpenter before my journey here. I can craft you a wheelchair tonight. Nan Feng waved his hands in protest. That won't be necessary. Lu Daqiang continued, don't be so polite. The wheelchair I make will even have drifting capabilities, allowing you to experience the thrill of a mountain racer. Wu Yuanxing interjected, a mountain racer? Just drifting 1T suffice. We'll need 2 canisters of nitrous oxide as well. Su Zuran perked up, a power generation device. Wind power or hydropower? Huang Yuanming replied. It seems they plan to construct 2 large blades to harness wind power, as there aren't significant water flows nearby for hydroelectric generation. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. I know of a place with a grand waterfall. Perhaps we could utilize that. Wu Yuanxing suggested. Isn't solar power a viable option? The group animatedly discussed their visions for the future, dreaming of the day when air conditioning, refrigerators, and computers would come to fruition. However, on the other side of the camp, 2 disheveled engineering students squatted on the ground, their faces etched with dismay. Xian Yongchang lamented. Why is there no magnet in this world? Lu Wenhua replied. There might be one, but we haven't discovered it yet. Xian Yongchang countered. How can we generate electricity without magnets? Can you do it? Lu Wenhua admitted. I cannot. The teacher never taught us. Xian Yongchang retorted. You're useless. Lu Wenhua shot back, as if you're any better. As midnight approached, announcements from the server grew increasingly frequent. They either heralded the successful defense of a battle zone or reported the complete annihilation of another. Following this conflict, of the initial 1,000 battle zones in the primitive world, fewer than 500 remained, with the death toll soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Notably, many battle zones did not vanquish the necromancer. Instead, they relied on their geographical advantages and the defensive strength of their cabins to endure until dawn, thus achieving a successful defense. At precisely midnight, the residents of Zone 527 had nearly finished their discussions and were preparing to retire for the night. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, vegetation surged uncontrollably, ferocious beasts roared, and the realm transformed. What was happening? Nan Feng stood by the window, sensing the changes outside. The wild grass by the entrance had surged to over half a meter in height. The wildflowers along the roadside were also growing wildly, unfurling their large petals to absorb the moonlight. In the distant forest, trees that were once 7 or 8 meters tall had now soared over 30 meters. Even creatures that were not typically considered ferocious, such as flies and mosquitoes, had undergone transformations, each now the size of an adult's fist. In the chat channel, some had already reacted. This was a resource influx. Resources were being allocated. Following the obliteration of other battle zones, the remaining ones could gain a 10 resource boost. With over 500 battle zones eradicated, the resources acquired by those who successfully defended their territories were staggering. Just imagine how much timber could be obtained from a 30-meter tree. The number of ferocious beasts had also increased, meaning one could level up right at their doorstep without the need to venture far. Goodness, even the mountains behind the camp had risen higher. I can't even see the mountain peak. Excited discussions erupted among the crowd regarding this transformation. It heralded a new opportunity. 5 minutes later, the world settled into calm. Nan Feng glanced outside. The changes were so profound that he could scarcely recognize the Crow Valley camp. The system announcement chimed in. Ding. Resource rewards have been fully distributed. All chosen ones in each battle zone may collect them. Ding. Congratulations to all for successfully defending against the minor beast tide. Rewards will now be distributed to the battle zones with outstanding performance. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. Such a delightful surprise. I thought the rewards had been fully given. After vanquishing the undead general, he had already received a total of 20 points in all attributes, and now there were additional rewards. The Creator God system proved to be quite generous. Ding. Original World Zone 1. Chosen 1 Catherine Vina, during the Beast Tide, single-handedly killed 731 beasts, earning the title Beast Slayer. Ding. Original World Zone 3. Chosen 1 Andre, during the Beast Tide, sustained 381 points of damage, earning the title Rock Solid. Ding. Original World Zone 17. Chosen 1 Xiaoangran. Ding. Original World Zone 527. Chosen 1 Nan Feng, during the Beast Tide. Killed 54 ferocious beasts in 1 second, earning the title Fire Coverage. Ding. Original World Zone 527. Chosen 1 Nan Feng dealt the highest damage, 3180, to the undead general, earning the title Precise Strike. The Creator God system continued to announce titles, a plethora of them, ranging from those for the most rescues to the highest damage taken, and more. Nan Feng received 2 titles, Fire Coverage and Precise Strike, killing 54 ferocious beasts in 1 second. That must have been when I blasted the cavern spider with a grenade. The Precise Strike title referred to my final shot, a fully charged blow that took it out in an instant. 2 titles were swiftly obtained, resembling badges that could be worn directly. Nan Feng employed the Eye of Insight to scrutinize the attributes of these titles. Firepower Coverage, Type, Title, Attributes, all attributes 20. Passive Skill, your skill damage is increased by 10. Precision Strike, Type, Title, Attributes, all attributes 20. Passive Skill, your single target skill damage is increased by 10. One enhances skill damage, while the other amplifies single target skill damage, though the increase is not particularly significant. However, the cumulative effect of 20 to all attributes from both titles is quite commendable. It seems that I am the only one in the battlefield to have acquired 2 titles. An idea struck Nan Feng, and he donned both titles simultaneously. A total of 40 to all attributes. Incredible. The attributes of these 2 titles can indeed stack. Nan Feng joyfully patted his belly, feeling elated. Ding. The beast tide has concluded. The battlefield with the highest remaining participants is Primitive World District 527, 337 individuals. Reward. All chosen ones in Primitive World District 527 receive a white treasure chest. A white treasure chest? Nan Feng furrowed his brow. This reward seemed rather mediocre. A white treasure chest could only yield low-grade equipment, which was essentially useless for Nan Feng at this stage. Without washing his face, he opened the chest immediately. Inside, he found a piece of low-grade clothing that paled in comparison to his imperishable battle armor. Nan Feng tossed it into the storage, leaving it for someone in need. With the rewards distributed, Nan Feng adjusted his mindset and climbed into bed. Tomorrow, he must continue leveling up to enhance his strength. He could not afford to be complacent. In 20 days, a more perilous beast tide awaits, and he did not wish to meet an untimely end. Cheer up, Nan Feng. Today shall be filled with promise. He encouraged himself, quickly drifting into slumber. Chapter 89. Upgrading the fated divine weapon. Attack power exceeds 2,000. The next day, at 6 in the morning. Having established a biological clock, Nan Feng opened his eyes punctually. My leg has nearly healed. He hopped out of bed, taking a couple of bounces. His left leg still throbbed slightly. However, compared to last night, it felt significantly better. He believed that within half a day, it would be completely recovered. Upon opening the door, Nan Feng was taken aback. The grass outside had grown to 2 meters high, and apart from the grass, he could see nothing. Had it really only been one night? Such exaggeration. He retrieved his dagger and began to clear the overgrown weeds, fashioning a path. A substantial area in the center of the camp had already been cleared. Xiao Luo was merrily hacking away at the grass with a short knife. Nan Feng remarked, "This wild grass grows too rapidly, doesn't it? Can this camp still accommodate anyone?" Xiao Luo replied, "Of course. I refuse to believe it grows faster than I can cut it down." Huang Yuanming interjected, "Be careful. I just discovered a man-eating flower in the camp. A new type of ferocious beast." Xiao Luo inquired, "What level is it?" Huang Yuanming responded, "Level 2. Nan Feng rolled his eyes. What significance did a level 2 man-eating flower hold? It posed no threat at all. Soon, a roaring fire ignited within the campsite. While the flames inflicted minimal damage to the small wooden cabin, they effortlessly consumed the surrounding weeds. In mere minutes, the wildflowers and grasses that adorned the campsite were reduced to ashes. The group emerged from the cabin to clear the weeds that encircled their domain. Goodness, there are ferocious beasts outside. So many little rabbits. Could these cute bunnies truly be considered beasts? They were merely breakfast. How could one bring oneself to harm such adorable creatures? Brothers, is there a leveling party available? We need ranged support, a shield, a healer. The chosen ones formed small teams and ventured forth to gain experience. Nan Feng, too, was not idle. He resolved to hunt ferocious beasts near the campsite to elevate his level. His status bar indicated a left leg injured, reducing his movement speed by 30, rendering his gait exceedingly cumbersome, akin to that of a tortoise. Muttering to himself, Nan Feng limped past a 5-member team. Truly impressive, Nan Feng, even with a limp. He outpaces us, said Bao Jian. Just how high is his agility? Marion wondered aloud. Could he have allocated all his points to agility? Did you forget his terrifying damage output? Ning Wu interjected. The last time I saw a limping individual move this swiftly was in the Summoner's Rift, Yin Fei remarked. As the admiration of his peers surrounded him, Nan Feng's silhouette gradually faded into the forest. Whoosh! A fly, no larger than a palm, fell victim to Nan Feng's strike. A new beast? So small, yet it was level 5. The forest teemed with flies and mosquitoes. Although they offered scant experience, even the tiniest mosquito was still meat. As Nan Feng advanced, he deftly dispatched the pesky insects that obstructed his path. It seemed the war zone had garnered a wealth of resources, presenting a unique opportunity for these beasts. The increase in beast numbers posed a significant threat to the chosen ones, yet it also brought considerable advantages. With the current density of ferocious beasts, Nan Feng estimated that a chosen one below level 10 could easily gain 2 levels in a day. With diligent effort, 3 levels might even be achievable. Nan Feng mused, I wonder which region the beasts above level 10 inhabit? Now at level 11. He found that hunting these level 3 to 5 beasts yielded only minuscule amounts of experience, rendering his leveling efficiency painfully low. To truly advance, he needed to hunt beasts above level 10. The river before him stretched roughly 10 meters wide and was 2 to 3 meters deep, its waters crystal clear. Nan Feng could even see the darting water arrow fish beneath the surface. Pew! From the depths, a water arrow fish shot forth a jet of water, aimed directly at Nan Feng's face. With an agility score soaring to 218, Nan Feng effortlessly tilted his head to evade the deluge, swiftly drawing his desert eagle to dispatch the fish in an instant. Fluid movements. I can now consider myself a skilled fighter, Nan Feng thought, nodding in satisfaction as he continued his aquatic pursuits. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a black outer garment from his backpack. This was the cloak of Yuran, which he had removed the previous night to bandage his wounds. The garment was now stained with his own blood. Nan Feng meticulously cleaned his outer garment before placing it into his backpack. This girl, though a tad flirtatious, possesses a certain thoughtfulness, truly embodying the role of a caring little sister. This led Nan Feng to recall a classic saying, "What green tea?" This is clearly a considerate and understanding younger sister. After washing his clothes, Nan Feng strolled around the vicinity but failed to encounter any beasts above level 10. The Crow Valley camp felt rather desolate in the morning. As most adventurers had ventured out to level up, by afternoon, his legs should be completely healed. Wait, has Xiao Luo reached level 11 as well? He should inquire where his friend leveled up. Perhaps he would join in the excitement later. He nearly forgot that his destined weapon could be upgraded. Suddenly, he remembered the 5 obsidian stones he acquired last night and promptly opened the interface for his weapon. Required materials for upgrading his destined weapon: 300 wood, 500 stone, 300 iron, 50 copper, and 5 obsidian. Nan Feng still had plenty of wood and stone, while iron and copper were available in the village warehouse, which he could exchange for using contribution points. With the materials gathered, it was time to upgrade. Destined weapon, weapon name, ordinary armory, current grade, upper grade type, backpack, attributes, 150 backpack slots. Materials required for upgrade: 300 wood, 500 stone, 500 iron, 100 copper, 20 obsidian. The upgrade of the destined weapon was successful, and the equipment within the armory saw enhancements as well. 2x optical scope, 4x optical scope. The storage limit for grenades increased to 5. The mana consumption for charge strike was reduced: 5 mana for an increase of 1 damage, and 4 mana for an increase of 1 damage. Simultaneously, Nan Feng acquired 2 new skills. Eagle Eye, Beginner. A passive skill that slightly enhances your vision. Explosive Bullet. Infuses your magic bullet with unstable gas, resulting in a violent explosion upon hitting the first enemy, dealing massive damage to foes within a 2-meter radius. Mana cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. What a delightful surprise to receive 2 skills at once. This could certainly elevate his prowess. Both skills proved to be exceptionally practical. Eagle Eye would allow Nan Feng to see further, and with the 4x scope, his attacking range would significantly expand. As for Explosive Bullet, it was equally versatile, suitable for dispatching minor foes or engaging in combat, and could even be used in conjunction with Charge Strike, rendering him nearly invincible. Upon examining the level 98 equipment, he noted minimal changes, primarily an enhancement in base attributes. The level 98 sniper rifle now boasted an additional 100 points in strength and 30 points in stamina. Nan Feng's strength had soared to an impressive 417 points, with his attack power surpassing the 2,000 mark, reaching an astounding 2085 points. Who could rival him now? Filled with exuberance, Nan Feng proudly gazed at the sun for a fleeting moment before conceding defeat. No, the sun still held some power. He must not stare too long. Ding! The chosen one, Xiao Luo, has slain the level 11 Lord, Furious Yellow Bull, earning a reward of 22 stamina. A system announcement resounded. Nan Feng was taken aback. Xiao Luo had quietly eliminated a level 11 Lord early in the morning? Quite impressive. Beep beep beep. There was a message in the Handsome Guys group, directed at Nan Feng. Upon opening it, he saw it was from the freshly victorious Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, Nan Feng. Brother, I struck gold. Nan Feng, so excited. Did you obtain an epic item? Xiao Luo, not an epic, but I did acquire something rather intriguing. Nan Feng, what is it? Chapter 90, Cross-Region Pass. Xiao Luo, I just defeated a lord and obtained a rather interesting item. Nan Feng, what item? Xiao Luo, a Cross-Region Pass. As Xiao Luo shared the attributes of the Cross-Region Pass, the previously silent members of the Handsome Guys group were stirred to life, bubbling with excitement. Su Ming, Cross-Region Pass. What use does it serve? Su Zurin, it has a cooldown period, indicating it is not a one-time use item. Huang Yuanming, it seems rather useless. I can't fathom its purpose. Nan Feng, does this item allow only one person to travel, or can it accommodate a group? Xiao Luo, I have no idea. I have yet to use it. Xiao Luo, however, once utilized, one must remain in the other battlefield for a full 8 hours. And without the comforts of a cabin, it could be perilous. Wu Yuansheng, but what if we could relocate the cabin there? Wu Yuansheng, I could stay at Su Ming's place, right Su Ming? Su Ming, my cabin only shelters heartbroken girls. After lengthy discussion, the group concluded that the cross-region pass seemed to hold little value, appearing somewhat superfluous. Yet, an idea sparked in Nan Feng's mind. We could venture into other battlefields and pilfer their resources. Yuran, pilfer? How would that work? Nan Feng, by claiming the first kill on lords. First kills grant attribute point rewards, and each battlefield's rewards are calculated separately. Nan Feng, for instance. Xiao Luo just killed a level 11 lord, meaning others in our battlefield would receive no rewards for slaying another level 11 lord. Nan Feng, however, if we utilize this pass to traverse to another battlefield and steal their level 11 lord, we would gain those attribute points. The group suddenly comprehended the strategy. Huang Yuanming, wow, that is quite clever. It's rather sneaky. Su Zurin, yet still, the issue remains. Those who travel must stay in the other battlefield for 8 hours, without supplies, relying solely on meat to restore health, which is quite risky. Nan Feng, Indeed, it would be preferable if we could bring others along, like a healer. Sui-han, am I the healer? Nan Feng, you are indeed. After further deliberation, they decided to refrain from using the pass for the time being, opting to keep it in reserve. By noon, Nan Feng had eaten a little and exercised slightly, preparing to venture out. His left leg damage now only reduced his movement speed by 5, which was a manageable impact. Perhaps a walk would allow this negative status to dissipate on its own. Nan Feng prepared to embark on a journey towards the location of Xiaoluo, an area teeming with formidable beasts of level 10 and above, a veritable treasure trove for leveling up. However, the distance was considerable. With 218 points in agility, Nan Feng took over half an hour to reach his destination. Thanks to the passive enhancement of Eagle Eye, he spotted Xiaoluo from a considerable distance. Xiaoluo was being jostled by 5 gentle breeze cattle, appearing quite flustered. Just as Nan Feng was about to lend a hand, Xiaoluo swiftly executed a crescent moon slash, dispatching 2 of the gentle breeze cattle. The remaining 3 posed no threat and were effortlessly dealt with by Xiaoluo. Truly, as the second-ranked expert on the leaderboard, he demonstrated formidable prowess, rendering Nan Feng's earlier concerns somewhat unwarranted. Deciding not to compete for experience, Nan Feng surveyed his surroundings and climbed a small hillock. Setting up his 98 and equipping a 4x scope, he commenced his search for the tracks of beasts. At a distance of 230 meters, he spotted a multi-horned antelope. The range was rather far, but he resolved to attempt a shot. Until today, Nan Feng had primarily targeted adversaries within 100 meters, as his accuracy diminished beyond that point. Several factors contributed to this. For instance, the velocity of his magical bullets was not swift enough, making them susceptible to gravitational influence. Additionally, the heightened vigilance of the beasts allowed them to react preemptively, and the distance often hindered his visibility, affecting his aim. With so many elements influencing his accuracy, he seldom engaged targets beyond 100 meters. However, emboldened by the enhancements of Eagle Eye and the 4x scope, Nan Feng felt inclined to challenge himself by targeting beasts at a distance of 200 meters. He aimed and fired. The magical bullet erupted from the chamber, hurtling towards the distant, multi-horned antelope, with remarkable speed. Upon firing, Nan Feng immediately sensed a difference in the 98. The bullet's velocity had increased. He had produced a sonic boom with that shot, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Had he truly surpassed the speed of sound? Quite impressive. Though it still paled in comparison to the sniper rifles of Blue Star, where some firearms could propel bullets at several times the speed of sound. Nevertheless, Nan Feng was quite satisfied. With the enhancement of his innate weapon, its power would only continue to grow. In time, achieving bullet speeds of 10 or even 100 times the speed of sound seemed entirely plausible. The shot had skimmed past the antelope's thigh, leaving a trail of blood. Yet it inflicted minimal damage. Startled, the multi-horned antelope bolted away, quickly vanishing from sight. The distance had caused Nan Feng's shot to veer significantly off course. He had initially aimed for the antelope's head. A minor setback did little to dampen Nan Feng's spirits. He continued to peer through the 4x scope in search of beasts, specifically targeting those situated between 100 and 200 meters, not for experience, but to hone his marksmanship. The afternoon swiftly passed, during which Xiaoluo stopped by for a casual chat. Nan Feng's shooting accuracy improved significantly, achieving a 70 hit rate within 200 meters and an impressive 98 within 100 meters. Quite commendable, indeed, yielding fruitful results. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. With the increased accuracy of Nan Feng, his pace in hunting ferocious beasts has accelerated, earning him over 5,000 experience points in the afternoon. Level 11, 6835250000. However, Xiaoluo has proven to be even more efficient. Having surpassed Nan Feng to claim the top position on the level leaderboard, Nan Feng fell silent, contemplating the relentless dedication of this leveling enthusiast. He found a flat stone to sit upon and accessed the chat channel. Within the chat channel, a group of chosen ones was engrossed in conversation. Nan Feng glanced through their chat history, his brow furrowing in concern. A trio had been utterly annihilated. Mayong, does anyone know where they were leveling up? Ningwu, I think it was in the eastern forest, but I'm not entirely sure. The battlefield has changed drastically today. It's overgrown with weeds and towering trees. Who knows where they could have gone? Yunfei, everyone, be cautious. There may be a powerful beast near our camp, possibly even a lord-level creature. Nan Feng lowered his head in contemplation. His brow furrowed deeper as he raised his gaze. Xiaoluo, do you think other battle zones might also have unleashed interregional passes? Xiaoluo pondered for a moment before nodding. It's entirely possible. After all, it's just an 11-level lord. The difficulty isn't too great. Nan Feng inquired. What do you think they would use this pass for? Xiaoluo replied, how would I know? Why are you asking this? Nan Feng explained, just moments ago, 3 of our brothers inexplicably died. Nan Feng added, I suspect that powerful individuals from other battle zones have come over. Chapter 91, Alex from Zone 25. Nan Feng reiterated, I suspect that powerful individuals from other battle zones have come over. Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo felt a jolt of surprise. Xiaoluo responded, could it be? They might have been killed by a lord-level beast. Nan Feng shook his head. I find that unlikely. even if they couldn't defeat a Lord-level beast. Surely one of the three could have escaped? At the very least, they could have sent a couple of messages for help in the chat channel. Nan Feng continued. But they perished too quickly, leaving no trace of their messages. This is quite abnormal. Xiao Luo stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Indeed, so what shall we do now? Nan Feng proposed. First, we must locate the bodies of those three brothers to ascertain the cause of their demise before making any judgments. With this, Nan Feng composed a message and sent it to the chat channel. Nan Feng wrote, Brothers, there may be a Lord-level beast near the camp. Let us form teams of 10 and conduct a thorough search, while also attempting to locate the bodies of our three brothers. Bao Jian, Nan Feng has spoken, we must comply. Ma Yong, bring in 2 more, and we'll have a full team. Following yesterday's battle, the members of the Crow Valley camp remained united, quickly forming several teams of 10 to scour the vicinity. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo hastened their steps back toward the camp. By around 5 in the evening, the group finally discovered the bodies of the 3 chosen ones. Upon receiving the news, Nan Feng rushed over at once. The demise of the 3 individuals was utterly tragic. One had been beheaded, another was cleaved in 2, and the last, albeit in a slightly less horrific state, had suffered a fatal puncture to the heart from a sharp implement. All 3 had been dispatched in an instant, their expressions revealing that they had scarcely registered their fate before succumbing to death. A mere glance was sufficient for the onlookers to ascertain that this was not the work of a beast, it was a deliberate act of murder. Su Zurin crouched on the ground, examining the 3 corpses. The weapon was a sword, and the assailant was at least of level 10, exhibiting a decisive and ruthless proficiency, indicative of a formidable adversary. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Feng mentally pinpointed a suspect, Sakura One Sword. They harbored a grudge against Nan Feng, providing them with a motive. However, certainty eluded him at this juncture. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 5:30 p.m. Rewinding 8 hours led to 9:30 a.m. Nan Feng mused that Xiao Luo's reasoning was sound. He found it implausible that the perpetrator had obtained a pass at 9:30 a.m. and immediately utilized it. The assailant was likely still within their battleground. Xiao Luo had only slain an 11th level lord around 11 o'clock a.m., acquiring the pass then. Even if other zones acted more swiftly than Xiao Luo, their speed would not surpass it significantly. Furthermore, using a pass carries inherent risks. Who in their right mind would use it immediately unless they were reckless? With this thought, Nan Feng declared, let us continue our search and uncover this murderer. Exercise caution and do not stray too far to avoid ambush. Understood. The members of the group, incensed by the audacity of being targeted at their doorstep, rallied with determination to seek out the culprit. Nan Feng ascended a towering tree, setting up an observation point at a height of over 10 meters. Surrounded by towering trees, his visibility was limited to the narrow gaps between the trunks, making it challenging to detect any signs of the assailant. An hour passed, darkness encroaching. Yet no discoveries were made. Nan Feng sighed, suspecting that they would yield no results that night. Qiu Feihong expressed his frustration. Damn it. Letting this murderer roam free is infuriating. Bao Jian echoed. Indeed, who wouldn't feel the same? Sigh. Ma Yong lamented. Why can other zones infiltrate ours? Yu Ran remarked. The conflicts between battlegrounds will intensify. Everyone must strive to reach level 10 quickly, or else they will lack the ability to protect themselves. Below the tree, Xiao Luo kept watch for Nan Feng, ensuring his safety against potential threats. Nan Feng stated, the primary issue is that we have yet to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Otherwise, I would march into their battleground tomorrow to demand retribution. Xiao Luo replied, did you not suspect Sakura One Sword? That is merely a conjecture. I cannot confirm it yet. The two walked side by side towards their camp. Nan Feng continued, given the current circumstances, I am wary of provoking other zones. It will not be long before everyone possesses cross-regional passes. With so many enemies, it poses a disaster for our comrades within the camp. Not everyone possesses the strength of Nan Feng and Xiao Luo. Presently, the average level in Zone 527 stood at level 8, with 36 chosen ones exceeding level 10. Although Zone 527 was relatively strong, encounters with adept opponents of level 11 and 12 from other zones would still result in casualties. Before determining the identity of the murderer, Nan Feng was reluctant to provoke too many individuals. What if the incident today was not the doing of Sakura's sword? Xiao Luo nodded in agreement with Nan Feng's viewpoint. However, as the two entered the camp, a system announcement resonated. Ding. Original world. Chosen one Alex from Zone 25 has successfully slain the level 12 Lord Beast, Prairie Tiger King, and received a reward of 24 energy. The chosen one from Zone 25 had eliminated the Lord Beast, yet the news reached them in Zone 527. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, instantly realizing that their Zone 527 had been infiltrated. Xiao Luo's expression turned icy. This audacious fool dared to steal from their war zone? Does he not know how to write the word death? Nan Feng let out a cold chuckle. Very well, it seems we have found the killer. Zone 25. Just wait for me. Nevertheless, Nan Feng remained puzzled. They had no significant interaction with Zone 25, and their conversations in the cross-regional chat channel had been scarce. Why would this chosen one Alex, seek to provoke Zone 527. Do they think me an easy target? At the center of the Crow's Valley camp, everyone was gathered, their voices rising in uproar. Qiu Feihong exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this, Alex? Seeking death?" Bao Jian questioned, "We haven't provoked him, have we? He came to steal, and even resorted to murder?" Ningwu added, "Nan Feng, can you tolerate this? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. If I had a cross-regional pass, I would storm into Zone 25 right now to give them a taste of their own medicine." Xiao Luo produced a cross-regional pass and handed it to Ningwu. "Here, take it and go." Ningwu fell silent for 2 seconds, rolling his eyes and tilting his head. "Ah, I'm an idiot." Nan Feng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "A gentleman does not let grievances go unpunished. Rest assured, I shall demand an explanation from Zone 25 first thing tomorrow, before the beast tide. We only needed to face the beasts, but now we must also contend with the chosen ones from other war zones. Humans are 100 times more terrifying than beasts." Chapter 92. We must climb back that night. The people of Zone 527 flocked to the cross-regional chat channel, ready for a verbal confrontation. Zone 527, Nan Feng, where is Alex from Zone 25? Come out and take your beating. Zone 25, Alex, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Zone 527, Nan Feng, I am your long-lost father, here to help you recognize your roots. Zone 527, Huang Yuanming, Alex, you came to our zone today, slaughtered one of ours, and killed 3 people, correct? Zone 25, Bernoulli, you Dragon Country folks are truly amusing. Have you begun to throw around baseless accusations? Do you have any evidence? Zone 527, Wu Yuanxing, evidence? The system announced it when he hunted the Prairie Tiger King in our war zone. Does that not count as evidence? Zone 25, Bernoulli, I didn't hear your Zone S announcement. How do I know what you say is true? Zone 527, Nan Feng, does denying it serve any purpose? I will pay a visit to Zone 25 tomorrow. You all better start writing your wills. Zone 8, Mike, oh? It appears that everyone possesses the interregional pass now? While I have yet to muster the courage to utilize mine, you all have already commenced fighting. Zone 17, Xiaoongran, what is happening? Alex from Zone 25 has gone to Zone 527 to commit murder? Alex, do you and your faction not regard our Dragon Nation with any respect? Zone 39, Sakura Ijian. Haha, all you Dragon Nation folks are nothing but despicable and shameless little creatures. Alex, you have done splendidly. The warriors of Sakura Nation appreciate your efforts. Zone 381, Lin Tianchi. I'm amused. When it comes to being despicable and shameless, who can rival you little Sakura people? Zone 162, Martin, you are correct. While the Dragon Nation may not be remarkable, your Sakura Nation is hardly any better. Our beautiful nation is truly the finest. Zone 3, Andre, those from beautiful nation should keep quiet. If you keep babbling, I'll come over tomorrow and give you a beating. The once tranquil inter-regional chat channel erupted into chaos, with chosen ones from various nations hurling insults at one another, each holding the other in disdain. As the catalyst of this incident, Alex also decided to speak up. Zone 527, Nan Feng, I'll come over and give you 2 hefty slaps. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Zone 527, Suzerain, Alex, I ask you, did you kill those 3 chosen ones from our battle zone? Suzerain still hoped for Alex to admit it outright, so that he could justify their actions the next day. Zone 25, Alex, so what if I did? And if I didn't, what then? Alex, live my life without needing to explain myself to anyone. Zone 527, Su Ming, what? He is putting on an act. He is pretending. Zone 527, Nan Feng, Alex, you killed 3 of my brothers from our battle zone today. Tomorrow, I shall take 30 of yours to accompany them to the grave. Those who offend our Dragon Nation must be punished. This counterattack tomorrow must be executed flawlessly. We will strike Zone 25 with such ferocity that they will think twice before ever daring to provoke Zone 527 again. Only in this way can we serve as a warning to others and instill a sense of caution among the other battle zones, preventing them from brazenly attempting to pilfer resources from Zone 527. Zone 288, Emilia, nice. Tomorrow promises to be quite the spectacle. After exchanging barbs, the various battle zones gradually logged off, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Within the Handsome Guys group, discussions about the events of tomorrow continued. This group originally comprised 19 members, but following the loss of a comrade in battle, the avatar dimmed, leaving 18 members. Xiao Luo, Nan Feng, will you go tomorrow or shall I? Nan Feng, I'll go. My range is far, and I can take out the enemy commander from 1,000 miles away. Xiao Luo, nonsense. Your range is at most 300 meters, not 1,000. Yin Fei, I suggest we wait until the day after tomorrow. Striking Zone 25 when they least expect it would be ideal. Nan Feng shook his head. That won't do. It would make us appear weak, as though we were afraid to confront them directly, which would only incite envy from the other battle zones. Wu Yuansheng, now is the perfect time for us to flex our muscles, showing the other battle zones that they cannot afford to provoke Zone 527. Following the conclusion of yesterday's Beast Wave, Zone 527 still boasted 337 members, the highest among all battle zones. Other battle zones will undoubtedly seek opportunities to weaken the strength of District 527. Every additional foe slain is a victory. If we do not stand firm now, our comrades may find themselves in peril. Yulan, indeed. If they dare to bully our battle zone, we shall retaliate. Nan Feng, I will always support you. Nan Feng, support cannot merely be spoken. It must be manifested through tangible actions. Yulan, perhaps I shall sing a song for you, for I support you because of you. Nan Feng, as night deepens, the absence of the ferocious beast howls in the wild, leaves Nan Feng feeling somewhat disconcerted. Shaluo, the fervent leveler, seizes the opportunity presented by the night's tranquility to venture out and level up. Shin Pan, a nocturnal creature, accompanies Shaluo in departing the camp. Meanwhile, Nan Feng understands the necessity of ample rest to prepare for the impending great battle, thus he refrains from venturing outside. Spending 8 hours in another battle zone without the protection of a wooden cabin is a considerable test for Nan Feng. His backpack is stocked with an abundance of fragrant roasted meat and copious clean water to address any emergencies. However, the recovery efficiency of these provisions is rather low, rendering them of limited utility, merely a comfort rather than a solution. Tomorrow, I must take lives. Nan Feng gazes at the luminous moon outside, his expression tranquil, lost in contemplation. On the very day he arrived in this realm, he had taken a life. Yet, the victim was a murderer, and thus Nan Feng felt little remorse. However, tomorrow, many lives will need to be extinguished. Some might be innocent, others perhaps not. Nan Feng must unleash a massacre to instill fear in the other battle zones, to deter them from coveting District 527. Nan Feng observes the quaint wooden cabins scattered throughout the camp and takes a deep breath. If the lives of others can ensure the survival of his brethren in 527 for a longer span, then he is willing to be the executioner. Tap, tap, tap. Yulan approaches Nan Feng's window with a light-hearted stride. Nan Feng, when will you return my clothes? I am nearly out of garments. At this moment, Yulan is clad in a flowing black robe, the same attire she wore when Nan Feng first encountered her. He retrieves a clean outfit from his backpack and offers it to her with both hands. Thank you. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how long my legs would take to heal. Chapter 93. The mantis catches the cicada? Who is the cicada? A night devoid of conversation passes. As dawn breaks at 6 o'clock, Nan Feng awakens punctually. There are still 19 days remaining until the impending beast tide. He partakes in breakfast with solemnity, then sits in meditative silence on the ground for the better part of half an hour, adjusting his mindset. At precisely 7, Shaluo saunters over, chewing on a chicken leg, and tosses the interzone pass to Nan Feng. Shaluo, to be honest, you're too fragile. Perhaps I should take this on instead? Nan Feng, are you confident you can slay 30? Nan Feng, that won't do. I've already boasted about it last night. If I fail to achieve 30 kills today, I will be the subject of ridicule. Nan Feng takes up the pass, preparing to utilize it. Wait a moment. Shaluo removes his cloak and tosses it through the window. The gentle breeze did not deter Nan Feng, who promptly draped the cloak over himself. Next time you come across such a fine item, do share it with me sooner, lest I be forced to beg, he remarked. Shaluo chuckled softly. Do take care not to perish outside. This cloak holds great significance for me. Nan Feng teased. What is this? Are you hoping to become invisible and sneak a peek at the young ladies while they bathe? Shaluo immediately retorted, nonsense. I intend to use it for ambush. With a hearty laugh, Nan Feng activated the interregional pass, designating Area 25 as his destination. 3 seconds later, a silvery teleportation array illuminated beneath his feet, and he vanished from the quaint cabin. Shaluo muttered under his breath, Am I to keep it for you to slay? Do you take me for a fool? I discovered a level 13 beast lord last night, and today I shall bring it down. With that, he hefted his short blade and departed the Crow Valley camp. In the primal world of Area 25, Nan Feng emerged amidst a range of mountains. The nearest beast, a level 3 red-eyed rabbit, lay a mere 10 meters away, posing no threat. Well, it seems I have not landed in a perilous predicament, he mused. Relieved he hadn't been teleported next to a formidable beast lord or directly into the gathering of chosen ones in Area 25, which would have certainly meant an untimely demise. Opening his interface, Nan Feng intended to notify Shaluo and the others, only to discover that the chat channel for Area 527 was inaccessible. However, the interregional chat channel remained operational. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message through the cross-region channel. Area 527, Nan Feng. Alex, I shall arrive at 10 a.m. Do you dare to face me in a duel? Area 25, Alex, a duel it is. Do you think I fear you? Area 527, Nan Feng. Very well. Have the courage. You choose the location and send me the coordinates. Area 25, Alex. Coordinates, 338588. If you do not come, you are a coward. Area 527, Nan Feng. Should you bring allies, then you are the coward. Area 288, Amelia. Is anyone live streaming this? It sounds fascinating. Area 68, Chung Mo, Brother Nan Feng. Take care not to fall into an ambush. Area 527, Nan Feng. Understood. With a clever exchange, Xiao Luo and Nan Feng successfully bewildered some of the individuals in Area 25. Satisfied with the outcome, Nan Feng closed the interface and set off toward the coordinates provided by Alex. Naturally, he would not foolishly march directly to that location. Instead, he intended to scout for a vantage point nearby to ambush the chosen ones of Area 25. As he traversed the terrain, Nan Feng made an effort to avoid slaying any beasts to keep his presence concealed. Following the upgrade of his destined weapon, the Desert Eagle, the velocity of the 98 caliber bullets had increased, surpassing the speed of sound. However, this improvement brought about an awkward predicament. Previously, the sound of gunfire was a mere whoosh. Now it resonated with a thunderous bang, audible even from hundreds of meters away, making it exceedingly easy to betray Nan Feng's location. To maintain stealth, he resorted to wielding a stone dagger, dispatching the beasts that obstructed his path. Fortunately, the beasts in the vicinity were of a low level, allowing Nan Feng to easily eliminate them, despite his infrequent use of daggers. Half an hour later, Nan Feng arrived near the coordinates, 338,588. In this secluded valley, surrounded by towering mountains, the terrain is remarkably conducive to the southern winds. Alex, you've quite unwittingly sought a fortuitous location for your demise, remarked Nan Feng. After surveying the area, he discovered several advantageous sniper positions. He settled into one, covering himself with a tangle of vines and underbrush, crafting a rudimentary camouflage. Quite clever. Unless one scrutinized closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern that a figure lay hidden there. Nan Feng remained still, awaiting Alex's arrival, which did not take long. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Alex, accompanied by over 50 chosen ones, stormed into the valley. He surveyed the surroundings with a cold smirk, declaring, "Humph. I arrived 2 hours early to set traps. I refuse to believe I cannot capture you." "Boss," Benoit interjected. "What if he decides to back out and choose another location for the duel? Then we shall berate him in the chat channel, applying pressure through discourse," Alex replied confidently. "Boss, you are wise. But arriving 2 hours early to prepare, might that be excessive?" Benoit queried. "You know nothing. When he says 10 o'clock, it could mean he arrives at 10, or even teleports into our battle zone right now, preparing to ambush us instead." Alex retorted. "Boss, you are astute. But wouldn't it be a bit unfair to have the advantage of numbers, while also ambushing him? I fear others in different battle zones might criticize you." With a swift slap, Alex struck Benoit on the head, his expression one of exasperation. "Are you daft? We'll eliminate that Nan Feng in an instant. No one will know how he perished. When asked, I shall claim I defeated him solo. Is there a problem with that?" Benoit, looking aggrieved, nodded. "Boss, you are indeed clever. However, before he could finish, Alex kicked him away. "You are a nuisance. Hurry and find a place to hide. That Dragon Kingdom fellow might arrive shortly." On the mountainside, Nan Feng, peering through his 4 times magnification scope, observed the valley in its entirety. Why was there discord among them? Unable to hear their words or comprehend their gestures, he could only witness one chosen one assaulting another. The remaining chosen ones had each found a concealed position to hide. He even spotted an array of traps at the valley's entrance: snare traps, tripwire traps, and rockfall traps. He discerned 2 animal traps as well. Quite the thorough preparations they had made. Should he unwittingly step into this valley, even someone as formidable as Nan Feng would meet his end here. Alas, he had arrived before them. Their antics were nothing short of farcical. The chosen ones from District 25 aspired to ensnare the cicada, oblivious to the fact that the cicada they coveted had transformed into a yellow bird, now watching them intently. Chapter 94, Carnage. Within the valley, the chosen ones from District 25 were well hidden. Even from his elevated vantage point, Nan Feng could only spot 7 or 8 of them, with the rest shrouded in obscurity. Yet, he was in no rush. His intention was never to strike immediately. He planned to linger in District 25 for a full 8 hours. The earlier he acted, the longer the ensuing battle would last. Patience was key. He would wait a while longer to wear down their resolve. The gentle southern wind lay quietly on the ground as time ticked away. The chosen ones of Zone 25 grew increasingly impatient. Why had that Dragon Kingdom individual not yet arrived? Indeed, my legs are nearly numb from squatting here. What are you all anxious about? It's only a little past 9. We still have an hour to wait. Do you truly believe that person from the Dragon Kingdom will be punctual? Surely, he wouldn't be toying with us, would he? An hour later. Damn it. Where is he? It's already past 10. I suspect he doesn't have the courage to come. Don't fret, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he will arrive shortly. Another hour passed. At 11:20 a.m., the chosen ones of Zone 25 had been lying in ambush in this valley for over 3 hours. One of them emerged, cursing and raising his middle finger towards the sky. Damn it, that Dragon Kingdom person is mocking us. The others began to emerge from their hiding spots as well. Indeed, what a waste of time. These 3 hours could have advanced my level by half. To be frank, I think we've been a bit too cautious. What threat could a chosen one from Zone 527 pose? At most, he is only level 10. Anyone from our war zone could easily eliminate him. You're right. We don't need to ambush him at all. All right, quiet down. As the strongest in Zone 25 and the builder of the village, Alex held considerable authority. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Alex spoke. You make valid points. There truly is no need for so many to lie in wait here. Let us leave 10 individuals to maintain the ambush while the rest of you go level up. Soon, 10 individuals volunteered to stay behind, while the others made their way out of the valley, preparing to hunt ferocious beasts. Alex nodded at the 10 who remained, committing their names to memory. In the future, these individuals would become his trusted allies. Nan Feng observed everything transpiring in the valley with clarity. The opportunity had arrived. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng aimed his gun at the departing chosen ones. The distance was approximately 270 meters, but shooting from above should ensure accuracy. Explosive flame bullet. Charged shot. Magical energy surged continuously from within Nan Feng into his weapon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The magic bullet became increasingly solid, its power intensifying. The entrance to the valley was narrow, with the individuals from Zone 25 pressed closely together, shoulder to shoulder, leg to leg. Just as they were about to exit the valley, Nan Feng calmly pulled the trigger. A bullet sliced through the air, striking one chosen one squarely in the back of the head. Boom. The effect of the explosive flame bullet triggered, resulting in a violent explosion within a 2-meter radius of that chosen one. Boom. It was only then that the chosen ones of Zone 25 heard the thunderous roar of the bullet leaving the chamber. 3,150, 2,524, 2,871. With that single shot, Nan Feng unleashed an explosion, instantly eliminating 4 chosen ones and seriously wounding 7 or 8 others. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn. That kid from the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Everyone, be cautious. Thank you for your generous gift. Why did I inexplicably lose over 1,300 health points? What was that just now? I have heard that the people of the Dragon Kingdom possess firearms with such destructive power. Do you dare to tell me this is merely a gun? This is unequivocally a cannon. In the valley, chaos ensued among the members of Zone 25 as they scrambled for cover. 2 individuals, in a panic, attempted to flee the valley, only to trigger a trap set by their own comrades, resulting in their immediate suspension in midair. Through the 4X scope, Nan Feng maintained an air of calm. The shot he fired did not stir any significant emotional turmoil within him. He had anticipated that taking a life would evoke fear, disgust, or psychological pressure, yet in truth, he felt none of these sensations. The act of killing seemed to bear little distinction from slaying ferocious beasts. With a tranquil expression, Nan Feng adjusted his aim toward the suspended chosen one and took another shot. A damage output of 1281, without the enhancements of explosive shells or charged strikes. He was unable to eliminate the target in a single shot. However, this was of little concern. He composedly fired again, resulting in a clean headshot. Above, he is on the mountain. I can see it now. The slope is gentle enough to ascend directly. Those treacherous Dragon Kingdom denizens have laid an ambush upon us. How vile. The chosen ones of Zone 25 swiftly organized a counterattack, intent on storming the heights. Unfazed, Nan Feng remained quietly positioned, methodically taking shots one after another. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. The 200-meter incline proved to be an easy climb for chosen ones around level 10, yet under Nan Feng's overwhelming firepower. They took a full 5 minutes to reach him, leaving behind 11 corpses in their wake. The anger among the chosen ones of Zone 25 boiled over. They had yet to even glimpse Nan Feng's face, yet 16 of their own had already perished. If word of this were to spread, it would be a disgrace for the entire battle zone. They must kill him. This wretch cannot be allowed to live. Humph, doesn't he plan on fleeing? Once I close the distance, he is doomed. Amidst the slaughter executed by Nan Feng, the members of Zone 25 were blinded by rage. As they drew closer to him, they could no longer restrain themselves and surged from behind their cover, a swarm intent on annihilating Nan Feng. Spread out. He possesses a skill that inflicts area damage. Charge. Charge. Together, we shall press forward. I refuse to believe he can eliminate us all. Once I capture him, I shall ensure he pays dearly. As the throng of Zone 25 neared, Nan Feng calmly stowed away his 98 rifle and retrieved 2 grenades from his backpack. Pulling the pins, he mentally counted to 3 before releasing them, casting the grenades downwards. What is this? Oh no, grenades. Get down, get down. The members of Zone 25 were overtaken by fear, scattering in all directions. A few even leaped from the hillside in desperation. Boom, boom. The 2 grenades detonated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that knocked many to the ground. Several unfortunate chosen ones, caught too close to the blast, were reduced to mere mangled remnants. With no hope of survival, as the smoke began to clear, the members of Zone 25 charged forward once more, but Nan Feng had long since vanished from sight. In such a fleeting moment, has he truly vanished? Impossible. It has barely been a dozen seconds. He must still be lurking nearby. Pursue him. Today, we must unearth his whereabouts. Yet, despite the fervent declaration, this group of chosen ones found themselves paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling at the thought of chasing after Nan Feng. Armed with knives, guns, swords, and clubs, they were no match for Nan Feng. who wielded a sniper rifle and grenades. This was a stark case of dimensional warfare. In the valley, Alex stood rooted to the spot, drenched in cold sweat. He had remained behind, not following the others who charged up the mountain. The deafening crack of the sniper rifle had utterly terrified him. Chapter 95, Mistaken Identity? Alex had heard numerous rumors about Nan Feng in the cross-regional chat channel, yet most were mere fabrications. Among these tales, it was said that Nan Feng possessed weapons of all kinds: guns, cannons, aircraft, and tanks, even a Hulk-busting armor, a veritable embodiment of prowess. Naturally, Alex dismissed these stories as absurd. After all, they reeked of fiction. Having acquired the cross-regional pass the day before, Alex had deliberated extensively among the various war zones before ultimately deciding to venture into District 527, eager to witness the legendary owner of aircraft and artillery. However, he never anticipated that this decision would land District 25 in monumental trouble. This individual named Nan Feng, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, truly possessed firearms, sniper rifles, no less. From a distance of over 200 meters, he hit his targets with near-perfect accuracy. Moreover, Nan Feng's power was alarmingly high. He could take down at least 3 foes with a single magazine, and on occasion, even 4 with just one shot. Such a terrifying figure. All of them had traversed into this world together. Why did he suddenly appear like a superhuman? It must be some sort of cheat. Alex inhaled deeply, contemplating an even more dreadful thought. He indeed had a sniper rifle and grenades. But what if the rumors about his possession of aircraft and artillery were also true? At this very moment, Alex feared that Nan Feng might summon a set of Hulk-busting armor. What would they even stand to play with then? Meanwhile, after tossing 2 grenades, Nan Feng did not linger. He activated the accompanying skill of the Cloak of Invisibility and withdrew from the battlefield. Creating distance was the wisest choice for him. Surely, they would not dare pursue me now. Navigating through the woods, Nan Feng soon circled around to the opposite side of the valley. He pulled out a 4-time scope to survey the situation below, discovering that the chosen ones from District 25 had disappeared. They've all fled? Not too foolish after all. Remaining in the valley would have made them sitting ducks. Observing the traces left behind, Nan Feng quickly identified the path taken by the departing members of District 25. He resolved to follow them to uncover their encampment. His primary objective today was to eliminate Alex. The others were merely collateral. Alex had displayed a hint of cowardice. Earlier in the valley, Nan Feng had struggled to find a suitable vantage point to take aim at him. Otherwise, he would have certainly sent a couple of rounds his way. However, the situation is not dire. It is still shy of midnight, and there remains ample time. Nan Feng sought a vantage point, crouching for over half an hour. Yet not a single soul revealed themselves. How remarkably cautious. Nan Feng found himself at a loss for words. Activating the panel to wield the power of language and provoke the denizens of District 25 into a response. Within the cross-regional chat channel, a throng of onlookers eagerly awaited the outcome of this confrontation. District 288, Emilia, it's past midnight. Why hasn't anyone from District 25 uttered a word? Oh dear, what is going on? I'm so curious. District 17, Xiaoangran, it's quite simple. They must not have captured Nan Feng yet. Otherwise, they would have flaunted their victory by now. District 39, Sakura One Sword. Haha, no matter how strong Nan Feng is, he cannot possibly surpass the collective strength of an entire war zone. The moment he dares to show himself, he is doomed. District 527, Nan Feng, my apologies. Sakura One Sword, if I've disappointed you, not only have I shown myself, but I also dispatched 18 foes with a single punch. They didn't even catch a whiff of my presence. District 39, Sakura One Sword. As soon as Nan Feng spoke, the entire cross-regional chat channel erupted in excitement. District 527, Huang Yuanming. Wow, it's the great Nan Feng. After over 4 hours of silence, I thought you had kicked the bucket. District 288, Emilia, you killed 18 with one punch? Are you the legendary One Punch Man? District 8, Mike, this is hilarious. Is District 25 really that weak? Getting slaughtered by a mere 3-digit district? Pathetic. Alex, lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Mike's message. District 25, Alex, haha, you Americans only know how to spout pretty words. Do you have any idea how terrifying this Dragon Kingdom individual is? District 8, Mike, no? But why don't you enlighten us? District 25, Alex, he has a gun, a sniper rifle, hitting every shot within 200 meters. We cannot even approach him. District 162, Martin, huh? I told you he had a sniper rifle, but you refused to believe it. Now you're facing the consequences. Upon reading these messages, the chosen ones from other districts were secretly alarmed. The rumors were indeed true. Nan Feng possessed a firearm, specifically a sniper rifle, and he could achieve a perfect hit rate within 200 meters, which was utterly fearsome. It is worth noting that most chosen ones wield close combat weapons, with attack ranges seldom exceeding 2 meters. Even with skill mastery, their reach barely extends to 10 meters. Yet, Nan Feng's range extends to an astounding 200 meters. What does that signify? It is a dimensional strike. District 8, Mike, a 200-meter range? Indeed impressive, but I still have an 80% confidence in defeating him. Alex, Your inability to win merely indicates your lack of skill. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by Mike's unwarranted confidence. It remained uncertain whether he was genuinely skilled or simply foolish. Meanwhile, Alex from District 25 felt somewhat embarrassed by the remark. Am I lacking in skill? Does he truly comprehend the terror of a 200-meter range? In an effort to preserve his dignity, Alex gritted his teeth and sent several messages in quick succession. District 25, Alex, huh? Am I really that incompetent? If it were merely a matter of range, I would be utterly confident in my ability to defeat him. But he possesses grenades. One grenade can eliminate a person in an instant. District 8, Mike, so what? Just evade before the grenade detonates. District 25, Alex, of course. I know how to dodge, but aside from the grenades, he has 2 drones that can lock onto enemies from every conceivable angle, firing 60 rounds per second, making it impossible to approach. Southwind. District 8, Mike, foolish. Can't you first take down the drones? District 25, Alex, I don't need your advice. I effortlessly shot down the drones and closed in on him, but he miraculously donned a suit of armor in an instant. The Mark 50 nanomaterial armor. Do you comprehend the value of nanomaterial armor? District 8, Mike, how many bottles did you drink at lunch? Such exaggeration. However, Southwind remained silent. The more misleading information Alex disseminated, the more advantageous it became for Southwind. Regardless of whether others believed him, they would surely be cautious when encountering Southwind in the future, wary of whether he might suddenly transform into Iron Man. At this moment, Alex sent another message. District 25, Alex, Southwind, I know you are lurking outside our camp. Let us do this. You take my life, but spare the others in our battle zone. Southwind was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this coward, Alex, would display a hint of courage. District 527, Southwind. Very well, then come out. Soon. Through his 4X scope, Southwind observed someone emerging from the cabin. Comparing it with the avatars in the chat channel, Southwind confirmed that this person was indeed Alex. He actually came out to sacrifice himself? Southwind scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. Sacrificing oneself to protect others? Are there truly such individuals in this world? Before his transmigration, Southwind would have believed in the existence of such people. But now, after so many days since the transition, those individuals should have perished long ago, right? A vague sense of unease settled over Southwind. In the camp, Alex slowly walked into an open area, raising his weapon high to attract Southwind's attention. Shaking his head to dispel his doubts, Southwind aimed at Alex's forehead, preparing to grant him a swift end. However, when he discerned the weapon in Alex's hands, his heart skipped a beat. A spear. Alex's weapon of choice was a spear, not a firearm, but a cold weapon. Yet Southwind distinctly remembered that the 3 brothers who perished in District 527 were slain by weapons akin to knives or swords. Could it be that I have wrongfully targeted the wrong person? Alex is not the murderer? Chapter 96, Cunning and Devious. Alex's weapon of choice is a wooden spear, not a sword. It seems Alex has never explicitly admitted to being the one who killed the 3 chosen ones in District 527. A misjudgment. Could it be that Alex merely stole one? Is the true culprit someone else entirely? Yesterday, 2 other chosen ones from different battle zones visited our 527 zone. Nan Feng from Zone 527. Alex, is your divine weapon a spear? Alex from Zone 25. Yes, if you're going to make a move, just do it quickly. Why ask about this? Nan Feng from Zone 527. 3 people died in our zone yesterday. Were you the one who killed them? Alex from Zone 25. Isn't this just the filth you've thrown at me? Would you believe me if I said I didn't commit murder? Nan Feng scratched his head vigorously, his brow furrowing deeply. For now, it seemed that Alex was not the murderer. Rather, another individual was the true perpetrator. Nan Feng murmured. Then the people I killed this morning were truly innocent. Within the cross-regional chat channel, others began to infer something from the conversation between Nan Feng and Alex. Huang Yuanming from Zone 527. So, the deaths weren't caused by Alex? Does that mean our esteemed Nan Feng has entered the wrong battle zone? Amelia from Zone 288. Oh? This situation appears to be growing increasingly intriguing. Martin from Zone 162. Haha. You people from the Dragon Nation are truly foolish, unaware that you've been played. The real culprit must be laughing at you right now. Edward from Zone 1. You dare to enter our Fark Nation's zone and kill without clarifying the truth? You Dragon Nation truly has audacity, as if we in Zone 1 do not exist. Abraham from Zone 1. Lady Catherine has spoken. Nan Feng. You should take your own life in atonement, or else Zone 527 will pay a heavy price because of you. Both Zone 1 and Zone 25 belong to Fark Nation. At that moment, Catherine Vina from Zone 1 stood up to support Zone 25, causing a sense of foreboding among the various Dragon Nation battle zones. Catherine Vina had never spoken in the cross-regional chat channel, yet everyone was aware of her formidable presence. She was the first level 10 chosen one in the original world, the Killer King during the Beast Tide, and the first female warrior to slay a necromancer. No one outside the chosen ones of Zone 1 knew precisely how powerful Catherine Vina truly was. But this did not diminish her exalted status in the minds of the people. Standing opposed to Catherine Vina was akin to courting death. The members of Zone 527 wore grave expressions, realizing they had stirred up significant trouble. Abraham from Zone 1, Nan Feng. I advise you to take your own life in atonement swiftly, or Lady Catherine will come to your 527 zone and unleash a massacre. Edward from Zone 1. By the way, before you end your life, it would be best to kneel and apologize to the chosen ones of Zone 25. Only then can you hope to quell Lady Catherine's wrath. Xiao Luo from Zone 527. You are nothing but a joke. This is utterly hilarious. Kneel and apology? Just bring Catherine here, and I'll show you whether I will strike her down. Su Zurin from Zone 527. We in Zone 527 fear no one. You wish for US to pay a price? Come and test us. Huang Yuanming from Zone 527. Brother Nan Feng, ignore these imbeciles and stay safe. In the original world of Zone 25, upon seeing this, Nan Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. In District 527, Nan Feng remarked, you are overthinking it. How could I possibly consider suicide as an act of atonement? Do I strike you as someone so foolish? To which Yuran responded, yet the imbeciles from District 1 threaten us with your demise. If you remain alive, we will all perish. Would you choose to end your own life to save us? Nan Feng was taken aback. What a life and death conundrum this was. It bore a striking resemblance to the age-old dilemma of saving one's mother or oneself should both fall into the water. Nonetheless, Nan Feng had already arrived at his conclusion. I shall not take my own life. Instead, I will seek refuge until a time when I am invincible. And then I shall avenge you all. Yet, this thought remained unspoken. He turned off the panel, ready to depart in search of a place to level up. Since Alex was not the culprit, there was no need to eliminate him. Perhaps one day, Alex would seek vengeance upon Nan Feng, and Nan Feng would pay dearly for his indecision today. But that was a matter for another time. Presently, he lacked the decisiveness to eradicate threats thoroughly, and he was not capable of such ruthless actions. For over 20 years, the world had taught Nan Feng kindness. He had only traversed into this primal realm for 11 days. It was impossible for him to overturn the entrenched beliefs in his mind in such a short span and morph into a heartless fiend who took lives without a second thought. Change, after all, requires time. With a deep breath, Nan Feng was about to stow away his weapon when he suddenly noticed Alex in his 4 times magnified sight, still brandishing a wooden spear directed at his location. A frown creased Nan Feng's brow. Something felt amiss. Did he somehow sense my presence here? Nan Feng was approximately 200 meters away from Alex, concealed amidst thick underbrush. How could Alex have discerned his position if the roles were reversed? Without the aid of Eagle Eye and 4x scope, would he himself have been able to spot Alex hidden there? Surely, no one could uncover a figure lying in the grass from such a distance. Yet, Alex faced him directly, a situation that was evidently illogical. Was it mere coincidence? No, it could not be. As Nan Feng scrutinized the crosshairs targeting Alex, his eyes widened in realization. A significant issue emerged. The spear Alex held was entirely wooden, including the tip. This was incorrect. Weapons of the designated class were indeed wooden, yet they transformed into stone upon reaching a specific level. For instance, Nan Feng wielded a stone dagger, Xiao Luo a stone knife, and Su Ming a stone shield. Even in District 527, there were chosen ones who utilized spears. Their shafts remained wooden, yet their tips were crafted from stone. This spear was sculpted from wood, and was not Alex's destined weapon at all. Was he deceiving me? What could his aim possibly be? Before Nan Feng could delve deeper into contemplation, the rustling of footsteps surrounded him. Realizing he had fallen into Alex's trap, Nan Feng's expression hardened. Alex had intentionally revealed himself to draw Nan Feng's attention, thereby allowing others to encircle him from the flanks. The reason he raised the long spear high upon his emergence was to capture Nan Feng's attention towards this weapon. The subsequent developments indeed unfolded as Alex had surmised. Nan Feng, due to the spear, harbored doubts about Alex being the perpetrator, thus hesitating to fire. This afforded the other chosen ones from District 25 ample time to encircle him from a wide arc. As for Nan Feng's location, it was quite predictable. One need only methodically inspect the high ground surrounding the camp. The footsteps grew closer, and Nan Feng estimated at least 50 individuals were converging upon him. Yet, they had yet to ascertain his precise whereabouts. Intriguingly, was this all part of your scheme? Nan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and began to charge his strike. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a chosen one from District 25 spotted Nan Feng's position. There he is, lying in the grass. Attack. Kill him. Witness my earth-splitting strike. Nan Feng remained unperturbed, calmly fixating on Alex. The charge was at its peak. Boom. The gunfire roared. You consider yourself bait. Do you not fear that this great fish will consume the lure? Chapter 97. Breaking through the encirclement. Boom. The gunfire erupted. Explosive flame bullet. The charge was at its peak. The magical bullet pierced the sound barrier, hurtling forth, creating ripples in the air as it passed. A distance of 200 meters was but a fleeting moment for the magical bullet. Not even a second was required. Within the confines of District 25's camp, Alex bellowed and swiftly drew a stone sword, positioning it before him. Block and counterattack. Alex remained intensely focused on the direction of Nan Feng. The moment Nan Feng pulled the trigger, he sensed the imminent threat of death and decisively employed his life-saving skill, block and counterattack. This skill was exceptionally effective against ranged attacks, which provided Alex the audacity to stand before Nan Feng's firearm. Clang. However, after firing, Nan Feng executed a springing maneuver, departing from his original position. This was the effect of the explosive flame bullet. Ah, damn. There's an ambush. Mines are present. Everyone be cautious. Nan Feng is ahead. Advance quickly. Do not let him escape. The individuals from District 25 were bewildered by the events, mistaking the rebounding magical bullet for landmines. This rendered them hesitant, afraid to pursue Nan Feng with full force, lest they inadvertently trigger another mine. Yet, Nan Feng harbored no such reservations, sprinting towards the perimeter of the encirclement. Rapid movement. Stealth. Nan Feng's figure vanished in an instant. Heavenly gifts. He can turn invisible. Pay attention to the fallen leaves on the ground. He headed east. Range chosen ones. Unleash your attacks. Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 magical arrows flew towards Nan Feng. A miscalculation. He should have gone invisible after breaking their line of sight. Being pursued by so many for the first time, Nan Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and momentarily lost track of his thoughts. However, Nan Feng would not stumble in the same place twice. Should he encounter a similar situation in the future, he would undoubtedly manage it with greater finesse. As arrows rained down, Nan Feng executed a roll on the ground, narrowly evading them. Yet, just as he prepared to rise, a formidable blade descended upon him. Cursing under his breath, Nan Feng was startled. The angle of the strike was too crafty to elude, leaving him no choice but to extend his left arm to block. A damage count of 183. Fortunately, with the protection of the two-piece set, Nan Feng was not as fragile as he feared. The blow inflicted only 183 points of damage. Not fatal. I hit him. He's nearly finished. The Chosen One exclaimed joyfully, brandishing his stone knife, eager to deliver another strike. But how could Nan Feng allow such an opportunity? Rising swiftly, he closed the distance and thrust the Desert Eagle into his opponent's mouth. Boom. A shot rang out. A headshot. Instant kill. Vivid splatters of brain matter and blood erupted everywhere. The gunshots startled the onlookers, who hastily retreated a few steps, distancing themselves from Nan Feng. Yet, the encirclement remained intact. To escape, he would have to engage them up close. Shaking his head, Nan Feng wiped the blood from his face, aware that these stains would reveal his presence. However, it mattered little now. His invisibility was about to expire, and exposure was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. Initially, he intended to exploit the 15 seconds of stealth to break free from the encirclement, but now that seemed hopeless. Thus, he resolved to act. With 2 seconds remaining before his stealth ended, Nan Feng retrieved 2 grenades, pulling the pins of both simultaneously. One he hurled behind him, while he held the other tightly in hand, charging towards the enemies ahead. 2 seconds, his stealth time concluded. Clad in black armor, Nan Feng reappeared before the gathered crowd of Zone 25. He's here. Attack. They shouted. Having just been struck and his hand bleeding, his health must be critically low. Let us all strike. A stab each, and he has done for. The Chosen One directly before Nan Feng roared in fury, brandishing his weapon as he lunged towards him. Simultaneously, magical arrows rained down from all directions. Nan Feng could not evade them all, gritting his teeth and pushing forward. Damage counts of 124, 211, 98. A cascade of pale red numbers ascended, and his health plummeted by more than half in an instant. How painful. How is he so resilient? After all these arrows. He isn't dead? This is madness. His health must be over 2,000. With no time to ponder their astonishment, Nan Feng lunged forward, diving into the throng. Sapless. Thunder in hand. Boom. Boom. 2 grenades exploded in rapid succession. Twin mushroom clouds erupted, smoke billowing, leaves swirling in the air. The Chosen Ones of Zone 25 were struck as if by a mighty hammer, bewildered by the sudden blasts. Yet, the grenades would not harm Nan Feng. Amidst the chaos, Nan Feng leisurely tossed the final grenade to the ground. Subsequently, under the cover of the swirling dust, he sprinted deeper into the jungle. These 2 grenades had cleverly been utilized by Nan Feng to create a smokescreen effect. Boom. 5 seconds later, the last grenade detonated as anticipated. The members of District 25, still reeling from the earlier shock, found themselves once again engulfed in dizziness, ringing ears, and tight chests. By the time the dust settled, Nan Feng had vanished without a trace. Damn it. He got away. Chase him. We must eliminate him. He has barely any health left. Indeed. With a person like him targeting me, I can't even sleep at night. The members of District 25 pursued the direction in which Nan Feng had fled, following the remnants left in his wake. Not only them, but those originally hiding in the camp, under Alex's leadership, also surged forth to join the hunt for Nan Feng. Everyone understood that if they failed to eliminate him this time, his return would signify the downfall of District 25. In this battle, Nan Feng had successfully escaped the siege of over 50 individuals, having gunned down 1 and blown up 4 others. The results were commendable, yet there remained room for improvement. Upon breaking free from the encirclement, Nan Feng dared not linger, propelling himself forward with fervor. The ferocity of the surrounding beasts gradually intensified. Level 8 beasts, level 9 beasts, level 10 beasts. Nan Feng pushed onward until he reached the territory of level 12 beasts, where he finally paused to catch his breath. With only a little over 800 health points remaining, he could not venture further, lest he be slain by a level 13 beast. The threat posed by level 12 beasts was not overly daunting for Nan Feng, except when encountering a Lord-level beast. From his backpack, he retrieved a piece of savory roasted meat, accompanied by clean fresh water, and began to eat heartily. The roasted meat restored a mere 5 health points per minute. A pitiful amount. In the initial days following his arrival, this roasted meat had proven quite useful, but now it felt utterly trivial. However, Nan Feng had no alternative. Being outdoors without a small cabin to replenish his status, he had to settle for some roasted meat to stave off hunger. As he ate, Nan Feng remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Should anyone approach, he would make a swift escape. Indeed, Alex's signature weapon was a sword. He was a ruthless killer, and our previous assessment had been accurate. This fellow was quite astute, capable of reading others' thoughts, and I almost fell for his ruse. Just then, he lifted his gaze and spotted a ferocious lion 100 meters away, atop a lioness, engaged in the act of procreation. Nan Feng's brow furrowed. It was the Lion King, a Lord-level beast. Chapter 98, Slaying the Lion King. Exceptional blueprints for a water purification device. Nan Feng was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Typically, finding a Lord-level beast required extensive searching, yet today, while being pursued, he stumbled upon one. What to do? Firing a gun would create a significant commotion, potentially attracting the attention of District 25. Moreover, his health was not in optimal condition. Engaging in combat could lead to an awkward predicament. The terrain around him was flat, devoid of cover. Once the Lion King charged, evading would prove exceedingly difficult for Nan Feng. However, allowing the Lion King to escape left Nan Feng with a sense of regret. These were precious attribute points delivered right to his face. Who would willingly relinquish them? He decided to linger for a while, observing whether they would catch up. Perhaps Alex and the others had already lost track of him. It was a distinct possibility. With this thought, Nan Feng remained stationed, biding his time. His health gradually increased, and after half an hour, it rose to 970 points, a painfully slow recovery. Why hadn't that group of fools from Zone 25 caught up yet? They had truly lost him. Such ineptitude. How could they let this happen? This bounty was now his for the taking. In the span of half an hour, the Lion King had indulged with 6 lionesses and now lay comfortably on the ground, basking in the sun. What an opportune moment. Charge shot. Nan Feng readied his weapon, quietly channeling his magic into it. The more magic he expended, the greater the power of this shot. Fireball. By combining the two skills, the damage skyrocketed. The magic bullet shot forth, striking the Earth Lion King squarely in the abdomen. Boom. Weak point attack, 4,396. A faint crimson numeral floated above the Lion King's head. Roar. The Earth Lion King let out a mighty roar and flipped over in an instant. Its abdomen was a gruesome sight. Blood and entrails scattered. One could scarcely imagine how many internal organs had been shattered by Nan Feng's shot. Bleeding, 328. Bleeding, 294. Bleeding, 261. It seemed that the bleeding alone could potentially bring it down. Though he thought this, Nan Feng still fired a second shot, eager to swiftly end the life of the Earth Lion King. Earth Shield. A yellow-brown glow enveloped the Earth Lion King, and the soil beneath it instantly rose to cover its body. 663. With the Earth Shield protecting it, the damage from Nan Feng's second shot plummeted. Roar. The Earth Lion King roared again. The surrounding Earth Lions bared their fangs and charged at Nan Feng. The speed of the Earth Lions was astonishing. A distance of over 100 meters was mere moments for them. Calling for backup, Nan Feng swiftly switched to his Desert Eagle and began firing at the advancing Earth Lions. Bang, bang, bang. His current firing rate was impressive, averaging 23 shots per second. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, the swarm of Earth Lions was unable to close the distance toward him. Roar. In the distance, the Earth Lion King let out another furious roar. Swamp technique. Nan Feng felt the ground beneath him soften, his ankles sinking into the mire. Hiss, something was amiss. Reacting swiftly, Nan Feng reclined back, spreading out to increase his surface area. While the swamp had not fully formed yet, he rolled twice on the ground, escaping the mire. Roar. Arc. The previously suppressed Earth Lions seized this opportunity to charge in, baring their teeth and surrounding Nan Feng. They opened their gaping maws, emitting roars accompanied by waves of foul stench. A gentle chuckle escaped Nan Feng's lips as he raised the hand grenade in his grasp. A freshly crafted device from merely 10 minutes prior. The moment he was ensnared by the swamp technique, he had already pulled the pin. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending the pride of lions scattering in disarray. Those closest to him, the Earth Lions, were obliterated into mere fragments, flesh and blood raining down like confetti. Rising to his feet, Nan Feng brandished his Desert Eagle, methodically dispatching the remaining Earth Lions one by one. Not a single one of the 20-plus lions managed to graze his attire before they disintegrated into experience points. A low, rumbling roar emanated from the distance. The Earth Lion King retreating with deliberate steps. Its limited intellect had already deduced that it stood no chance against the bipedal creature before it. Nan Feng swiftly switched to his 98 rifle, taking aim at the Earth Lion King. Boom, boom, boom. The gunfire was relentless and steady, each enchanted bullet striking true. Moments later, a system notification rang in Nan Feng's ears. Ding. Original World, Zone 527, Chosen 1 Nan Feng, has successfully slain the level 12 Lord Beast, Earth Lion King. Reward, 24 stamina points. A commendable reward indeed. Satisfied, Nan Feng nodded and approached the fallen beast. He had noticed the Lion King had dropped a treasure chest, one of green hue, indicative of at least a piece of superior equipment. With excitement, he opened the chest, only to discover it contained not equipment, but a blueprint. Excellent purification device blueprint, capable of crafting an excellent purification device. Requirements: 1 fine purification device, 1 obsidian, 50 stones, 50 wood. An excellent purification device. The water purified with this apparatus should restore considerable mana, a truly valuable item that Nan Feng happily stowed away in his backpack. After surveying the battlefield, Nan Feng scanned his surroundings but found no sign of the Chosen Ones from Zone 25. The fierce battle, punctuated by gunfire and explosions, along with the roars of the Lion King, would have surely drawn their attention if they were nearby. Meanwhile, Alex, leading over 100 individuals, pursued the direction in which Nan Feng had fled. However, as they continued their chase, Alex noticed that those who had been ahead of him had quietly retreated behind him. The emptiness before him, devoid of cover, instilled a sense of dread. Glaring around at the other Chosen Ones, Alex's face contorted with anger. What is the meaning of this? His frustration boiled over as he exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools. Bernu, step forward." Bernu's expression shifted in alarm, retreating several steps. "B-boss, I'm scared too." Alex's eyes widened in fury. "What are you afraid of? Can he really take you down with a single shot?" Bernu nodded. "He truly can." Faced with the unwillingness of his companions to shield him from danger, Alex felt utterly exasperated. "Fine, if none of you are willing to stand in front of me. Then Chapter 99, I will obliterate your little hut." In the original world, Zone 25, at the campsite, Nan Feng stood atop a small hill, observing the little wooden huts within the camp through a 4x magnification scope. There were occupants in the 80 wooden structures. Could it be true? Alone am I? And must you all be so timid? The Chosen Ones of District 25 remain unaware that, in truth, Nan Feng also harbors a hint of trepidation. His grenades are entirely expended, and the next will not materialize for another 18 minutes. Should he find himself besieged by the multitude of District 25 at this moment, his predicament would be dire. Fortunately, they are even more apprehensive than he, cowering within their wooden abodes, too frightened to emerge. Through the 4x scope, Nan Feng spots Alex, who stands calmly by the window, arms crossed, gazing serenely at the scenery outside. Shielded by the cabin, no bullets can penetrate the window, thus allowing Alex to boldly position himself there. Nan Feng accesses the panel and enters the cross-district chat channel. Within, a scattering of Chosen Ones engage in conversation, their discourse primarily revolving around him and Alex. They are eager to glean the latest developments. District 527, Nan Feng. Why are you all in District 25 so cowardly? Over 100 of you, and not a single man among you, all hiding away in your cabins, too afraid to step outside. District 288, Amelia. Oh, is there new progress? Nan Feng, do tell what has transpired. District 527, Suzerain. Nan Feng, are you unharmed? District 527, Nan Feng, I am unscathed. Alex is the perpetrator. We nearly fell for his ruse. Nan Feng succinctly recounts the events that led to this moment. District 527, Nan Feng, you all heard that, correct? It was District 25 that struck first. We of District 527 acted in self-defense. Should anyone persist in holding on to this matter and seek to assault our district, let it be known that I will not hesitate to unleash a nuclear bomb upon your homes. This remark was directed towards the Chosen Ones of District 1. District 1, Edward. Humph. Even if District 25 bears the initial fault, there is no need for such total annihilation. You have already taken the lives of over 10 individuals. What more do you seek? District 527, Nan Feng. It is simple, blood for blood. Alex has slain 3 of our brothers. Thus, I must avenge them by taking his life. District 25, Alex, a load of nonsense. You have killed more than 10 from our district. Why should you not pay the price? District 527, Nan Feng. If you possess the strength to kill me, then I shall pay the price. Blood for blood? That must rest upon the foundation of strength. Only with a mightier fist can one demand retribution. After a moment of silence, Alex retorts, at this juncture, further words are futile. I shall remain within my cabin. If you possess the capability, come and slay me. District 527, Nan Feng. Huh? You cannot truly believe that your cabin is entirely secure, can you? District 527, Nan Feng. The cabin boasts a mere 1,000 points of defense. Do you truly believe that it can withstand my onslaught? With a derisive laugh, Nan Feng shuts off the panel. Through the 4x scope, Alex's countenance grows grave, evidently shaken by Nan Feng's words. Boom. A gunshot rings out. 1085. A single shot inflicts over 1,000 points of damage. The cabin, with its 100,000 hit points, cannot endure even 100 shots. Inside the cabin, Alex's expression shifts dramatically. He was aware that Nan Feng's attacks could breach defenses, yet he never anticipated that a single shot could inflict a staggering 1,000 damage. His attack power exceeded an astonishing 2,000. Was he even human? Alex's complexion turned ashen. Piercing bullet. 1,536. Explosive flame bullet. 1884. Nan Feng fired 2 more shots. The bullets struck the small wooden cabin, causing Alex's heart to ache. At this rate, it would take Nan Feng less than 2 minutes to demolish the cabin. Damn. The blue energy was insufficient. Nan Feng glanced at his mana. 890-2900. Throughout the day's battle, his mana had been severely depleted, and he had been continuously consuming clean fresh water without pause. Nevertheless, his mana was rapidly dwindling. Each shot required 10 mana points, leaving him capable of 89 more attacks. Would that be sufficient? Nan Feng performed a rough mental calculation and concluded it might just suffice. He took a large gulp of clean fresh water and began firing. Boom, boom, boom. Nan Feng deliberately slowed his rate of fire to allow more time for mana recovery. 2 seconds between shots, remarkably steady. With each gunshot, the residents of District 25 felt a jolt of fear as they watched the cabin's health dwindle. Alex's face grew increasingly pale. He hastily opened the cross-region chat channel to send a message. District 25, Alex, Nan Feng. I apologize for the 3 chosen ones from your war zone that I killed yesterday. I can compensate you with materials and equipment. Anything you desire, I can provide. Please, cease your assault. Nan Feng ignored him, continuing to fire leisurely. Each shot was a death knell, striking at Alex's heart. District 25, Alex, Edward. We are both citizens of the Fact Nation. Please help me. Nan Feng is about to blow up my cabin. District 25, Alex, Lady Catherine. For the sake of our shared nationality, I implore you to assist me. District 25, Alex, Cherry Blossom Sword. Mike, the Dragon Nation war zone is our common enemy. If you stand idly by now, he will come for you too. As death loomed, Alex began to frantically seek aid, desperate for salvation. District 1, Edward, Nan Feng, stop. Alex has realized his mistake. If you continue, it will be tantamount to declaring war on all war zones of the Fact Nation. District 527, Nan Feng. Who are you? Can you truly represent all war zones of the Fact Nation? District 527, Nan Feng. How amusing. Let Catherine speak for herself. I am curious to see if she would choose to be my enemy over Alex. District 527, Suzerain, Nan Feng. We in District 527 will always stand by your side. District 527, Huang Yuanming. Indeed, what does Catherine even matter? Let her come to District 527 and see what happens. I'll twist her head off. District 527, Yuran, Edward, can you truly speak for Catherine? Perhaps you should summon her and let us witness her stance. In District 527, the crowd united their voices to support Nan Feng. Edward narrowed his eyes, taking note of those who spoke, before subsequently shutting down the panel. Dare he summon Catherine to speak? Edward hesitated, for Catherine had never ventured into the chat channel. Her focus solely on leveling up, completely unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Previously, Edward had relied on Catherine's reputation to bolster his own bravado. In the primitive realm of District 25, with the final shot fired by Nan Feng, Alex's small cabin collapsed dramatically. In that fleeting moment, Alex dashed out, seeking refuge behind a nearby cabin. If he could just reach it, he would be safe, if only for a while. With unwavering concentration, Alex ran, his gaze fixed on the direction of Nan Feng. A magical bullet hurtled toward him, and Alex's muscles tensed as he swiftly raised his stone sword. Block and counterattack. Once again, he resorted to this maneuver. If he could deflect this strike, he would have ample time to reach a safe haven. 200 meters away. Nan Feng smiled faintly, just anticipating this very move.